in Mallow 25. MJN Group and Cwmdu Motorsport, the sponsors of Class 1, so big thank you to both of those. Also a big thank you to TBR Race Engines, who are associate Kent British Autograss Series sponsor. So, getting away then, it is the Ludlow car, I think, of Ollie Stevens in Ludlow 19 that is the first one to show. Down that far side then Ollie Tilson challenges round the outside in St Neots 196 in that second place slot. Hereford 24, Jack Thomas, it is in third place, tucked into fourth. The first of the minis is the Mallow 25 car, that's Tyrone Cusack. He's under very strong challenge though from Zach Bowers in North Shropshire 159. The North Shropshire 8 machine is Aidan Arrowsmith at the wheel of that one. Just the back marker at the minute, Josh Hodge in the Penhow 2. So yellow flags being waved on that bottom bend, but we race on as the last lap flag already goes out. St Neots 196, 1 to go. Ludlow 19, Hereford 24, so a good West Midland League battle going on there. Ollie Stevens and Jack Thomas battling for that second place slot. The Mallow car then off Tyrone Cusack still runs in a nice fourth place, but we switch back to our race leader. That race leader is Ollie Tilson into the farmyard bend for the final time. Checkered flags at Neots 196. It's going to be close. That's tell you what, who'd be a lap scorer. We'll try and get clarification on that one. 196 and 24 as the rest of them come steaming across the line. 196, I've been told by a very, very reliable source, and it is super reliable. So there we go, and the lap scorer said it as well. So yeah, victory then to Ollie Tilson in St Neots 196 on that one. So cracking stuff from the Class 1s. Big thank you. Also, as I say, extend to all of our meeting sponsors. Big thank you also to GB Engineering, who are as sponsors of the live streaming. I believe we are now up and running on the live streaming. So if you're watching from the comfort of your own home, you need to be here. I tell you what, we've got everything. It's cracking weather, and it's just super here. But if you can't make it, can't be with us, oh no, we got the cameras on the commentators again. But never mind, sorry folks. We'll get onto something more decent on that in a minute. But if you can't be with us and you are watching live streaming, we hope you are enjoying it. And I say big thank you, brought to you by lots of people. Big thank you to the team at ARB that are the technical guys behind it, and a big thank you to GB Engineering, who are certainly some of the finance behind it as well. Live streaming at the first round at South Wales, we had somewhere in the region of 40,000 plus views of it. So yeah, reasonably popular. So that was about as many as the last edition of Neighbours got, I think, wasn't it? So yeah, we're doing all right. But you probably can't compare any of us to Kylie Minogue. So there we go on that one. Right, let's get back to something serious. Let's get back to some Class 1 racing, because race 3 is away from the line, and as they come round towards us, I think that could be Charlie Williams in Cambridge. No, it isn't. It's North Wales 44. Rhys Edwards, that's the race leader, as the three of them head towards the Armco, and we get the first of what we don't really want, which is the, I'm not going to call them red flags, dark pink, scarlet. What we're going to use for the weekend, lads. We had enough red flags at the last round. So yeah, there we go. Race stoppage on that one. If I'd have come anything like prepared, I'd have had a pen to bring me paperwork up to date. I've even brought the secretary today, and still I've got nothing. So there we go. She's busy gassing next door, I think. So not to worry. So don't forget, if you are here on site, then nice early start for everything, so fair play to everybody involved in pulling that together. So it does mean we're still in the breakfast window by a long chalk at this point in time. So if you fancy your breakfast, I can personally recommend this. Obviously, fine array of catering facilities, all the hot and cold food and everything they do, with cracking breakfast box up there on the top part of the circuit is where the catering facilities seem to be. So that's good. They're closer to us than they were at the previous round, where they put them right the other side of the track. But yeah, and lots of trade stands up there as well. So if you want to pay a visit up there to all the trade stands, then you'd certainly be more than welcome. So we haven't got a radio yet at the minute in commentary, so we can't tell you any decision on that. But as soon as we hear anything, we will let you know with regards to that race 3. It's certainly going to be a rerun, that much we can tell you. Whether there's going to be any exclusions or anything, we don't know at this point. So we'll go on to race 4 then, and that will bring out Ian Jenkins in WS17, Jack Firth in Spalding 86, Jim Bob Johnson in Scarborough 49, Jonathan Jones in Tivy 4, James Slater in PAC 35, Ryan Morehouse in North Shropshire 172, Luke Fairhurst in ARC 304, and Becky Jones in Tivy 18. So they're motoring on, and it is the Tivy car going down that far side. Jonathan Jones then, the race leader in that machine up from the South Wales League, and we've actually got a South Wales 1-2 because it's Daffy Jones that runs in second place. Running in third then it's the Abram racing car, that's Luke Fairhurst in the ARC 304 machine, just tucking into that third place slot as they go down the far side. And I think this sort of race highlighting the demise of the minis in Class 1. Haven't got one at all out there this time round, but your race leader is still that Tivy 4 car, Tivy 18, ARC 304, Scarborough 49 and Jim Bob Johnson with a bit to do at the moment, and just racing though ahead of Jack Firth in the Spalding 86 machine. Already we are on to the last lap as the Tivy car goes into the farmyard bend for the final time. Jonathan Jones comes round in Tivy 4, takes the checker flag, takes the win. Tivy 18 the second, ARC 304. Spalding 86 is the next one through, Jim Bob Johnson in 49, Wessex 17 then, finishing just ahead of PAC 35, that's Ian Jenkins and James Slater respectively. Right, we are hearing, if we cast your mind back to race 3, when we had those 3 cars that wanted to come across and see us, and coming up against the Armco, that is going to be a rerun, unfortunately without Harry Witham in Spalding 14. So no Spalding 14 out in the rerun of race 3. Race 5 on the line. Ollie Wrigglesworth in Scarborough 221, Chandon Watkins in Swansea 10, Dave Owen in North Wales 97, Tom Powell in Evesham 82, Dylan Tyrrell in North Wales 6, Mark Stevenson in North Wales 164, Connor Urquhart in Tivy 211, and Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge 403. Those are the cars that we are expecting on the line. Just to remind you, or if you're new to Kent Cam's Simpson Race Exhaust, British Autograss Series Racing, all of the grids and all of the heats randomly computer drawn, so nobody has any say over who races who, where you are on that start line. We are looking for the top 8 cars after 3 rounds of qualifying to go through to tomorrow's final, with the exception of any class that has more than 48 signed on, which I believe, and I will get this checked, but I believe is classes 1, 2, 7 and 8. So we have got some meeting stats somewhere, which Gareth has just very kindly gone to pick up from next door, so we can confirm that. I say I know it is 713 drivers, and so we'll give you some stats across the classes, but I think, and we will double check it, we are looking at semi-finals in 1, 2, 7 and 8, so lots and lots of racing to come your way. All the other classes, then the top 8 cars after the 3 runs of qualifying straight through to tomorrow's finals. So I'm just waiting for track clearance on this one, and as soon as we have it, then we will be underway and getting ready to go. So looking round, I think yellow flags being raised, so yeah, very, very level break there from the start line as they go down that far side and come back round towards, it is the Evesham 82 car then that's the first one to show. And North Wales 97 then slots into that second place position. So Dave Owen in the North Wales 97 machine, Tom Powell it is in Evesham 82, and we get red flags on that one. Once again with 2 of them parked up coming out of that bottom bend. North Wales 6, Dylan Tyrrell is one of them. Didn't see, we will now though, we'll pick up the other one. Looks like it's the North Wales 164 car of Mark Stevenson. So once again, I can say with some degree of certainty that race 5 will go back to the rerun lane. And we'll let you know about any exclusions. Right, we can tell you then in terms of a few meeting stats, the largest single class here this weekend, no surprise really possibly, it's what we've seen quite a bit, is class 8. So men's class 8, 74 of them we have signed on. And closely followed, I have to say, by men's class 1. So we've got 70 men's class 1s here, so qualifying is going to be fast and furious. So a little bit of water going down on the track. We are going to be seeing a bit of watering this weekend, obviously with weather conditions. The important thing is to keep this track in its prime condition that it's in, get the cars to slide over it rather than dig it out, and also looking at very much keeping the dust down for safety and obviously spectator enjoyment and everything as well. So that's the aim of it. So we have just had it checked then, 49 cars for semi-finals. So in addition to the classes that we said, i.e. men's class 1, men's class 2, men's class 7 and men's class 8, we do have semi-finals in junior specials. So we've got 51 junior specials signed on, so there are going to be semi-finals also in junior specials this weekend. All the other classes, as we say, top 8 will go straight through to the final. So race 6 of the men's class 1. This is 6 of 9 away from the line, and as they go into that farmyard bend, then we've got one face in the wrong direction, so we'll let the marshals sort that one out. And it is Lee Deegan in Cambridge 48 that's the first one past us, but unfortunately, come on class 1s, we get the red flags out on that one. That one will once again go back to the rerun lane, and I would imagine there is going to be some exclusion on that. We'll wait and see, and as I say, we haven't got any radios at the moment, so we'll let you know just as soon as we have any information on that one. So let's try our luck then with race 7. We're on a 50% success rate at the minute. We've tried 6 and only finished 3, so we need to up that. Ollie Hall in Scunthorpe 1, Chris Dyer in Evesham 28, Ross Holland in Hereford 184, Ben Gould in North Shropshire 443, Josh Fowler in North Shropshire 2, Dan Keddy in Hereford 20, Wayne Price in SR1, and Harry Parker in Ludlow 85. Those are the cars that hopefully have all left the line, and indeed we got the right heat at least, as NS343 comes round that farmyard bend for the first time. Ben Gould it is then, that's your race leader. On the outside is the Scunthorpe 1 car, that's Ollie Hall, slots into second place. Chris Dyer in Evesham 28 trying to come right round the outside of everybody, but finding it a long way round that outside. Dan Keddy slots into third place in Hereford 20. Evesham 28 looks to try and make another move round that outside. Josh Fowler runs just behind him in the North Shropshire 2 car, but it is the other North Shropshire machine of Ben Gould in 443 that still leads the way. Scunthorpe 1, 20, 28, North Shropshire 2. Then comes the SR1 car, that's Wayne Price, racing just ahead of Ross Holland in Hereford 184. As they go down the far side and start to get a little bit more spread out the back marker at the moment, Harry Parker in Ludlow 85. But it is last lap flag time for the young man from North Shropshire, Ben Gould in North Shropshire 443. One to go, Ollie Hall in Scunthorpe 1, Evesham 28 in North Shropshire 2. Then comes the SR1, problems for Dan Keddy, Hereford 20. Rolls to a halt, so it doesn't look like he's going to complete this race as he pulls into the middle. That's bad luck on the Hereford man, but it's Ben Gould that motors on in North Shropshire 443 out to the farmyard bend for the final time, takes the checkered flag, takes the win. Ollie Hall Scunthorpe 1 in second place. Evesham 28 does manage just to pinch second place from North Shropshire 2, Josh Fowler. Then the SR1 car of Wayne Price. Hereford 184 is Ross Holland, and Harry Parker in Ludlow 85 successfully completes race 7. Race 8, Greg Jenkins in Cwmdu 78, Jordan Hancock in Athelston 46, Sean Emmett in Border Counties 48, Craig Bagley in Cwmdu 1, Tom Herbert in Stroud 31, Katie Hobbs in South Somerset 101, and Connor Griffiths in Connor Griffiths in Tivy 16. So those are the cars that are up there on the line, and without any further ado, we are back and away racing with race 8 of this first run of the Class 1s as they go down that far side. Tom Herbert in Stroud 31 on the inside. Craig Bagley having a good season in the Class 1. Well, actually they are in both the men's and the ladies in the C1 machine, and challenging them right round the outside of the Stroud 31 car, but the Little Mini is not going to give any ground on that one. Tivy 16, Connor Griffiths slots into third place, running in that fourth place slot. Then Jordan Hancock in Athelston 46. Jordan though being challenged round the outside by Greg Jenkins in Cwmdu 78, but on the battle for the lead we've got coming through on the inside Craig Bagley in Cwmdu 1, Stroud 31 now on the outside, but the inside line advantage I think is going to favour the Cwmdu driver. Having said that, the Stroud machine just looking for the cutback once again on that start line turn. Connor Griffiths in Tivy 16 certainly not out of this battle by any stretch as they go into the farmyard bend, but it is Craig Bagley that's going to bring the field round to the last lap flag as the race leader Connor Griffiths now looks to come through on the inside of Tom Herbert. That's the battle for second place. Still running in that fourth place slot is the Cwmdu 78 car, but race leader now has put more 3-4 car lengths advantage over the rest of the field as Craig Bagley goes down the far side of the circuit from us here in commentary for the final time. Comes round, it's going to be checkered flag, it's going to be a good win for Craig Bagley in Cwmdu 1. Connor Griffiths going to be second, Tom Herbert in third, Greg Jenkins in fourth, Jordan Hancock Atherton 46, then Border Counties 48, Sean Emmett finishing just ahead of Katie Hobbs in South Somerset 101. So that was the penultimate race of this first round of qualifying of the MJN Group Kia Motorsport sponsored men's Class 1s. Race 9 then brings out Paul Boland in Mallow 196, Dan Jones in Invicta Kent 430, Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12, Liam Morris in Border Counties 37, Damien Goodman in Stroud 66, Jake Hemsley in IK 611, and Mitchell Collins in PhD 48. So those are the 7 cars up there. Well, they're not up there anymore because we're away and racing. And coming round towards us then, it is the Invicta Kent 611 car of Jake Hemsley that's the first one to show from Paul Boland in Mallow 196 in second place. Already these two have just pulled away a little bit from the third place car, which is Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12 as they go down that fast. And we got red flags on that one. So that one's going to head to the rerun lane. We'll try and find out why, if we can get any information on that. But that does mean that I've got 4 of my men's Class 1s heading towards, or have headed towards the rerun lane. So hopefully the Phil Priest Transport sponsored Class 5s, or Class 3s even, will be able to do better. There is a 5 in there because there's 5 heats, so, or 5 races in this first heat of the Class 3s, 38 of them signed on altogether. So hopefully we should have a radio very shortly, but we can tell you in the meantime that race 1 of the Phil Priest Transport sponsored Class 3s, Ram Developments, our associated British Autograss Series sponsor, will bring out Ryan Power in Yorkshire Dales 98, Adam Saint in Cambridge 1, Warren Beatty in North Wales 40, Trevor Cusack in CK 25, Chris Allenson in Yorkshire Dales 86, Tony Goodser in Scunthorpe 307, Cash Yardley in Sturton 96, and Ashley Jones in Penhow 11. So those are the cars that are up there on the line. So, right, I'll tell you what, you've probably heard more than enough of me for the time being, haven't you? We've got 2 of my fellow commentators stood here. We've got a spare microphone. So, who's going to be... I know that they're very shy and retiring type, the 2 that are in here. So, particularly the one that has actually grabbed the microphone. He's just got to work out to put headphones on. There we go. He's done it. And we're going to say very quickly, I think, a very good morning to the one, the only, Mr. Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, and good morning everyone. All the way down from Yorkshire with me southern accent, and the weather's going to be looking superb as well for the weekend. Don't worry, it's going to be tropical. Get that sun cream on, get your Speedos on, get those little t-shirts. But no, it's started off okay this morning, Steve. First time I've got these earphones on, by the way. I can hear myself in my ears. It's quite depressing.
It is, yeah, I'll tell you. I had that. So put them back on, look, put them back on. It's not that bad, because it's even worse now because you're near me. So there we go. So I was busy trying to do something there, Mickey, and I just sort of like came in halfway through that, what you were saying. All I caught was Speedos and little T-shirt. So...
Well, I'll tell you what it is.
Look, none of this cheap. Look, we're going to need a camera in here soon, I think, so people can see. Look, none of this holding the headphones and holding the mic.
Look, I'm just like breaking the rules here, Steve. You know, something new, something different. You know, a change is as good as a rest. That's what I'm saying. No, but I have recently been on holiday over in Spain. Had 10 days out of glorious sunshine, and yes, Mickey B's body is tanned. Not all over, by the way. Jilly did say to me, wear your shorts a bit shorter.
Right, here we go then, Class 3 saving us, absolutely. So there we go. Get those thoughts from your mind and get your Class 3s into your mind, I would very much suggest. Here we go then, and it is the Yorkdale 98 of Ryan CK25 runs in third. Chris Allenton in Yorkdale's 86 in that fourth place slot as the field just gets a little bit spread out as they go down that far side. But Ryan Power it is for Adam Saints looking now up the inside in Cambridge 1. This is the battle. Ahead of Sturton 96 Catalan Warren Beatty just at the back of the pack at the moment in North Wales 40, but Adam Saint then looking to go through now on the inside of Ryan Power in the Yorkdale machine. Cambridge 1 Yorkdale's 86, only 307, but down that far side it's Ryan Power. Cambridge 1 against Yorkdale's at 98. The checkered flag is being held aloft and it's going to go to the man from Cambridge, Adam Saint. In Cambridge takes the first pass of the day from Ryan Power. 625 then in third, finishing just ahead of Chris Allenton in Yorkdale's 86. Tony Goodsir in Scunthorpe 307. Sturton 96 is Cash Worsley. And now 11, Ashley Jones and Warren Beatty completes it all in North Wales 40. So cracking stuff then from the first heat of the Class 3s. Race 2 on the line, Rich Lee in SC 700, Martin Gould in North Shropshire 343, Mick Sumners in Radford 169, Aaron McKenzie in Cambridge 401, Jamie Lee in North Wales 10, Michael Bailey in TA 31, Richard Northway in Scunthorpe 306 and Nigel Edwards in TA 11. So those are the cars. A little bit of smoke from somebody as they get away from the line, but they are up, running and racing, and it is Gouldy, Martin Gould in North Shropshire 343 that throws that car into that first bend as the early 700 then in that strong running side from Aaron McKenzie in Cambridge 401. Mick Sumners then in Radford 169 rounds out the top 5. Problems there for somebody pulling up against the Armco on the top part of the circuit as Martin Gould comes round once again under strong challenge though from the North Wales. It is as the yellow flags go out, the car stopped on the top part of the Scunthorpe 100 car then, so Scunthorpe 700 car of Rich Lee runs in that third place slot, but your race leader still, Martin Gould, as the last black flag gets made ready. He comes round for the penultimate time, one circuit to go, in North Wales. The Mackenzie machine. Mick Sumners in Radford 169 and a bit of that back to Scunthorpe 306. Richard Northway TA 31 and pulls into the middle there. Michael Bailey. It's Nigel Edwards, the one we've lost on the top part of the circuit, but checkered flag time it is, and coming round to take the win it is Martin Gould, North Shropshire 346, Jamie Lee in North Wales Cambridge 776, third Cambridge 401. Mick Summers in Radford 169 is the next one across the line, and the last of the finishers is Scunthorpe 306, and not to be for the Tivy Club in that one, TA 31 finishing up in the middle, and unfortunately the Nigel Edwards TA 11 car then up against the Armco on the top part of the circuit. So that was race 2 though, successfully completed. And Adrian Davis will be hoping that the Tivy Class 3 luck changes in race 3 because he's on the line in the Tivy 1 car. Adrian, the man behind Ram Developments, our associate British Autograss Series sponsor. So a big thank you to Adrian, and also say a big thank you to Phil Priest Transport, who are our meeting sponsors here at the Ovals. Viv Cole also up there on the line, so flying the flag for the South Wales League in Carmarthen 4. Across from Ireland then, Keith Kelly in Mallow 247 has looked very impressive so far this year in the 247 machine. Russ Tinker in York 4. Callum Allenson is there in Yorksdale's 34. Lee Almond in North Wales 27. The man from my part of the world, Phil Holloway in Evesham at 34. And last but definitely by no means least, a West Midland League car, that's the Ludlow 9 machine of Stuart Moore, will be coming out of lane 1. So those are the cars on the line for race 3, as I say, 3 of 5 of this first round of qualifying of the class 3. So we're just looking for track clearance. The marshals on the top part of the circuit just putting the tyres back in place as the Nigel Edwards TA11 machine gets hitched up behind the tractor and will get taken back to the pits. Hopefully nothing too seriously astray with the TA11 machine. Mickey, somebody important to see you. You haven't come in here to moan about me. Oh, I tell you, it comes to something when one of the commentators otherwise comes in to moan about, I've done it. So. Sorry, Jill. Right, apparently we're a bit loud out there. All I shall say is, you think it's loud at the minute, you wait till Mickey B comes on. So, yeah. No, that's fine. So, sorry, pitch volume levels and stuff. So, yeah, please, if it is a bit too loud, then come and let us know. Right. Well, that looked a mess, didn't it? So, race 3 didn't get very far at all. So that's got the dreaded RR by the side of it on my notes. So indicating that one is unfortunately going to be a rerun. So once again, as soon as we do know, we will let you know what's going to happen on that one. We have got somebody square wheeled on that bottom part of the circuit. I think that's Callum Allenson in Yorkshire's 34, but that doesn't necessarily mean by any stretch it was their fault. So there we go. Right, we are hearing unfortunately that race 3 is going to be a rerun minus Phil Holloway in Evesham 34. So race 3 will be, as I say, rerun excluding Phil Holloway in the Evesham 34 machine. Right, race 4 then, hopefully a little bit of better luck on this one. Jed Power in Yorkshire Dales 99, Ocean Hughes in TA 22, Neil Corbett in Evesham 56, John Price in Penhow 119, Paul Evans in North Shropshire 50, Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71, and Paul Gillard in Cwmdu 41. Those are the 7 cars that are up there on the line, and they will do battle. Looks like the YD34 machine and also Adrian Davis in Tybee 1 have been successfully and safely moved into the middle of the circuit, and we are away racing and certainly getting the best of the starts then. Jed Power in Yorkshire Dales 99, but Steve Woodruff comes through on the inside in White Rose 71 from Yorkshire Dales machine. Come powering past us, and it is Paul Evans in North Shropshire 50 then that is now the race leader under strong challenge from Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71. These two pulled away already from the 3rd place car, which was TA22, but now is Neil Corbett in Evesham 56. But North Shropshire 50 then, your race leader, White Rose 71. Then on the outside it's Neil Corbett in inside John Price in the Penhow 119 machine. Then comes the Paul Gillard Cwmdu 41 machine, and it is Jed Powers playing catch up in Yorkshire Dales 99. The one they're all trying to catch, and he is pulling away a bit now, is Paul Evans in North Shropshire 50. Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71 comes through in 2nd place. Neil Corbett 3rd in 56. Ocean Hughes in TA22. Paul Gillard in C41. And Yorkshire 99, Jed Power, all the cars then onto their final circuit. But your race leader coming round then, it is North Shropshire 50 that takes the win. White Rose 71, Steve Woodruff in 2nd. 3rd goes to Evesham 56. In 4th place it's 419, TA22. Then comes Paul Gillard in Cwmdu 41, and completing it all, your very early race leader, but it just all went wrong on turn 1 for Jed Power in Yorkshire Dales 99. So race 5 on the line then. Gary Wickham in IK13, Leon Dorset in North Shropshire 293, Tom Hall in St Neots 12, Pete Robinson in North Wales 72, Simon Farrer in Yorkshire Dales 24, Ed Lloyd in C85, one of the local heroes and favourites of course in this part of the world and around the country, let's be honest. Ed Lloyd in C85, and last but by no means least, Rupert Lomax in North Wales at 99. So those are the 7 cars for this final heat of this first round of qualifying of the Class 3s as they get away from the line. It is Simon Farrer in Yorkshire Dales 24 that's the first one to show problems for Pete Robinson in North Wales 72 as he pulls the outside of the track. IK13 then comes through Gary Wickham in that second place slot, but Ed Lloyd, who knows his way around this track of course, in C85 using all his guile and cunning on that top bend, goes through into that second place slot. St Neots 12, Tom Hall also looking off the pace in this one, but your race leader coming around, Simon Farrer it is. Ed Lloyd in C85 runs in second place, IK13, North Shropshire 293, and completing it all then of that main group is Rupert Lomax trying to make a move around the outside in North Wales at 99. But it is still Simon Farrer in the Yorkshire Dales machine that leads the way as he throws it into that farmyard turn once again. 1 lap to go, YD24, Ed Lloyd C85, St Neots 12. Then Tom Hall cruising round the outside, keeping right out of the way. So fair play on that one. IK13 looking to come up through on the inside. But it looks like Simon Farrer's got this one signed and sorted as our race leader comes round once again. And it is Simon Farrer then that takes the win from Ed Lloyd T85 in second, IK13 in third, Leon Dorset North Shropshire 293, then comes North Wales 99 and Tom Hall in St Neots 12. So that completes that heat of the Class 3s, just one in the rerun lane. I think we've got, talking of reruns, Class 1 rerun on the line because I can see the 21F car of Toby Chamberlain. And is he in that first race? Trying to see the other cars then on the line. If Toby Chamberlain, which is I'm trying to see whether he's in first run or second run up there sort of thing. So we're trying to identify what is up there. It's certainly Class 1 machinery, and I think it's going to be race 3. Yeah, Mickey B says absolutely. So this is the one running, unfortunately, without Harry Witham in Spalding 14. So we should be seeing, it doesn't look like we've quite got that many up on the line, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 I can see. We are expecting 7. The 7 we're expecting, Charlie Williams in Cambridge 42, Cameron Phillips in Cwmdu 48, Tom Hawthorne in Radford 76, Rhys Edwards in North Wales 44, Hugh Davis in Tivy 9, and Toby Chamberlain in 21F, and Timothy Gardner in PAC 209. As I say, those are the 7. Not trying to have a look who we might be missing. Might be Cameron Phillips. Oh no, it might not be. I don't know. So there we go, we're going to have to identify them as they come off the line. I think is going to be the safest bet. What we can tell them, and tell you with a fair degree of certainty, is there's going to be a little bit of dust settling solution going down on the track before the Class 1s are let loose. The Pete Robinson machine then, North Wales 72, lots of fancied runners of course in lots of the classes, but Pete Robinson probably one of the fancied runners in Class 3, but his weekend's campaign not getting off to a good start at all there. The normally ultra reliable NW72 then just coming to a halt, coming down the first straight, so hopefully nothing too seriously astray with that one. And yeah, 2 good runs in rounds 2 and 3, and Pete absolutely in with a shout of a place in tomorrow's all-important final. All of the British Autograss Series registered drivers, of course, are battling for points across every race that they're out in. The series run across 5 rounds. This is round 2 of those 5 rounds, and the points added up from all 5 rounds. And so even if you're not going to make the final, it's still worth getting good runs if you're British Autograss Series registered. All the drivers that are out here today are British Autograss Series registered or members of the host league. Due to the popularity of the series, then it is restricted certainly for rounds 1, 2 and 3 to registered series drivers only and hosts. Round 1, the series got off to an absolutely cracking start down at Red Roses, that superb South Wales League venue, and didn't we have a real good meeting down there?
Yeah, I don't like hearing myself.
So, yeah, as I say, Red Roses looking really good. And we'll tell you all about rounds 3, 4 and 5 as we go through the weekend. Round 3 we'll see us heading back to North Shropshire, and those of you that were there last time round will have known what an absolute cracking meeting that was last year, and we're expecting, and I'm sure we will get very much more of the same this year. And then round 4 will see us heading back down to the Stroud Club at Gossington Bridge, and round 5, very close to here of course, now being hosted by the Border Counties Club at their venue at Monkland. So yeah, cracking rounds to come. So that's what we have, but as I say, a lot to look forward to through this weekend, absolutely. Right, just an announcement. Right, this is going to sort of like not test the memory banks, but bring back some memories for lots of people. Do you remember the We Do It on Grass stickers that were in cars many, many years ago, probably more years ago than we tend to want to remember? Do you remember them? Yeah, good, weren't they? But I'll tell you what, they're back. They have been reissued, reprinted in aid of charity, the West Midland Air Ambulance. They're on sale for the very measly amount of £2, and they're on sale at the BP grassing stand. So if you fancy yourself a We Do It on Grass sticker to stick in your car, go and see BP grassing, £2, and it all goes to the air ambulance. Right, we say we got a depleted lineup because we've only got 6. Even my counting skills have gone astray. It's too early in the morning for counting, isn't it? So there we go. Good job I'm not involved in numbers on my day job. Right, we've only got 5, so not quite sure who the other one is that we're missing, but we will let you know as we identify them. Rhys Edwards in North Wales 44. It is that's the first one to show as they go down that far side. We can pick out Toby Chamberlain in 21F, so that's a couple that we know are there, but as they come round, it is the 44 car of Rhys Edwards that's the first one to show. Slotting into that second place is the Cambridge 42, then 21F Spalding 14, Charlie Williams in Cambridge 42. Right, now I'm a little bit confused because I was told that Spalding 14 was going to be excluded. Obviously not. So there we go. Hey, I don't know, so here we go. We just sort of like pick it up on what we're told. But your race leader then coming round, it is North Wales 44 that takes the last lap flag as the race leader. Spalding 14, 21F, Cambridge 42 and Cwmdu 48. Cameron Phillips goes through. So we got no Timothy Gardner and we got no Tom Hawthorne, I think PAC 209 or Radford 76. But we very much have got Rhys Edwards because North Wales 44 it is that comes round. Very, very clear race leader, takes the checkered flag, takes a good win. It's going to be a dash to the line for second, and it is going to be the Spalding 14 car, 21F Cambridge 42. Then comes the Cameron Phillips in Cwmdu 48. So completes that one. So we can tick that one off the rerun list. We can look to the line and we can see rerun of, I think, race 5. So we have got 4 reruns of Class 1 to come. I think that's race 5. Up there on the line, as we can identify Dylan Tyrrell in the North Wales 6 machine that is up there. Right, Radford 76. Tom Hawthorne then, we said he wasn't in that last race. He got as far as the start line because unfortunately that looks like that's where it went and broke because he's been hitched up to a quad then off the start line. So rotten up there on Tom Hawthorne in Radford 76. So he's not going to register in that one. I'll say the Class 1s though are looking for semi-finals, so just need to make the top 16. Not going to be easy with a no points after your first run, not going to lie, but certainly not not outside the realms of possibility. But he is going to need 2 good runs, following on for runs 2 and 3. So just getting him towed then back into the pits in the 76 machine. And as soon as they're clear there and they're happy, then all eyes will cast towards the start line and race 5. So rerun of this one. This looks like a much fuller grid. We've got 7 of them out there, so not quite sure which one isn't coming out. But TA211 is one that certainly is. Connor Urquhart then on the inside is one of the first ones to show, but then coming through then Tom Powell it is in Evesham 82 that takes up the early running start. 221 slots into that second place position. That's Ollie Wrigglesworth at the wheel of the 221 machine. Early race leader Connor Urquhart in TA211 now runs in that third place slot. He's racing just ahead of Dave Owen in North Wales 97. Chandon Watkins in Swansea 10 completes this leading little quintet. A little bit of a gap then back to Dylan Tyrrell in North Wales 6, and completing all, I think that's the Kieran McKenzie car, it is indeed, in CA 403. So your race leader going down that far side, it is Tom Powell in Evesham 82. One pulled away a little bit from the Scarborough 221 car that's still in that second place slot. Then TA211 runs in third. The last lap flag goes out. Tom Powell, 1 circuit to go. Evesham 82, Scarborough 221, TA211 under strong challenge though from Dave Owen in North Wales 97. That's the leading 4. A little bit of a gap then back to Chandon Watkins in Swansea 10, Dylan Tyrrell in North Wales 6, and Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge 403. But no real challenge at the moment on Tom Powell as Evesham 82 comes round for the penultimate time. Sorry, for the final time. Takes the checker flag, Evesham 82, Scarborough 221. TA211 then just holds off North Wales 97, Swansea 10, North Wales 6, and Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge 403. So that was race 5. Talking of 5s, that looks like that's what is on the line. So I've still got 2 Class 1 reruns to come, but we're going to keep you waiting in suspense for those, because that is certainly modified machinery that's up there on the line. So we've got modified machinery on the line, and we've got modified machinery behind the microphone as we hand over for the first, well, not for the first time, so we've said hello to him, but for the first commentary stint, it's hello once again to Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Steve, and a very warm welcome, everyone, to the second round of the British Series. We've got men's Class 5s up on the line. Liam Wallina in the PAC 98, Avion Griffiths in the Typhy 19, Barry Miles Scunthorpe 94, Chris Winnell in Breednell 66, Adam Brown in the Mallow 184, back over the water. Currently sat equal 10th on the points after the first round, and that was down at the South Wales League. And then Dan Godfrey, he's the highest placed at the moment. He's 5th in the points after round 1, and he's coming out in that Cambridge 10 out of lane 3. And then Penny Smith in the Gloucester and District 119, and Penny is coming out of lane 1. So there we are. We're not many people thought that we'd have the Bowser out so early, but it has been out 2 or 3 times already. And again, the track, when we pulled in yesterday, we kind of looked at it and thought, oh, is this like a virgin track? It's like a national track. Well, it's obviously good enough to be, and that has been. But yeah, there was grass growing, but hey, it's like someone who's been messing around with your lawn with those, like, you know, the grandkids when they have the electric cars and they whiz around your grass and churn it up, and you have to put a bit of a smile on and go, oh, that's fine, no worries, and as soon as they've gone, you're in tears. You know, it's like, oh, what am I going to do with my grass?
I'd tell you, I'd swap my lawn for how that track looked yesterday afternoon, without a doubt.
I'll tell you what, my lawn is like, well, I've done it purposely, Steve. It's full of moss, because you know why? It's really nice and spongy and comfy. So, yep, a bit more water going down on that start line. These Class 5 boys will be going, okay, fair enough, it's going to make it a bit of an even start, but real strong competition coming through. We've got 6 grids of the 5s. Lorryinsurance.com our series sponsor, and our weekend sponsor is MDMX Off-Road. So yeah, if you want any off-road equipment, you know, boots, yeah, they've got a trade stand up there as well. So yeah, go and see them with all our other trade stall holders as well, and the food outlets. Yeah, we like food. So here we go then. We are off and racing, and who's got the best of the starts? It's Godfrey in that Cambridge 10. Coming out of lane 3, shows them into that first turn. Is he going to push them out wide towards this Arco? These lads got it under control. Godfrey then from Brown, Winnell. Then we go down into Penny Smith. Scunthorpe 94 is that next one to show. That's Barry Miles, and spreading themselves out. Brown was under a bit of pressure there from Chris Winnell, but he says, I'm going to settle for third at the moment, Mickey, and wait for me gap. And then I'm going to go for it. Godfrey then away with this one. Cambridge 10 from Adam Brown from Chris Winnell, Winnell 66. Penny Smith, then it's Barry Miles, PAC 98, and then that Typhy 19, Avion Griffiths, who came out of that grid 7. And work to do from the back as we pick up last lap flag. One more lap to go on this one then. Dan Godfrey, Cambridge 10 from Adam Brown from that Chris Winnell. They're the 1, 2, 3. They haven't swapped any places. There was a little bit of a challenge from Miles as they exit that start gate turn. Down the opening straight they go. I think this is how it's going to finish, ladies and gentlemen. Cambridge 10 then. It is going to be Godfrey. Oh, we've got a spinner there. He's out of harm's way, and it is checker flag. Godfrey takes it from Adam Brown in Manor 104, from Chris Winnell, 3-0, 66. Then we go down to Penny Smith in Gloucester District 119. Scunthorpe 94, Barry Miles. And then PAC 98, that's Liam Wallina. And Typhy 19, that's Evion Griffiths, who just got caught on one of those tyres. And it stopped him in his tracks. And well, and thank you very much to the voice of an angel, you know, Gareth here, sat next to me. I know that you Welsh guys and girls like to spell things a little bit difficult for us English folk. And I would have called him Ephon, right? But it is Avion, and that was from the translation of the voice of an angel. Here we go then. We are going into race 2. And it brings out Robert Brenley in the Gloucester District 21, Mark Ucker in the BHD 20, Tony Holland in Severn Valley 67, Chris Tugay in Wessex 15, Lee Cox in Forester Dean 2, Andy Shepherd, Cambridge 21, and Breedmill 11, James Mason. We are off and running. And I think Mark Ucker there in the BHD 20 got the best of the starts, coming out of grid 7 and shows them into turn 2. There they go, flicking that dust up as they come round. And it is the Chris Tugay in that second place, and it's Cox. Severn Valley 67, Tony Holland. There's your top 4 as they go round. Then we drop down into that Gloucester and District 21. Robert Bethany there. And he's got a little bit of company coming on the outside there, but he just holds on to that 5th place. Round they go then. Still leading the way, Mark Ucker then. And, but hold on, Chris Tugay's all over the back of him as they go into that turn 3, climbing up the hill they go. And look at this, keep your eyes on that top 2 because Tugay's going for a gap on the outside. Oh, he got closed off there, and that line was protected by your lead car, Mark Ucker then, PhD 20 then. He's got one more lap to defend this first place. Can he hold on for maximum points? Can Chris Tugay challenge him and get past him? Cox is holding a comfortable third. Then we drop back down into that next machine of Andy Shepherd in the Border Counties 21, who's made himself up into that 4th place. But round the final 2, checker flag at the ready. PhD 20, Mark Uckers led it from the start, takes maximum. Chris Tugay second, then it's Lee Cox. Then we go down to the Border Counties 21, Breedmill 11. And that's James Mason, Gloucester and District 21, Robert Bethany, and then the Severn Valley 67, Tony Holland, who was running 4th and under pressure dropped to the back of the pack. So well done there. We are going into race 3, and it's Baxter Pargeter in Nottingham 44, Neil Jones in PAC 74, Jordan Bloor in York 44, racing the Les Grice Shimon Class 5. And I'll tell you why I do Shimon, by the way, a little bit later. But we are off and running, all ready as we go down there. And I think a good start coming out of that grid too. That could be Ryan Jones that's going to be popping through. Let's see how we're going to get on. And we're back racing now with
Thompson currently holding 8th place coming into this on the points. And then it's Jordan Bloor, York 44, but he's got company coming up the inside of him as we bring it right back down into that turn 1. Look how competition is fierce as they go out of that turn 2. Still Baxter Pargetter then from the Jones machine, then Chilvers. Then we go down into that South Somerset 36, Matt Thompson. But Jordan Bloor's having a look up the inside. Door gets close. He's still in that 5th place as well. Jordan Powell a place back in that Ludlow 24, but checker flag at the ready. Here we go then. Baxter Pargetter, Nottingham 45, takes the win. From that Cwmdu 3, Ryan Jones. From Colin Chilvers. From that South Somerset 36, Matt Thompson. Jordan Bloor coming across Ludlow 24, Jordan Powell. And then the last but not least, PAC 74, Neil Jones. So well done there to men's class 5, race 3. We've got race 4 on the line, and it brings out Adrian Hathaway in the Breeden Hill 44, Ian Jones in Cwmdu 31, John Wilde in Causeway 7, from the West Waterford 188, Patrick Daly, Dev North, Brian Neal, and the gaffer, John Gaffney. So here we go, we are off and running down. I think Brian Neal, PAC 16, is going to show them round in the white machine, and it is then we go Wild in. And it is John Wilde who looks up the inside there at Gaffney. Gaffney left the door open, just has a little bit of a wobble, and coming out of that start gate turn as they bring it down into that one then. PAC 16 then is the man, Brian Neal, that says, oh, I like this, clear track in front of me. I want to see if I can get maximum point. Wild in from the Gaffney machine, South Somerset 10, then the 108, Breeden Hill 40, and then Cwmdu 31, Ian Jones running right at the back of the pack. Bit of a surprise. Come on, Ian, get that foot down. He said, Mickey, there's people in front of me. I can't get past them. Try your best, my son. As last lap flag gets shown, PAC 16. Brian Neal then from John Wilde, from John Gaffney. South Somerset 10 of Dev North. Then the West Waterford 188, Patrick Daly. And Daly looking for a little bit of a gap. Can't get the grip down coming up that hill, by the way. And the back 4 are having their own little battle as the top 3 come round. PAC 16, Brian Neal, great win there, Brian, well done, mate. John Wilde, Causeway 7, from that North Shropshire 1, John Gaffney. Then we get the chase impact. South Somerset 10, from Breeden Hill 14, from, Jonesy, did you get past in time? No, he didn't, no. He had to settle for that final place. So Adrian Hathaway there, Patrick Daly, Dev North, but your winner, PAC 16, Brian Neal. Well done, my friends. We go into race 5 of the Class 5s. LorryInsurance.com, our series sponsor. MDXX Off-Road, our weekend sponsor. Here we go then. It is the Italian Stallion, Typhy 451, Lewis Richards. Danny Lodge, he's currently leading the BAS, unbeaten thus far. How greedy is that? 220 points, doubling up 440. Huh? Why Shimon? Because Les fell over and broke his wrist, and he had one of those kind of like you know, yeah, it's like the Jack and Sonia, and I called him Shimon. He subsequently then fallen off a roof and broke his ankle, and by the way, but hence why Jordan's out in the car. I think it's a ploy to bring the younger breed through. That's what I think it is. Here we go then. We are off and running. And, oh dear me, who's got the best of starts there? Olsen might be, where's Olsen? Oh, he's at the back of the pack, Olsen. Oh, righty-o then. It's a classic one, this one, as we go through. And it is the Danny Lodge machine that takes them up the hill. That's Scunthorpe 212. He really is on fire so far. Tom Ellis in that Stroud District 33 is that, well, he was holding that second place as they go round into turn 1 and 2 again. Lodgy away with this one. Doesn't want to get unbeaten. Then it's the Ellis machine. Then it's Lewis Richards. Athelston 13 next to show. That's Lawrence Blyber. And we work through the Riley Daper machine as well in that Wessex 255. But round already, and we are going to pick up the last lap flags. 1 lap to go on this one then. Scunthorpe 212. Lodgy leads it from that Tom Ellis machine from the Italian Stallion. Then there's a real challenge going on there as well. Ian Thorndike looking for the gap up the inside. Thorndike now moves it up into that 4th place. Currently 4th in the BAS. How appropriate is that then as they bring it round? Checker flag at the ready. Danny Lodge, Scunthorpe 212 takes the win from Tom Ellis in Stroud District 33. The Italian Stallion, Lewis Richards, Typhy 451. Then it's Thorndike, Athelston 13, Breeden Hill 27 of Phil Olsen. across the line as well, and that's Riley Dykeman machine and that Wessex 255. So we've had 5 down. We've got our final grid of the Class 6s. Jaber Smith currently second in the Bass Boy. It's Daryl Sheenan. Charlie Holloway currently 9th. Then it's Colin Hadley, Paul Preston, and Invicta Kent 75. Kieran Cobb. So 2, 4, 5, 6 of them out on this one. And we are off and running already, and it's Jaber Smith. Ludlow 8 takes them into turn 1 and 2, and up past commentary he comes. Who's going with him? Evesham at 9, it's Charlie Holloway. They are the two that have maximum got the most points so far coming into this one. As I say, Jaber's running second, and then Charlie Holloway 9th on the points, and that is where they are. Colin Hadley in the Severn Valley 247. Running in 3rd place. He came out of grid 4 and doing well at the moment. Bit of a gap before we then get down to the 3-0 55. And that is Paul Preston. And then Kieran Cobb in IK 75. Oh, PAC. That is... we've got a bit of a problem on there. I think Daryl Sheenan there in that... it's just crawling round at the back as we pick up last lap flag. So it's Jaber Smith from Holloway from that Hadley machine. Then we go down that battle for that next place, and it's Paul Preston under pressure from Kieran Cobb. Cobb climbs the hill. Can he find a gap up the inside? No, he can't. As the top 2 cars bring it round the final 2. Checker flag at the ready. It's going to be Jaber Smith. Ludlow 8 takes the win. From that Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway. From Colin Hadley in Severn Valley 247. 4th is going to go to, I don't know. Breedon 55, Paul Preston, and Invicta Kent 75, Kieran Cobb. So I would like to just say that is Class 5s, 6 races, nice and clean. Oh, this is how we like it. Can we say the same for the next lot? Here we go then. We are going into Class 1s, and I'll tell you what, it's brilliant because when you look up, you're automatically, without looking, you're thinking Class 7s, it's going to be up on the line, and the voice of an angel quickly, because this is one part of the commentators club. We like to look after each other, and he said, Mickey, it's Class 1s, so you saved me. So Class 1's up on the line, and I'll tell you what, I'm going to... I know Steve is he's in and out of the huts with his paperwork and all his official duties that he does for the Bass, as well as commentate. He is ambidextrous, multitasking. That's... I know if we had television, maybe, because it's getting live streamed now. Do you reckon that he would be up for an award for, no, best newcomer, best personality of the year? Hey, take on Ant and Dec. Hey, they've only won it 32 years on the trot, haven't they? I reckon they're in someone's pocket myself. They're not that good, are they? Hey, Dec, he's small, isn't he? Hey, that's it, yeah. He'd be all right married to my missus. They'd be the same height, about 4'10". But yeah, Class 1's up on the line. I think I'm going to let the voice of an angel take you through because, yeah, look at you. Just to warm your voice up, You know when you sing, by the way, we have got time because the water bells. How do you warm up? Do you go la 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 or anything like that? Gurgle with whiskey. Oh, right, okay. Well, there's a tip for you, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to sing like an angel, you gurgle with whiskey. So we've got double synchronised water, and they're going to be coming off the track. And, yeah, we are going to go Class 1. This is one of the reruns. Unlike the Class 5s that were nice and clean and went all the way through without incident, Class 1s were a little bit eager. Obviously too long in the tent last night. I must admit, I was in the beer tent last night, cutting some shapes. My best dance move is, do you watch darts, by the way? Peter Wright, when he gets his walk-on music, and he bounders across the stage like a dancing crab sideways. That was me last night. Hey, many people complimented me on my dance skills. Many didn't. Yeah, nil point. So enough from me. It's over to the voice of an angel, Gareth Jones.
Yeah, thank you very much then. And we're going to go back to the first round of qualifying of men's Class 1s. We're going to go with race 6, the rerun up there on the line that brings out Dean Smith, Lee Deegan, Rob Hughes. Jamie Hussey's there, as is Daniel Harris, Andrew Owen, Mark Robbins and Phil McGowan. The dust repellent has just been put down on this Ovals Raceway, and we will be up and running with the rerun of race 6 very, very shortly, and we will then move on. I think there's 2 reruns up there before we move on for the first time this weekend to the Super Saloons. And so far so good, and that dust repellent just going to catch a few of these out possibly as they make their break from the line, but the Bowsers making their way now off the circuit, and the yellow flags will begin to be shown around this long established Ovals venue. I think this is something like the 22nd year that the Cwmdu Car Club have raced here. Obviously the track has been changed over the course of that duration, but we've got yellow flags, we're already up. And we're racing then with the rerun of race 6. Lee Deegan quick out of the blocks from grid 7 in Cambridge 48. He's the one that's going to lead into the farmyard term for the first time. Dean Smith follows him in the Ludlow 48 machine, and that's your 1 and 2 as they pass us for the first time. Dean Smith now on the inside of the Deegan machine as they make their way up into that start gate turn for the first time. Then it's the Scarborough 223 machine of Jamie Hussey that rounds out your top 3, and he races ahead of Daniel Harris in Penhouse 73. North Wales 397 then is the car that's back there in that 6th spot, and that's Andrew Owen behind the wheel of that one, with the 2 cars at the tail end of the field, and the Swansea 16 machine of Mark Robbins and the North Wales 49 machine of Rob Hughes. But there is a change at the head of affairs, because your new race leader is Dean Smith, flying the flag for the host league this weekend. It's the Ludlow 48 machine that makes its way down that far straight, and it's a battle between the 48 because Lee Deegan is there looking towards the outside in the Cambridge machine, and he's flying the flag for the East Anglian League. So it's a 48 1 and 2 from the Scarborough 223 machine that still rounds out your top 3 ahead of Daniel Harris in Penhouse 73, who's slowly but surely been reeled in by Andrew Owen in the North Wales 397 machine. And the 2 cars then at the tail end of the field, North Wales 49 and Mark Robbins in Swansea 16. But this time round they're going to see that checkered flag, and taking 55 points from round 1 of qualifying, it is going to be Dean Smith in Ludlow 48. Cambridge 48, Lee Deegan takes 2nd from the Scarborough machine of Jamie Hussey. Penhouse 73, North Wales 397. North Wales 49 is Rob Hughes, and Mark Robbins then in Swansea 16 rounds it all out for the rerun of race number 6. And it looks like the rerun of race 9 is up there on the line, so to take you through that one, I'll hand you straight back over to Mr. Steve Langley.
So thank you very much. Ah, there we go, you've met Gareth. So, right, good morning, Gareth. So thank you very much. Yeah, we were trying to be in optimistically 2 places, realistically 3 places at once. So sorry, didn't get back. Didn't know that rerun was coming. Right, here we go then. But this is race 9, as Gareth quite correctly says, away from the line. A little bit of a depleted lineup. Jake Hemsley, though, isn't going to care about that, because he is the race leader. You can only beat what's out there with you. As he comes round, we got one of them facing the wrong way on the farmyard turn on this freshly watered track. 40 county 37, Liam Morris goes through in that 2nd place slot. The leading quartet all very, very close. And the one that has got to play catch-up, though, is Damien Goodman in Stroud 66 after those first bend problems. But it's the Invicta Kent 611 car that just pulls away a little bit going down the far side from Liam Morris in Border Counties 37. It was in that 2nd place slot, but just losing out. As coming through on the inside is Paul Boland in Mallow 196, Border Counties 37, and the Invicta Kent 430 of Dan Jones completes that leading quartet. But slowly but surely, Jake Hemsley in IK611 is pulling away as he goes down that far side. Paul Boland quite clearly now showing in 2nd place in Mallow 196 as the yellow flag with the black cross gets made ready. So onto his final circuit goes Invicta Kent 611, Jake Hemsley. Mallow 196, Border Counties 37, and IK 430, that's Dan Jones. And not forgetting over there on the far side, Damien Goodman. He's going to pick up 5th place points in Stroud 66. As your race leader down the far side into the farmyard bend for the final time, and it's going to be a good win for the man from Invicta Kent, Jake Hemsley. in Invicta Kent 6:11 takes the win. Mallow 196, Border Counters 37, and IK 430. And I think the straight car was given the checkered flag, so I think he will get his points in straight 66. One of them left on the line, so that's going to be, I think it might be Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12. He's going to get a toe off the line. That clears, I think, all of my Class 1 reruns, so I've still got a Class 3 rerun to come. We'll be seeing that in a short while, but that looks very much like Class 7 Super Saloon machinery there on the line, ready to do battle. Just having a peek over, we've got 7 races of Class 7 to come your way. Don't forget, we are looking for semi-finals, so you're going to have Class 7 action coming out of your ears this weekend without a doubt. And to take you through all of that, then we are going to hand over to, no, he's multitasking at the minute. He's joined up writing as well, so there we go. That's got to be good. Right, we're going to hand you over to Mickey B.
I've got all the skills, all the tools, but can't do anything really. Here we go then. We are in to men's Class 7 Super Saloons. Max Sport, our series sponsor. Ian Jones Tyres, our weekend sponsors. And we are off and racing already. Didn't give me a chance to tell you who's out there, but I will tell you as they come past me in commentary who's got this one at the moment. Colin Reid is on a mission. Well done, Colin. Jake Lee follows him down there in that second place. Cwmdu 2, Craig Bagley, currently 4th on the points coming into this after the first round down at South Wales. And round they come. The 3 have broken away from the pack, so Colin Reid that Lee machine from the Bagley. Then we go down to Dumbo, the Scunthorpe 12, Jake Lee, and say he brings it up the hill as well. Then the 5-1-4, Ali Ashmore, and down in 6th place at the moment, and work to do for a couple stragglers at the back, but coming around we go then, and it is that Scunthorpe 82 machine, Carl Mosley, up the hill he goes from that 22, Craig Bagley, from that Central Scotland, that 21 machine, and he was the early leader, and look at this then, Mosley, who wasn't down at round 1, has come into round 2, win mission, and they're side by side. Mosley takes it, Scunthorpe 82, from the Cwmdu 2, Craig Bagley, from Colin Reid, New Central Scotland 21. Then we go Dunmo, then we go Lee, then the Ashmore machine. Then we go down to the Pennine 8, Andy Grady, and then the PAC 700. And that's Richard Rees. So well done there. Big shout out to Andy Jeffson and Laura Jeffson. The reason why he's not racing this weekend is that she's due. Now, I think that's poor timing, by the way, Laura. You should have completed duties about Wednesday, and then you could have been down here racing. But hey-ho, we wish you well, and we'll keep everyone posted on the new addition to the world. Here we go then, race 2. Dan Johnson, Darren Adams, Aaron Long, Brendan Ellison, Matt Richards, Ian Stevenson, Jake Lockwood, and Ayrton Ellison. Ayrton Ellison, who blew his engine in that first round with all that smoke that came through, made me cough a little bit, but here we go then, and it is that 303, and that is the Jake Lockwood machine. New colours on board for this weekend as well, as he takes them round there. Darren Adam goes with him in that border count. Is at 26. Oh no! What did I say about engine blow? Oh, commentate. Oh, we're on fire. Red, and yes. Ah, dear me. Slow it down, fellas. And that one, unfortunately, has to go back to the rerun lane, and oh dear me, that's a bad sign. That's an engine that's gone to the graveyard, as they say. So it was fire that was down there as well. Obviously, chucked a load of oil out the side of engine, hit the exhaust, and yeah, a little bit of smoke and fire. So it gives me a little bit more time while they just sort that out, recover one of those cars as well. I think that is the Breednil 26. So Darren Adams just going to get connected as well to take you through race 3 then in a little bit more steady, calm way than getting rushed into how quick they were getting them off the line. But here we go, race 3, Scunthorpe 41, Paul Johnson coming out of grid 8. And as we know, Paul's been really on form. He had a big roll, didn't he, that kind of put him out for a wee while. But, you know, it's great to see him back, and he's coming out of grid A. Will Caulfield in the Border Counties 2 out of lane 7. Lewis Woodruff, the young lad that's come into the 7s in the White Rose 72, and I've liked his driving style as well. Let's see how he gets on this weekend. LM277, Tom Boardman out of lane 5. Mark Jenkins in Breeden Hill 106 out of lane 4. Simon Hawthorne, Radford 176, he's out of lane 3. Jordan Lord in the Cwmdu 24, lane 2, and Yayton Sodbury 57. Mark Evans out of grid 1. So that's how they're lining up. Looking down over at the marshals at that far end, it looks like there's no more flames or smoke out of that stranded car, and they'll be recovered back into the pits. But unless you're carrying a spare engine, I don't think we'll be seeing you back out this weekend, which is a shame, but that's racing. That's how it goes sometimes. Yeah, there's plenty of people and marshals around there. We've got track clearance. They've got him off the track at that bottom end, and we are off and running. And a great start there, Paul Johnson. Oh, he's showing his undercarriage. Misses as he brings it into turn 1, and round he goes out of turn 2. Oh, we've got a bit messy at the back, and that's going to bring more red flags out, because I think there's 3 wheels on me bus on one of them. It's sat down on the floor. And oh dear me, and you think it's Jenkins that's sat there in Breeden Hill 106. Well, dear. And it looked all right, didn't it? It looked all fine coming round 1 and 2, and that lead car, Paul Johnson, out of that grid 8, he was absolutely flying. But a premature end, red flags have come out, and that means that race 3 also goes to rerun lane. And I know that people are going to say serves you right, Mickey. You bigged yourself up about Class 5s. Class 7s are going to come back to bite you. So hopefully that's just... that's. I don't know about you, Gareth, but I think my worst day ever, I think I had 19 reruns on 7s. Out of I think it was about 8 or 9 grids, but that's how bad it was in one day. And I think I was giving up the will to live, but someone brought in a piece of cake, and then I was back to it. It was fine. Yeah. So we've got a great commentary lineup this weekend, obviously apart from some. But we've got obviously the voice of an Angel that is going to be with you. What classes you're doing? Oh, you're doing a multiple. You're picking up. You're doing juniors. You're doing junior specials today, and you're doing. Is that it? Is it? All right. All right. Okay. Tim Jones is at work, by the way, but Tim's going to be with us later this afternoon. Then we've got Archie as well, who's he's donning. I thought he'd been scrapping, by the way, and he's got these bandages across his eye. I know, yeah. Look at this, yeah. For those that are sitting at home and going to see every now and again, you'll see a little bit of a shot in commentary. When you see Archie, he is the youngest of our competitors, and we'll pick up with him in a bit. Here we go then. We are off and running. It is Andy Holtby in the gold machine. He's currently leading the Bass. Oh, bish bash bosh in, but they all keep running. Oh, here we go then. Is 66 then, and takes up the running. Tom Lewis then. Lewis up the hill. Holtby cuts back up the inside and goes with him. The Ludlow machine there, and that's Alfie Smith. Wow, Alfie currently 3rd in the Bass points. These top 3 have broken away from the pack. Holtby after that coming together, leads back up past Coventry, up towards the hill from that Lewis machine. There we go, Alfie Smith as they bring up there. The Causeway 1, that's 60. Next to show as well, Liam Roach. All these guys have scored big points in that first round down at South Wales, and they're looking to do it again as Holtby comes round. Turn 2 for the penultimate time, because it's one more lap to go on this one. Holtby then from the Alfie Smith machine from that Causeway 1, that's 60. Then we go down to Booth, and the Border Counties. Oh, Ludlow 23. Alfie has tossed it away, as they say, because he's facing the wrong way. But checkered flag while all that's going on. Holtby picks up the win, 55 points from the Border County 6-6, Tom Lewis. Causeway 1-60, then Border Counties 15, ARC 99, Anthony Booth. And then North Wales 35 comes across Hugh Jones from Alan Green in the Radford 69. Border Counties 15, Bill Bradford. Again, was a couple of places in front of them. So a little bit messy coming into that turn too, wasn't it? Bit of climbing, a bit of door tapping. All friendly stuff, I'm sure. But the race continued to its conclusion, and Holtby adds another 55 points to the 210 he's already accumulated. Is he on a mission this year to pick up this title? We will wait and see. Race 5 then is coming out on the line, and it's going to bring out Phil Barliman in the Pennine 23, Sam Gould, North Shropshire 34. Sam's currently 7th on the points. Spalding 82, Kerry Pope, Gareth Roberts in North Wales 76, Matt Manning, Evesham 152, Cameron Mills in coming out of lane 3 in the Cwmdu 9. He's 2nd on points, 191, so he's about circa 29 away from our lead car. And then we then bring it down to Mike Barrett in York 12. This is a good lineup, isn't it? They're all good lineups, by the way, in Super Saloons. We were only saying that earlier, that you don't get a poor Class 7 race these days. And we're looking for track clearance. The yellow flag's held up. We looked at that first marshal post. He's happy. The Welsh flag goes up in the air. We are off and racing. And it's Mills, I think, that takes them in. It is in that Cwmdu 9. Round he goes, and he keep it clean, guys. Let's keep it racing. Here we go then. So here's that Cameron Mills from in the 34. Then we go Barliman in the Pennine 23. Barliman looking up for the inside as well. Manning in the Evesham 152. Then it's Barrett in York 12. There goes your top 5 as they bring it down into that turn 1 already. Wow, look at the pace he's got. Cameron Mills is on a charge on his home track. Followed by Gouldy from that Barliman machine, from the Manning looking up the inside of Barliman. Can he get the grip, can he? Gouldy's going to be under pressure. Barliman's keeping the power down as they take it down into that turn 1. The lead car's away with this. Cameron Mills, Cwmdu 9. One more to go for him, but look at this battle going on for that 2nd place. Gouldy holds it from Barliman, from that Manning machine. Then it's Barrett as they come through. Spalding 82, and then the North Wales 76, but eyes back. Barliman looks up the inside to come into that 2nd place. Gouldy defends it. Round that turn 2, the lead car comes. Mills takes this one with aplomb. Who's coming in 2nd place? It's going to be Gouldy from that Barliman machine, from Manning. Then it's Barrett. Spalding 82 across the line as well. Wowee! Kerry Pope, and then Gareth Roberts in the North Wales 76. Brilliant stuff there. I think Cameron Mills has made a statement there just in that first race. He was absolutely on fire. Wow, yeah. race 6 then. Let's see if we can get another wowee. We're off already. Who's going to get the best starts? Oh, Page is off as well. Down in that, came out of grid 8 in the Scunthorpe 19. Shows them the way round. J. Rand Lewis, Barry Leach, Daryl Heath, Barney, Jack Julian, Howard Thomas, Archie Bentley as well. And it is the down 120, Barry Leach, that takes that 2nd place. But Bentley looks up the inside in that Border County 7, and he's really impressed in that first season in this Super Saloons. Currently 5th on the points coming into this 2nd round of the British Series. But leading the way, Tom Page then from the down 120, Barry Leach, then Archie Bentley, then the down 26, PAC 47, and then we go that Stroud and District 103, Daryl Heath Bayard, that puts down that, he's trying to put some power down to get up a place, but that race line is being protected. But eyes back front, Scunthorpe 19, Tom Page it is then. One more to go from that Archie Bentley machine, from the down 120, Barry Leach. Oh, Barry Leach, no, he's pushed himself out because the down 26 has made his way up there as well, and that's Howard Thomas. So checker flag, these are coming fast and furious. Scunthorpe 19 then, Tom Page takes the win from Archie Bentley in Border County 7. Then we go to the 26 machine, Howard Thomas, PAC 47 of J. Rand Lewis, Stroud and District 103 of Daryl Heath Bayard, and then down 120. Oh dear. That was a shame. Barry Leach, who was running really well, and and that's a little bit of a mistake, and that's cost him a number of places. So there we go. As we say, Max Sport, our series sponsor, Ian Jones Tyres. Did he say something about tyres? Is our weekend sponsor, and we go down to race 7, and it is North Shropshire 120. That's Liam Evans, currently 10th on the points. Jake Roberts coming out of lane 2, currently 12th on points. Alan Jenkins, equal 13th. Then we've got Steve Wilson in Typhy 112. Typhy 113, Clive Williams. Kieran Smith in down 82. And Mike McKenzie in Cambridge 12. McKenzie coming out of grid 3. Roberts out of 2. Alan Jenkins out of 1. And Liam Evans, North Shropshire 120 out of lane 8. And you won't miss him in a dark night, will you? Because that is super bright colours out of Liam Evans' machine. Is he going to get a good start out of grid 8? Grid 8's been quite good, so isn't it? It's we've had some good starts coming out there. Who's alongside him then? Oh, Steve Wilson in Typhy 112. Clive Williams in Typhy 113. Is what? Is he on Kingsport? Oh, are you talking about tyres? Oh, right, yeah. Well, maybe, yeah. Oh, right, okay. I'm being educated on tyres, and yeah. the voice of an angel is, you're kind of teaching in that kind of thing, haven't you? You know, so. No, not quite yet, but you're getting there, aren't you? I can. I tell you what, we're off as well. Evans did get a good start, but I tell you what, it is that Cambridge 12 machine, Mike McKenzie. Who's going to pop out of the pack? Oh, it's Liam Evans in the North Shropshire 20. Then we go down into the McKenzie machine. PhD 72, that's Jake Roberts, the youngest Class 7 national champion. Runs up into that third place. Hold on a minute, what's going on at the back? I think it was like the two. Oh, dear. Now, is there something going on? Are they going to red flag that? Yeah, they're going to red flag it. Oh, I know, yeah. You know, that's Autograss, isn't it, really? Yeah, unfortunately, it was 3 of them at the back were having a little bit of a tussle coming out of Startgate turn. And there you go, halfway down the opening straight. That's the result. Red flags. Up on the line, we are going back for a rerun on the men's Class 3s. So it's back over to Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Mickey. So yeah, this is a rerun of race 3 of the first round of qualifying of the Class 3s. It's the only outstanding rerun we've got. Phil Priest Transport sponsors for the meeting, and Ram Developments, Ken Cams and Simpson Race Exhaust British Autograss Series. So yeah, when we kicked off the meeting at about 8:30 this morning, then we promised you loads of fast motorsport entertainment, and I think we're living up to the billing. So whether you're here on site watching or you're catching up with us on the live streaming, hopefully you are enjoying everything that's going on here at the Ovals, one of the longest established venues in the Autograss racing fraternity. You can see why it's been so popular for so long. So absolutely cracking racing. We've actually worked out, being the sad sort of people that we are, that across the weekend, to get through all of our qualifying heats, semi-finals and finals, we have got, excluding reruns, 333 races coming your way. So 333 races for the money that you pay to get in. So there we go. Can't be bad at all, can it? Absolutely. So action-packed weekend without a doubt. So just a reminder, the catering facilities that are here up on the top part of the circuit, and the trade stands also up there, or just sit back and enjoy the entertainment as it comes your way. So a little bit of water going on around this farmyard bend there, just whilst they sort things out over on the far side, and also doing the outside of the track on the top part of the circuit, I'm sure much to the delight of the Class 3 machinery that are sat up there on the line. So they'll be just having to think if they're going to have to change a few tactics or not. looks like we're minus Adrian Davis in tie V1. Then the car did get towed off on the first run. Doesn't look like he's made it because the car on the outside of the grid is the car in lane 7. Adrian should have been in lane 8. Viv Cole in Carmarthen 4 next to Viv. I think that's going to be Keith Kelly in Mallow 247. Russ Tinker is there in York 4. Callum Allenton in Yorksdale's 34. Lee Almond in North Wales 27. No Phil Holloway, unfortunately, in Evesham 34. So all on his own lonesome in lane 1 is going to be Stuart Moore in the Ludlow 9 machine. So those are the cars that we are expecting. And it looks like we have indeed got up there on the line in this heat of the Class 3s. So the water's just going right round the outside of this farmyard bend. Looks like they're going to do a bit more up this straight as well. So no, I think they're being directed by the marshals, who obviously watching the racing very closely and actually see what's needed, where it's needed. So they will help the tanker drivers in terms of getting into the right spot. But I tell you what, cracking job all round by everybody so far on that one. It's kept the dust down, it's keeping the track in superb condition, but not detracting from the racing. And I tell you what, that's a very, very fine tightrope to walk, as those of you that go Autograss racing a lot will know, and walking it very well so far here, and I'm sure it will continue this weekend at the ovals. We're going to get on the inside of the farmyard bend as well. Looks just like we might, and taking this opportunity to actually put a good covering, certainly on the top part of the circuit. And may well that one's actually going to pull off, I think, on the bottom exit and go for a refill. So it's just the one at the moment doing it on the top part of that circuit, and then the 6 cars that we are expecting for this rerun, as I say, unfortunately without Phil Holloway or Adrian Davis. It's the water cart just coming back down. I think we're just about sorted, so that's going to make its way back off into the farmyard area for refilling, and all eyes will look at the marshals barriers first of all. The red flags will become yellow flags. That will indicate that the marshals on that barrier are happy with their part of the circuit. All eyes then will go to turn 1, or marshals barrier 1, and that's where the wind-up signal will come from. And then all eyes will go very quickly to the start line, because we will be away and racing with the Class 3 action, and it is Callum Allenton in Yorksdale's 34 that is just about the first one to show. On the outside, though, it is Keith Kelly in Mallow 247, as they're just all finding their way around. And yeah, Lee Almond just finding out exactly where the water did go. As all sorts of problems there for Callum Allenton in Yorksdale's 34. We got red flags on that one as well. I think the YD34 machine then coming to a halt right in the middle of what is going to be the racing line for these Class 3s coming out of the farmyard turn. So would you want to be sat there? No, nor me. So right, that completes that. So we move on then, I think, to specials for the first time this weekend. So single-seater, purpose-built Autograss racing machinery. And for the first time this weekend, it's a great pleasure to introduce the voice of somebody that's very familiar to you, of course, in this part of the world, and actually getting more and more familiar, I'm pleased to say, all around the country as well. So it's a very good morning and a very warm welcome to Archie Lewis.
Cheers, thank you then, Steve. And indeed then, so we are going racing with your men's Class 9s, first of the open wheelers today. And certainly exciting, isn't it, your men's Class 9s all throughout this year. And as I say, they are indeed growing. They, a couple of years ago, wasn't showing the best of numbers through your men's Class 9s, but certainly this year you have got some spectacular names in their avenue, just like the names of Phil Rogers, who is coming out in this one. He's your top point scorer, and he's the one that's coming into this meeting then for the BAStv series, and he was the only one in your men's Class 9s to go unbeaten down at the South Wales track. So certainly he's going to want to keep that record on track for the rest of the weekend. But also, say the rest of the names in there in your first one, we are going to go to Reese Wetherick in a Victor Kent 99. He looks to be coming out of lane number 8 and looking on the points a little bit earlier. I don't think we saw Reese down in South Wales, so be interested to see where he is and where his speed. Obviously, he was your junior specials national champion not so long ago, just before all the COVID and that. So he's certainly jumping out of that one into a 9, and what we have seen of him, he certainly been on the pace. Riddian Evans then in your Typhy 84. He sits 6th in the points through your BASt championship so far. Obviously, we've only had the one round, and I say the Riddian Evans machine running there in 6th. As I say, Phil Rogers, he's coming out of lane 8. We've already given him a mention. Steve Lindsay in your PhD number 1. He is coming out of lane number 5. Adam Robertson in your North Wales 88. Andrew Hornshaw then, another name in your men's class 9s. He sits 5th in your BASt points so far. And Martin Jones then in Hereford 55. He's coming out of lane number 1. He's sat joint 7th in the championship so far. So out of your top 8 then, it looks like we've got your top 4 of your top 8 is what we're trying to say, coming out in your first run. So it's certainly going to be spectacular for the first run then of your open wheelers, your men's class 9. Say the Bowser just pulling a little bit of water down onto the start line. So that's going to make it interesting, isn't it, off the start line. Then we're going to go into turn 1. And say the track looks to be holding up, and the track team doing a superb job, isn't it? And I think this track is certainly going to become faster and faster all day. And say we are nearly getting ready to go as the Bowser then is looking to make his way off the circuit, and your Page family sponsor is your weekend sponsor, and your X-Tracks is your series sponsors. So many thanks to those for your sponsors. So we're off and away then already. So someone's got a good jump from the middle of the grid. Looks to be Lindsay as they take him into Farmyard then for the first time then. But who's going to come out of turn 2 on top then? So the wet just catching someone outside who's into the fence. I think that's Hornshaw, but it's Lindsay that leads. Where's Billy? He's back there in about 4th. Smoke bellowing out the York 78 machine of Andrew Hornshaw. So the wet catching him out, but certainly not catching out Steve Lindsay as he goes down the far side in your number 1 machine, but he comes out of start lane bend. Oh, he's a little bit wide. Martin Jones in trying to find a dry line, who looks to be trying to hug the line, but it's Lindsay from Jones. Hornshaw then, that smoke starting to develop out of the back of the York 78 then, and someone's come to a slow and stop, but it's Martin Jones, but he keeps it there. But Hornshaw's up to 2nd as he comes out of start going bend down the far side. Jones is running there with the Iridian Evans machine in your Typhy car, who goes up to 3rd, but Steve Lindsay it is onto his final lap. PhD number 1, who's in for 2nd. It's a rural battle then. Jones it is back up to 2nd. He goes in your Hereford 55. Iridian Evans still runs back there in 2nd with Hornshaw in the York 78. That smoke seems to have stopped, but will that cause any stoppages to the York car? But checker flag flies, and certainly what a race and what a win then for Steve Lindsay. Takes it in PhD number 1. Who's going to come through for 2nd? Jones has gone wide, and who's in North Wales 88. Jones takes 2nd. Hornshaw, I think that was from Riddian Evans in your Typhy 84. And say, where was the Phil Rogers machine in PhD number 2? I didn't see him at all, but he will come round, and that's certainly not how he planned to start his weekend off in your PhD number 2 machine. And say he's going to go back to the drawing board, but no doubt he'll be back out a little bit later on, and certainly he's going to be trying to claim some points back. So Steve Lindsay then coming out in that one, showing he's the man, and showing that he can run out on pace. But already slick, and we're fast here at the Cwmdu track. We're already away with your 2nd run then. Who's going to be that gets in? Cars are already climbing going into turn 1. Seagraves in the mix as well. Right round the outside in ARC number 3, but someone's come from the middle. Seagraves as well. But it's in all 19. I think again 1-2-1 is running back there in 2nd is Stuart Taylor. So he goes right round the outside of Seagraves this time. Seagraves has to go back there for 2nd, and I think that is your Victor Kent 2-1-2, I should say. He's gone up to 2nd now of Stuart Taylor. Then we go to Seagraves, who runs back there in 3rd, and I think then it is your North Wales 19 then of Colgate. Under the front front. Then we go to Taylor and Seagraves, and Blaber it is that's in middle of the field with the problem, and I think that's the back left wheel then that's just collapsing, but we'll switch back to your race leader. It's Colgate that leads into into Farmgate Bend, and out to see the yellow with the black cross centre. It's Richard Colgate in North Wales 19, Seagraves, the vet then back there is third in ARC number 3, still fighting with Taylor in your Victor Kent 2-1-2, but just not finding the grip down the far side as Colgate it is, takes him in to start far line bend for the final time to come through and take 55 points for your North Wales number 19. Who's going to be in second? Stuart Taylor makes it in 1-2-1. Then comes Seagraves in ARC number 3. Evesham 26 and Mark Baker. And who is that down? And bottom is that the Tony Wilson in Spalding number 10. So there is another run of your men's class 9s, and indeed they are ever so entertaining, aren't they, your men's class 9s? Any sort of special, any sort of open wheeler, you know you're in for a treat. But we are race 2 done, so race 3 is down the line, just whilst the Laura Blade machine in Aston number 12 is going to get a helping hand off the circuit, no doubt. But we're going race 3 then. And in lane 1 then, Sam Middleton, the Trent number 9, is coming out of lane 1. Tom Powell is in Evesham 92. He'll be coming out of lane number 2. Archie Rose, Stroud District 22. Matt Page in lane number 4 in your Cwmdu 25. Scott Aldridge, Stroud District 27. And he's always there and thereabouts, isn't he, in the Stroud District machine. Thomas Lloyd in your Typhy 42, and Sean Power in the Yorkshire Dales 97 is coming out of grid 8. So the middle grids then for your specials seem to be the ones that are pulling, where, as I say, a little bit different story to your men's 7s and 3s. As I say, the outside grids look to be the ones, but for your specials, looks like the middle grids, about 4, 5 and 6, I'd say, are the ones. But as you look down into the start line, so say there is someone missing out of lane 6, I was going to say, but there is no one in scheduled to come out of lane 6. So all the tractors and recovery vehicles look to have made their way into the infield. As I say, we just wait for that JCB to make his way off before we can get going racing with your race number 3. And say the bunch is already away, and what do we say? Aldridge out of the middle grid in your Stroud District car, and Powers to the outside of him. Someone's on a flyer. I think that's the Middleton machine in Trent number 9, but say Middleton's trying to keep it inside and tidy, but it is then the Power machine in Yorkshire, number 9 of Sam Middleton it is that takes up the running in second, and Aldridge, don't discount him, in third place in your Stroud District 27, using that right round the outside and down the far side, so he's going to set his sights on Power, as Power it is in your Yorkshire Dales 97 is at the front, and they're certainly going to try and look to put some room between him and Aldridge and Middleton, just to set themselves in a groove. Then Aldridge has just pushed on slightly, allowing Middleton to come back up the inside. Oh, someone's a spinner back there. I think that's the Thomas Lloyd machine in your Typhy 42, and he is out of the harm's way, hopefully. But we switch back to your race leader. It's Power that leads in your Yorkshire Dales 97. Then we go to Middleton, and Aldridge is still there in third. Then we're going to go to your Evesham 92, Tom Powell and Page in Cwmdu 25, with Archie Rose in 22 at the rear end of the field. But we switch back to your race leader, which soon becomes race winner, and indeed 55 points. Yorkshire Dales 97, the Power takes who's in the second. Aldridge just about holds on for Middleton in Trent number 9. And I think the Evesham 92 then, Tom Powell and Matt Page in Cwmdu 25, with Archie Rose in Stroud District 22 then was just avoided from your Trent number 9 of Sam Middleton. So your men's class 9s, we are on a roll as we go into race 4, more of the same. I say we say race 4, and let's keep it this way, no dreaded. As I say, I'm not even going to bother with that one. But race 4, I say, brings out in lane number 1 Jason Richardson in Penheim number 5, Joe Pipe, North Shropshire number 10. We're going to go to Jimmy Smith in Ludlow 8. Dermot Kelly in West Waterford, 40 in lane number 4. Sam Pinches, Radford, 35. Dave Palmer, who is your national champion in ARC, 31. Then Russ Aderman in York, number 6. So that is your runners and riders in this one. So who's out in this one, as we've got a bit of downtime then? Jimmy Smith, where does he sit in the points? He sits about 4th in your BASt championship, so he is looking to gain some points. And say, with Phil Rogers not having the best of runs in his race, who was coming to this one unbeaten, but say Jimmy Smith can claim back some points in this one. Seagraves, what did he take? I think he took a 3rd. And say the only other person above Jimmy that hasn't been out is Phil Cooper. As I say, he is out in your last race. So Jimmy then could claim back some points for the championship race in Ludlow number 80, but there is some good names and some good drivers out there in his race. Say you've got the Dave Palmer machine in ARC 31, who is your national champion then. And say who else? Sam Pinches, Radford, 35, who been showing quick pace, hasn't he, old Sam, in your men's class 9s, and certainly showing that he can run up there. The 80 machine is certainly not one to write off, but we'll see where and who. But it's Jimmy Smith then from the middle of the grid in Ludlow 80, so he's off to a good start. Pinches is in there as well in 35. Palmer's there in 3rd in ARC 31, and that is the Richardson at the rear end, but Jimmy Smith and Pipes in the mix as well in North Shropshire number 10, but it's Jimmy Smith in your Ludlow 80. Sam Pinches, Radford 35, Palmer's in there in 31, who that rounds out your top 3, and then we're going to go to Joe Pipe in North Shropshire number 10, who rounds out your top 4. Aderman's there in York number 6, but it's Ludlow 80. Then we go to Pinches in 35, and Palmer still runs back there in 3rd, but the top 2 just pulling away, as say Pinches just has to pull up then in Radford 35 just to avoid the back end of the Jimmy Smith machine in Ludlow number 80, but it's Ludlow 80 and onto his final circle already is Jimmy Smith. Then we go to Palmer and Joe Pipe then. They are certainly all over the back of Pinches in 35. Palmer's looking up the inside in 31. Pipe's looking to close the gap right round the outside. He's going to go from 4th to 2nd, and that's how it's done then. Out of start game turn, a checker flag. Jimmy Smith is starting his campaign just as he wants. Oh, Pipe pushed on. Who's he going to be for 2nd? I think Pinches is back up there. That's for 35. North Shropshire 10. Palmer in 31. Aderman in York 6. Then comes Richards in Pennine number 5. And certainly, wow, then I'm not quite sure what happened to Sam over on the far side. I say, just seemed to come up to a halt and allowing the Pipe machine and the Palmer through, and somehow managing to wind his way through and get back up to 2nd. I say the mishap, unfortunately, for Joe Pipe in North Shropshire number 10, just pushing on down into turn number 3. But I say, race 5, final race. Can't tell you who's in this one, but the bungees away, and who's that? Waldron it is, and Cooper's in there as well. So they go into turn 1, but it's the familiar face then of Phil Cooper at the head of the fair in your ARC number 5. Then we go to number 9, North Wales 4, and Scunny 22 of Jenny Shepherd runs back there in about 4th. Waldron's in Forest 4, trying to climb his way from about 5th position, but Cooper it is in your ARC number 5 machine with your PhD number 9 of Aidan Llewellyn, who runs back there in 2nd, but Cooper's going to have to catch in ARC 5. PhD number 9, North Wales number 4 of Alan Roberts is running back there in 3rd. Waldron then has finally broke the challenge with, oh, someone's a spinner. Jenny Shepherd then just getting collected in your South Somerset 22. As here we go then, final lap goes on. ARC number 5, Llewellyn still back there in 2nd with Roberts in North Wales number 4. Waldron, what can he do with 3/4 of a circuit to go in Forest number 4 as they come on a Stargate turn down the far side? It looks to be set in stone as ARC number 5, Phil Cooper it is, comes through to take the win. As it is, go back to 2nd. Who's it going to be? Llewellyn holds off in PhD number 9. Roberts is there in 4. Then we go to Waldron in Forest number 4. North Shropshire 205 of Andy Pipe. Then we're going to go Border Counties 34 of Ian Stead. And wow, men's class 9s, Jenny Shepherd, the one down in the infield in South Somerset 22. So Page family sponsors for your weekend, X-Track City Series sponsors. And that is how I wanted to start. And many thanks to your men's class 9s. And I am going to have a go with that one, so more of that to come. But they look like super saloons. And who else to take you through than Mickey B?
Yeah, thanks very much, Archie. Yeah, we're back round to men's super saloons. Max Sport, our series sponsors. Ian Jones Tyres, our weekend sponsor. It's race 2 up on the line, bringing out Dan Johnson. And that's Scunthorpe 383 coming out of grid 8. He had a flyer before the red flags came out first time round. Darren Adams, Border Counties 26. Aaron Long in the West Waterford 192. Brendan Ellison, York 219. And great to see Brendan back. He had a massive rollover at York early part of the season, but he's back. And it's a father and son combo in this one as well, because Ayrton Ellison, York 14, he's coming out of grid 1. And as we said last time, he blew an engine on that first round, and that paid to his weekend. Made me cough and splutter as well. I watched some of the footage back, and yeah, you forget what you say at times, don't you? But I naturally was just generally coughing as he blew an engine, which was quite funny for me, but not for him really. But who else is out there? Scunthorpe 393. That's Jake Lockwood. Jake coming out of grid 2. White Rose 20. Ian Stevenson out of grid 3. Matt Richards, Evesham 555. Coming out of 4. Should have been coming out of grid 5 really, shouldn't it? That would have been good. But yep, water going down on this super fast circuit, by the way. As we've seen already, as these guys come out of turn 2, the camber of the track kind of draws them towards the Armco. And to be fair, apart from I think it was Hornshaw in the class 9 in that York 78 who kind of touched it a couple of times, didn't he? The rest of them have realised that it's double Armco with big wooden post behind, and it hurt if you go into it. But I'm sure that there'll be a few more casualties as well. Answers on a postcard, or come down and tell us. We need to name the hill. All the spectators over there, I can see you're all there. Have you got your picnics out, your blankets? Give us all a wave. We're going to name the hill. Down at Wimbledon where it used to be Henman Hill, didn't it? And Murray Mount. That sounds wrong, but so we'll name the mound, the hill. Your choice, really. We don't mind. And the Cwmdu Camber. Oh, the voice of an angel straight in there, back of the net. The Cwmdu Camber. and it's CC as well, which is associated with power. Yeah. Gareth just had his morning bourbon biscuit. Yeah, and that intake has sent him a little bit doolally, really. Just as well I haven't had one, because we will be in trouble. But it's a good old sprinkling of water, isn't it? That's the second time round as well. I didn't realise they held that much water, these Bowsers, but they've managed to get them round. I've told you before, I've obviously Scarborough Autograss is my home club. I've been there for many years now. Love it up there as well. We fill our Bowsers up out the sea. It's a good source of water. The track goes white. It doesn't polish. It just goes white with the salt. But you get the odd crab and the odd fish, flapping about. So yeah, there we go. Come on, Bowsers. Let's get yourselves off the track and let's get back racing with these super saloons. And it's great competition in this class, as it always is. We've seen Holtby put down a message. Cameron Mills as well. That Cwmdu 9. That's so far maybe the quickest drive of the day. Again, those class 9s, Archie, you had that clean sweep, didn't you? Through, well done, mate. Join the club. I did that in 5s, by the way, Archie. Did you realise that? Yeah, just me and you at the moment. Yeah. I'm sure Gareth is praying to the God above to say, let it be me as well. But we'll find out. Here we go. That's that stranded Class 9 being lifted off with a teleporter at the same time as well. We've got the ambulance coming round the track. Obviously going to get positioned down in that bottom corner. And then I think we will be ready to go racing. I say the racing is started by that first marshal post. As soon as he pirouettes round and lifts the Welsh flag up to the sky, that is the signal for the bungee to lift, and then we are back fast racing down here at the Cwmdu Race Club, which is a brilliant venue. The track has always been fast and quick, and it's not letting us down at all thus far in our racing. That started this morning at the slightly earlier time than normal at half 8. We've got plenty of racing to get through. Over 700 drivers down signed on, and we are off and racing. And who's got the best of the starts coming out of lane 1 there? And Ellison, York 14, look to be quick, and he's going to look for the cutback out of that turn 2. They're all pretty much even as we go up, and it is going to be the Border Counties 26 machine that takes up the running. Darren Adams this time as he climbs up the 383 Dan Johnson into that second place. Then Steve-O in the White Rose 20 holding that third place. And although the water's been down, the dust is already flicking up off this track as we bring it round. And it is Darren Adams then leading away from that 383 Dan Johnson, then Steve-O. Then we go Ayrton Ellison there. The next machine back is on that West Waterford machine, and that is that Aaron Long as he brings it down that back straight. York 219. Brendan Ellison just struggling at the back at the moment as they bring her in. Oh, my life. Here it goes. Adam still leads it though. Now Stevenson up into that second place. The battle going on the 555 on Matt Richards. But all that excitement was when the Dan Johnson 383 did a donut, pirouetted round coming out of that turn 2. But last lap flag has turned to checkered flag, and it is going to be the Border Counties 26. Darren Adams takes it from Ian Stevenson in the White Rose 20. From the West Waterford 192, Aaron Long. Then we go down to Richards, then Ayrton Ellison. 383 of Dan Johnson after that spin, and York 219 Brendan Ellison finishing off the rerun of race 2 of these men's super saloons. So up on the line, we've got a little bit of depleted one down there. We're at a little bit of a gap in the middle. I didn't hear anyone who got excluded, but definitely missing grid 5, and it looks like 4 as well. So here we go. We are off and racing, and it's Paul Johnson again. Got a flying start out of that grid 8 and leads them into turn 1. Round he goes. Is he going to get sucked towards the Armco? No, he's got it under control. So Johnson leads from that Simon Hawthorne. Then the Border Counties to Will Caulfield. Caulfield looking up the inside of that Simon Hawthorne, Radford 176. Hawthorne just got his nose in front at the moment and holding that second place as Caulfield holds third as they bring it down there as well. Lewis Woodruff, White Rose 72, as a youngster coming into the Super Saloons and doing well, holding that fourth place at the moment. Who's got the fifth? And it could be that Cwmdu 24, Jordan Lord, and then the Yates York, the 557, Yates and Sobry 57, Mark Evans. So eyes back front then. Paul Johnson, Scunthorpe 41, still leading the way out of turn 2, penultimate lap. One more to go for him as he goes into turn 3 and climbs the hill. And here he goes then, up he goes. Simon Hawthorne goes with him in the Radford 176. An exit start gate turn down the opening straight into turn 1 for the final time. Checkered flag at the ready. Border Counties 2 still holding in that third place. Will Caulfield, he'll be happy with that one. Or is he, because Woodruff goes with him. But checkered flag, Johnson takes it. Scunthorpe 41 from Simon Hawthorne, Radford 176. Then it is Lewis Woodruff. Well done. White Rose 72. Got it up into there. Will Caulfield drops down into that fourth place. Cwmdu 24 next to show. That's Jordan Lord. And last place, Yates and Sobry 57. Mark Evans. So that is the race 3 done. We've got one more to come in race 7, but before then, we're going to hand you over to the voice of an angel. It's junior time.
Thank you very much there, Mickey. Yeah, we're going to go straight into the first round of qualifying of the junior saloons, and race 1 is up there on the line, and it looks like we've already got track clearance, so we're not going to have a time to give you the runners and riders in this one, as we're already up and we're racing. And it is Yestin Jones in TA15, grid number 1 then. That's just about got his nose in front as he goes down into the farmyard turn for the first time. But Hannah Lewis from the middle of the pack is the one that's going to lead past us then for that very first time. So it's 2-1-2 and 15, two-way tie between Cwmdu 133 of Gareth White and Forest number 10 then of Lily Chapman in the battle for 3rd and 4th, as Hannah Lewis looks to pull away from the TA15 machine and the Cwmdu 133 machine that rounds out your 1, 2 and 3. 5 races of these junior saloons going to be coming your way in this first round of qualifying, which was a bit of a surprise when I got my paperwork this morning, and a little bit of paint swap in there between Hannah Lewis and Yestin Jones, but they sort themselves out. That allows Gareth Price into the mix as well in that 3rd spot, and just rounding out your top 4 there is the Forest number 10 machine of Lily Chapman. Elise Jones in pen 9-17 is back there in that 5th spot, and she's racing ahead of Amber Powell in North Wales 52, who's racing on the inside of Travis Markville in the PAC number 9 machine, and the car then at the tail end of the field is Lucas Salis in Ludlow 202. Problems on board the North Wales 97 machine, and 52 rather at the tail end of the field, and there's all swapping and changing at the head of affairs because Hannah Lewis finds herself just getting too many nudges there, and she's pulled into the infield, not by her own accord, it needs to be said. That hands race control and race leadership to the Cwmdu 133 machine, and that's Gareth White who's going to see the first checkers in this first round of qualifying of the junior saloons. Yestin Jones takes 2nd in TA15 from pen 9-17, PAC 9, Forest number 10, Ludlow 202, Amber Powell then in North Wales 52, and unfortunately over there on the far side facing the wrong direction, Hannah Lewis in Athelston 212. Like every commentator's mentioned so far this morning, we don't have a radio, so any flags, green flags, black flags, any decisions we don't get to know about. So we will do our best to find out the official results for you. And if we do get confirmation of any flags, then obviously we'll relay that on to you if you are trackside here at the long-established Ovals Raceway at Lions Hall, the Cwmdu Car Club, or if you're watching via the live stream at home. And if you are watching the live stream, then that's your view at the beginning of every race, and the track there on your screen looks a lot shorter than it actually is, because that start line straight is quite a long straight, and the track is shaped a little bit like a capital D, and this near side straight then is a lot more of a curve than a straight. But they're down into turn 1, and it is the TA7 machine of Will Evans that's going to lead the pack. Lexi's there also, making it a TA1 and 2 momentarily, but through on the inside, and leading the chase now on Will Evans is the Ludlow 1 machine of Rhys Tipton, and he's there racing on that inside line through the start gate turn, gets it all out of shape in Ludlow number 1. That allows Lexi through in the TA211 machine to lead the chase down that far straight. So Lexi Owen it is in that 2nd position. Then Ludlow number 1 is on the outside of the PHD4 machine. That's Jack Mosley that currently sits in that 3rd position, and he makes it a South Wales League 1, 2 and 3 as they go into the start gate turn then for the 3rd time of asking. Rhys Tipton won't give up without a fight, that's for sure, in Ludlow number 1, and he's there just gaining that 3rd position from Jack Mosley. Then further down the field we've got Molly Bubb in Evesham 146, Breeden Hill number 40 is Thomas Creed, Jay Jones is IK 430, and Dexter Price is Hereford number 6. But this time round they see that yellow flag with a black cross. A very good battle on now for the 2nd and 3rd position as Rhys Tipton in Ludlow 1 just overtakes Lexi Owen in the TA211 machine, but away and gone is the other Tivy machine, and Will Evans in TA7 is going to claim his first set of maximum points this weekend. So Diane T. Will, TA7 takes the win. Ludlow number 1 takes 2nd from Lexi Owen in TA211. Jack Mosley takes 4th in PhD number 4 from Dexter Price in Hereford 6. Breeden Hill number 40 And then Molly Bird, Benevisham 146 then rounds it all out for race 2. And we assume the race is clear, no flags shown. If there are, then we'll try and pass that information on to you as soon as we possibly can. But for now, we believe that race 2 has run the full distance and that race is clear. Race 3 is up there on the line. And we've got the MAP Open champion for this year, Pip Melly. He starts in Swansea number 2, out there in grid number 8. On his inside line will be Harry Brimman in Scarborough number 1. Also joining them will be Will Hadley in Severn Valley 107. Grace Williams in Cambridge 142. PhD 48 is Miles Collins. And also up there is Hannah Hadley in Severn Valley 147. And Bo Chamberlain in 22F. If you're joining us on the live stream, then you can see that grid number 3 is unoccupied, and the PhD 48 machine of Miles Collins is the yellow machine that starts in grid number 4, and on the outside of him then is Grace Williams in the car from the East Anglian League. That's the Cambridge 142 machine. That's the yellow and pink, white and pink machine rather, that starts in grid number 5. And as they make their break from the line then, it is already Pip Melly that's got a clear distance between himself and the Scarborough 1 machine. And it is Pip that leads back towards us for the first time in Swansea number 2. 2 leads from 1 then. 3-way battle between Cambridge 142 and Forest 22 of Bo Chamberlain. And also looking to get up in the mix is the Severn Valley 107 machine of Will Hadley, and he's there now just currently rounding out your top 4, but that battle is going to hot up at the head of affairs because the Scarborough machine has reeled in the Swansea machine, but at the moment it's the Swansea machine that continues to hold on. And on this near side straight, and certainly Pip is the one that pulls away, but on the start line straight, it looks from this point of view that it's the Scarborough 1 machine that's got the advantage down that far straight. So with a better lap and a half to go in this first round of qualifying, it is Pip Melly that continues to lead. About 6 to 8 car lengths clear now of Harry Witham. No, not Harry Witham, it's Harry Brimman in Scarborough number 1. That's your 1 and 2 from the Cambridge 142 machine of Grace Williams. Severn Valley 107 is Will Hadley. Bo Chamberlain's there rounding out your top 5 in Forest 22, with Miles Collins in PhD 48 back in about that 6th spot. And the tail ender is Hannah Hadley in Severn Valley 147, but we've got a change. And this time it's going to be a dash to the line, but Pip gets it back. It's Swansea 2 that takes the win. From Scarborough number 1, Cambridge 142, Severn Valley 107. Bo Chamberlain is there in 5th in the Forest 22 machine, who picks up a green flag. And Miles Collins in PhD 48 is the last but one finisher. We're ahead of Hannah Hadley in Severn Valley 147, who's going to come around and conclude race 3 of this first round of qualifying of the Junior Saloons. We haven't mentioned the sponsors so far, and they are Collier's Garage and MOT Centre from down there in Abertillery, and your overall junior sponsor for the series is Shropshire Design. So thanks as always to both local and national sponsors. Right then, race 4 is up there on the line, but it doesn't look like it's going to be too long because the Welsh Dragon has roared, and we're going racing with race number 4, and it looks like Jack Owens in TA5 has been left to make up a big fight. It's going to be a big ask for Jack now at the tail end of the field, but the one that leads into turn 1 leads out of turn 2, and Mallow 37 just gets out of shape, but it's West Waterford at 144, Neil Tivey, that leads past us for the first time. TA9 is Rhys Davis, he's there in that 2nd position, and there we go, Mason Magnus Levels has just been brought down to ground zero as the first red flag of the Junior Saloons this weekend is shown, and that unfortunately, especially for me, brings out the 100% record and brings it to an end anyway. So race 4 runners and riders will make their way back to the pits. I hope somebody's going to get flagged for that now. As we look towards race 5 up there on the line, it's going to bring out Molly Ann Mosley in PhD 58. She's out there in grid number 8 in a dark blue and day glow yellow machine. Kieran Ross in Hereford 28 is there in grid number 7. That's the silver micro with a day glow yellow visor. Then it's Alex Seal in Hereford 36, the red machine that starts in grid number 6 on the outside of Lewis Middleton's blue and white Rose 21 machine. Bill Bennett in Breeden Hill 23. That's the black and day glow pink Little Mini that starts in grid number 3 on the outside of Meg Parsons in Ludlow 19, and William Hall in Severn Valley 29 starts in grid number 1. Once again, the Welsh Dragons Road, and we're going racing with race number 5, and it's the Breeden Hill machine, number 33, that leads into the farmyard turn for the first time, as the Hereford 36 machine looks to have gained the momentum, but he's there just 1, 2, 3, 4, in that 4th spot as they pass us for the first time. That's Alex Seal then, and he's racing just behind his fellow club mate. That's the Hereford 28 machine of Kieran Ross, as the 2 minis then at the head of affairs battle, and it is the Breeden Hill 33 machine of Bo Bennett and Lewis Middleton makes it a mini 1 and 2 in White Rose 21. Then we got the Hereford pair in 3rd and 4th. As we look to that 5th spot, it is Molly Mosley in PhD 58 that's racing ahead of Meg Parsons in Ludlow 19, and then the car at the tail end of the field at this very moment in time is William Hall in Severn Valley number 29, but it's another lap complete, and this time round they're going to see that yellow flag with a black cross, and Breeden Hill 33 is going to move on to their final circuit. That's Bo Bennett then in Breeden Hill 33. Lewis Middleton still holding on for that very strong second position in White Rose 33 from Hereford 28 and 36. Meg Parsons have gained ground and a position over Molly Mosley as PhD 58 gets demoted back to 6th. And William Hall in Severn Valley 29 rounds it all out for race 5 of this first round of qualifying. So Breeden Hill and the White Rose, first 2 to finish. The 2 minis at the head of affairs, then the 2 Hereford machines. Ludlow 19, Molly Mosley there in that PhD 58 machine finishes in 6th, with William Hall in Severn Valley 29 then just rounding it all out on the first round of qualifying of the Junior Saloons. And as you're watching the live stream, the camera then focuses back up onto the start line, and I'm going to catch him unawares because we've got Super Saloons up there on the line, and just stepping back into the hot seat. Let's hope for another rerun. It's going to be Mr. Mickey B.
Oh, thank you very much, the voice of an angel. Yes, we are off and running. This is race 7. They got stopped premature as well, and look, only 4 of them out. Oh dear, so Liam Evans then takes up the running from that Jake Roberts machine in the PhD 72, Cambridge 12, looking to come up as well. Mike McKenzie does it as well, but has he got the legs? No, he hasn't, because Roberts back at him. Down into turn 1 they go. Roberts currently 12th on points coming into this on the BAS. Evans equal 10th, so he needs 55 points will push him and elevate him up as they come up the hill. And look at that, just Evans' machine, super control, and just looking like he always wants to pop the front wheels up as they bring it into turn 1, down the camber of the track, out of turn 2. 1 more lap to go on this one as they chase it hard back on that turn 3, up to the trade stand corner. Round they go and up the hill for the final time. Evans has got this one in the bag. Who's going to go second then? Roberts is back up there in PhD 72. I say the youngest Class 7 national champion back into Autograss this season. Checker flag then. North Shropshire 120. Liam Evans takes a win from Jake Roberts, PhD 72. Cambridge 12. Mike McKenzie in 3rd. And then that final place goes to Typhy 113. Clive Williams. So that is your Class 7s done and dusted for their first heat. Up on the line, we are going back to another rerun, and this time it's Class 3. Back over to Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Mickey. So yeah, hopefully 3rd time lucky here on the race 3 of the Class 3's first round of qualifying. Field Priest Transport, your meeting sponsor, Ram Developments, your Kent Cams and Simpson Race Exhaust Associate Series sponsor. So I think we're whittled down a little bit now. Viv Cole should be there in command and 4. We can see him on the outside. Keith Kelly in Mallow 247. Russ Tinker in York 4. Lee Almond in North Wales 27. And Stuart Moore in Ludlow 9. So just the 5 of them, but 5 very, very competitive Class 3s nonetheless, as we look around the track and just waiting for track clearance. And we're good, and we're away and racing, and it's a very, very level break. Lee Almond, one of the first ones to show, but it is Keith Kelly that throws it sideways into that farmyard bend as the early race leader, and looks to correct it up and does so nicely. And Mallow 247 comes through. 9, then Stuart Moore runs in that third place. Biff Cole coming up on the inside in Carmarthen 4, and Russ Tinker, the one with a bit to do at the moment in York 4. But Lee Almond it is, going down the far side on the inside of Keith Kelly in the Mallow 247 car, and Keith goes on a very, very wide line, keeps the power around the farmyard turn, but it's going to be North Wales 27 that benefits from that. He comes through as the race leader. Keith Kelly runs second, Stuart Moore, Ludlow 9 in third. Little bit of a gap then back to Carmarthen 4 as we're having a chop and change at the head of affairs, and the North Wales machine goes through now back into the lead. Keith Kelly looks for the cut through now back on the inside, and also looking to pick up the pieces is Stuart Moore in Ludlow 9 as he comes round, though it is Mallow 247, Ludlow 9, North Wales 27. That's the 1-2-3. The last lap flag is out. Anybody's race in this heat of the threes. Carmarthen 4, Biv Cole runs fourth, and Russ Tinker completes stall in York 4, but Keith Kelly down the far side. It's now Stuart Moore that's picked up the challenge in Ludlow 9, but it is going to be the Mallow man that's going to come round. I think Keith Kelly in 247 takes it. Stuart Moore in Ludlow 9, North Wales 27 in third, Biv Cole fourth in Carmarthen 4, and Russ Tinker completes it all in York 4. So that does finally complete the first round of qualifying for the men's class 3s. Looking to the line, it is class 2 machinery, and lots and lots of class 2s coming your way. As look to try and find my sheet, and I can't, so loads of them, but all ready to take you through. I mean, we got 8 heats, so here we go. Class 2 fans, stand by your beds. Here comes Archie.
Cheers, thank you then, Steve. And indeed, men's class 2s. Well, you thought men's class 9s and that were going to be interesting, and no doubt men's class 2s certainly are. And say men's 2s excited for this weekend, and say 8 races of your men's class 2s. Your SMS Autos is your weekend sponsors, so say thanks to those. And your Fleet Care Services is your series sponsored for your men's class 2s. And as I say, men's class 2s, you can always count on them to be close, and certainly they are going to put on a spectacular performance for your men's class 2s, and certainly with your 8 races, there is indeed going to bring out semi-finals, which obviously that will be a little bit later on throughout the weekend, and that will be tomorrow. But men's class 2s, what can we look out for in race number 1? Lane number 1 then, Callum Woodward, Atherstone 83. He is coming out of lane number 1. Darren Inknen, I should say, in North Shropshire number 4. Typhoid 212 then of Carl Urquhart. He's going to be coming out of lane number 3. Jamie Lillington, South Somerset 45. He is coming out of lane 4. Matthew Sawyer, PAC 23. Jack Hodgkinson in lane number 6 then. And Simon Verti in Scunny 18. Leah Morris in Border Counties 64. So who are the ones to watch out for in race number 1? Jack Hodgkinson is in Yorkshire Dales 104. He's run out in the 1. He's running in 3rd place for your BAS series in your men's class 2. So he is the highest point scorer in the championship that's going to be coming out in race number 1. But Matthew Sawyer is going to be there and thereabouts in PAC 23. So is Jamie Lillington and Carl Urquhart, and any of them really in your men's class 2s are so close, and always good to see. But the Water Bowsers have making their way in, I should say, and certainly give this track a soaking. So this is certainly going to be interesting into the Farmyard Bend for the first time for your men's class 2s. And as we look then, Welsh Dragon is up, and Sawyer it is in PAC 23. That's got a good start, but someone's on his outside with a bumper or 2 ahead. But Sawyer it is that keeps him honest into turn number 1. Aikins in there as well in North Shropshire number 4. Whereas Sawyer, he's buried back in the pack then. And is that Hodgkinson here? But it's North Shropshire 423. There's Hodgkinson in 104. He rounds out your top 3 just about. Lillington going in the mix in South Somerset 45. That's round or at the half spinner. But it's Sawyer at the front of the field in PAC 23. And here comes Aiken then in your North Shropshire number 4. He runs back there in second. He's going to try the outside line, but no doubt Sawyer is going to keep him there on the outside. But someone's come right up the inside and said thank you very much. We'll try to keep it out. It is, but Aiken it is in North Shropshire 4. Scunny 18 of Simon Overty then is running up the inside and trying to find the grip in that Micra in Scunny 18. Then comes Sawyer in 23. Hodgson's in 104. Back there in about 4th position. Then we got the Aston 83. Then comes Morris and Typhy 212. South Somerset 45 of Lillington. He's looking up the inside in about 7th position, but Sawyer it is up the inside this time in PAC 23. So Matthew Sawyer from 3rd to 1st. One more circuit to go. Aiken it is that runs back there in 2nd in North Shropshire number 4. Scunny 18 Hodgson, he's come out of nowhere in your Yorkshire Dales 104, who runs back there in 4th, but it's a 3-way battle for the lead. Then Aiken runs back there in 2nd, but it's Matthew Sawyer in PAC 23. Just going to have to slow him right down. Aiken's found him with a gap through the inside. Where has that come from? Sawyer's going to look for the switchback. Who's got the grip? Who's got the drive? Here comes Hodgson. Oh, Aiken it is. Sawyer, I think, just from Hodgson from your Scunny 18. That's an 83. So Jamie Linton, South Somerset 45. And then comes your 2 Untitled Kyle Irva and Liam Morris rounding out your first run of men's class 2s. And wow, if that's how men's class 2s are going to start, we want more from the rest of your 7 races. And keeping them honest, and the Matthew Sawyer machine taking the win. I should confuse myself then on no, we haven't, but we're off for the second run, and we will put that conversation to bed. But Spalding 43 it is. It goes into turn number 2. He's currently sat 2nd in the points for your Bass in this Ashley Robinson. It is in Spalding 43. Just going to come out of turn 2 for the first time, but it's 43. Then comes Sydney, it's 37. North Wales 38. Then comes your 941 machine. So that's how your top 4 run. Your Mallow Cars in there, and Stevens in 55, who runs down your top 6 for the moment in time, but it's Robinson that leads. Then we go to your St. Neots 34 of Daniel Robbins, who runs back there in 2nd. Then we're going to go to your North Wales 38, then Lee Kent. That's how your top 3 run. Stevens and your Mallow machine of Aidan O'Neill just coming together in turn number 2, but all the meanwhile is Robinson in Spalding 43. Then comes your St. Neots 37 of Daniel Robbins, who still runs back there in 2nd, but the gap from 1st, 2nd and 3rd then all starting to spread out then. But the man who looks to be on a mission, it is then your Spalding 43 of Ashley Robinson. He comes through, but I'll tell you something, your St. Neots machine of Daniel Robbins, he's closing. It's St. Neots 34 still runs back there in 2nd, North Wales 38 still runs back there in 3rd, Stevens still trying to get that move done on your Radford 941 of Jamie Lane, who rounds out your top 4 as Stevens goes right round the outside in Lud 55 down the far side. Then comes Aidan O'Neill in your Irish car, but Spalding 43 it is, and 55 points, and certainly a well-deserved win in that one. St. Neots 34 of Daniel Robbins comes through, North Wales 38, then comes Jamie Lane, Tom Stevens in Lad 55, Aidan O'Neill, Mallow 30, North Shropshire 391, and Astor 182 of Josh Woodward. We'll round out race number 2 of your men's class 2. And as I say, your Ashley Robinson then, Spalding 43, getting the job done in your 2nd race, getting the start he wanted, and certainly drove his own race at the front of the field. And he started just what he wants. So we're going to look race number 3, and Bradley Thomas in IK 55, lane number 1. A certainly well-known name in men's class 2s. Well, he's making certainly a name for himself in your men's class 2s. Bradley Thomas, a junior saloon BASS champion, I believe, in junior saloon. So he's gone up to the 2s. Then comes Adam Smith, Jack Bromley, Brad Ellison, Aidan Street, Darren Williams, Rob Wilkins, and Gareth Stokes are your runners and your riders. But into turn 1 they go. It's the York 16er, Brad Ellison. He's trying to muscle his way through up into the lead. Where's Thomas? He's in, trying to hug that inside line, but it's the Ellison that leads. Then comes Wessex 44, Thomas it is. Oh, there he goes in Victor Kemp 55, but we're still running. It's York 16. It's out the front and certainly got a gap as your PAC machine of Adam Smith runs back in about 4th position, but it's Ellison in York 16, and they're still trying to sort themselves out as they paint swap through the farmyard bend for another time, but it's Ellison in York 16. Then comes your Penheim 87, Wessex 44, Carbon number 6, PAC 29. Gosling District number 5. And that's how they still run. Cones are still flying. But Ellison it is at the front of the field. Thomas with all the work to do, and a Victor Kemp 55 as Ellison comes round the bottom corner. Yellow with the black cross, then that only means one more lap to go in York 16. Then comes your Pennine 87 and Gareth Stokes. He still runs there in second. Rob Wilkins still battling on third, and Carmarthen number 6. Then comes your PhD 29 of Ryan Smith, who rounds out your top 5. And down the far side for the final time then Ellison. No, I thought we was going to get away with that one. And just as the checker flag comes out, here comes the red flag. And certainly I thought wow, there goes the streak, eh? And the men's class 2s, they certainly are going to go back down to the rerun lane. And we'll see those a little bit later on. As I thought we did. I thought we was going to get away with it and make it through to the checkered flag, but unfortunately not. But race number 4 is down there on the line then. So this will make it halfway through your men's class 2 heats. As I say, your SMN Autos and Fleet Care Services is your sponsors. So, as I say, the track certainly holding up, isn't it? And the track team doing a superb job with your watering and keeping the track in tip-top condition. As I say, the roasting keeping it clean. As I say, just a few. As I say, we look down to the line then. Right, race 4, who have we got? We can't take you through who we've got as the dragon flies and the bungees away. Someone smoking off the line, but Griffiths it is in Sen Valley 4, but Stevens is there in Lud 15 in to the bottom bend. Stevens it is in Lud 15. Then comes Griffiths in Sen Valley 4, and who's coming up the inside this time around? It is then your North Wales 171 with Ollie Stevens in Lud 15, who's still trying to hang on to that second position. Yeah, Pennine car back there in about 4th position, but Pennine 13 it is then of Willemford. He comes up to 3rd place this time around, but it's your North Wales car that leads him as Andrew Wild it is piloting that one. Then we go to Ollie Stevens in Lud 15, and then it's a real mission for I was going to say 3rd, but Malum 2 it is that comes up the inside this time around of Ricky Julian, but drops back down to 3rd as Stevens battling off in Ludlow number 15. So the battle looks to be on the field for 2nd place as Julian, he still rounds out your top 3 with Griffiths all over the back of him in Sen Valley number 4 as your North Wales machine then is at the top of the field of Wild, and then we go Stevens and Griffiths, and he's trying to fight his way through in Sen Valley number 4 as Julian looks for the switch back in Mallow number 2, looks to have got it this time. Can he defend that position? But Griffiths, he's a tough cookie in your men's class 2s. Who's this trying to get in the mix as well of Dan Heath in your Pennine 89, but checker flag flies for Wild in your North Wales machine, who is still on for 3rd as Stevens it is holds off for 2nd. Then comes Dan Heath in Pennine 89, Sen Valley 4 it is of Griffiths. Then comes Julian, then comes Amford, Aston 6, White Rose 70 Simon Chadbourne will round out your men's class 2s. And as I say, that one's another one through, and as I say, men's class 2s, race number 5. Let's tell you who's out in this one. Nigel Bishop, Bradford 80. He's coming out of lane number 1. In Harvey, C63, lane at number 2. Tim Harbour in Sem Valley 25. Aston 43, Jordan Hancock is in lane 4. David Evans is in lane 5. Chris Hall, Gary Holmes and Ben Griffiths are your runners and riders, but it's the Pennine 40 machine that takes him in of David Evans. So it's going to go right round the outside as they all try to sort themselves out this time around. Someone's come up the inside from absolutely nowhere, and it's Griffiths in Sen Valley 8. Then comes Aston 48, Pennine 40 of Evans still runs there in 3rd. He's going to try and push the way through, and Griffiths in this time around, but Griffiths still holding on for 2nd as Aston machine. It is that of Jordan Hancock at the front, or is it because Griffiths looks to try and push his way through, but Evans is trying as well in Pennine 40. So no doubt all the meanwhile, your Aston 48 then goes going awfully wide, but Evans still keeping his toe in. Griffiths knows he's there in Severn Valley number 8. Evans is going to try and push his way through, which indeed he does this time around. No doubt Griffiths is going to try that inside line as Evans defends beautifully. And Hall then is your spinner in Scunny 227 into turn 4. He is, but it's Penal 40 it is. Severn Valley number 8, Aston 48 in Harvey. It is in C63, but last lap flag it is for Evans in Penal 40. Griffiths still runs there in second position with Hancock in 48. As I say, Ian Harvey is the one battling away in C63 with, I think that is your Nigel Bishop machine over on the far side. Then comes Holmes, and then comes your Severn Valley 25 at Tim Harbour, but checker flag then for Evans this time around, and certainly a drive in Penal 40. Griffiths it is that holds on. Hancock's there, then comes Radford 80, then comes your Ian Harvey machine, and then comes Holmes, and then comes your Tim Harbour in Severn Valley 25 with Chris Hall rounding out the field in 227. So race number 5 all done and dusted, and moving on to race number 6. And who's out in this one? So race.
Oh, hang on now.
So it's race number 6 then is the one on already away, and so we'll catch ourselves up with this one. But who it is, as Foster it is in the again 231, the Scarborough 249 is come and shut the door into turn number 3. So the Scarborough car it is then of Ashley Fire. He's down the far side, and he is then in Pennine 65 then, and Stephen Heath then. He runs back there in second. Then comes your North Shropshire 15 of Down Owen, and then comes your Ben Foster machine. So it is then your Scarborough 249. Then comes Heath and Dan Owen in North Shropshire number 15 rounds out your top 3 with your Ben Foster machine still in the mix as well. Then comes your North Wales number 1 and a Rich Owen. He rounds out your top 5. But it's Scarborough 249 of Ashley Fire on to his final lap. He goes, and Dan is the Heath machine and runs back there in second. Dan Owen in North Shropshire 15 with Ben Foster and Rich Owen then in the mix as well in North Wales number 1. But Scarborough 249 it is. It goes down the far side with Pennine 65 with Dan Owen still running back there in third, and Foster and Owen in North Wales number 1, but checker flag flies for Scarborough 249, and then comes Pennine 65. Dan Owen there himself a third with IK 231, and Rich Owen in North Wales number 1 in race number 6 with North Wales 101 of Jamie Eppley is all done and dusted. So race number 7, so say 2 to go, and as we look down to the line, and we who have we got? George Craswell's down there in Scunny 127 coming out of lane number 1. And then comes Adam Pickersgale in Scunny 109. South Somerset 38 of Ashley Lillington. Sam Doddridge in lane number 5. Paul Morgan, Radford 22. Ian Twig, Typhy 202, and Will Duggan in Cwmdu 190 out of grid 8 then. So Bungee's away, and we're already away and racing. Who's got a good start? Someone from the middle, but it is then your inside man of George Craswell, or is it then as they take him into turn number 1? They all try to sort themselves out then, but it's a Scunny 127 up the inside. He looks to be on the fast line. Will Duggan's in the mix as well in C190, but it's 127 from 109. So Scunny hold out 1 and 2 for the moment. Then comes Cwmdu 190 of Will Duggan, who rounds out your top 3 or tries to make the move then right round the outside of your Scunny 109, who runs back there in second. But all the meanwhile, Craswell is up front in 127, but they're all battling behind him, and certainly trying to close that gap. Duggan still holds there in third, as is that the Doddridge machine in Forest 515 rounding out your top 5. Then goes Radford at 22 in about 6th position, but we keep your eyes on your top 3 as Caswell is then at the front of the field. And certainly coming under all sorts of pressure from Pickersgill in 109 as George Craswell then looking to have to defend into turn number 3 in Scunny 127 and Scunny 109, Cwmdu 190. Will Duggan then just dropping off the pace of your lead in 2 as they drop down the far side into the 5-yard bend for the final time. Then all he has to defend, but he's certainly going to try and push his way through. It's a drag race to the line, and it's 127 that takes the win. 109, Will Duggan 190. And Doddridge in 515, South Somerset 38, Lillington, Radford 22, and Tyfee 202. So the race 7 is all done and dusted, and it is the for race number 8 then of your men's class 2s. And as I say, we are down there. This is going to bring out then your top BAS point scorer of the familiar name of Craig Conway in Scunny 126. He's always fast, isn't he? It's old Craig Conway. Then comes JD Farrer in Scarborough 17. Ashwick Ruff in Scarborough treble 2. Then I say Conway comes out of lane 3. Mark Mosley in Radford number 3 is out of lane 4, but already away and racing. Then Conway's got a good jump in 126. They say he takes him into turn 1, and JD Farrer's in there. Conway's round, or is he holds it off as Farrer it is that comes up the inside in Scarborough 17 as JD Farrer it is, Penheim 84, and then comes Conway in 126 treble 2. Rounds out your top 4 for the moment in time, but it's JD Farrer at the front in Scarborough 17. Conway's there in 126, but no doubt he's going to have the bit between his teeth and look to close the gap on Farrer, who certainly muscled his way through in turn number 1, but Conway looks to do it all over again, and 126 then has a little bit of contact at the rear end of the field, and as I say that, the red flags are flying on your men's class 2 race number 8. So as I say, Conway's just got a problem over on the far side as well. And saying that, I'll take that with men's class 2s, the 2 reruns. And out of the 2 classes, I'll take 2. There was men's class 2s, as I say, superb, aren't they? Just trying to get everything out of such a small motor, etc. They're always fighting for that 1 or 2 horsepower, I say, and always it deems for close racing. But down there on the line, I should be glad to know it's juniors, and it's over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, then, Archie. We're going to go straight back into the rerun of race 3 of the first round of qualifying of the junior saloons. And Shropshire Designs, your series sponsor for the junior saloons in 2022, and your junior sponsor here this weekend is... I'll let you know when I find it. But we got race 3 up there on the line. No, it's not race 3, it's race 4. Emma Roden in Mallow 37 is that little white and pink mini that starts out there in grid number 8. Grid 7 is occupied by Jack McCarthy in Mallow 126. Rhys Davis in TA9 looks to be a non-starter in this rerun. Neil Tybee is there, the sole mini in this lineup, West Waterford 144. Jack Owens, Tybee number 5, is there starting in lane number 4. Outside the Micra of Toby Jenkins, Cwmdu number 70. The traditional Cwmdu Car Club colours there, the orange and blue, starts in grid number 3. And Stefan Davis in TA29 is the one that starts on the inside of this lineup, and he'll come from lane 2. Collier's Garage and MOT Centre of Abertillery are your sponsors for the juniors here this weekend. So up there on the line we've got the 6 starters, and they all go except for Rhys Davis in Tybee number 9. A lot of smoke coming from the rear end of Jack McCarthy's Mallow 126 machine, but we're up and we're racing. And it's Neil Tybee in West Waterford 144 then that leads into the farmyard turn for the first time. He's followed through turn 1 and turn 2 by Emma O'Roden in Mallow 37 as Jack Owens now from third to try and claim race control as they go through the start gate turn for the first time. Tybee number 5 then slots into that second spot, leading the chase on your early race leader. That's still the West Waterford machine of Neil Tybee. West Waterford 144, TA5 and Emma O'Roden in Mallow 37 then rounds out your top 3 ahead of her fellow club mate Jack McCarthy in Mallow 126, who's just let the door open on the Cwmdu 70 machine of Toby Jenkins, and Stefan Davis in TA29 at the tail end of the field. But there's not much to split this 6 as they go down that far straight for, I think, the penultimate time, with Neil Tivey just holding on in West Waterford 144. Jack Owens on the inside line in Tivey number 5, and it's going to be close as they go on to their final circuit. I say just about number 5 had his nose in front as they passed us with 1 lap to go. But he's got that inside line as they go through the start gate turn for that final time, and he's pulling a bit of daylight between himself and Neil Tivey in that second placed Mini as they make their way down that far straight then for the final time. The Mini reeling in the tail end of the Nissan Micra, but it's Jack Owens that takes a win in TA5. Neil Tivey takes second in 144. Oh, Stefan Davis comes from last to third in TA29, finishes ahead of Emma Rawdon in Mallow 37, Toby Jenkins in Cwmdu 70, and then the Jack McCarthy machine, Mallow 126, rounds your race order out for the first round of qualifying of the Junior Saloons. And we're looking back to the line, and already we've got a rerun of Class 2. So where's Archie gone? He's disappeared to race, so that means that you're going to pick them up?
I can do if you
There
want.
we go then. So for the first time today, I'll hand you over to Mr. Liam Williams.
Yeah, cheers, Gareth. So, good morning, everybody. Everyone trackside and everyone, of course, watching on BAStv, wherever you are in the world. Then hopefully you're enjoying the excellent coverage once again and the brilliant racing that we've got here at round 2 of the Kent Cams and Simpsons sponsored British Autograss series. Round 1, I'll tell you what a round that was. Brilliant way to kick things off down in South Wales, and I'll tell you what, Cwmdu have got their work cut out to follow it, but they've started off with a bang. We've seen some brilliant stuff already today, and I'm sure that's going to continue as we get away with the SMS Auto sponsored men's Class 2s, and they go into turn 1 for the first time. This is a rerun of race 4 by the looks of things, as it's the York 16 machine of Brad Ellison that brings them round for the first time. I'll tell you what, Class 2s have put on a very good show so far, and they're doing the same here. Ellison it is then, down the far side at the first time of asking. The Pennine machine sitting in just behind him, but no answer at the moment. Thomas runs in third as contact for 4th, as I think it was one of the IK machines that gets pushed out. Indeed it was 130, Commandant 6, and Gloucester in District 5 at the tail end, but at the front it's still Ellison in York 16, and not being reeled in because the race could be on for second, as the Heath car is being slowly reeled in by the Bradley Thomas machine as Thomas switches to the inside line. His last lap flag already, 3.75 laps of course in the heat, so Bradley Thomas has got just about 3/4 of a lap to make a move for that second place position, but not making it stick at the moment. But at the front, completely unchallenged from the word go, and down the far side he goes for the final time. It's going to be the York 16 machine that's going to bring him round and stick some points on the board. So it's the Ellison machine that takes it. He takes second, Thomas takes third, IK 130, Commander number 6, and the Gloucester in District number 5 of Aiden Street is the final one to come across and round out your, well, one rerun of your men's Class 2s. There is another one to come a little bit later on, but that does round out Class 2s for the time being, because looking to the line, we've got Class 4 machinery down there for the first time this weekend. Then you will be hearing the local voice of, obviously, Tim Jones doing these a little bit later on, but I think he's got work duties to take care of first. I don't know what's worse, to be honest, work or commentary. What would be easier and what would be harder? So Tim, unfortunately, not joining us, but I think Gareth's on it, so it's Class 4s over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks Liam. We're already up and we're racing with the first round of qualifying then of the Hereford Clutch Clinic sponsored men's Class 4. Muck Junkie, your sponsors for the series and all 5 rounds. And it is the familiar sight. Hugh Jones leads past us for the first time. Colin in that second position in TA 155. I'm not sure if he's just about lost it to Pennow number 4. That's Dan Jones. And Colin then reclaims that second spot, leading the chase down that far straight on his fellow league member Hugh Jones in Carmarthen number 7. That's going to come back and round out his full first circuit of the ovals. Carmarthen number 7 with about half the length of the Cwmdu track on the advantage, and Colin Davis still there in that second position in TA 155. Then it's the Carlo machine of Aidan Murphy that's coming under some pressure now from the Pennow number 1 machine of Ross Fisher. He rounds out your top 4, racing ahead of his fellow club member. That's Pennow number 4, Daniel Jones, the ex-Darren Bradley machine. He's racing ahead of another stalwart in Class 4. That's Steve Morrison. He's a newcomer then, but the number will be familiar to those of us that have made their journey up from the South Wales League. He's there in that 1, 2, 3, 6th spot, racing ahead of the Star 61 machine that's at the tail end of the field. But it's 55 points. Hugh Jones, Carmarthen number 7 then, takes the win from Colin Davis. Ross Fisher, the Carlo Machine of Joseph Clement, finishes ahead of Dan Jones. Steve Morris and Aidan Murphy rounds it all out ahead of Graham Whittingham in star 61. So 16 cars, 16 drivers signed on for this morning's first round of qualifying here at the second round of the British Autograss Series. That means that 2 full heats are going to be coming your way in this first round of qualifying. And as we look towards the line then, race 2 is going to bring out Elian Lewis in PAC 71. He starts on grade number 8. On his inside shoulder, it'll be Jamie Williams in Melton 58. Colin Natural in IK 272. The newly built Owens Fabrications Mini starts in grid number 6, but it's the familiar sight of Darren Grasby's Imp then that leads down into the farmyard turn for the first time. It is Evesham 220 that leads the way and exits turn 2, leads past us, and Ben Gould leads the chase in the North Shropshire 434 machine. Getting up into the mix and finding that inside line, Darren Grasby in Evesham 220 just gets out of shape, and that allows the Hereford 31 machine of Mike Jones to slot through on the inside. Darren Grasby trying to get back on that inside line, and he's lost that 3rd position to Jamie Williams in Melton 58. Grasby back in 4th, racing ahead of BC 25. That's Richard Williams in that 5th spot. Then comes the Attrill machine, the IK 272 machine, racing ahead of Star 50 and Elian Lewis in PAC 71 at the tail end of the field. But already we've got that yellow flag with the black cross flying, and Ben Gould starts his final circuit in North Shropshire 434. Very close to second now between Jamie Williams and Mike Jones, as Mike just about holds on as they go through the start gate turn, but it's Williams on the inside. That fight will continue as they make their way down that far straight for the final time, but exiting the farmyard turn and claiming 55 points. It is going to be Ben Gould. 434 takes the win. Jamie Williams, 31 I reckon, just about holds on, but that's unconfirmed from Jamie Williams, who takes 3rd from Darren Grasby. And the rest of the lineup then make it through and bring the first round of qualifying of your Hereford Clutch Clinic and Muck Junkie sponsored Class 4s to an end. Just to let you know that we have been handed in a pair of junior racing gloves that were lost up there in the trade stand area. So if you are a parent of a junior that's lost a set of gloves, then come over here and we might be able to reunite them with their racing gloves. And also I'm going to give a quick mention to Helping the Underdogs and Sue Herdman's trade stand of cakes up there in the trade stand area. I'm beginning to feel a little bit peckish, so she does make exceedingly good cakes apparently. Right then, Class 6s are over there up on the line, and race 1 brings out Bryn Jones in Swansea 35, Andrew Lewis in PhD 85, Ollie Hadley in Severn Valley 701, Ollie Soul in St Neots 668, Paul Melly in Swansea number 1 starts in lane 3, alongside Richard Jones in Cwmdu 279 and Adrian Brown in PAC 37. And your Class 6 sponsor here this weekend is MJN Group and Keo Motorsport, and your overall championship sponsor for Class 6 is Elite Racing Transmissions. We've got the dust repellent onto the circuit doing their little deed for the day. We've got a little bit of a message to read out. So Shemai to Ken and Irma from Velingum. It's Irma, not Irma. I don't know why I put that twang on, but Shemai I Ken Irma or Velingum. And we've got a note from Team Carmarthen wishing Ken a speedy recovery following his new bionic hip, watching the racing from home following a technology lesson from Phil Olsen. And all the best from Team Carmarthen. Ie, gwella gloi Ken, gobeithio bod tîm yn I fod yn iawn yn ôl ar dy drad yn rhedeg ar ôl Nicola cyn hir. Right then, Class 6 up there on the line, MJN Group and Keo Motorsport, your sponsors here at this second round of the British Autograss Series. Like I said, Bryn Jones, Swansea 35, a car that has been advertised for sale this week on Facebook and other social media, is a car that starts in lane number 8. Lane 7 is occupied by Andrew Lewis in PhD 85. Ollie Hadley, Severn Valley 701, starts in lane 6. Lane 5 is unoccupied. Lane 4 contains Ollie Soul in St Neots 661. Pretty sure that Paul Melly, Swansea 1, is your current map open champion for this year, and he starts in lane 3 alongside Richard Jones in Cwmdu 279 and Adrian Brown in PAC 37. So that is your lineup for race 1. As we look at this Ovals Raceway, we can see that a few of the tyres and the cones have been adjusted on both parts of the track, so that's both the start gate turn and the farmyard turn. The dust repellent looks to be pulling back into their compound on that far side down there towards the barn. And as we look then on what you're watching at home, if you're joining us via the line stream, then you're looking up at the start line. You've just seen the Bowser making its way off the circuit. So we're going to see yellow flags begin to be shown for this first round of qualifying. Class 6 Heat 1 Race 1 then is about to get going. That red flag is going to be dropped on Marshall Post number 1, the Welsh Dragon Roars. And the first heat of your Class 6s then leave the line. Paul Melly quick out of the blocks in Swansea number 1. Richard Jones slams on the brakes, racing over the cones, but avoids the contact in Cwmdu 279, but he's there on the inside line. And he does knock himself into that race control, and he's passed him for the first time. Paul Melly then in Swansea 1 now leads the chase. He's there on the inside of the Jones machine. There's more contact between these two, and Bryn Jones collects his fellow Swansea club racer. They both get caught by their fellow South Wales League racer. That's Adrian Brown in PAC 37, but that brings out the red flags on race 1 of this first round of qualifying of the Class 6s. So Bryn Jones just square wheeled up there on the exit of the start gate turn. Richard Jones, Cwmdu 279, just eases past us on his way back to the pits, as do the rest of the field and the lineup in this first race of the first round of qualifying of the MJN Group and Cwmdu Motorsport sponsored men's Class 6s. As we look towards the line then on your live stream, we can see in the middle of the pack Neil Reid in TA221. He starts in lane 4. Towards his outside will be Paul Bailey in Hereford 99. Jordan Hampson will be there in Pennine number 70. And Michael Keogh in Cwmdu 433 then is the car that starts right out there in grid number 8. The inside grids are occupied by Glyn Bailey in Scunthorpe 33, who will start in grid number 3. On his inside line will be Kai Williams in TA121 and Mickey Manning in Evesham number 5. That's your lineup then for race 2 out of 6 races that will be coming your way in this first round of qualifying. Again, a few of the cones and the track markers being adjusted on the farmyard turn, but we've got yellow flags waving. We've got the Welsh Dragon breathing fire, and we're away. We're racing with race 2 of this first round of qualifying of the 6s. Oh, it's going to get messy as they go into turn 1, but it's that inside line that looks to pay off as Mickey Manning, oh, he's slid wide in Evesham number 5. Neil Reid gets back on the inside. He's under pressure and gets knocked against by the Scunthorpe machine in 33, but the one that's going to lead through the start gate turn for the first time is the Jordan Hampson machine. He's out of shape, and Mickey Manning goes right round the outside in the Evesham number 5 machine. He's the one that leads down that far straight then for the second time. Jordan Hampson in second in Pennine number 70. He races in that second position from Neil Reid, who's still there in that third position in TA221. Fourth place is the Glen Bailey machine. Scunthorpe 33, he's found a turn of speed, and he's looked towards the outside of the Tivy machine. Looking on towards the inside is the Keogh machine. That's the Cwmdu 433 machine, who's there in 5th from Paul Bailey and Kai Williams towards the tail end of the field. These 7 cars then pretty well spread out in race 2 of this first round of qualifying, but it's Manning that moves on to his final circuit in full steam from the Pennine 70 machine of Jordan Hampson, who's beginning to reel in the Manning machines. They make it past the start line for the final time, side by side as they get onto that start line straight, but the Evesham 5 machine finding the power and finding the momentum as he makes it out of turn 2. It's going to be a dash to the line. Has he lost it on the last bend? It's 70 to takes a win from Evesham 5. Scunthorpe 33 finishes in 3rd ahead of TA221. Then the Cwmdu 433 machine finishes ahead of Paul Bailey in Hereford 99, and Kai Williams rounds it all out for race 2 in TA121. So race 2 make their way back to the pits. They'll be back out a little bit later on for their second round of qualifying. Just a few messages. We've got a happy 40th birthday to wish to Katie Weaver, who spent the majority of the weekend up there on the gate. And we'll have a few more messages as we progress through this first round of qualifying. But race 3 gets away from the line. No time to give you the names of the runners and riders, but it is Mr. Parsonage that's going to lead past us then. It's the North Wales 146 machine that's just racing ahead of Carlo 174. It's James Sinnott that slots into that second position, leading the chase. Side by side as they go through the start gate turn for the first time. Side by side also for third and fourth, and up there is the Yorkshire 10 machine of Martin James, and towards the outside is the Carlo 143 machine of Alan Bolger. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Side by side for fifth and sixth, and Andy Johnson is Carlo 16. Just moves through on the inside of the York 77 machine of Carl Proctor. And just out of it at the moment at the tail end of the field is Ted Preedy in Bradford 190, but that race very much on at the head of affairs as Sinnott now looks up towards the inside of the Parsonage machine. Down into the farmyard turn they go for the penultimate time. That yellow flag with the black cross already waving, as it's going to be the North Wales machine that just about gets his nose in front as they move on to that final lap on the Golders Raceway. But Sinnott's back through on the inside. Can the Parsonage machine find the momentum to reclaim that race control as they make it down that far straight? It looks like it's the Carlo machine that's going to make it the first Irish win, I think, this weekend, as he goes through the farmyard turn for the final time. It's a race to the line, but it looks like it's going to be 174 that holds on from 146. Third place is going to go to Martin James in Yorkshire Dales title from Alan Bolger. Carlo 143. Carl Proctor takes fifth in York 77 from Andy Johnson in Scarborough 16, and Ted Preedy in Bradford 190. That rounds out race number 3. Like we've said all day, we haven't got a radio here in the commentary unit, but as soon as we get any confirmation of flags, then we'll try and relay that onto you. But the results as we see them may differ from the official results, which will be shown online and up in the pits later on this evening. Problematic exit of the field for the drivers of race 3. I think that's Alan Bolger up there. Just needs a little push off the circuit. But race 4 certainly is going to be an entertaining race, because up there in lane number 2 is your defending Classics national champion. That's Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41. He starts alongside the one that did win the Nationals here a couple of years ago. That's Dalton Thomas in Cwmdu number 8. So that's going to be a very good battle. We've also got the ex-Class 4 national champion. That's Phil Olsen in Carmarthen 47, who starts in grid number 3, but didn't get the best of starts. It did the Scunthorpe 36 machine of Dane Coupland, and he is at the back of the pack as they go in through turn 1 and 2, but it's Dolts that's going to lead past us for the first time. Carmarthen number 8 then is just 2-3 car lengths ahead of Darren Bryan as they go through the start gate turn for the first time. Dalton on the outside, Bryan on the inside, and it looks like Darren Bryan just about might have found a line up the inside, but Dalton Thomas there is going to reclaim it as they go through the farmyard turn. Is he going to make that very wide line stick as they pass us for the second time? No change. It's 1841 and 71 to Aaron Smith from the Star Club. Phil Olsen's there in that fourth position in Carmarthen 47, and he's through to third as Aaron Smith looks to have problems on board, and Gremlins behind the Star 71 machine. That allows Darren Rees in TA 95 to move through into that fourth spot, but once again that yellow flag with the black cross goes out. Dalton Thomas moves on to his final lap from Darren Bryan and Phil Olsen. That's the 1, 2 and 3 away and gone really from Darren Rees, and Dane Coupland back in that fourth and fifth spot with Severn Valley 62, Simon Morgan towards the tail end of the field, with Aaron Smith's problems, of course, with the Star 71 machine. But all cars, all drivers are on to their last lap as your race leader becomes your race winner. Carmarthen number 8 takes the win from Scarborough 41. Phil Olsen takes third in Carmarthen 47 from Darren Rees in TA 95. Then Dane Coupland takes fifth in Scunthorpe 36. And rounding it all out then, Simon Morgan in Severn Valley 62. And Aaron Smith in Star 71 said, I've had enough of this. And he turns around and makes his way off the circuit. So that's race 4 done and dusted. Race 5 is up there on the line, and this one brings out, I think, except for one driver, all the rest have qualified for this year's men's nationals, and it's going to be an interesting battle up there at Thornborough. But we're already up and we're racing. Problems on board the PAC 12 machine of Billy Roberts, but that's not going to matter too much to your race leader, who's just around from the 80 At the moment, it's Muzzer that leads past us and leads into that start gate turn for the first time. Getting up into the middle of the pack is Jane Colgate in North Wales 20, but it's the one that's racing on the inside line that leads down into the farmyard turn for the second time. It is the man that's come all the way from the Invicta Kent Club, and that's Andy Russell that leads past us for the second time. So it's Russell from Muzzer and the North Wales 20 machine of Colgate then. That's your 1, 2 and 3. Adrian Lewis, the diesel-powered machine, that's there in that fourth position in PAC number 7, racing ahead of the Scarborough 96 machine of Joe Grayson. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4. And problems on board TA66. So Darren Thomas just up there. We race under yellow flags as the drivers go through the yellow flag with the black cross, but it's one circuit to go. Can Andy Johnson hold on in IK64? Down the far straight they're going to go then with about half a circuit of the ovals to go. IK64 holds on. North Wales 20 won't give up the fight. A little bit of blue smoke coming from the rear of the Kent machine, and it's going to be Colgate that takes the win on the last bend from Andy Russell in IK64. The Muzzer takes third in Cwmdu 80 from Adrian Lewis in PAC 7, who takes fourth. Scarborough 96, Joe Grayson takes that fifth spot, and that rounds out race 4 with problems on board. Billy Roberts, PAC 12 machine, and Darren Thomas in TA 66, unfortunately picking up a DNF from this first round of qualifying of your MJN Group and Keo Motorsport sponsored men's class 6s. Elite Racing Transmissions, your sponsors throughout the 5 rounds and the series sponsor for 2022. And as always, we can't overmention and thank the sponsors enough for their support. So we move in to the last scheduled race of your first round of qualifying of men's class 6s. And we've just had another message from Sam King to say hi for my family. So if you're related to Sam, then she wants to say hello to you. So whether you're here or whether you're watching at home or whether you're sunning yourself in Turkey, then yeah, Sam wishing you all the best and saying hello. Not going to say too much, but race 6 is up there on the line, and this one is going to bring out Jordan Tinker in York 35. Ben Gadsby is also up there, familiar name now in class 6s in Pennine number 7. Stuart Thompson, another familiar name and one that's raced in classics for many years, but the number might be a little bit more unfamiliar as he's now piloting under the White Rose 3 number. Tom Pipe in North Shropshire number 5 is there starting in lane number 5. Jordan Coupland in Scunthorpe 15 is there starting in lane 4, and Anthony Conway in Scunthorpe 91 starts in lane 3. Mickey B's on standby just to jump in and show the ones at home whether we're going to have another race stoppage or not. As if I get a tick next to this one, then it's another class loader rerun and I join the club. So race 6 is up there on the line. That's shot myself in the foot now, haven't I? But yeah, race 6 of this first round of qualifying of the men's class 6 is up there on the line. Darren Thomas is having a little bit more attention for that little Clio than he probably wanted, and the rest of the running, the non-running cars then going back to the pits on the tail end of the quads. So while the downtime and the attention is given to those drivers, then the dust repellent comes onto the circuit once again. We're not allowed to mention directors, we're not allowed to mention tyres, and we're not allowed to mention the forecast, but the dust repellent team and the track team doing an absolutely fantastic job here this weekend as we progress through this first round of qualifying. One more race of the Class 6s to go before we move into the first round of qualifying of the stock hatches, which are going to bring out another 16 entries, so another 2 full grids of the stock hatches. Then we'll be moving on to the most chaotic class in national autograss racing. We'll be moving on to the class 8s, and I think it's going to be Liam that takes you through the 32 heats that will be coming your way in this first round of qualifying. Yeah, we got enough to make the semis, so they'll be fighting for the top 16 positions throughout the 3 rounds of qualifying. So we've got a changeover of marshals. The cars are back in the pits. We've got a yellow flag waving on the farmyard turn, so that means that we are under starters orders once again, and race 6 leaves the line. Who's going to make the break? It's Ben Gadsby from grid number 7, and it is going to be that car that's going to lead down into the farmyard turn for the first time. Jordan Tinker goes with him in York 35. Now, is the water going to catch these out? It's Gadsby on the dry inside line. North Shropshire number 5 is Tom Pipe. He follows him on that dry inside line, and he leads the chase in that second position. Jordan Tinker, though, in York 35, through on the inside. Joe Thompson's over the tyres and over the cones, and he's facing oncoming traffic in White Rose number 3, and he finds himself now demoted to the tail end of the field and almost hits the Marshall barrier. But it is Pennine number 7, Ben Gadsby, who's lost out that race control, as the inside line is where the grip is, and it is Jordan Tinker in York 35 that leads past the start line for the third time of asking. Scunthorpe 91 is Anthony Conway. He's there now, reeling in the tail end of the Ben Gadsby machine, as we see that yellow flag with a black rosquet made ready. It's going to be 1 lap to go for Jordan Tinker in York 35, but Gadsby gets that race control back in Pennine number 7. He goes through the start gate turn. Tinker and Pipe on the inside of the cones as they go through that start gate turn. That allows Anthony Conway to power through into second, as Tinker's facing oncoming traffic in York 35. But has Conway found this right line around the Ovals Raceway, or is Gadsby going to hold on? It looks like he will. It's Pennine 7 that's going to take the win. Conway takes second in Scunthorpe 91. Tom Pipe takes third in the North Shropshire 5 machine. Scunthorpe 15 is Jordan Coupland, and he rounds out your race order ahead of Stuart Thompson in White Rose number 3. So that's your Class 6s done and dusted. We got Class 2 machines up there on the line. So to take you through the rerun of the Class 2s, while Mickey B is going to join the marshalling team, it's going to be straight back over to Mr. Liam Williams.
Yeah, cheers, Gareth. So, men's 2's on the line. I'll tell you what, when Mickey's got the flags in his hand, he looks like one of those boxing ring girls that come in to present, you know, what round it's in. That's what I thought he was doing originally. I'm kind of glad it was only a flag. So, men's Class 2's then down out on the line. I believe this is the only outstanding rerun that we have left, but if that's wrong, don't blame me, blame Archie, because these aren't my classes, so I don't have a clue. I'm just going by the paperwork. So, looking down to the line, I'm going to guess this is a rerun of race 8, which is down there, because I think I can see Ash Wrigglesworth coming out in the Scarborough machine, and I hear a very familiar Scarborough voice of Mickey B over my shoulder confirming it. So there we go. So a rerun of race 8 then down there on the line. JD Farrer coming out of lane 1 in Scarborough 17. Ash Wrigglesworth, as we mentioned, Scarborough treble 2 coming out in lane 2. Craig Conway in Scunthorpe 126 is down there in lane 3. Lane 4 is occupied by Mark Mosley in Radford number 3. Clint Fowles in Pennine 84 comes out of lane 5 next to Jay Albrighton in Scunthorpe 156. And last but by no means least, Sean Grocott in Severn Valley 21. So there we go, just we mentioned them all, they get off the line. So Class 2's race 8 then is off the line and into turn 1, and it is the Wrigglesworth machine, the first one to show, but going out wide, the track a little bit damp, bit slippy, so it could catch a few of these drivers out, and Conway it is that emerges at the front, of course, very experienced in Class 2s, former national champion, of course, in Scunthorpe 126, as he goes down the far side for the first time. I think it's the Severn Valley machine that runs there in second, but not able to put a challenge on. Or is it JD Farrow? One or the other, as Ash Wrigglesworth now comes through to second in Scarborough 22. JD Farrow was in third from the Scunthorpe 156. And Mark Mosley not having the best of runs in Radford number 3, as he was climbing tyres in the early stages, and he now finds himself well down the order with a lot of work to do. But at the front, Craig Conway just extending this lead more and more. He certainly found the right line around the ovals in Scunthorpe 126. One more lap to go for him as he motors on. Ash Wrigglesworth runs second. The race now on for third, as the Scunthorpe machine of Jay Albrighton looking at the inside of JD Farrer. JD getting it a little bit sideways and losing out, relegated down to fourth, but has got about half a lap to try and make that third place position back. But I'll tell you what, an easy win in the end for Craig Conway. Scunthorpe 126 it is. That takes 55 points in the first round of qualifying. Scarborough 20 treble 2 of Ash Wrigglesworth. Scunthorpe 156 of Jay Albrighton. JD Farrer in Scarborough 17. And after earlier problems, Mark Mosley will come across in Radford number 3 to complete it all. And as I said, I believe that does complete your men's Class 2s for their first round of qualifying. And tell you what, they put on a brilliant show, didn't they? So a very big thank you then to SMS Autos for their sponsorship, and a very big thank you to Fleet Care Services for their sponsorship over the course of the British Autograss series. So we conclude at men's Class 2s. We look down to the line. We go from one class that loves to door each other to the next, because it's men's stock hatches, so it's over to Gareth.
Yeah, thank you very much, Liam. Yeah, stock hatches up there on the line. The class has been incepted into this year's Men's National Autograss Championships. So we'll see the best 40 in action on the last weekend in July. But race 1 of your stock hatch then gets away from the line, and it's going to be a messy turn, isn't it? As Melton 4 is John Crosby. He leads into turn 1. Is he going to pop out to turn 2 on top? Oh, and that brings 2 to a stop. But it's the Scarborough 64 machine that's going to lead through the start gate turn for the first time. And we start as we mean to go on, don't we? So we're going to have the first rerun of the stock hatches. Cwmdu 88, Cwmdu 76, Scarborough 86, I think, A64. And red flags come out then on the first race of the stock hatches. SGS Gases, your sponsors of the stock hatches throughout the 5 rounds of the series, and your sponsor here local this weekend is MJ Powell and Sons.
What was I saying about one class that likes to door each other to the next one, Gareth?
It's a commentator that goes from red flags to another.
And the problem was, about 5-10 minutes ago, Gareth was saying, oh yeah, we're going to breeze through. I think he concluded his class 6s fairly easily. He gets the stock hatches and it all goes wrong. So
yeah.
That's why you shouldn't brag too early, Gareth.
Yeah, that's the trouble now, isn't it? We time-wise, we're not doing too bad. No. We've lost a commentator who's going to join the marshalling team. And we're going to progress through race 2 of the stock hatches up there on the line. And this one's going to bring out Justin Hardy from the Southern League in South Somerset, number 8. Also up there is going to be Ross Holland in Hereford, 182. James Holmes in All Shropshire, 391, starts in lane number 6. John Petrie in Radford, 59, starts in lane 5 alongside Martin Phillips in Cwmdu, 50. Sam Smith in 7 by 99 is there, as is Paul Lickley in Yorkshire Dales, 95. And Jason Holland in Hereford, 183. Now, the ambulance crew have come on to the circuit. There's one driver that's out of the car down there on the exit of the farmyard turn, and another crew with the driver of Cwmdu 76. That's Cian Vernals, and he's there just on the infield then on the exit of the farmyard turn. So while we've got a bit of downtime, and if you're watching the live stream, then you're looking at a fantabulous view of the Ovals Raceway. You can see the top half of the track. You can see what we'll call, until we get any more entries, we'll call it the Cwmdu Camber, and we can see the spectators over there on the bank. So if you can hear and see us, and give us a wave. And the camera's on you at the moment. So the spectators on the Cwmdu Camber then is what the spectators at home are seeing at the moment, and we can see the start line and the holding lane area. Just out of sight on your live stream is the trade stand area, and we've already mentioned it, and we've seen Sue share all the information over the last few weeks. But Sue Herdman is up there, and she's raising money for helping the underdogs with a little bit of a cake stall. So if you are feeling peckish, it's coming up to lunchtime now, isn't it? Well, almost. We'll say 11s. And if you're feeling a little bit peckish and want to raise some vital funds for badly treated pets, if we can call them then make sure that you go up and see Sue. She's up there in the trade stand area. And it needs to be said, it's a very full trade stand area here this weekend at the second round of the British Autograss Series as we look towards our left. And like I say, the trade stands sponsors are the ones that are always supporting the sport and this British Autograss Series. And as spectators, members, racers that have attended this weekend, then it will be good to think that we are actually supporting the ones that do continue to support the sport. Right then, as we look towards the live stream, we can see that we've got some yellow flags waving around the Ovals Raceway. So at home, you're watching the start line, you're watching the view from the Water Bowser compound up that start line straight. And we're already away and racing then with the stock hatches. The rerun, no, it's not a rerun, it's race 2. And it's the North Shropshire 931 machine of James Holmes that's going to lead into turn 1. John Petrie's there in Radford, 59. He now leads the chase. He's through on the inside, though, as they pass us for the first time. But it's Hereford 183 flying the flag. Oh, there was contact there. But it's the Hereford 183 machine of Jason Holland that leads down past that start line and back onto the start line straight for the second time, obviously flying the flag for the West Midland League, and he's very familiar with racing around these ovals. But we get red flags on race 2 of the stock hatches. So who knows, by the time the reruns are run, we might actually have the voice of Tim Jones to help guide us through a hopefully better behaved set of races. But we're going to go back to Class 6s and the rerun of race number 1 that's going to be coming up very, very shortly. Right then, so your stock hatches then make their way off the circuit. We're going to go back to the rerun of race 1 of the Class 6s, which was brought to a stop on the last lap. But we're going to go with a rerun, and it looks like it's a very, very heavily depleted field. Up there from lane 8 is not Bryn Jones. He's not there, so Swansea 35 is going to be a no-go for the rerun. Andrew Lewis certainly is there. He starts in the PhD 85 machine out in grid number 7. Lane 6 is unoccupied. Lane 4 brings out Ollie Soul in St Neots 661. He starts on the outside of Paul Melly in Swansea number 1. And I think lane 2 is unoccupied. So that means that Adrian Brown in PAC 37 is the only other driver up there. And if so, then he'll start in lane number 1. And the bungee lift, 4 drivers, 4 cars leave the line. And it is Adrian Brown then, PAC 37, the one that's just about got his nose in front as they go down into turn 1. Is he going to be able to hold on to that inside line, or is the water going to catch him out? As they pass us for the first time then, it is 35. It's another South Wales League 1, 2 and 3, but it's Paul Melly now who's got the bit between his teeth in Swansea number 1, and he's found that dry inside line as he gets back onto the start line straight. Andrew Lewis is under pressure in the PhD 85 machine. Too much pressure, in fact, because he's demoted to the tail end of the field as Ollie Soul moves through into 3rd in St Neots, and he gets caught out by that slippery, slimy stuff on the outside, and that rehands the 3rd place back to Andrew Lewis in PhD 85. But that race very much on at the head of affairs between the 2 South Wales League machines. It's Swansea number 1 versus PAC 37 with a lap and a quarter to go. It's Melly versus Brown. And it's Brown now who switches to the inside, switches to the outside as they go through the start gate turn. It's race very much on at the head of affairs. If you're watching the live stream, then you're missing all of this, because it's Swansea number 1 that makes his way down that far straight for the final time. It's Swansea number 1 with about 8 car lengths clear now of Adrian Brown, but I'm sure Adrian will be really chuffed with a 2nd place at this bash round. But it's Swansea 1 that takes the win. Adrian Brown takes 2nd in PAC 37, and 3rd place goes to Andrew Lewis in PhD 85. And this time that does bring to a close your Cwmdu Motorsport and MJN Group sponsored men's Class 6s. For the first time today, we've got men's Class 8 machines up there on the line, so I'll hand you straight back over to take you through them. And like I said, all 32 grids of them, it's going to be Mr. Liam Williams.
I'll try and take you through them anyway, put it that way. So 10 grids then, as usual, of your men's Class 8s. And I'll tell you what, they've tried to throw me off already, because that's race 2 that is assembled down there on the line rather than race 1. So nice try, but I'm switched on this morning because I wasn't in the beer tent last night. I didn't get here till this morning, so it didn't work. Anyway, race 2, we're already off. Raider 4x4, your sponsors for the weekend. Beresford Chassis and Components, of course, your very kind sponsors for the series. Race 2 then of your men's Class 8 leaves the line as they get away from there. Who's going to be the first to the show? It's 247 Sam Matthews. German runs 2nd in the Typhy 57 machine and running very strongly. Someone's got problems on board. Michael Tinkle-Abbott is an early casualty, but down the far side they go for another time. It's still going to be the Sam Matthews machine that leads them round, going out wide. German's up the inside in 57. Double making stick. Whitehouse up to 3rd. Tolbert, Powell and Barker, the ones that are running behind in the 4th, 5th and 6th place positions. But at the front, Matthews it is. Is Jake Herdman going to try this inside line again? As they go into that farmyard bend for the penultimate time, it's still Matthews. Has he got the speed? Herdman's on the inside once again. He's not going to quit. He will push that car to the limit. And he will do whatever he can to try and sneak up the inside. Down the far side they go. We're going to stick with the front 2 as it's Matthews from Herdman. That's your 1 and 2. Matthews keeps it tight. Drifts out wide. Herdman's got the power on the straight. Who's going to take it? Oh, neck and neck We know Whitehouse took third, Bryn Powell fourth, Mark Barker fifth, and Talbot takes sixth. Don't ask me who won, because I seriously could not tell you. They were absolutely neck and neck as they come across the finish line. We're directly in line with the finish line, and even I couldn't split them. Connor Jones then, unfortunately, was another early casualty in North Wales 115, along with Michael Tinker-Abbott. Gareth has very kindly gone upstairs to find out who the winner was, but I tell you what a way to kick things off with men's Class 8s. I say it every weekend, I say it every BAST round, but that's what you pay to see. You pay to see top racing, and it doesn't get much better than men's Class 8s. And I tell you what, it doesn't get much better for Jake Herdman, as he was announced the winner in that one. Right, we're moving on. The next race is already off. I ain't got time to go through who's in it, but Mitch Wells is certainly in it. In the Victor Kent 356, because he's the first one into turn one. Looks to come through on the cutback, who gets squeezed out, and it's Russell! We've got one climbing cars in Solway number 6, but Russell it is. That takes up the run-in the Victor Kent 19. Wells relegated to third, but running on the outside line, can't find a speed, has to go early on the brakes there as he nearly made contact with the Armco, but Tim Russell it is. That moves on to another circuit as he comes past us once more. It's the Mallow 318 machine that runs second and running very well. Mitch Wells runs there in third. Your Map Open champion runs fourth. Dan Talbot in Solway number 6, but Tim Russell looking to pull away more and more. Martin Brown still running in a very respectable second, but Mitch Wells is on a mission in third in 356. It's last lap. It's 19, 318, 356, BC 14, Talbot in number 6, York Treble 8, C115, and the Yorkdale's number 90 at the tail end. But keep your eyes on the front. Mitch Wells is up to second. Is he going to make a last-ditch move for that top spot? It doesn't look like it. Tim Russell's going to hold on. Mitch Wells takes second, Martin Brown third, Gethin Lewis takes fourth. Cwmdu 115 is the next one for Yorkdale's 90. York Treble 8 is Peter Bilbley, and your newly crowned Map Open champion Dan Talbot unfortunately finds himself square-wheeled over on the Farmyard Bend. But I tell you what, it could have been a hell of a lot worse, because he got it up in the air as he come past us in commentary on the first lap. So at least he managed to stay on all four wheels, but unfortunately for him, not the result he was looking for in Solway number 6. Right, breathe, we can take a breath finally. So we've had 2 races, and I'll tell you what, 2 of the best races of the day so far. Class 8 providing the action as usual. As I said, Raider 4x4, your very kind sponsors for the meeting. So a big thank you to them, and of course a very big thank you to Beresford Chassis and Components, your long-time sponsor of men's Class 8 for the British Autograss Series. And whilst we're mentioning the British Autograss Series and sponsors, very big thank you, of course, to Kent Cams and Simpson for, again, their long sponsorship of the BAST. And I'll tell you what a year is shaping up to be. Like I said, round 1 was absolutely fantastic. Down in South Wales, there was a very good turnout of cars. I think a lot of people were saying, oh, this is going to be the biggest one of the year. Well, I'll tell you what, Cwmdu, I don't know what the numbers are between the two, but I think we got 713 here this weekend. So I tell you what, brilliantly represented once again. And 713 drivers here, and I tell you what, all 713 of those drivers could win their respective finals tomorrow afternoon. Of course, we'll talk a little bit more about that later on, and of course more tomorrow. And as usual, for those of you that are used to the BAST, and for those of you that might be your first ever BAST round, 2 rounds of qualifying to come your way today in all the classes, time permitting, of course, because you never know what's going to happen. The second heats usually prove to be a little bit problematic, especially with Class 8 if they make it that far, because the Class 8s are normally still doing their first heats on the Sunday morning. But we've had 2 races so far, and we've got through them. So, I'm not going to say nothing more, because we've still got another 8 to go. So, race 3, or well, race 4 rather, is down on the line. Not too sure what happened to race 1. I'm just looking at who was meant to be in it and whether they was in another class, but it doesn't seem to be. So they will be coming out soon, I'm sure. But race 4 is down there on the line then. What a lineup. Spencer Mills, Ludlow 5, coming out in lane 1. Daz Mullen, Yorkdale's 37, lane 2. Graham Moss, lane 3, White Rose number 1. Ash Howard, PhD 21, lane 4. Kevin McBride, Solway 4, lane 5. Phil Taplin, Leewood 51, Kerwin Thomas, Carmarthen 26, and Chris Juggins in Scunthorpe 50. That's the lineup for race 4. Mullen it is. That's quick out of the gate in the Yorkdale's 37 machine. Juggins, I think, just slowed it down, but Mullen it is. That's going to lead them out of turn 1. Graham Moss 1 second in the White Rose number 1 machine. So it's the the former White Rose driver from the current White Rose driver in first and second, but someone's getting it all wrong towards the back. Contact as someone piles straight into the side. I bigged them up, I said we was doing well, but guess what that means? Red flags on men's Class 8 unfortunately come out. So as the boys get it all slowed down, then two cars unfortunately have found themselves coming to grief over on the far side. I think one was Spencer Mills in Ludlow 5, and by process of elimination, I'm going to say the other one was Phil Taplin in Leewood 51. I need to start remembering that we're on camera and that there is actually a camera pointing directly at the cars. So rather than trying to squint and trying to guess and do process of elimination, I can just turn to my left. So we can see that Leewood 51 then, Phil Taplin is one of them. And like I said, Spencer Mills didn't come past me once the race finished. So I would imagine that he was the other one. So contact then, both drivers seem to be fine because no medical crew coming out on the track. These Class 8 boys are made of stern stuff. You have to be to go in Class 8. So unfortunately then we get our first rerun, probably the first of many, if I'm being totally honest, in your men's Class 8. And put it this way, my voice won't be sounding like this by tomorrow evening, I can definitely assure you of that. So I'm not saying it'd be any better, it'd be worse if anything. So anyway, rerun of that to come your way. And speaking of reruns, we've got even more problematic drivers down there on the line. It's the stock hatches. So I'm not going to say it's over to Gareth, I'm just going to say good luck, Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, John Liam. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be as fresh tomorrow morning either. So yeah, we're going to go to the rerun of the first race of the first round of qualifying of the stock hatches. And like we mentioned earlier, the overall series sponsor for this year's British Autograss Series in the stock hatch class is going to be the SGS Gases Company, and your stock hatch sponsor here locally this weekend is MJ Powell and Sons, and their agricultural and land drainage contractors, and they do a little bit of plant hire as well. So all the information, as always, is in your programme. We haven't mentioned so far the overall series sponsors, Ken Cams and Simpson Race Exhausts. And as always, we need to extend a big thank you to them for their continued support of the British Autograss Series. We started with 8 in this scheduled race. We've only got 5 that emerged from the line for their rerun, and it's the BC225 machine of James Williams and that's got the inside line, but he pops out of turn 2 in that second position, and it's our fellow commentator that leads past us for the first time. It is Archie Lewis in Cwmdu 241, who's certainly showing them the way to go through the start gate turn for the first time. 241 then is being reeled in by 225 as they go down that far straight for the second time, but it's still the Cwmdu driver and our fellow commentator. Oh gee, gets nudged by James Williams in the BC225 machine. He slams on the brakes to avoid the contact with the back markers, but he unfortunately finds himself now towards the tail end of the field and relegated back to 5th as James Williams leaves the way down that far straight. Melton 4 is your new race leader, that's John O'Crosby. And we're going to see a black flag shown to somebody, and the red flags come out on this first race of the stock hatches. And, well, if we're going to go with our gut feeling, then the black flag is going to be shown to the driver of BC225. And that's probably going to mean another rerun with 4 cars starting in the rerun. And the good thing is that the 4 cars were running as the red flags came out, so we're not going to need too much repair time before the rerun can take place. But we're going to go from all sorts of saloons to open wheelers. We're going to go back from the stock hatch to Class 8, and we're going to go back from Gareth Jones to Mr. Liam Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. And we're also going to go back to race 1 because it is eventually come up to the line, and that's what's sitting down there. Tell you what, with these stock hatches, I bet Gareth can't wait for Tim to come here. He's absolutely dying for him to turn up. He's going to be texting him in a minute on the phone. Hurry up, Tim. Surely he can't do much worse. Hopefully Gareth gets it 3rd time lucky when we see him again. Anyway, race 1 then. I know it's confusing, but this is race 1 of your men's Class 8s down there on the line. Steve Mills, Emily Gill, Matt Stratton, Gaz Edwards, Carl Burns, Phil Goodenough, Tom Lewis and Matt Doddridge are the ones coming out. Tom Lewis could be one to keep your eyes on. I think like 2nd in the BAS after the first round. So he'll be one to keep your eye on. But I'll tell you what, with a lineup like that, you can keep your eye on pretty much all of them because they've all been absolutely flying. Not just this season, but over the course of the years in men's Class 8. Of course, Emily Gill mixing it up with the men. She won't be the only female lady driver you see in the Class 8 because, of course, Kate Lockwood will be coming out later on as well. So good to see, of course, a couple of the ladies mixing it up, and they certainly do mix it up as well. You can guarantee if Emily's on form, she will be running towards the higher end of the field. Gaz Edwards, I think, bigged him up at the last BAS round, said that he seems to be improving more and more, and I think he had a dismal weekend. So I'm not going to say anything this time. You just have to wait and see what he does. Matt Stratton, of course, Evesham 15. I think Matt been in Class 8. It seems like he's been in Class 8 longer than he actually has, because he is still only young. But I'll tell you what, Matt is another one who just keeps on improving and has been absolutely flying the last couple of times I've seen him this year. So here be one. Steve Mills, you can't really say much about Steve Mills. That hasn't been said already. Another one, a very experienced driver in your men's Class 8, another former national champion. So here be another one to keep your eye on. And the others, Carl Burns, Phil Goodenough and Matt Doddridge, those three certainly not to be discounted either. And they can certainly mix it in with the best. That's the thing with Class 8, anything can happen. And of course, don't forget, we are looking for the top 16 point scorers throughout the heats in your men's Class 8. So for those of you that might be a little bit unfamiliar with how the BAS works, then if there are over X amount of cars, I don't know how many it is because it changes so often, but if there is enough, which there is in 8s, then we will run semi-finals tomorrow. So we do look for the top 16 point scorers, and you would think, wouldn't you, that while looking for 16 you could afford a mistake. You really can't, because I guarantee that some of the points needed to get into the top 8 in most classes would just about scrape you into the top 16 in men's Class 8. I think at the first BAS it was something like 120 or 123, round about that area, that you needed to get into that semi-final. And I mean, that is absolutely ridiculous when you think that you're looking for 16 rather than 8. So Class 8, it's got to be the most competitive class, I think, in Autograss racing, and they're certainly going to show it as they get off the line this time round. So we get a quick pre-race selfie in commentary, and we're off the line. So Class 8 it is that get going. Who's the first one to show? Tom Lewis and Steve Mills are the first two, but it's Lewis with his nose in front in BC 55. Steve Mills runs second. Emily Gill, I said she's going to be towards the front, and she most certainly is, as she runs in third. In Scunthorpe number 20, Phil Goodenough, Matt Stratton running just behind her, Gaz Edwards, Carl Burns and Joe Doddridge. But at the front, this man has looked unbeatable. Here's Tom Lewis it is in BC 55, just pulling away from one of the most competitive Class 8 packs you'll see this weekend. As Millsy still runs second, Emily Gill runs third. Stratton now on a mission as he gets up to fourth using an outside line in Evesham 15. Goodenough, Edwards and Burns sitting just behind him. Joe Doddridge to run off the pace in the Forest of Dean machine. But his last lap flag this time. Where's the race on the field? I think it's for fourth. It's certainly not at the front, because Tom Lewis is away and gone in BC 55. Using this every inch of this track to his advantage. I think he had a second in Class 7. He's gone one better with the 8. 55 points for BC 55. Steve Mills takes second. Emily Gill runs third. Matt Stratton takes fourth. Phil Goodenough fifth. Gaz Edwards takes sixth. Carl Burns comes across and picks up 7th place points in the Breed Nail Machine. And Joe Doddridge in the Forest of Dean. Matt Doddridge, not Joe Doddridge. There's two of them. That's why it's confusing. So Matt Doddridge it is in the Forest of Dean 51. That takes the final place. Joe Doddridge, I think, is a Class 5, so I don't know why I'm getting them confused. It's the last name. It doesn't take much to mix me head about. So there we go then. Another race of your men's Class 8's done. As I said, that was race 1. But that's enough of the confusion, because it's done now. So we're moving on to what should be race 5 down there on the line. And I can see Kenny Smith on the inside line, because that car is hard to miss, which means it is indeed race 5. This brings out your series leader and round 1 winner as well, Russ Shepherd in South Somerset number 3. So Tom Lewis then running second in the BAS, just had a win. Russ Shepherd knows he's right behind him, so he's going to have to pull it out of the bag, but he leads this time, but not having it all his own way, because Bishop's running with him in 73, and Bishop's looking up the inside. That doesn't make it stick. It's a mixture of experience versus youth for first and second, but it's the experienced driver that leads. Russ Shepherd in number 3. Bishop back on the inside. Third is Dan Ray. Kenny Smith from the car at 19. Fitzy in number 10. And Browning in 141, but there's a change at the front as Bishop makes that inside line stick in the Ayton Sobry machine. What Shepherd got in reserve, he's got to have something left in the tank. He won't settle for second as his last lap flag this time. It's 73 from number 3. We're going to keep our eyes on these two as they go into that top turn, the hillside bend. For the final time, Shepherd is dropping back and losing the pace, and it's allowing the Bishop machine to motor on. His checkered flag is going to be a brilliant win. Matt Bishop takes the win in Ayton Sobry 73. Ross Shepherd takes second. Dan Ray takes third. Kenny Smith fourth. Then we go to the Carlo 19 machine of Colin Bogner. Then we go to the Phipps machine in Strouden District number 10, who was the next one across, and Thomas Browning rounding it all off in St. Neots 141. So a brilliant win there for Matt Bishop in that one. So we're going to take another break from men's class 8, and we're going to give Gareth another chance with these stock hatches, because that's what's on the line.
Yeah, thanks very much, Liam. Yeah, we're going to go straight back into the rerun of race 2, and this one goes with the starters that initially started, and it is going to be North Shropshire 931 then. It's going to lead down into the farmyard turn. That's James Holmes. He's followed through by John Petrie in Radford 59, who leads the chase. Then it's the Justin Harney machine, South Somerset number 8, that rounds out here 1, 2 and 3 as they go through the start gate turn for the first time. Cwmdu number 50 is Martin Phillips. He's back there in that 5th spot, and he's racing just behind, I think it's the 7 Valley 99 machine of Sam Smith, and Hereford 183 then Jason Holland towards the tail end of the field. No change. Your 1, 2, 3 and 4 get past this for the second time of asking, and it's Paul Lickley in Yorkshire Dales 95 that currently sits in that 4th spot, but he's reeling in the boot lid of the Justin Hardy machine. He's through on the inside and claims that 3rd spot. Justin Hardy will be back on the inside and trying to fight on the cut back for that 3rd position, but as they go on to their final circuit, it is going to be the North Shropshire machine of James Holmes that powers on through to his last lap. He's about 6 car lengths clear of John Petrie, who's still there in Radford 59 in that 2nd position. Yorkshire Dales 95 is Paul Lickley. He's there in 3rd. Doesn't look like your 1, 2 and 3 are going to change as they make it across the checkers. Justin Hardy takes 4th in South Somerset number 8 from Cwmdu 50, 7 Valley 99 and Hereford 183. So that's race 2 done, dusted and cleared. I hope as we look towards the line, we're going to go back to the rerun of race number 1, which is the one that will have the exclusion of James Williams in BC 225. So up there we are, by process of elimination, left with John O'Crosby in Melton number 4. Martin Murray's there in Cwmdu 88. They're the ones that start in grid number 6 and 7. And as you watch on your live stream, then the red car on the inside is Archie Lewis in Cwmdu 241. And the car that starts in lane number 4 is Chris Pattinson in Scarborough 64. I just had a message to say that I sound a little bit muffled trackside, and if so, then I do apologise. And if you're listening on the stream and if you've got any complaints, then send the messages through and we'll ignore them. But we're up and we're racing with a rerun of race number 1, and it's Archie Lewis once again that's going to lead you into turn 1. Melton number 4, John O'Crosby's up on 2 wheels, and he's there leading the chase, but he's left the door open, and it's Cwmdu 1 and 2 as Cwmdu 88 is Martin Murray, and he's the one that now leads the chase. And know that these 2 drivers from the West Midland League have had an allocated spot at this year's Men's National Championships as the class has been incepted into the Nationals. How many reruns are we going to have in this class at the Nationals is another question. But it's Archie Lewis who continues to motor on, and he's opening the gap between himself and John O'Crosby, who's through now into that 2nd spot in Melton number 4. Martin Murray's still there in 3rd in Cwmdu 88 as Scarborough 64 pulls into the infield here at the Ovals, and his first heat is done and dusted. But it's 1, 2, 3 that continue to race, and they go on to their penultimate and last lap, because Cwmdu 241, Archie Lewis is looking to make his first set of maximum points at a BAST round in Cwmdu 241. Melton number 4, John O'Crosby, is reeling him in though, and he's got about half a circuit to gain those extra 10 points, the difference between 2nd and 1st. But Archie Lewis is going to have to use his head, and he's going to slow the pace down, and he takes the win in Cwmdu 241. Melton 4 takes 2nd, Cwmdu 88, Martin Murray takes 3rd. They go back into the rerun lane, and I bet you that Tim Jones is going to turn up now in about 5 minutes, just as I get the stock hatches done. But we're going to go back once again to the open wheelers, and we're going to go back to Mr. Liam Williams.
Yeah, the truth is, Gareth, he's been trackside for the last hour and a half, listening, watching. So He's been sat here waiting, thinking, I don't want that issue. I'll leave it to Gareth. So at least one Mr. Jones managed to get through it in the end, put it that way. Right, we're moving on back to the Class 8s. We're not going race 6, which should be scheduled. We're going race 7, which is down there on the line. So they're trying their best to throw me off course, but I'm hanging on in there. How much longer, I'm not too sure, but at the minute, I'm not doing too bad. So race 7 then is the one down there. The only way I know that is because lane 7 looks to be Scunthorpe 191 of Kate Lockwood coming out. She's next to Tyler Heath-Bayard. He's next to Callum Barker. We'll run through him quickly. Paul Lockwood, Liam Nichols, Zach Yeardley, and Dexter North as Kate Lockwood gets a storming start, but Liam Nichols popped out of nowhere in Yorkdale's number 7 and takes up the running. Who's coming on the inside? It's Dexter North. It's Zach Yeardley in the Stirred machine, but Liam Nichols it is. That leads them round in the Yorkdale's machine. Kate Lockwood's relegated back to 3rd in Scunny 191. She's seen Emily Gill get 3rd with the men. Can she do one better or 2 better possibly as they go into that farmyard bend for another time? Yeardley's on the inside and can he make it stick as Nichols drifts out wide but puts the power down in number 7. Yeardley runs 2nd, Lockwood runs 3rd, and Lockwood also runs 4th because it's Paul Lockwood who runs 4th, but Callum Barker now is up to 5th and looking for a way past as the Bayard machine's on the outside. It's already last lap flag. The race is on for the minor places. There's no race at the front now as Liam Nichols it is that pulls away just a little bit more. Zach Yeardley, Kate Lockwood and Paul Lockwood rounds out the top 4. Callum Barker, Tyler Heath-Bayard and Dexter North. That's the running order. It looks like that's the way they're finished. It's number 7 then. Liam Nichols, Zach Yeardley takes 2nd. Kate Lockwood, Callum Barker snuck 4th from Paul Lockwood, Tyler Heath-Bayard and Dexter North in South Somerset number 11. And he was the one who completed it all. So brilliant stuff from your men's Class 8. And I'll tell you what, the girls staying consistent, aren't they? 3rd for Emily Gill and a 3rd for Kate Lockwood in Scunny 191. I reckon they made a secret deal, you know, in the olden lanes to say, look, if you get 3rd, I won't do no better or I won't do no worse. We'll just stay the same. So it would be nice if they get matched up, wouldn't it, in Heat 2 to see who reigns supreme. But and another good race then from your men's Class 8s. So we have got a bit of water now going down on the start line, which, this could cause some problems, especially for Class 8 boys. They're not exactly the most level-headed as they get off the line. But I'm not going to read out who's in the next race because I honestly don't know what the next race is. So I'm going to have a look down to the line. Lane 8 is where we're trying to pick them out because that is probably your best bet. But the thing is, there's no cars actually on the line because they are going to let the water bowser put a little sprinkle down. So once we start seeing someone come up, then we will know. So it looks like this might well be the one with Wes Green in it, but not too sure. He might actually be in the one behind. So as I said, we're just waiting to see when we start to see cars making their way forwards just a little bit. 2 water tankers out there on track to help keep the dust down because, of course, the sun is absolutely belting down on the ovals today. And the weather forecast, well, we won't mention it, but it's doing all right. So Gareth thinks he might have figured out the race. So I won't say just yet, but we will wait and see. But as I was saying then, yeah, water's going down, the sun's shining on this circuit. For those of you watching on BAStv, hello. Don't know why you're not here. Hopefully you've got a good enough reason, but you should be here because I tell you what, you're missing a cracking meeting. So there you go, a big hello to everybody that is watching. Kate, if you're watching in Spain, I envy you, but hello. You should be here. I'd rather be at a BAS round. I'd rather be at a BAS round than a holiday any day of the week. So, well, especially when I'm on, Gareth. When you was on, she might have been watching, but she ain't paying attention now. So, hello to everyone anyway. Hopefully you are all enjoying yourself and enjoying the coverage that is being put on for you. Certainly the racing, maybe not the commentary as much. Certainly not in the last 10, 15 minutes when I've been in here anyway. But at least I've only got 10 races of Class 8s to come your way. So, and of course, those that are trackside, hopefully you're all enjoying yourself as well, and hopefully you've had a good night last night if you obviously were here. I know there was quite a few people that actually come in through that gate this morning, and when we arrived fairly early over on the far side and pitched up, and it was absolutely dead. There was no one there, and then suddenly it just seemed like cars were fleeing in and starting to fill it up, and it's brilliant to see such a good turnout, not just of cars, but of course of spectators as well. And does seem to be this side of the track where commentary is located that seems to be the busiest, certainly to the left. And that might be due to the fact that's where the food, the drink, and the trade stands are. So everyone's obviously got the right idea. For those of you that haven't been down there, make sure you do. At some point throughout the day, go check out the trade stands. There is one situated just to the left of commentary as well. I think that's the Help the Underdogs one that is parked up there, and I haven't got a list of all the others, but it's the usual suspect. Daphne's down there, Beresford, BP Grassin, I think Bennett's down there with a store somewhere as well, Vision Plus, Pat's is, I think Pat's is located just behind us. But enough of the trade stands for the time being, because we're going racing, and we're going back with race 6. Which is on and off the line. So Gareth guessed it correctly as they get away. Who's going to be the first one to show? It's going to be GB in the North Shropshire 55. The water just catching Aaron Carrigan out in Yorksdale's number 5. But Beresford it is then. That's going to lead them round once more. Down the far side he goes. For the another time, Mackenzie though looking menacing as he shoots up into second in Cambridge 44. And I think that Mackenzie won the Nationals on this track. So he'll be one to watch. He's up to second, third is the Sled Machine, fourth is Wes Hathaway. Ludlow 44 running in fifth, and Cwmdu 34 of Troy Pritchard, the one towards the tail end. Mackenzie looked for a gap up the inside, didn't make it stick this time, as Beresford uses his experience to hold off the lead, keeping it very tight. Mackenzie hits a tyre, he just can't get past him, certainly not on the inside, so if he wants to, he's going to have to switch it up, and he's got a little under a lap to try and make it work. The race on for third as well, as Wes Hathaway looking right round the outside of Daniel Stead. Hathaway's got the speed as he kicks up the dust and gets into third, but at the front it's checkered flag this time. Jeff Beresford, one of the most experienced guys you'll see this weekend, holds off to take the win. Well, second was Mackenzie, third was Dan Stead as he fought back to take it from Wes Hathaway. Ludlow 44 of Dan Smith was the next one. Then it was Troy Pritchard in Cwmdu 34, and after his earlier problems hitting the wet patch, it's going to be Aaron Cavigan that completes it all in the Yorkshire Dales number 5 machine. So the water then catching a few of them out in that one, and I'll tell you what, Jeff Beresford, you can see why he was the first man to win Nationals in 8s, 9s and 10s, can't you, with a drive like that. Just didn't overdo it, just kept it nice and tight, laid off the power when he needed to, and just forced Mackenzie to find another way round, which in the end he couldn't. So Jeff Beresford taking a very good win. See, it's not all about being fast in Class 8. It does help though, let's face it. So the water then catching a few out. Will it do the same in the next race? We have got race 8 down there on the line. Brings out Fergus Reynolds in his second BASS round in men's Class 8. He's coming out of lane 1, PhD 16. Lane 2, Chris Pope, former BASS champion in Spalding number 8. Rich Cooper in Evesham number 2. Jordan Candy, Stroudon District 17. Mark Pascal, Hereford 350. Lee Talbot in Sturton 187. And Wes Green in Scarborough 3, of course. For those of you that remember the first BASS, Wes Green took an absolutely horrific rollover in that one, so he'll be hoping for no repeats of that. He'll be hoping for a heat win, but it's going to be a tricky one with a lineup like this. Anyway, Fergus Reynolds it is that got the best of the brakes in lane 1, but slows it right down, and Popey's come through. It's Spalding number 8, so we've got problems at the back. Fergus Reynolds has got some issues, but no problems for Chris Pope in the Spalding 8, the most experienced driver in this pack, and he's showing it as he leads the way, but he's not going to be showing it for much longer because red flags are coming out in men's Class 8. We was doing so well, but race 8 then unfortunately comes to a premature halt as the PhD 16 machine of Fergus Reynolds finds himself square wheeled. I think he used all his power coming from the gate to the first turn, to be honest, because he stormed out of it, pushed on, and unfortunately it all went downhill from there. But of course, still very new to the Class 8s, and it does take a lot of getting used to, and I'm sure he'll get the hang of it sooner rather than later, but this time not to be. So race 8 will go into the rerun lane and join race 4 to be seen a little bit later on. We should then, and it looks like we have, got race 9 down there on the line, which is going to bring out Tom Chadwick in North Shropshire 151, Jack Sharp in York 96, James Dorset, James Haselton, Jim Pinches, Sean Wright, and Owen Lloydell. There we go, that's your lineup in your men's Class 8. Who's going to be the first one to show someone's round? They've all managed to avoid him, so it looks like it's Sean Wright that gets the best of the race in the Scunthorpe 71 machine. Chadwick, is it? That's runs in second. As they go down the far side for another time, it's Sean Wright that leads the way, or does he? Whoa, lays off the power, but gets right back on it as he keeps it going round 71 it is, but drifting out very wide. He's left the door open, and it's Dorset, in fact, that comes through in 292 and takes up the running, but drifts out wide. These two having a right battle. We haven't mentioned the rest because we're running with the best. It's Dorset from Sean Wright. There you're 1 and 2. Hesse runs in third in the York 75 machine, but back at the front, it's last lap flag, and Wright's back on the inside in Scunny 71. These two having an absolute right battle. At the head of affairs is Sean Wright. Gonna hold on this time. Dorset finds the speed down the straight. Can he get it tucked in? He went for the early corner to try and keep it tight, but Sean Wright read the move, and Dorset's gonna switch. It's not gonna work. Sean Wright takes the win. Dorset settles for second. Third is gonna be Chadwick. Fourth is Hesse. Fifth is Pinches. Jack Sharp's the next one across. And Owen Lloydor is the one who finishes it all in Evict Kent 28. Brilliant stuff then. Great race there from Sean Wright and James Dorset, having a right battle at the head of affairs, and Sean Wright managed to hold on in the end in Scunthorpe 71, but we want more of that to come your way, and I'm sure we're going to get it with the final scheduled race of your men's Class 8s to come your way. Race 10 brings out Tyler Priest. Adam Jones, yes, that Adam Jones, back in the Class 8 once again in BC 69. So Adam coming out of lane 2, he's sat in his booster seat, just about to see over the steering wheel and ready to cause carnage, I'm sure, in Class 8. He's next to Anthony Ross in Sturton 77, so already a strong grid. But to add to that, Matt Middleton's down there in South Somerset 88. Stephen O'Neill then is representing the Irish in this one in Cork 9, but he's not the only one, because Colin Lynan's down there in Mallow 13 and Justin Thomas in North Shropshire 40. Let's go out with a bang with race 10. What's it going to provide? Rossi didn't get the best of the brakes, but someone who did is the Cork machine. Oh, it's so close to come past. Colin Lynan gets forced out in Mallow 13, but the other Irish car is the one that leads, Stephen O'Neill. Cork number 9 it is. That takes up the running. What's happened to Rossi in 77? Massive oversteer there as he goes from second to about 6th, and that car is not running right, but it's Stephen O'Neill from Tyler Priest. Then we go to the South Somerset 88 on Matt Middleton, who runs in third. Colin Lynam runs 4th, but coming under strong challenge. Middleton's gone. He's out of it after his early running show. But at the front, Stephen O'Neill. Is he going to hold on in Cork number 9? It's last lap flag. Tyler Priest is still there. Then we go to Adam Jones in BC 69, who's running very strongly there in third, but can't quite get the grip to make a challenge on the best of them as they go down the far side for the final time. Stephen Neal, he's led from the word go. I think it's going to be the third Irish win. Oh, we got it all going wrong. Tyler Priest is out, but Stephen O'Neill takes it. Jones takes that from Colin Lynan. Then what happened? I don't know. I think Tyler Priest just about from Anthony Ross. That was very close. And very, very, very close stuff indeed. And then the other ones were Matt Middleton and Justin Thomas. But we conclude race 10, and unfortunately the heavens have opened here at the ovals. But look on the positive side. If you look around, we can see blue skies that will be making their way back over here. And I'm sure this is just a shower. It's only going to be a sprinkle on the track. And if anything, it'll do the world a good. So I think then we've concluded Class 8s for the time being, but I say that we haven't, because the rerun of race 4 is off the line, and we've got problems, and we've got one on their roof as they come off the line. So red flags come out straight away on that one, as unfortunately then, just as they get off the line, going into turn 1, I think the water may have just played a part from the rain. They may have just slid and struggled for grip, and unfortunately, I'm not too sure who it actually was. I know Darren Mullen was involved, but it was Mullen who they climbed on top of, and like I said, unfortunately, didn't manage to pick up the number. They was all brown cars by the time they went into turn 1. So once we figure out who it is, we will let you know. The main news is that the driver is actually out of the car already by the looks of things. So, or if, yeah, it looks like the driver is A-OK because they are putting the car over. It did look like a fairly gentle roll, certainly by Class 8 standards anyway. So that then, unfortunately, is the first rollover here of the weekend, the second round of the British Autograss Series, and of course it would be a Class 8. It's fitting that it's a Class 8, but as I said, the main thing then, in all seriousness, is that the driver is A-OK, and as I said, it seems to be because you can now see marshals making their way away from the incident, and the good news for the driver is that it was right in front of the ambulance bay. So the ambulance barely had to move to come out to give the checkup. And as I said, the main thing, the safety of the driver. And it does seem that he is okay. Just unfortunately taking the honour of being the first rollover of the weekend. And as I said, once we get his number, then we will tell you. For those of you that are watching on BAStv, you might be a family member, you might be panicking, but there is no need to panic because, as I said, the driver's fine. It was only a gentle roll. So once we get the number on the car, then we will, of course, let you know. So that then does conclude Class 8s. Unfortunately, that's not the way we wanted to conclude them, but that does bring them to an end for the time being. And I tell you what, 2 reruns, Gareth, out of 10 races is quite good for me. Not that I had anything to do with the driving standards, but I'm still going to claim some sort of credibility for only having 2 reruns. So 2 reruns of your men's at Class 8s to come your way. That might be the best I've done in years. We won't repeat what I just read, but I'm sure you can all take a guess. It was something to do with being lucky, put it that way. So men's Class 8's then complete, and still trying to see that. I think that might be Cwmdu Thomas in Commander 26. So there we go. Gareth is giving me the nod. So Cwmdu Thomas then, unfortunately, the one that took a tumble. But that concludes your Raider 4x4 sponsored men's Class 8. We're going F600 racing. Harris and Reading Limited, your sponsors. Only the 4 of them to come out this weekend. That's 1 more than we had at the last round. I'll tell you what, these S600s are going to find it fun in the wet conditions. I'm sure they'll give us some entertaining stuff. Anyway, starting 45 then, Harrison Barnbrook it is, in the very nicely prepared car. It's not going to look like that by the end of the race, I'll tell you, as he drifts out wide and just loses out to, I think, Trevor Frost in White Rose 400. But I'll tell you what, Harrison going out wide and getting the grip in the Sturton 45 machine, and he's going to make it work. He's just going to cruise the car around that farmyard bend and come across to start another lap. So Sturton 45 it is. Trevor Frost, your series leader in White Rose 400. Not your race leader because he runs second at the moment and unable to pull a challenge in on the 45 machine. Ashley Bradford runs third in Ludlow 16, and the one who's off the pace is Jamie Smith in Yorkdale's 103, unfortunately running in 4th and well down the order, so struggling with the conditions in this one. But at the front, last lap flag it is, and it's Harrison Barnbrook that's going to lead the round once again for the final time. Trevor Frost, I think Trevor took 4 wins out of 4 at the last BAS round, so this is the first time he's going to be beaten in the BAS this season, and he'll be hoping that doesn't continue. But he runs in second, and second place points is still not bad, let's face it. He still will be leading the BAS. Harrison Barnbrook trying his luck, throwing the car out very wide, got close to the Armco, but managed to hold on to take the win. Trevor Frost takes second. Then Ashley Bradford was the next one across in Ludlow 16, and Jamie Smith in Yorkdale's 103. I'll tell you what, Jamie might not have been anywhere near the front, but he is going to finish the race with the cleanest of the cars. So that might be an accolade in itself in the conditions we got at the moment. So Jamie Smith, it is, that rounds off your Harris and Reading Limited sponsored S600s. As I said, only the 4 cars, but I'm sure when we get a dry track, because it will come dry, trust me, then we will see some very close racing from them. So have we still got a lot of spectators out? I'm just trying to have a look around. Sam French is about. He's giving us a wave. He seems to be happy. He's always happy, especially when he's got a pint in his hand, which I don't see at the minute. So that's a bit concerning, to be honest. But for those of you that are still trackside, get your umbrellas up. If you ain't got one, get to Pat's and buy one, because we're still going to be seeing some fast racing, especially from the SJ Lewis & Sons sponsored men's Class 10s, which were down there on the line, but they're now in the first corner. And I tell you what, Andy Ornshaw storming out of it in the wet, but not going to get out of turn 1 in the lead. Who is it going to be? It's the winner of round 1, Wes Tinker, in York number 40. That's going to lead them round. Wes Tinker with a cracking drive in that final in South Wales. Woods leading now, but relegated to second, goes out wide and looks for the grip. It never changes line, whether it's wet or dry. Hornshaw it is, though. Hornshaw has certainly got experience of racing in these conditions, and he's showing it as he leads the way in York number 7. As Tinker that runs second, but unfortunately we've got a bit of carnage over on the far side as we have 2 cars parked in the Armco, which of course brings out the red flags on men's class 10s. So class 10s then, we haven't mentioned 4 races are scheduled to come your way, and I'll tell you what, class 10 seems to be one of those classes of late that seems to have virtually the same number of grids. You always get 3 or 4 at a BAS round, but they seem to be getting more and more competitive, if that makes sense. Even though it's a lot of the same cars, a lot of the same drivers, it just seems to be closer and closer as the years go on. I mean, we've seen that from the first BAS, as I said, which Wes Tinker won. I think he had a great battle in the final with Liam Evans, who I'm sure we will be seeing in race 4, so a little bit later on. So let's just have a look around and see what's happening, because race 2 was down there on the line, but it's making its way off the line. So race 2 then is going into the holding lanes by the looks of things, so not too sure what that's about. I said they confused me at one point, didn't I? I knew they'd get there eventually. They tried with the 8s, it didn't work. They've done it with the 10s. So race 2 then is making its way off the lines. But as I said, not too sure what the problem is there, but I'm sure we will find out. And we will be seeing them. They are going straight back round by the looks of things, so not too sure what's happening. But we do see other cars coming to the line, and they are still class 10s, so we must be moving on then straight ahead to race 3. I can see Chris Ellis is coming down, and he's in race 3, so there we go. Race 3 then looks to be making their way down there on the line. So race 3 of your SJ Lewis & Sons sponsored men's class 10s, and big thank you to them for their sponsorship over the course of the weekend. And of course ProLinks, your series sponsor for the 5 rounds of the British Autograss series, so a very big thank you to them as well. Race 3 then, who's this going to bring out? I'll tell you what, this is a very, very competitive heat. As I said, class 10s equally as competitive as the next class. Dave Holroyd is coming out then in North Shropshire 9. He'll be coming from the inside in lane 2. No one in lane 1. Lane 3 then, Leon Parnell in Athelston number 9. Luke Bennett in North Wales 62 comes out of lane 4. Matt Barnbrook in Scunny 45 sits in lane 5. Phil Peake in Yorkdale 63 will be coming out of lane 6. Rhys Griffiths, I think Rhys just made his way to the line now in the Radford 202 coming from lane 7, and Chris Ellis in lane 8 in South Somerset number 6. So as I said, a brilliant heat in your men's class 10s. None of those names would look out of place in that final tomorrow afternoon. So it just really does go to show how close and competitive men's class 10s really are. So let's have a think then. Chris Ellis, I'll tell you what, we've seen Chris race in certainly a lot wetter conditions than this, and he is used to it from down south. Of course, the weather not always particularly great down there, so Chris Ellis could be one to watch. Andy's been given lane 8 as well, which certainly suits him. Luke Bennett, well, I'm sure Luke would take a bit of rain, because those of you that seen him at the Map Open a couple of weeks ago was literally on fire. Not on fire in terms of good form, but literally up in flames, and it wasn't in the class 10. So I'm sure Luke will be looking to do some damage, not literally, in this one. Rhys Griffiths, of course, Rhys been in class 10s for quite a few years now. He's had 7, he's had a class 1, now trying his hands at the class 10, of course, trying to follow in Sparky's footsteps to become a national champion one day. Can he kick it off with a BAS win? We'll have to wait and see. He certainly looks like he's got the best of the breaks, though, in the 202 machine. But I'll tell you what, someone coming right from the middle, I think it's Luke Bennett, because we can see the fluorescent wheels through the car sideways, and he's made it work. So 62 it is. That's going to take him round. Griffiths is there in second. Chris Ellis runs through, but Chris Ellis is on the inside line. Griffiths takes up the running, but Bennett's got the grip down the far side. He's found the dry line. in North Wales 62 as they go down the far side for another time. Luke Bennett, Rhys Griffiths and Chris Ellis. There you 1, 2 and 3 as they drift past us once again. They all look identical at the front as they're all brown. But who's there in fourth? It's Dave Holroyd in North Shropshire number 9, Matt Barnbrook at Scunny 45, Leon Parnell in Athelston 9 and Yorkdale 63 of Phil Peake at the tail end. But Luke Bennett it is. I'm glad he's got fluorescent wheels because that's how I'm managing to pick him up as he leads the way once more, and it's going to be last lap flag. At the head of affairs, Rhys Griffiths is not going to give up in the 202 machine. Likewise with Chris Ellis in South Somerset number 6. He'll be looking to try and get in the mix as well, and certainly doing that as he moves up to second in number 6. Don't discount him yet. This race is far from over as there is half a lap left to go. But Luke Bennett seems to have found that dry line early, seems to have found the grip and looking to use it to his advantage and make it work all the way to the end. North Wales 62 it is. That takes the win. Chris Ellis takes second in South Somerset 6. Then we go to what I presume is Rhys Griffiths in Radford 202. Dave Holroyd in North Shropshire number 9. Barnbrook in 45. Then it's the Athelston 9 machine of Leon Parnell. And Leon is the one that comes across and completes it all. So race 3 of your SJ Lewis & Sons sponsored men's class 10s is done. Race 4 is sitting down there on the line, and as the rain stopped, it seems like it has, so we'll stay quiet. Race 4 anyways, down there on the line. Liam Evans, Sam Burbage, Barry Seal, Gary Morris, Lee Seagraves and Marcus Lewis. So Liam Evans is certainly going to be the one to watch in this. And I think unbeaten throughout the heats in round 1, but of course second in the final. He's had a dreadful start, so he's got a lot of work to do, but it's going to be ARC1, Lee Seagraves, that takes the inside line. Lee, of course, has already raced on this track today in Class 9s. This is a totally different surface to what he had this morning, but he's still making it work. He leads the way, but I'll tell you what, Marcus Lewis is going round that outside. He's on home turf. He should know every inch of this track, wet or dry, but as I say that, he gets it sliding through and loses a bit of speed. So Seagraves fights back up the inside. Who's running there on that outside line is anyone's guess. I think it's Gary Morris in Cwmdu 28, and he's running in about 5th now as Liam Evans has moved up to 4th, but it's Seagraves that leads, keeping that car nice and clean. He's a commentator's dream up front in the ARC3 machine. Liam Evans is moving up, he's picking them off, he's up to 3rd, and we get one round. Oh, they've all got it out of shape in that 2nd, 3rd and 4th. As the last lap flag goes out, we got a bit of contact at the back as well, and we got one facing the wrong way, and hopefully Barry Seal can get it going. He does get it going, but we have got 1, 2, 3 red flags up in the air. We are on the last lap, so we will wait and see what happens. Lee Seagraves it was then leading, that we can definitely say. Liam Evans is there in 2nd. Mickey B is heading upstairs to try and get some confirmation, but I won't say what I think, because obviously what I think is totally unofficial, but like I said, they were on the last lap, and Seagraves was pretty clear by the time the contact happened, so there we go. So Mickey's giving me the thumbs up. So Lee Seagraves then will be given the win, as I said, all on their final circuit. Seagraves was quite far ahead as well. So the official result then, Lee Seagraves takes the win. Well, it's as official as we can get, Gareth. Lee Seagraves it is that takes the win. Liam Evans 2nd, Marcus Lewis 3rd, Gary Morris 4th, Sturton 40, Sam Burbage and Barry Seal in Hereford 254. That was the result as they came past us for the final time before the incident. So that's what we're going to go with. If it's wrong, don't come for my head. So, or Gareth. Mickey hasn't said or is yet, so you can come for Mickey if you want. So that does then conclude race 3 of your men's class 10s. So concludes race 4 rather, not race 3 of your men's class 10s. We've got one more race scheduled to come your way. We was due to see them earlier, but they made their way off and they come back round. So race 2 it is, that's down there. Race 2, Kerwin Thomas in Carmarthen 29, Lee Dodd in North Wales 18, Vinnie Gibbons in Leewood 170, Alex Fretwell then joining the BAS Alex Fretwell, I'll tell you what, North of England champion and Map Open champion in the space of 2 weeks. He's down there. Andy Bishop, Nige Beard and Carl Morgan are the ones that are scheduled to come out. And it's the man from my part of the world. It's Nige Beard in the Gloucester machine that leads. Oh, Andy Bishop getting it all wrong, I think. Was it Andy in the 8 in Sudbury 37? But Beard it is from Vinnie Gibbons, Kerwin Thomas and Alex Fretwell. They're the four that come past us. Lee Dodd and Andy Bishop, the ones with problems. Bishop it was who had the earliest spin. And he's not laying off the revs, is he? He's still trying to throw the car sideways. It's not working for him, but I bet he's enjoying it. So he's got a lot of work to do. But Nige Beard it is then, from the Gloucester Club. That leads them round once more. Gloucester and District 87 it is. That leads them round. Vinnie Gibbons, that car unmistakable, even if it is covered in mud. In Leewood 170, running there in second place. Alex Fretwell's up to third in Pennine 152. As I said, Alex Fretwell's had a very good couple of weeks. And he's joining the BAS and looking to mix it in with the best. Running third, Kerwin Thomas runs fourth. Andy Bishop's round again in the 8 in Sudbury machine, so Lee Dodd gains a place in the North Wales car, but it's last lap flag this time round. And it's going to be Nige Beard. Certainly found the right line around this track in Gloucester and District 87. As I said in the Class 8, it's not all about speed. When this track gets a little bit wet, it certainly gets very slippy. And by that point, it's all about keeping it tight to the tyres and just laying off the throttle when need be. That's what Nige Beard's done, and it's worked. He takes the win in Gloucester and District 87. Andy Bishop's a lap behind, so Alex Fretwell will take second. Kerwin Thomas takes third. Vinnie Gibbons dropped down the order into fourth in Leewood at 170. And then the one who unfortunately didn't come across the line, Andy Bishop and Lee Dodd in Yate and Sudbury 37 and North Wales 18 respectively. So that concludes Class 10s for the time being. We've got a rerun of race 1 to come your way a little bit later on. And speaking of reruns, that is a rerun of men's Class 8s, which is down there on the line. So a very big thank you to SJ Lewis and Sons and ProLinks for their sponsorship of men's Class 10s. But we're moving on to the Raider 4x4 and Beresford Chassis and Components sponsored at men's Class 8. This is a rerun of race 8, which is down there on the line because we can see Wes Green coming from the outside grid in Scarborough at number 3. Who's next to him? Lee Talbot in Sturton 187. Then Mark Pascal is down there in Hereford 350. Jordan Candy's next to him in Stridon District 17. Rich Cooper is in Evesham number 2. Chris Pope in lane 2 in Spalding number 8. And I'd imagine that's going to be it, because coming out of lane 1 was Fergus Reynolds, but unfortunately he come to grief in the first attempt, so I don't think he's down there on the line. So that's the ones we're running with then. Wes Green, Lee Talbot, Mark Pascal, Jordan Candy, Rich Cooper and Chris Pope. So still a very strong lineup of your men's Class 8s to come your way. And as I said, only the 2 reruns to come your way. But it's going to be interesting to see how they fare now on this slippy track. I say it's a slippy track. I tell you what, the rain stopped, the sun's making his appearance coming back out, and the track is already drying out. So we're racing with men's Class 8, and it looks like the first one to show is going to be Talbot in 187. Indeed it is. Pascal, oh, he's in the Arco in Hereford 350. Don't want to be doing that as he gets it going again. Popey's up to second in Spalding number 8. Cooper runs third. Jordan Candy runs fourth. Wes Green runs fifth. And Pascal at the tail end in the Hereford machine. But at the front, and certainly getting the best off the lines in this one, Lee Talbot it is in Sturton 187. That leads him round, but Chris Pope is very experienced in Class 8, and you can see him closing the gap more and more as the laps go on in Spalding number 8. Chris Pope doesn't like settling for second. He will try and get this win. He will keep the car tight, but if he feels like there's an advantage out wide, he don't mind switching as we keep our attention at the front. The rain comes back down, but it's going to be last lap flag this time. It's 187. That still leads him round. Popey in second. Cooper runs third. Candy runs fourth. Red Green in fifth. And Pascal in sixth. But Pope's looking for a move at the head of affairs as he just clips a tyre, backs off a little bit in Spalding number 8. He's got one more corner to try and make his move. But Lee Talbot looks fairly secure. He's drifted out wide. Has he got the speed? I think he has. Lee Talbot it is. That takes the win. Chris Pope takes second. Third is going to go to Rich Cooper. Jordan Candy in fourth. Wes Green comes across in fifth. in Scarborough, number 3. And I think we've lost Mark Pascal in Hereford, 350 in that one. So that concludes, I'm going to say, men's Class 8s for the time being. We've got a rerun of race 4 to come your way a little bit later on. But we are going to stick with open wheelers. They're certainly not Class 8s. They're not as fast as Class 8s, but I'll tell you what, they're equally as competitive. We've got junior specials down there on the line. I'm not too sure how many we got, but I'd imagine it's going to be quite a few. So it's going to be over to Mr. Gareth Jones to take you through the junior specials.
Yeah, thanks very much, Andy. We're going to go straight into the first round of qualifying of the junior specials. And we're going to go straight into race 1 as they get away from the line. And they all get pretty tangled up from grid 5 outwards. But it's going to be Pennine number 1 that's going to lead into the farmyard turn for the first time. So that's going to be Aaron Richardson. He gets sideways, and it's Scunthorpe 6 that leads past us for the first time. Sturton 717 is Alfie Ross. He slots into that second position, and he's racing on the inside line of Aaron Richardson as they go through the start gate turn for the first time. BC 116 is there in 4th. That's Owen Bradford behind the wheel of that one, and Rio Sheehan in PAC 44 just getting to grips with the slippery stuff at the tail end of the field. But as they pass the stand for the second time, it's Max Holtby that continues to lead from the Pennine number 1 machine. 717 is there in that 3rd position, and it's the BC 116 machine that's there in 4th. IK 165 is Rosie Russell. She's there in that 5th spot, racing ahead of the North Shropshire 16 machine and Evesham 120, and then the tail ender. But it is Max Holtby that continues to lead. It's Scunthorpe number 6 from the Aaron Richardson machine. Pennine number 1 still there in 3rd, racing ahead of Alfie Ross in Sturton 717 and Owen Bradford in 116. Back there in 5th, we got a change. As well, not quite a change, because it's still Rosie Russell in IK 65 that continues to lead ahead of the North Shropshire 16 machine of Harvey Evans and one of the Grasbys, that's Dylan Grasby in Evesham 220. The checkered flag flies. Scunthorpe number 6 then takes the win from the Pennine number 1 machine, and that's Aaron Richardson who takes 2nd. Alfie Ross takes 3rd in Sturton 717 from Owen Bradford in BC 116. 5th place is going to go to North Shropshire number 16 machine as Harvey Evans claims it on the last lap ahead of Rosie Russell in IK 165. Then Evesham 120, Dylan Grasby is going to round it all out for race number 1 as Rio Sheehan, unfortunately, in PAC 44, picks up a DNF. Your sponsors for junior specials this weekend, we will find as soon as we can. And your overall junior special sponsors for the season are Diggett Plant Hire. So race 2 gets away from the line, and I think it's the Harry Russell machine, IK 65, that's going to lead down that far straight for the first time. It's already a pretty staggered start, so not sure if there were problems up there on the line, and it looks like possibly there were, because we got red flags out on race 2. Your junior special sponsor, SJ Lewis and Sons, they do a lot of roofing, and as always, the information is in your programme. So junior specials race 2 go back into the rerun lane. So race 3 are up there on the line. This one should bring out Dale Hodgkins in Ludlow 39, Glenn Hodgkins in Ludlow 40, Tom Cosgrove in ARC 25, Jesse Jones is there in lane 5 in Swansea number 6. He starts alongside Corey Mumford in 161F, and we got a message from Lucy wishing him all the best. Also there in lane 3 is going to be Lil Rose Pratt in York 76 and Reese Fowles in Pennine 85. They're away from the line, and it is Corey Mumford in 161F. That's going to lead them down into the farmyard turn then for the first time, but going right round the outside did Tom Cosgrove. He's just leading the chase now as Corey Mumford reclaims that first position as they pass us for the first time. 161F then it is. ARC 25 is there in that second spot, and once again with a tangle at the tail end of the field, we've got red flags out on junior specials in this first round of qualifying. So races 2 and 3 make their way back to the pit, back to the rerun lanes, and race 4 is up there on the line. This one brings out Levi Phipps from lane 8 in Stroudon District number 13. Riley Lindsay's in a PhD number 8 machine. Tom Ayres in York 23 starts in lane 6. Iago Evans in Tybee number 6 is going to start in lane 5. Sky Pascal is there in Hereford number 50. Lucy Hines in Breeden Hill number 2 will start in lane 3. Lane 2 will be unoccupied, and lane 1 is going to be occupied by Brandon Young in Evesham 223. So they are your runners and riders for the next scheduled race of the junior specials, first round of qualifying of course, and we have 7 scheduled races in this first round of qualifying, and I think we had 51 drivers signed on. So for the first time for quite a few seasons, I think we're going to go with semi-finals in the junior specials class. That means that throughout the 3 rounds of qualifying, we're going to try and whittle the 51 down to just the top 16. They'll fight it out then in the semi-finals, and the top 4 from each of the semi-finals then will progress to the ultimate junior special class final, which will be one of the last races of the weekend. So race 4 up there on the line, we've given you a rundown of the runners and riders, and we patiently wait for the track to be cleared, and it looks like possibly we are having an issue up there on the start line. I know that 1 or 2 of the start line marshals have been over to have a word with the marshals that have been on marshal post number 1, and we've got at least 2 yellow flags waving as we look out there on the ovals, and as we look to the sky we can see more bits of blue than grey, and it looks from this vantage point that it looks to have stopped raining. So that is good news, and that is for sure. We're up and racing with race 4 of this first round of qualifying of the junior specials, and it is going to be one of the York machines. I think it is York 23. Tom Ayres is going to lead past us for the first time. No, it's not. It's Iago Evans in TA6, and I should have known that. Hereford 50 slots into second, and 223 leads the chase. Evesham 23 is the 4th place machine, and that is Brandon Young back there, and he now leads the chase as Iago Evans has already pulled clear daylight between himself and the rest of the pack, and it's Iago who comes back towards us to round out his full first circuit of this Ovals Raceway. We race under yellow flags with Levi Phipps at the tail end of the field. Brandon Young in Evesham 223 is there in that second position from the Hereford 50 machine, racing ahead of the York 23 machine of Tom Ayres. That's your 4th place contender at the moment from Breeden Hill number 2, and the car that's there in that 5th spot I think is the Breeden Hill 23 machine at the tail end of the field. But it's another lap complete then for Iago in TA number 6. He's away and gone, and he's on to his final circuit from Brandon Young, still there in that 223 machine as Levi Phipps continues to race. It's a lap behind in Stroud number 13. Hereford 50 still there. In that 3rd spot is Sky Pascal from Riley Lindsay, who's there in that 6th spot, but it is 55 points in the bag. Iago Evans then takes his first win of the weekend in the Tybee machine. Brandon Young takes second in Evesham 223. 3rd place as they exit that farmyard turn is going to be the Hereford 50 machine that we haven't named so far with us, Sky Pascal. York 23 takes 4th from Lucy Hines in Breeden Hill number 2. Riley Lindsay takes 6th in PhD number 8. And the Stroudon District number 13 machine of Levi Phipps then will claim last place points in race 4 of this first round of qualifying of the junior specials. Like I said earlier, the SJ Lewis are your sponsors. Race 5 is up there on the line This one brings out Will Bradford in BC 115. Ben Ayres in York 22. Sid Lomax is there in North Wales 199. Harry Wild, fellow club mate in North Wales 21, starts in lane 4. We'll pick up the rest, that's for sure, because they've already made their break from the line. And it's the Scunthorpe 161 machine of Troy Holtby that led into turn 1. Is he going to pop out of turn 2 in front? He is. So it's 161 that races from 115 as they pass us then for the first time. And we've got carnage towards the tail end of the field between the York 22 machine, and that's been piloted by Ben Ayres and North Wales 21 of Harry Wild. So like I say, contact towards the tail end of the field unfortunately brings out the red flags on race 5. So those rerun lanes are going to get pretty full with the reruns that are to come, and unfortunately it looks like one of the leading cars then just going to get a little bit of a warning for racing past 3 or 4 red flags before he makes his way back to the pits. So that was race number 5 that's unfortunately brought to a premature halt. Race 6 is up there on the line. Race 6 out of 7 in this first round of qualifying of the S.J. Lewis & Sons Limited sponsored Stewie Specials, and that's going to bring out Kirsten Bartlett in South Somerset number 2, Lewis Farrar in Yorkshire Dales 42, Josh Mason in Breeden Hill number 10, Tilly Clark in Bradford 210, Cian Lewis in BC 39, Harvey Donovan in IK 71, and Cara Blaber in Athelston 213. That is your lineup for race number 6. They are up there on the line as the bungee breaks, and away we go. And who's going to make the break from the middle of the pack? It looks like it's the Lewis Farrar machine. It is 42 that's going to lead into turn 1 from Cian Lewis. BC 39 slots into that second spot. Somebody goes through on the inside and now leads the chase on your race leader. That is the South Somerset 2 machine of Kirsten Bartlett. Harry Donovan is there in that 3rd spot, and back in that 5th spot is the Breeden Hill number 10 machine of Joshua Mason, and Tilly Clark in Radford 210 then just crosses the line at the tail end of the field. Just the 6 competing in this penultimate scheduled race of the junior specials, but as they come back towards us, it's still Lewis Farrar in Yorkshire Dales 42 that continues to lead. Harvey Donovan is through into 2nd in 71 from the Cian Lewis machine. BC 39 back there in 4th. He's racing behind Kirsten Bartlett, who's there in 3rd in South Somerset number 2. Joshua Mason is there in that 5th spot in Breeden Hill number 10, and the car at the tail end of the field is still Tilly Clark in Radford 210, but it's last lap flag time. Lewis Farrar starts his final circuit from Harvey Donovan and Kirsten Bartlett. That's your 1, 2 and 3 from Cian Lewis in BC 39. Josh Mason is there in that 5th spot in Breeden Hill number 10, and Tilly Clark in Radford 210 goes on to her final circuit, but all 6 drivers are now on to that last lap as your race leaders goes into the final turn. They exit turn 2 for the final time, and Yorkshire Dales 42 takes the win ahead of Harvey Donovan in IK 71. Kirsten Bartlett takes 3rd in South Somerset number 2 from Cian Lewis in BC 39. Josh Mason takes 5th in Breeden Hill number 10, and Tilly Clark in Radford 210 then rounds out your race order for race number 6. So of the 7 scheduled races, we move on to the last one, and this one should bring out Archie Bennett in North Wales 162, Callum Fowles in Pennine 83, Denver Whitehouse in Trent 6, Archie Carter in Scunthorpe 17, Finn Emerson in Scunthorpe 197, Lewis Middleton in White Rose 37, and Tom Williams in TA 44. They're already up and racing. Scunthorpe 17 is the Archie Carter machine. He's the one that's going to lead past us for the first time from the North Wales 162 machine. Finn Emerson's there in 3rd from Tom Williams in TA 44, who rounds out your top 4. Denver Whitehouse back in that 6th spot. He's just racing behind Lewis Middleton in the White Rose 37 machine, and the car at the tail end of the field as they pass us for the first time. We'll pick up next time round, but it's Archie Carter that continues to lead. Scunthorpe 17 it is. He's under pressure though from the Archie Bennett machine. North Wales 162. Finn Emerson still holds on in that 3rd spot in Scunthorpe 197 from Lewis Middleton and Tom Williams, who's there in the TA 44 machine with Trent 6 at the tail end of the field. And it's the Pennine machine then that's currently sat at the tail end of the field, but it's checkered flag time. Archie Carter moves on to his last lap from Alfie Bennett in North Wales 162. 197 takes third from White Rose 37 and TA 44. From the Trent 6 machine of Denver Whitehouse that takes sixth. And Pennine 83 is Callum Fowles, who rounds it all out for race 7 of your junior specials. SJ Lewis and Sons, your sponsors here this weekend. Diggett Plant Hire, your series sponsors for the junior specials. We're back to 8, we're back to Liam.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. So I thought these were Class 8s because they looked a bit dirty on the line. So I gathered that they must have been out before. So this is a rerun then of race 4, which is down there on the line. Well, it's not on the line, it's in the first corner now. And it's Ash Howard that's going to lead them round in PhD 21. So Ash wasn't running at the front in the first attempt, but certainly got there now when it matters. As he goes down the far side, Kerwin Thomas runs second. Of course, Kerwin was an unfortunate rollover in the first attempt, but running strongly. Graham Moss runs in third in White Rose number 1 and looking to try and find a way through, but not quite working. Chris Juggins runs fourth in Scunthorpe number 50 and Kevin McBride in Solway number 4. So we are unfortunately running without Darren Mullen in Yorkdale's 37, but down the far side Ash Howard it is in PhD 21, holding them off at the moment as the last lap flag comes out. This surface starting to slick out now more and more as 21 from 26 it is, as Kerwin Thomas still runs in second. Third is still Graham Moss, Juggins still fourth, and fifth is still Kevin McBride, who's just off the pace compared to the rest of the pack in that Solway 4, but it's going to be checkered flag. He's led from the word go. Ash Howard it is. That's going to take maximum points in Heath 1. 21 from 26, Kerwin Thomas. Graham Moss takes third in White Rose 1. Chris Juggins in Scunthorpe number 50, and completing it all, Kevin McBride in Solway number 4. So unfortunately then there was a few of them missing. Spencer Mills and Phil Taplin who come to grief in the first attempt, and as I said, Darren Mullen missing as well after trouble in the last run. But then that does conclude at Ureada 4x4 and Beresford Chassis and Components, sponsored at men's Class 8 for the first round of qualifying. And I tell you what, 2 reruns, as I said, out of 10, and then to get through them is not bad. I've got one more rerun which is on and off the line. This is men's Class 10s, SJ Lewis and Sons, your sponsors for the weekend, and ProLinks, your sponsors for the series. It's deja vu because it's Andy Hornshaw. He led the first attempt and he's leading the second one as he comes past us for the first time. York number 7 it is. That brings him round. Tony Jones slots into second in Pennine 117. Then these two looking to pull away from the rest of the pack. Phil Young, I think it is, in third in Evesham 23. But Phil Young's coming under strong challenge from Wes Tinker, who's found himself well down the order in fourth in York 40. Certainly down the order by his standards anyway, as he's looking for a gap up the inside. The one who's off the pace is Typhoon 91 of Robert Evans. But at the front, Andy Hornshaw it is in York number 7. That brings him round once again. And this time, he's going to see that yellow flag with the black cross. One more lap to go for York 7. Tony Jones still runs second. Then we go to Phil Young and Wes Tinker. Wes Tinker uncharacteristically taking an inside line, but he's made it work. Or has he? Oh, he's made contact. Phil Young takes up on his roof in Evesham 23. Red flags are out once again as the Class 10 boys come to a hold. So Andy Hornshaw hasn't quite seen the red flag, so he gets it slowed down. The marshals are very quickly out in attendance to the Evesham 23 machine, and Phil Young then, unfortunately, becoming the second man of the weekend to find himself on his roof. But you have to say, just like the Class 8 we seen go over earlier on, it was a fairly gentle roll by their standards, certainly by Class 10 standards. Just made contact. Wes Tinker just went for a gap up the inside in York 40 and tried to get through. Couldn't quite get through without making contact, and unfortunately Phil Young ended up on his roof. But I'm sure Phil will be A-OK because, as I said, for a Class 10, it was a fairly gentle one. And I think Phil Young is out of the car by the looks of things over there on the far side, so he'll be disappointed. We will await confirmation on that race because they were all on their final circuit, I think, and Andy Hornshaw was coming around for the checkered flag. So we will go get confirmation in a sec and find out what the verdict is. And once we do, then we will let you know. But for the time being, as I said, don't know whether we'll be seeing that rerun come back out. I think Mickey's heading upstairs to find out. So we will just stay with you for a short while just to see what the verdict is on that Class 10 race. As I said, they were all on their final circuit, but that doesn't necessarily mean they would take a result. It depends on if the marshals and everyone was happy as they came across us for the final time. So, as I said, then we'll await confirmation on your Class 10s. Once we get it, then we will let you know. We are going to stick with open wheeled specials, which are down there on the line. I believe this is the junior specials once again. And I think looks like it's the last run, or is it a rerun, Gareth? A rerun, there we go. I shouldn't really be surprised, should I? So a rerun of junior specials down there on the line. Then if you look behind that, you can see all the ladies assembling for their first round of qualifying. So tell you what, we're cracking through. What is the time? 1 o'clock on the dot. There we go. So good timing from the drivers. We've had some questionable driving standards from some of them. I won't say names, but for the most part, cracked on very well. So junior specials down there on the line. So it's back over to Gareth.
Yeah, we've had some questionable commentary as well, haven't we? So, you know, if you can't beat them, join them. Right then, we're going to go back to one of the reruns of the junior specials, and looking from this vantage point, I think we're going to go back to a rerun of race number 2, because I think it's Harry Russell up there in IK65, and he's going to be the one that starts out in lane 8. So if it is race 2, then we should have Lauren Fuller up there in West Waterford 299, Alex Hines in Breeden Hill number 5, Aideen Fuller in West Waterford 499, Dare Thomas in Down Autograss 27, Aaron Smith in Evesham 80, Liam Grasby in Evesham 121, and Neil Tivey in West Waterford 142. We're away and we're racing, and I think it is one of the machines then from the Breeden Hill Club. Alex Hines is the one that's going to lead into the farmyard turn for the first time, and he's going to slow and control the pace as they bring the pack back towards us. So Breeden Hill number 5 leads the way. Harry Russell there slots into that second spot in the IK65 machine. Third place is Neil Tivey in the West Waterford 142 machine. He's racing ahead of his fellow clubmate. That's West Waterford 499. That's Lauren Fuller behind the wheel of that one. Then comes the Evesham 121 machine of Liam Grasby as they sort themselves out then. It is 5 that continues to lead. 142 now looks up the inside of 65. Evesham 121 is Liam Grasby. He's still there in that 5th position, racing ahead of Dare Thomas in 27, and the car that we can't quite make out is possibly the West Waterford 499 machine of Aideen Fuller. But it's going to be another lap complete this time round, and it's going to be Alex Hines that continues to lead onto his final circuit from Neil Tivey in West Waterford 142. IK65 still there in a very, very strong 3rd position, racing ahead of the Evesham 121 machine of Liam Grasby, and then the 499 machine racing towards the tail end of the field. But it's checkered flag time this time round. Alex Hines then takes the win in Breeden Hill number 5 from Neil Tivey in 142. Harry Russell takes 3rd in IK65 from Liam Grasby in Evesham 121. Dare Thomas takes 5th in the Down Autograss 27 machine from West Waterford 499. And coming through then to round out your race order for race 2 is the West Waterford 299 machine of Lauren Fuller. So that's the rerun of race 2 of the junior specials done and dusted. Rushing in because he's seen ladies class 1s up there on the line. It is going to be a privilege to hand you straight back over to the voice of National Autograss Racing, to the voice of Mr. Steve Langley.
Can't rush anywhere at my age, Gareth, I tell you. So there we go. Right, it's a pleasure to be back for the start of the first round of qualifying for the ladies. And C&P Brooks, the sponsors of the ladies class 1s here at the Ovals, servicing repairs on all makes of vehicles, Hatton Industrial Estate, Kington, so literally only just down the road. 4 races we've got to come for the ladies, which is nice to see, and it's Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951 that is the first one to show as they come past us for the first time. Cambridge 295 then slots into that 2nd place position. That's Jade Dyke Whitfield. Stacey Mills runs in 3rd. in the Little Mini there in Leewood, 146, trying to make a move around the outside. Chloe Ray in Border Counties, 150, but Claire Compton it is in North Shropshire, 951, the race leader, and just pulling away a little bit as she comes back round past us once again in that second place slot, 295, Alan 146. Coming up then through on the inside, Emily Polly in Cambridge, 136, problems for 150. No, there isn't, because there's red flags out there. So there we go, not starting off on a very auspicious note. So issue over there on the far side for Emma Tobin in West Waterford, 96. As I say, unfortunately we haven't got a radio here in commentary, so not quite sure where we're going to stand with regards to any reruns or anything like that. So I do apologise if we can't get that information to you. But what we can get to you is race 2. For the ladies, we've got SN16 Maddie Tilson, S95Y Emily Grayson, Cwmdu 70 that we just got down here very poshly as a Mrs Jenkins. So there we go. CA48 Kerry Bennett, IK37 Sarah Lovett, TA16 Fiona Thomas, BC37 Samantha Morris, and IK90 Nicole Kingsley. Those are the 8 cars that hopefully we're looking at to be up there on the line. Can only see 7 at the minute. It might be the Cwmdu 70 car actually that is the one that is missing. So I think we might be going with just the 7 of them in this second race, first round of qualifying of the C&P Brooks sponsored ladies class 1 TBR, our associate sponsor for the Kent Cams and Simpson Race Exhaust British Autograss series. So hopefully we've seen the last of the rain. Forecast was a few sort of like showers today, and we've had our share, we reckon. So hopefully we're not going to be getting any more. But yeah, a little bit of natural watering on the track never hurts too much. Says somebody that sits in the comfort of a commentary box and doesn't have to stand out there marshalling and stuff in it. So there we go, as going down the far side then, they get away from the line. I think it's Emily Grayson in Scarborough 95 that is the first one to show. On the inside then is Fiona Thomas in the Tivy 16 machine. IK37 runs in that 3rd place slot. Sarah Lovett, Cambridge 48 it is in 4. So that's Kerry Bennett in Cambridge 48 in that 4th place slot, just tucked in behind her, Nicole Kingsley in Victor Kent 90. But your race leader pulling away a little bit now from the rest of the field. Emily Grayson it is in Scarborough 95. 4-5 car lengths up on the 2nd place car. That 2nd place car still Fiona Thomas in Tivy 16, IK37, IK90. Then at Border Counties 37, Samantha Morris. And uncharacteristically at the back of the pack is St Neots 16. And race 2 goes the same way as race 1, which is not very far. Problems there, I think, for the Kerry Bennett car. Cambridge 48 is the one facing the wrong direction on that farmyard turn. So ladies class 1s, we're not on much of a success rate at the minute. We've tried 2 and we've got the dreaded double R by the side of both of them, which means we're going to be seeing them again, which is not what we'd love to see them. Say again, Gareth, sorry. Yeah, you're glad I'm back, aren't you? So there we go. Right. Thank you very much for the support from my fellow commentators. Right, race 3. We're going to be all right on race 3. We've got a Tivy car out there, so... you love an optimist, don't you? Nia Jones in TA352. Sophie Lewis in Athelston 2. Victoria Tilson in St Neots 296. Lucy Wickham in Penhow 27, Rebecca Owen in North Wales 397, Imogen Morris in Cwmdu 1, Lucy Caulfield in Border Counties 12, and Kelly Holland in Hereford 184. Those are the 8 cars that we're expecting to see up there, and looks like it is a full grid, so all being well we are going to be seeing all 8. We are just looking for the CA48 Kerry Bennett machine to be removed from the top part of the circuit. Mickey B's doing all sorts of paperwork and stuff. Are you doing your pools? So there we go. Showing me age now. So that's it. So there we go. Right, I'm just not sure, because those of you that are at South Wales will know that my wife set Gareth a little bit of a challenge. Has she done anything likewise? No, we're going to have a word. So, so there we go. So watch out, commentator. Sally does like to sort of like set some challenges. So there we go. I'm sure she'll put one in for somebody if it's not going to be Gareth. So we might have one lined up for Mickey B.
So, yeah, absolutely. So there we go. But yeah, we'll get it all sorted. Right, get on with the racing, Langley. Here we go then. So on with the racing we are. Lucy Wickham in Penhow 27. That is the first one to show, and pulls away quite a bit in the early stages of this one from Kelly Holland in Harryford 184. Runs into that second place slot. Running third is Sophie Lewis in Athelston 2. And guess what? So there we go. That's RR number 3. Out of 3 goes for ladies class 1s. So that's it. Gareth has even got his own red flag here now. So there, thank you very much, Mr. Jones. So there we go. So yeah, so kind. Right, are we taking odds on the full house then, lads? So we're going to go the clean sweep 4 out of 4. What do you reckon? So, oh God, what the heck? Right, race for Mickey B. He's gone for the microphone.
No, I was just about to say that it was like my school report. Must try harder.
So I tell you what, though, might not have been the best school report, but by God, you've got a good memory. So, so there's nothing wrong with that, is there? So I'll give you due on that. So what is disappointing, of course, around here, we can't see any livestock. Now, you thought I was going to forget this, didn't I? But we can't see any livestock. Those of you that were with us at South Wales or listening on live stream do know that we had a slight cattle versus sheep identification problem from the man from Scarborough. So there we go. But right, class 1s, don't let me down. Larry Davis, Emily Lodge, Jasmine Cusack, Charlotte Hart, Taylor Jade Pascal, Tia Morgan, Rachel Hadley and Tina Rose. You're not going to let me down. I know you're not. As they come round, and it is the Tivy 2 car, Larry Davis, that's the first one to show from the Scunthorpe 1 car of Taylor Jade Pascal in that second place slot. They're getting nicely spread out, which is good. Hopefully then keep out of trouble as they go down that far side. The Scunthorpe 213 car of Emily Lodge runs in third place. Running in fourth is the Mallow 5, Jasmine Cusack at the wheel of that one. But it is the Tivy 2 machine that brings the field back round towards us. Scunthorpe 1 still runs second, Scunthorpe 213 being challenged on the inside by Mallow 5. Then comes Tia Morgan in Swansea 10, Seven Valley 147, then Rachel Hadley making a challenge around the outside. The one with a bit to do at the moment, Charlotte Hart in the WS20 car, but TA2 it is into that farmyard bend for the penultimate time, because there's the last lap flag. 1 to go for Tivy 2. The battle does look beyond for second place, currently held by Jasmine Cusack in Mallow 5, Scunthorpe 213, Swansea 10, Scunthorpe 1, Seven Valley 147, Ludlow 202. That's Tina Rose, and completing all is the WS20 machine of Charlotte Hart. So all the cars onto their final circuit. We're going to complete 1 out of the 4, and it's going to be Larry Davis in TA2. Gav's brought the 5 array of flags. SC213, Swansea 10, Mallow 5, Scunthorpe 1, Seven Valley 147, Ludlow 202 and WS20. So I don't know where he's getting these flags from. So what else have we got now? Oh, good. Watch out, fellow commentators. He's got a black flag. So some of us could be out of here fairly soon. Right. Well done, ladies class 1 race 4. And as Mickey says, must do better, ladies class 1 races 1, 2 and 3. So we'll see them again in a bit. But those look like single seaters on the line. So are they junior specials? So there we go. Gareth is sort of like grabbing his paperwork and grabbing his microphone. So we'll ignore the abuse you gave me, Gareth, and we'll let you get on with it.
Thanks very much then, Steve. Yeah, we're back to a rerun of the junior specials, and this is a rerun of race number 3, and it's Tom Cosgrove in ARC. Oh, here we go. And we're going to have red flags once again on the junior specials.
Ha, is all I can say.
Yeah, and then you wonder why you get the support from your fellow commentators.
Yeah, fair point. So,
right then, so as we look to the line then, it looks like we're going to move on to the rerun of race number 5. And if so, then we should have Will Bradford and BC 115 up there in or around grid number 8. And joining him, we should have Ben Ayres in York 22, but I don't think that's that race, because I can't quite make out any of the runners and riders up there at the moment. Oh, it is that race then, so it is Border Counties 115. Will Bradford starts in lane 7. Ben Ayres in York 22 starts in lane 6. Also up there, Sid Lomax in North Wales 199, and I think that it's going to be Sid Lomax that gets the best start that time, but on the inside it's going to be Troy Holtby in Scunthorpe 161. That's going to lead down into the farmyard turn then for the first time. He did pass us in race control last time round. The result is the same. Scunthorpe 166 from Sid Lomax in the 199 machine from the North Wales Club then in that third position. And BC 115 is there in that third spot with the York machine towards the tail end of the field, and Ellie Brown at the back of the pack in Carmarthen 49. But we continue to race. Troy Holtby in Scunthorpe 161 continues to lead from Sid Lomax in North Wales 199. Then it's Will Bradford that rounds out your top 3 in BC 115. Racing ahead of Sean Bradford in BC 117. And then the York 22 machine of Ben Ayres racing ahead of Ellie Brown in Carmarthen 49 towards the tail end of the field. But it's last lap flag time already. Troy Holtby moves on to his final circuit. No change in your 1, 2, 3 and 4. And no change at the back of the pack either. But all 6 cars, all 6 drivers are on to their final circuit. And we've got a race on at the head of affairs. Is Sid Lomax going to take the race victory on the last bend? It's going to be a dash to the line. Oh, it's very close, but it's 161 that holds on from Sid Lomax, who takes second. Border Counties 115 and 117 follow through in third and fourth respectively from the York 22 machine of Ben Ayres, and Ellie Brown rounds it all out for race 5 in Carmarthen 49. So that's race 5 of the junior specials done and dusted. They make their way back to the pits. We'll see them a little bit later on this afternoon, but we've got class 3 machines up there on the line. So once again, I'll hand you straight back over to Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Gareth. So yeah, 2 races of this first round of qualifying of Class 3 is coming your way. Brian Dennis and Sons, the Old Forge Garage, sponsors for the meeting, and Ram Developments, Adrian Davis, British Series Associate Sponsor. So thank you both very much indeed to those. 5 cars in each heat. First race then, Becky Smith in North Shropshire 343, Claire Horner, Yorkdales 24, Arena Almond in North Wales 27, Naomi Davis in Tivy 1, and Leanne Hushka in North Wales 10. And looking up to the line, we can see 5 cars up there, so that's good. Just waiting for everybody to get back into position, and we got yellow flags, so we are up and away racing with the start of the Class 3s. And it is Claire Horner in Yorkdales 24 that is the first one to show into that farmyard bend. Becky Smith then on the inside in North Shropshire 343. Naomi Davis runs third in Tivy 1, North Wales 27. Comes next Arena Almond, and then Leanne Hushka in the North Wales 10. But down that far side, YD24 it is Claire Horner, just pulling away a little bit now from Becky Smith in North Shropshire 343. And still the North Wales 27 car of Arena Almond in that third place slot, as the field just gets a little bit more spread out now. North Wales 10, Leanne Hushka, and completing it all is Naomi Davis in Tivy 1. So Claire Horner having it fairly comfortable, if the truth be known, in the Yorkdales 24 car. She goes once again into that farmyard turn and comes around to be greeted with the sight of the yellow flag with the black cross. Once to go then. Becky Smith likewise in North Shropshire 343, Arena Almond in North Wales 27, and North Wales 10 is Leanne Hushka and Naomi Davis in Tivy 1. But we're picking up our race leader going down the far side into that farmyard bend for the final time, and it is Claire Horner in Yorkdales 24, and oh, Becky Smith goes and overcooks it on the final turn in North Shropshire 343. So North Wales 27 comes round, and North Wales 10 is the next one, and North Shropshire 343 having a fairly torrid time coming out of that bend. So Naomi Davis is actually going to come round in Tivy 1, and Becky Smith sorts it all out in 343, and with a shake of the head, a very rueful shake of the head, comes across the line in 343, but she does pick up her 5th place points, and I say 10 signed on, and we are looking at 8 for the final, so all may not be lost. Race 2 then, Nicola McKenzie in IK13, Catherine Bynan in Carmarthen 3, Jade Russell in Yorkdales 86, Becky Shaw in Border Counties Treble 1, and Donna Brown in Carmarthen 4. Those are the 5 cars that we can see up there on the line, but they're already up and racing. And it's Jade Russell that gets the best of the start from the middle of the grid. In Yorksdale's 86 from the outside is Nicola McKenzie in the Invicta Kent 13 machine as they come round. So it is YD 86, Invicta Kent 13. Running in third place is the defending champion Becky Shaw in Border Counties. Treble 1 in that third place slot. Catherine Bynum in Carmarthen 3 then races just ahead of Donna Brown in the other Carmarthen car, the CM4 machine. But it is Jade Russell down the far side. YD 86, the Invicta Kent 13 car, holding on to that second place slot, but under very strong challenge from the Border Counties Treble 1 machine of Becky Shaw. And right there with them also is the CM3 car of Catherine Bynum, but no real challenge at the moment on Jade Russell as Yorksdale's 86 goes down the far side and back round towards us. Back round towards the last lap flag, so one circuit to go. Invicta Kent 13 also onto her last lap, Becky Shaw, as is Catherine Bynum in Carmarthen 3 and Donna Brown in Carmarthen 4. But Jade Russell then down that far side, just got the farmyard bend between herself, the checker flag, race victory, maximum points, and a jolly good start to the weekend for her. As she comes round, that's what she's going to have. YD 86 takes the win. Invicta Kent 13, Nicola McKenzie in second, Becky Shaw third in Border Counties Treble 1, and the Carmarthen battle honours just going to Donna Brown in CM4 ahead of Catherine Bynum in CM3. So, while ladies class 1s, shall we say, left a little to be desired, ladies class 3s, well done to you both. Heats, so they've successfully got through. So we move on to ladies class 5s, 2 races of those I think to come your way as well. So to take you through that, of course, it's once again back over to Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Steve. We are back with Class 5s, but this time it's the ladies. It's Heat 1, Race 1. Becca Joyce, Natasha Gibbs, Dawn North, Sarah Chilvers, the daughter of the man who had the touch me shaved on myself look younger, Lynn Olsen, Nicola Jesse and Rhiannon Smith. Currently top point scorer coming into this is Sarah Chilvers, second on points. Sarah Bateman's not here this weekend. She was leading the BAS, and so it gives Sarah a great opportunity to leapfrog and end the weekend taking that lead position. So BWG Garages, our weekend sponsor, and lorryinsurance.com, our series sponsor. So thank you to all our sponsors. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, on track we've got all our trade stands, and we've got food, and we've got obviously tombola that's going forward for raising money for good causes. So if you're feeling lucky, go and do it as well. The Cwmdu curve is starting to fill back up after the Cwmdu curve. Here we go then. We are racing with the ladies class 5, and it is Yorkshire Dales 46. Sarah Chilvers it is then. Shows them round there. Nicola Jesse goes with her as well. York 44. Then we go down to Rhiannon Smith, South Somerset 36. Then Lynn Olsen, Breeden Hill 27. There's your top 4. Hereford 4, 5th, climbing the hill as they bring it down. Natasha Gibbs it isn't that Hereford 4, but keep your eyes on the top 2 as Sarah Chilvers trying to keep a nice tight line, clip it to the cones and stop that Nicola Jesse machine. York 44 trying to find the gap. She's holding that second place but applying pressure as they climb the hill out of that start gate turn. Down they go down to Farmyard Bend. Then Rhiannon Smith, South Somerset 36, Lynn Olsen, that's 4th place as they bring it again round that turn 2 for the penultimate time. One more lap to go on this one then. Yorkshire Dales 46, it is Sarah Chilvers then. Nicola Jesse, York 44, she's got company now as Rhiannon Smith, South Somerset 36, Lynn Olsen, there's your 4, no changes as yet. Hereford 4, a place back as well as they go Natasha Gibbs, and then we go down to that Strouden District machine, but round we go, checker flag at the ready. Sarah Chilvers takes a win, Yorkshire Dales 46, Nicola Jesse, York 44 second, Rhiannon Smith, South Somerset 36 third, 4th is Breeden Hill 27, Lynn Olsen, Hereford 4, Natasha Gibbs, and then the South Somerset 10 machine of Dawn North. So well done there to ladies class 5. Heat 1, race 1, tick in the box. We now move on to race 2, and it brings out Severn Valley 67, Gemma Holland, Cwmdu 31, Sandra Jones, Jess Bradley, Amanda Mason, Donna Forrest, Kirsty Godfrey and Michelle Ellis. Currently where they are on points, I've got Gareth here with the flags in commentary, ready to show me red, but he's going to put it down because these girls are clean. Clean girls on the line. Well, There's a story, but no, I'm not going to go there. So as I go, lorryinsurance.com are lorryinsurance.com, our series sponsor, and BWG Garages, our weekend sponsor. So, yeah, we're just getting a car recovered off the track. Just a couple of shout-outs. I know they're watching down in Bexhill-on-Sea. Billy Barker, that's the old man. He's 80 years of age, got his own teeth, looking for love. So if anyone's out there. Big Sis as well, old Nikki, Mad Nikki. Yeah, she's a good girl. We've got Luke, we've got Rach, we've got Mark and Jodie, all watching down by the seaside. So happy days. Hold on a minute. Yeah, I can hear some seagulls as well. Arr, arr. Or was that an otter? I don't know. But so as you can tell, it's getting into the afternoon. We haven't been fed yet, so yeah, we're getting a bit giddy. But just waiting for track clearance. We've got track clearance. Let's go racing then. Michelle Ellis got a flying start out of grid one. Currently 7th on points in the BASt coming into this weekend. So 55 points would do very nicely. Oh, who's come out flying? Oh, I think that might be Sandra Jones, is it? In that Cwmdu 31. It was. She was mad. Oh, a bit of climbing as well. Oh, I think that's Donna Forrest up on 2 wheels, showing her undercarriage. But she keeps running. Kirsty Godfrey, Cambridge 10 in that 3rd place. But she's making a charge, looking to come round the outside. Oh, who's coming through there? Severn Valley 67. Gemma Holland fighting for a place to come up in a 3rd place. Can she do it? Sandra Jones though on the power on the outside. Sandra Jones up into that 3rd place, chasing down Donna Forrest. But it's still Michelle Ellis that leads this way. Kirsty Godfrey up into that 4th place. Severn Valley 67 drops back one. Then we go back down into Ludlow 24. Jess Bradley as we bring it round penultimate lap, because one more lap to go on this one. And it is Michelle Ellis, Stroudon District 33 from Sandra Jones, Cwmdu 31, Donna Forrest PhD 20, then Kirsty Godfrey Cambridge 10 as they climb up the hill, down that opening straight for the final time. Severn Valley 67, Gemma Holland's looking to get up close to that Godfrey machine, but eyes back front, checker flag at the ready. Stroudon District 33, Michelle Ellis takes the win. 2nd is Cwmdu 31, Sandra Jones. 3rd is PhD 20, Donna Forrest. 4th goes to Severn Valley 67, Gemma Holland. From Kirsty Godfrey, from Ludlow 24 of Jess Bradley. And just coming across the line, it is that Breeden Hill 11. And that's Amanda Mason. So I do believe ladies class 5, heat 1 and 2, nice and clean, done and dusted. Another clean sweep for Mickey B. We now move up into ladies class 7 Super Saloons. MaxSpot, our series sponsor, and it is our Quality Care Home, who are our sponsors, and I'm getting closer to one of them myself, by the way, as we go down. Kate Thomas, Emily McKenzie, Ellie Lockwood, Kenzie Asman, Sue Erdman, Lindsay Allen, Nicola Gibbs, and Michelle Barrett. So, wow, who's going to come out on this one? No, it's not. That's race 2. I think we're going to go back to race 1 first. Okay. Oh, no. No, they've done that deliberately. And it is a ladies class 1 rerun as they bring it round. And, the voice of an angel is going to come over and pick up the ones as we go round.
I might be a little bit unprofessional this time round, but it is the North Shropshire machine of Claire Compton that leads past us then for the 2nd time. Cambridge 295 is Jade Whitfield Dyke. She's there leading the chase in that 2nd position from Emily Polly in Cambridge 136. That's your 1, 2 and 3 then as they make their way down that start line straight with a couple of laps to go. Leeward 146 is Stacey Mills. She's there in that 4th position from the Border Counties 150 machine of Chloe Ray, and Chloe finds that 4th spot, the gap through on the inside of the Leeward car, and she's up to sit currently on 28 points with Laurie Fionn Jones in North Wales 6 at the tail end of the field. You're 1, 2 and 3 away and gone really from the rest of the pack, but there could be a change for that 2nd position because Emily Polly in Cambridge 136 found a bit between her teeth, but as they dash to the line, Claire holds on from Jade in that 2nd position. Cambridge 136 takes 3rd from BC 150. Stacey Mills takes 5th in Leeward 146, and Laurie Fionn Jones then North Wales 6 takes that 6th spot. And finally, taking the last place in race number 1, Ludlow 200 of Tracy Short. Now we're going to go for the 2nd time of wanting to ladies class 7s, and we're going to hand you straight back over to the voice to Mr. Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much. The voice of an angel. We are going ladies class 7 this time. And it is race 1. Lee Wynn, Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho, Kim Jenkins, Samantha Graney, Shamel Clayton, Kelly Murray, Alice Bevans, Ella John. And it is the BAS leader after round 1. Takes them into turn 1 and 2. Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho, Radford 176 from Samantha Graney. Then it is the Alice Bevans machine. PAC 53, Alice running second on the points as well coming into this one. Shamel Clayton, Spalding 31, and then we dropped that down to Ella John in the PhD 6. So we picked up our top 5 cars at the moment. A little bit of a battle going on for those lower places, but still leading the way. Radford 176, Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho, and look at the gap she's pulling away from that second place. Samantha Graney holding that at the moment, which is going to be under pressure as Alice Bevans, PAC 53, looking to close that gap as they come round turn 2. One more lap to go on this one. So Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho, Samantha Graney from Alice Bevans, from Shamel Clayton, from that Ella John, PhD 6. Then a little bit more of a gap before we get to that lower car, and it is that CK8 Lee Wynn as we come round. Checker flag now, and it is Radford 176. Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho takes the win. Alice Bevans nicks second in PAC 53. Pennine 8, Samantha Graney from Shamel Clayton from, we've got, that one's a little bit further back. PhD 6 comes across Ella John, and yeah, we're struggling a little bit. I think that's CK8 Lee Wynn, and that's Cwmdu 22 Kelly Murray as well. But the Max Sport Series sponsored ladies class 7s and Quality Care at Home are weekend sponsors. That race is clear. So we move into race 2, and it brings out Kate Thomas, Emily McKenzie, Ellie Lockwood, Kesney Adams, Sue Herdman, Lindsay Allen, Nicola Gibbs, Michelle Barrett. And Lindsay Allen currently 3rd on the points after BAS round 1. Michelle Barrett 4th. Ellie Lockwood 5th. And it's Kesney Adams who's in that 8th place. So 4 girls looking to add some more big points up there as well. And we are looking around for track clearance. Still got a few red flags held up. Just to let you know, Andy and Laura Jeffson won't be extending the population today. Apparently going in to be induced in the next couple of days. Unless they have a really hot curry tonight and dance to steps. That's it. And the waters break, yeah, that's it, yeah. Apparently he's got a temporary carpet on the floor. It's fine. Here we go then. We are off and racing. And it is Sue Erdman that looks to cut back up on the inside. Can she come out there? Someone's going mad on the outside, maybe into the Armco. So it's Erdman from Barrett, from Mackenzie, from that Hereford 44 and Nicola Gibbs. Gibbs in that green machine, climbs up there. Oh, Barrett's pushed out wide a little bit. Cambridge 12 comes through. Emily Mackenzie then up into that second place. Now she's going to chase down that Sue Erdman machine as she exits turn 2, another lap under her belt. Then from Mackenzie, then from the Nicola Gibbs, York 12, Michelle Barrett. Border County's 26, looking to come round. Kesney Adams, I say Kesney currently 8th on points as she brings it round that corner as well. Just loses that momentum, but it's last lap flag. 1 lap to go already, and it is Sue Erdman then from that Mackenzie machine, from Barrett, from Gibbs, from the Pennine 37, Lindsay Allen now. Lindsay Allen trying to make a show. Border County's 26, commentator's curse. She's now dropped right down the pack. Kate Thomas at the back, but checker flag at the ready, and it goes to Sue Erdman. York 57 takes the win. From Cambridge at 12, Emily Mackenzie, Michelle Barrett, York 12. From Lindsay Allen, Pennine at 38, the Nicola Gibbs, Hereford 44. Border County is 26. Across the line, Kesney Adams, and that last place goes to down 26, and that's Kate Thomas. So that is your ladies 5s and 7s all the way through, nice and clean. It looks like we're going back to a rerun for ladies class 1s, and it's over to Mr. Steve Langley.
Have we got some ladies class 1 reruns then, Mick? Oh yes, so we have. So there we go, 3 out of 4. No, we'll be all right, we'll be all right. So not sure where we're standing with regards to any exclusions or anything like that, to be truthful. So on the line then, race 2 it is that's on the line. So how many cars can we identify up there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we were sort of expecting 7. So there we go. We'll pick them up as they come past is the safest thing. C&P Brooks, service repairs on all makes of vehicle, are our meeting sponsors here. Unit 1A, Hatton Industrial Estate, Kington. And Kington basically go out of the gate here, turn left, and just freewheel down the hill basically, and that'll get you into Kington. So that's how close it is, but we thank them very much indeed for their sponsorship and support. And if you need use of such services, then please go and use them, and don't forget to mention Cwmdu Autograss Club into the bargain. They'll then be keen to come back, and it all makes the world go round, doesn't it? So we're looking, as I say, at this one, just waiting for a car there to be removed from the top part of the circuit, and as soon as that's been sorted, then we're underway. So meeting schedule wise, yeah, we're looking all right, it has to be said. So I say we worked out that we've got 333 races, I think, to get through this weekend, and that equates to with an estimated finish time, I'm not going to tell you what that is, but equates to a certain number of races per hour. And yeah, we were at the 4-hour mark, which was the last time. We've actually just gone up to 5 hours now, so we'll see if we get an update. But at the 4-hour mark, we were actually cock on. Well, we were 1 race short of where we wanted to be after 4 hours, so that's all right. We can actually cope with that. So that's all looking good, given everything that's been thrown at us weather-wise and stuff and things. Right, here we go then. So, ladies class 1s, though, we need you to do your bit to help, i.e. finish, as we go down that far side. And it is Sarah Lovett in IK37, one of the ones we can pick up on the inside, but she's running about 4th place because your race leader is the St Neots 16 car. That's Maddie Tilson at the wheel of that one. She takes the field into that top bend. Emily Grayson at Scarborough 95, that goes right round the outside of the St Neots machine. Tucked into 3rd place, Kerry Bennett in the CA48 machine. That's the 1, 2, 3. Then a little bit of a gap back to Sarah Lovett in IK37, runs in that 4th place slot. Fiona Thomas a bit to do at the moment in Tybee 16, just racing through then on the inside of Samantha Morris in Border Counties 37. Nicole Kingsley in Invicta Kent 90, I think, unfortunately, is our non-starter. But down the far side, Emily Grayson it is in Scarborough 95, already coming round to take that last lap flag. Pulled away a little bit now from early race leader Maddie Tilson in St Neots 16. Cambridge 48, IK 37, Tybee 16, and Border Counties 37. Samantha Morris completes the lineup. So all the cars onto their final circuit, but it is Scarborough 95, Emily Grayson, that's going to come round, the very comfortable race leader when all is said and done, and take a very convincing race win. Scarborough 95 then it is. 2nd place goes to Maddie Tilson in St Neots 16, Kerry Bennett 3rd in Cambridge 48, Tybee 16 in Invicta Kent 37. Finishing just ahead of Samantha Morris in Border Counties 37. So that's race 1 successfully completed, or race 2, sorry, but the first of the reruns successfully completed. So on the line now it is race 1. No, it's not. Oh, right. So sorry, I missed that one. It's race 3 that's on the line. Nia Jones in Tybee 352, Sophie Lewis in Athelston 2, Victoria Tilson in St Neots 296. Lucy Wickham in Penhow 27, Rebecca Owen in North Wales 397, Imogen Morris in Cwmdu 1, Lucy Caulfield in Border Counties 12, and Kelly Holland in Hereford 184. Those were the 8 cars that we started with, and we've got 7 of them up there, so we're trying to see who I think we're missing. It might be Imogen Morris in Cwmdu 1. It is, so unfortunately no C1 out in this one, but it is Lucy Wickham in Penhow 27 that is the first one to show, and I have a feeling this one might not get too far, as no, red flags once again. So internal marshal gets the red flags out, so thank you very much, Gareth, for that. Appreciated as always. But yeah, it's looking better, so there we go. We've gone from 1 completed 3 outstanding to 3 completed 1 outstanding, so that's not bad. So we will see that race 3 again in a short while though. In the meantime, if we look up to the line, then we can see some single-seaters for, is this a rerun then, Gareth? So what do we reckon's on the line then? We reckon it's Junior Specials rerun that is up there. So race 2, according to Gareth, and Gareth's the man that's going to know, and Gareth's the man that's going to take you through it.
Yeah, thanks very much then, Steve. Race 3 is up there on the line. A rerun that should include Dale Hodgkins in Ludlow 39, but the bungee's already broken. So we're going to have to pick up the names and the numbers of these drivers as this race unfolds. But it is Corey Mumford in 161F that's going to lead into that farmyard turn. They all bunch up behind him, but they sort themselves out. 161F then leads past us for the first time. Tom Cosgrove in ARC 25 slots into that second position. Jesse Jones in Swansea 6 is there, rounding out your current top 3. Fourth place is one of the Ludlow machines. That could be Dale or Glenn Hodgkins in Ludlow 39 or Ludlow 40. And in the middle of them is the York 76 machine of Lil Rose Pratt. And there's no change in your 1, 2 and 3 as Corey Mumford continues to fight on and lead the way down that far straight with a lap and a half to go in Forest 161. Tom Cosgrove still there in that second position in ARC 25. That's your 1 and 2. And they're pulling a bit of daylight now between themselves and Jesse Jones, who's still there in Swansea number 6. And Ludlow 40 is Glenn Hodgkins. He's there rounding out your top 4 ahead of Lil Rose Pratt in York 75. And the car at the tail end of the field then is, I think, the Pennine 85 machine of Reese Fowles. But it's checkered flag time. Corey Mumford takes the win in 161F from Tom Cosgrove in ARC 25. Jesse Jones holds on to third from Ludlow 40, York 75. And then the Pennine 85 machine of Reese Fowles rounds it all out for the rerun of race 3 of your junior specials. I think then that's the junior specials done and dusted for their first round of qualifying. Dig it, Plant Hire, your sponsors for the 5 rounds for the series, and your local junior special sponsor here this weekend, SJ Lewis. As a few of the tyres and the cones being adjusted on both ends of this Ovals Raceway. We got ladies class 2 machines up there on the line. It's over to Mr. Archie Lewis.
Cheers, Gareth. And yeah, indeed, ladies 2s are the ones down on the line. As I say, Fleet Care Services is your series sponsors for your ladies class 2, and your SMS Autos is your weekend sponsors. So let's hope for ladies class 2 just to be as interesting as what your men's class 2s was. If you take a think back just to a little bit earlier and say the conditions on the track, you wouldn't have even thought that we had that sort of downpour around the men's class 10s, and some of the states of them are, you wouldn't even say that they'd race today. But the track is holding up. It's coming faster and faster as every class is we're getting through them, aren't we, for the Abbas round. So ladies 2s and a little less of that, and let's tell you then who's out there, or are we gonna have time? So Jenny Booton is in there in Bradford 80, lane number 1. But we'll tell you the rest of them as we catch them. As it is then Missy Mosley, Radford number 3, has to sell, but it's Donna Howells in Cwmdu 60 that's got the best of them. Mosley's in there in Radford number 3, but it's Cwmdu 60, it's Howells it is, from Missy Mosley, from Chad Bourne in White Rose 13. And then we go Faye Stevenson in the Pennine 89, so they all just sort themselves out with the Booton machine in Radford 80. But we switch back to your leading 3 then. Chad Bourne's up to second should say, in White Rose 13. Donna Howells then just leaving the door a little open for Chad Bourne to whiz her way through. But it's C60 just about then from Chad Bourne as Donna Howells then just slams the door shut in White Rose 13. But Missy Mosley wants a piece of the action also in your Radford number 3, who runs back there in 3rd. Faye Stevenson still rounds out your top 4, but we stick with your leading 3 as Mosley's still trying to find a way through on Chad Bourne. All the meanwhile, Donna Howells then goes on to her final lap in C60, White Rose 13. Mosley's trying the outside line this time around in Radford number 3. Radford 92 then. She's coming up through the field. Nicola Petonian, who rounds out your top 4 now. Chad Bourne's up into the lead. Howells then pushing on. In Cwmdu 60. What can she do with 1 corner to go? She's slowing the pace down. But Chad Bourne then, she's looked on a miss and she's got it. As takes the win then is Chad Bourne, White Rose 13 and Cwmdu 60. Mosley's there. Radford 92. Faye Stevenson and Pennine 89. St. Here's 34. and Radford 80. Jenny Booton will round out your first run of your ladies class 2s. Wow. We asked them to be just as exciting as your men's ones, and to say the ladies, they do put on a performance, don't they? And to say your ladies class 2s. 3 races of them then for the weekend. So say we're looking for your fastest top 8 for tomorrow. And say with your 3 races, you can indeed then have a bad heat or so, and as long as you do well in the other 2. But we're away racing in with race number 2. Jessica Browning on the far side had a good start, but so's Lara Jones in your Typhy 17s. They take him into Farmyard Bend then as your North Shropshire 15, trying to use that inside line of Jess Browning as Lara Jones just pushing on wide. So it's North Shropshire 15, Typhy 17, and your PAC 91 then Linda Thomas. She rounds out your top 3 for the moment in time with your Penheim 65, then a Beth Richards who runs back there in 4th. Jade Morgan's there in Cwmdu 30, who moves up to 4th now, sets her sights on Linda Thomas in Penheim PAC 91. But Jess Browning it is in your North Shropshire 15. Lara Jones still runs there in 3rd here with your PAC 91 running there in 3rd. She say Beth Richards still runs back there in 4th in your Penheim 65. Jade Morgan still on a charge in Cwmdu 30. Strand District 99, Severn Valley 4 is how the field run, but we switch back to your 2 leaders then. Jessica Browning, Lara Jones trying to use that inside line, trying to get that car slowed down, but it's North Shropshire 15 it is. It's Browning. Then we go to Lara Jones in Typhy 17. Linda Thomas still runs there in 3rd with Beth Richards and Strand District 99. Jade Morgan and dropping through the field in Cwmdu 30 with Severn Valley 4 still rounding out the field. What can Lara Jones do with 1 corner to go in your Typhy 17? Jessica Browning in North Shropshire 15. I think she's held on, but Lara Jones then found a grip, found a turn, but it's North Shropshire 15 takes it. Lara Jones takes 2nd in Typhy 17. Linda Thomas in PAC 91. Beth Richards. Then we go Strand District 99. Jade Morgan and Severn Valley number 4 of Claire Cavett will round out then your 2nd run of your ladies class 2s. So on to the 3rd and final run of your ladies class 2s. Say we was expecting ladies class 9s, but they are a little later on. As I say, race number 3 are down on the line. So let's take you through those. Chloe Ackers in North Shropshire 391. Lucy Wickham, Pennow 13. South Somerset 45, Jess Singer. Maddie Owen in North Wales number 1. Rachel Fowles in Penheim 84. Then from the Mallow in number 2 is Pamela Horgan. Then Jess Roberts in your Scunny 126. And to say Jess, then she is your national champion for your ladies too. So definitely one to watch for in grid number 1. Well, as I say that, they all leave the line. And it's Wickham then that's got a good start. And as I say, Jessica Roberts on the far side, but it's Roberts then just, is it? As they come out of turn number 2. She's on the outside. Wickham's going to be a tough cookie in position number 2 in that Pennow 13, Pennow 84. Then comes the Irish in Mallow number 2. Who pushes her way up into 3rd place. Horgan goes. And Wickham just pushes on, allowing the Roberts machine a little bit of breathing room in Scunny 126. They take him down the far side. Then comes Wickham in Pennow 13. Horgan's there in Mallow number 2. Then comes Singer in South Somerset 45. There's a little bit of contact at the rear end of the field, but it's still Jess Roberts in Scunny 126. Wickham still runs there in 2nd. Here comes Horgan in the Mallow number 2. And Singer still runs there in South Somerset 45. It rounds out your top 4. But down the far side as the last lap flag then being readied for Jess Roberts in your Scunny 126. Here comes Wickham still, and Horgan's got a problem in Mallow number 2. Singer's been gifted 3rd, and Horgan gets to go in Mallow number 2, Penheim 84. She still runs there. Rachel Fowles with Maddie Owens in North Wales number 1. But we switch back to your race leader, which is certainly about to come race winner. So Jace Roberts it is who takes the win in Scunny 126. Wickham's going to have to settle for 2nd in Pennow 13. Then comes Jess Singer in South Somerset 45. Then your Penheim 84 and Rachel Fowles. And then comes the Mallow number 2 then. We've unfortunately had that problem coming out of turn 2. Then comes North Shropshire 391. So your Fleet Care sponsored your series sponsor for your ladies class 2s, and as I say, the ladies Class 9s are the next ones that are down on the line. So we're going open wheel racing. We're still sticking with, say, your X-Trax is your series sponsor, and Page Family is your weekend sponsor. So that Maddie Owen machine in North Wales, number 1, just needing a helping hand to vacate the circuit then up as she's parked up by the start gate turn then. So let's tell you who is out in this one. Sadie Lindsay in PhD number 1. She's coming out of lane number 1. J.Di Whitfield, Hereford 150 out of lane 2. Chloe Richardson in Pennine 5. Kelly Wetherick in a Victor Kent 99. Hayley Seagraves in ARC number 3. Sharon Barker in Evesham 26. Katie Aderman in York number 6 then. So this is a lineup for you ladies Class 9. Someone's got a flyer from about the middle of the grid. Is that the Kelly Wetherick machine in IK 99? That's Seagraves it is. That comes in ARC number 3. She comes out on top for the minute, but it's Seagraves. Then we go to Wetherick. Then we go Sharon Barker in Evesham 26. Then comes Chloe Richards in your Pennine number 5 with J. Whitfield and Hereford 150. And then comes Lindsay and Aderman with all the work to do in York number 6 at the tail end of the field. But it's Seagraves that leads, and Wickham's the Victor Kent 99 machine runs back there in second. Here comes Chloe Richards in Pennine number 5. Sharon Barker is slipping down the field in Evesham 26. Di Whitfield in 150. As then comes Lindsay and York 6 and Aderman. We're still rounding out the field, but you're leading 2. Just pulling away is the Hayley Seagraves in ARC number 3. Then comes Wetherick in 999. Here comes Richards and Barker with Di Whitfield. Then we go PhD number 1 and York 6 and Katie Aderman, who still rounds out your field. So no change throughout the field for the moment, but your front 2 still locked in. But I think Hayley Seagraves has done it, and certainly done enough to take the first win for you ladies Class 9s. ARC number 3. Wetherick takes second in 99. Then comes Chloe Richards and Pennine number 5. Sharon Barker in 26. Di Whitfield. Then from Sadie Lindsay from Aderman in York number 6. So we're done. We're dusted for a minute. Ladies 2s, ladies 9s, all done and dusted, Gareth. How about that for you? No reruns in this one, but it's ladies Class 6s. And to say the Bowsers are looking to come on, and as I said earlier, the standard is getting there, isn't it? And say the racing has been fast and certainly competitive here at the Cwmdu Car Club, and the ovals is certainly looking superb. But we expect more of the same, and it is the Class 6s. So for the first time today, and say it is a pleasure to hand over to Mr. Tim Jones.
Yes, thank you, Art. So good afternoon, everybody, and a very, already been said, but a very warm welcome to everyone to round 2 of the British Autograss series. Fortunately, I wasn't with you this morning to take you through the men's Class 4s, 6s and stock hatches, because that horrible little thing called work got in the way, but hey, we've managed to get that out of the way and sorted, and we got ourselves here, and here we go. And we're going straight into Heat 1 of ladies Class 6s. So we're looking down towards the line as the Water Bowser already makes its way on to the circuit. And once again, look down to the line. Leanne Lewis will be down there in Swansea 1. Karis Thomas also in Typhy 66. Ella Bailey in the pickup starts toward the outside in Scunthorpe 33. Nicola Olsen starts towards the middle in Carmarthen 47. And last but by certainly no means least, Angela Evans will be there at lane 3 in North Shropshire 219. So say 2 races of ladies 6s, a bit depleted from the first round a few weeks ago, but always nice to see a few ladies 6s out and racing. Ladies Class 6 sponsor, DM Design and Fabrication Limited. Once again, our big thanks to them. And as I say, all our sponsors as they support us. So at least we can do is give a mention and support them as they support us. Elite Racing Transmissions, of course, your series sponsor. And once again, big thanks to them. So again, Bowser's already onto the circuit. Those of you that are listening trackside, and I hope you're enjoying all the action. I know we've had a few storms and a few spots of rain this morning, but I say does nothing for the track whatsoever. And if you're listening on BAStv, then a very, very good good afternoon to you. As once again, hope the team are looking after you, and we'll try and do the best that we can, and as I say, take you through some of the action. Big turnout this weekend as well. 713 drivers, I think, was mentioned earlier on, and as I say, it's got to be getting up there for one of the biggest series rounds. But fair play to Cwmdu and all the team there getting through it. Fingers crossed. And the Bowser makes the way off the circuit then. Let's go racing. Ladies Class 6's Heat 1. Race 1 then gets underway. And it is from the outside grid then. Ella Bailey in Scunny 33 that pushes awfully wide. Nicola Olsen looking to tuck up that inside in Carmarthen 47 as they come by us for the first time. Down Lewis then slotted into third in Swansea 1 from Typhy 66 of Caris Thomas and Angela Evans in North Shropshire 219. So once again down the far side we go. Ella Bailey in the pickup leads once again into the farmyard bend we go. Olsen still running second in Carmarthen at 47 as another lap gets completed. Leanne Lewis gets it all crossed up but managing to hold on to that third place slot with Typhy 66 that can meet Caris Thomas and Angela Evans in North Shropshire 219. So field fairly well spread out, still no change in the race order as once again down the far side we go as the familiar yellow flag for the Black Cross gets made ready, and Bailey's gone awfully wide, very close to the Armco, and Nicola Olsen then slides through, takes up the running with just one more lap to go. Carmarthen 47, Scunny 33, Swansea 1, also the Caris Thomas machine getting a little bit out of shape, but she still runs in that fourth place slot, and Angela Evans in 219. But here we go, checkered flag then. Is it going to be first points of the weekend? 55 points on the board and a race win. Nicola Olsen, Carmarthen 47 takes the win from Scunthorpe 33. Ella Bailey takes second. Swansea 1 of Leanne Lewis takes third ahead of Typhy 66. That's going to be Caris Thomas, and Angela Evans will complete race 1 in North Shropshire 219. So race 1 done and dusted as down towards the line. Race 2 then brings out Hannah Thomas in Scarborough 16, Leanne Hushka in North Wales 20, Zara Sutton in SR 71, Jenny Brown in PAC 37, last but by no means least Zoe Copeland in Scunny 36, and away we go into turn 1. It is the Copeland machine that leads the way. Scunthorpe 36, but Thomas looking up that inside, coming out of turn 2. So's Hushka in North Wales 20. Oh, and it's Thomas that leads the way. North Wales 20, Scunthorpe 36. Then comes, I think that's going to be Jenny Brown in PAC at 37. At the tail of the field as once again down the far side we go. Hannah Thomas just pulling out a little bit of a lead from Leanne Hushka in North Wales at number 20 as once again back round towards us they go. Scunthorpe, Scarborough 16, North Wales 20, then comes Copeland in 36, SR 71, then goes through that Zara Sutton and then completes it all. That's going to be Jenny Brown in PAC 37. But once again into the farmyard bend we go. Hushka a bit closer this time as once again one more lap to go this time. Scarborough 16, Hannah Thomas, North Wales 20, Hushka runs second from Scunthorpe 36, SR 71 also looking to gain ground as well and move herself through to third as once again round the top bend we go, and PAC 37 of Jenny Brown completes it all. Checkered flag then at the ready. It's going to be a race win, and once again 55 points on the board. Hannah Thomas, Scarborough 16 from North Wales 20, SR 71 I think just ahead of Zoe Copeland in Scunthorpe 36, and completing it all that's going to be Jenny Brown in PAC 37. So that completes ladies class 6s. So looking down towards the line, I think we're going back to ladies class 1. So to take you through that, it's back over to Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Tim. So yeah, this is our one outstanding rerun of the class 1s. As I say, we completed 3 out of the 4, and just trying to find the paperwork with regards to the race that this is. But we'll pick them up as they go down that far side. It's Hereford 184 then. That is the first one to show on the inside, tucked onto the inside and coming through into second place is that's Sophie Lewis in Atherstone 2, St Neots 2.96. Border Counties 12 then in that third place position as they go round the start line turn once again. But Kelly Holland it is in Hereford 184, very much leading the way this time round. But under strong challenge from Sophie Lewis in Atherstone 2, and the Atherstone car just looking to come through on the inside as Kelly goes very wide. By Class 1 standards, Hereford 184, that's going to cost her probably a couple of positions because Victoria Dilson also coming through in St Neots 2.96 up into that second place slot. Running in fourth then Rebecca Rowan in North Wales at 3.97, and Lucy Caulfield completes it all in Border Counties 12. But Sophie Lewis, it is in Atherstone 12 that's going to take that last lap flag as the very clear race leader. The battle really is on for second place at the moment, 2.96 from 3.97. Early race leader Hereford 184. Kelly Holland now runs back in fourth place, racing just ahead of Lucy Caulfield in Border Counties 12. But nobody racing ahead of Sophie Lewis. She is very unchallenged as she goes into the farmyard bend for the final time. Comes round, very convincing win. Atherstone 2, 55 maximum points, both towards a place in tomorrow's final and for a British Autograss Series. St Neots 2.96 in second, North Wales 3.97. Kelly Holland then in Hereford 184, and Lucy Caulfield in Border Counties 12. So that completes the ladies Class 1s. Next time we see those, it will be in the second round of qualifying. But we move on to ladies Class 8. Class 8, as always, looking to be very popular. So 4 heats, I think, of the Class 8 ladies. And for that, it is going to be over to Liam.
Yeah, thank you very much, Steve. So look at that for organisation. As soon as it's announced, they're off the line. As ladies Class 8s then are away for the first time this weekend. KLE Building and Refurbishment, your sponsors. And I tell you what a competitive heat we've got in race 1. Your BAStv Series leader is out, and she's also your race leader. Josie Tompkinson it is in Scunny 52 that takes them down the far side for the first time. IK19 of Jade Russell runs second. Rosemary Glover runs third. Lindsay Mullen in fourth. She was the winner of the first BAStv, but uncharacteristically running down the order in this one. Then we go to the Mallow 319. Kelly Matthews in 247 and Shelby Almond in the North Wales machine. But at the front, it's Jade Russell that's making a move around the outside. Josie fights back in Scunny 52. They're side by side as they go into that farmyard turn for another time. Rosemary Glover looking to use her experience and come up the inside of both of them, but not working this time as they move on to their final circuit. It's Josie Tompkinson looking to keep her attention at the front, not just of this race, but in the series in general. As 52 it is, with one more corner to go. Can she hold off? Jade Russell looking for a way through. She won't do it. Josie takes the win. Rosemary's gone. So Jade Russell takes second. Mallow 319. Lindsay Mullen in 37. Kelly Matthews in 247. Shelby Almond in North Wales 271. And Rosemary Glover, it was all going so well in White Rose number 2. As she was running third for the majority of the race, and unfortunately coming across in that final position and not getting the points that she wanted or even deserved. As I said, running so strongly, but having it all wrong towards the end of the race. So race 1 then was off the line quick. Race 2 is the same. Sue Nichols, Taylor Jade Pascal, Dawn North, Sharon Barker, Nicole O'Brien, Claire Cockrell and Abby Jade Bennett. And it's the latter name that is the first one to show. Abby Jade Bennett first into turn 1, but Sue Nichols comes through. We got contact at the back. It's mating season in ladies 8 because we got cars mounted on each other. And red flags come out on ladies 8. We even got further than this with the men's. So ladies 8 it is proving to be the problematic ones. I'm sure I was saying the same thing about 5 weeks ago at the first round of the BAStv, because I think they were problematic then. But doing the same at this time as we've got cars parked up. I think Sharon Barker is the one underneath in Evesham 25. And not too sure who the one that's mounted on top of her is, but we should have a look. Here, they're coming past us. I'm going to guess it's Nicole O'Brien, but I could be wrong in Mallow 48. But as I said, Sharon Barker's definitely the one, as the marshals are quick in attendance to get it all sorted. And I'm sure they'll be glad to get it back down onto 4 wheels. We think Taylor J. Pascal might be the other one involved with Sharon Barker, but both drivers are okay. And as I said, could have ended a lot worse. Normally when Class 8s make contact with their wheels, then one of them ends airborne, but this time thankfully both coming back down to earth. So that then does give us a slight delay. And I'll tell you what, you wouldn't have expected to see this about an hour ago, would you? Water barriers are out on the track and putting some water down to keep the dust down. I mean, we obviously had a heavy downpour. For those of you that was here, then obviously you know. For those watching on BAStv, it might not have looked that bad on camera, I don't know. But it was a very, very heavy downpour that we had, and I'm sure a lot of people did fear the worst. But looking at this track now, you wouldn't have even thought we've had one, because it is in superb condition, as it has been for the majority of the day, and as it will continue to be for the rest of the weekend, I'm sure. And of course, the Cwmdu Car Club, very experienced in putting on big meetings. They've had various nationals, ladies nationals, BAS rounds, etc. So they've certainly got the experience to pull it off, and they're showing that this weekend. As I said, round one was absolutely fantastic. So there was hard footsteps to follow. The bar was set very, very high by the South Wales League. And I genuinely do mean that. I'm not just saying that because there are 2 South Wales League members in commentary right now, but that is true. It was set very, very high, and as I said, Cwmdu following in their footsteps, as I'm sure all the hosts will as the series go on, because we got some brilliant venues still to go to for the rest. Of course, round 3 hosted by the North Shropshire Club, and I'm sure most of us were there last year for their BAS rounds, and I've heard nothing but positive comments for that one. It was certainly one of the best tracks I've been to in recent memory. They've got round 3, round 4, of course, being hosted by Stroud, which is becoming a very familiar venue now at Gossington Bridge. I think they've had a couple of BAS rounds as well, and of course round 5, the Border Counties track, very familiar to a lot of people for the round 5, but there's still an awful lot of a long way to go. We've still got a lot of racing at round 2 to do yet. And that's where we're at now. We're at Ladies Class 8, Race 3, which is down on the line. KLE Building and Refurbishments, you're sponsored. Race 3 brings out Charlene Hankey, ARC2, Ruby Emerson in Scunthorpe 199, Jenny Houlihan in West Waterford 158, Sandra Jones in Cwmdu 10, Jodie Glover in Scunny 71, Beth Tompkinson in Scunny 51, and Claire Horner in Melton 62. How's that for a lineup of Ladies Class 8s? Very competitive indeed, and Sandra Jones just getting the car up in the air but coming back down. We've got it all going wrong as they enter turn 1, but no problem for Charlene Hankey as she comes out in that first place position and leads them round for the first time. Sandra Jones runs second, but something tells me she's got the speed on an outside line. In Cwmdu number 10, is she going to manage to get it tucked in into this bend for another time? Jodie Glover pulling the front wheels up as she just clips the tyre as she comes past, but it's number 2 momentarily as Sandra Jones goes right round the outside. I said she'd find the speed, and she certainly did. She knows this track inside and out, and she takes up the running down the far side. Charlene Hankey runs there in second and looking to try and put the challenge back on, but not quite working at the moment as we go to the last lap flag. It's number 10, Claire Horner, though, is moving through the field in Mountain 62. Your 2 most experienced racers in this one lie first and second, and Claire Horner's on a mission in Mountain 62 as Sandra Jones kicks the dust up in her face. We got contact towards the tail end. Jenny Houlihan's up in the air but comes back down. It's checkered flag. It's a messy race, but a brilliant one at that. Sandra Jones from Claire Horner, Jodie Glover, Charlene Hankey, Jenny Houlihan, Ruby Emerson and Beth Tompkinson in Scunny 51. So as I said, a little bit of a messy race, certainly in parts there, but brilliant racing nonetheless towards the front of the field. And Sandra Jones storming to victory in Cwmdu number 10. So that's race 3 done with for your ladies Class 8. Race 4, the final schedule race, is down there and ready to come out. We want more of the same. We've got Maisie Phipps coming out of lane 1, Stratton District number 10, Sophie Morgan lane 2, Radford 71, lane 3 is Ellie Lockwood in Scunthorpe 191, Sinead Thomas in Carmarthen 20, in lane 5 Terry Mumford in Forest Dean 158, Ellie Hines in Breednill 14, and Alice Bevans in PAC number 2. That is going to be the lineup for the 4th and final schedule race of your KLE Building and Refurbishment sponsored Ladies Class 8. Of course, we've got a rerun of race 2 to come your way a little bit later on, but the 4 races scheduled. This is the final one down there on the line. And if you want to know how close Ladies Class 8 is, then just look at the BAS points after the first round. Josie Tompkinson was your series leader, but she was joint with Lindsay Mullen in Yorkshire 37. And those two, of course, matched up in the first race where Josie got the best of. 2 points behind them was Claire Horner in Melton 62. So it literally goes to show how close ladies class 8s is, and we expect more of the same going into this race. It looked like it could get messy, but they managed to get around. Ellie Lockwood it is. That leads them round for the first time. Scuddy 191. Alice Bevan slots into second in PAC number 2, but Sophie Morgan back in the class 8 this year, and ever towards the front as usual as she runs in third. Ellie Hines going out wide in towards the Armco in Breednill 14. That's dropped her down, but at the front, Ellie Lockwood it is from Alice Bevans in PAC number 2. Sophie Morgan runs third. Daisy Phipps from Terry Mumford. Then we go to Ellie Hines and the Thomas Machine in Carmarthen number 20. But at the front, Ellie Lockwood, unchallenged at the moment, has led from the word go as Phipps just makes contact there with the Armco over on the far side. And a few of them seem to be doing that. They're taking a very wide line, and it's not working for everyone. As the last lap flag goes out, it's certainly working for Ellie Lockwood in Scunthorpe 191, because she's leading them round once again. And she's got a good few car lengths clear now of Alice Bevans in PAC number 2. And it's checkered flag. It's 191, that takes 55. Checkered flag is out for Ellie Lockwood. Alice Bevans takes second. Sophie Morgan third. Terry Mumford takes fourth. Then we go to Maisie Phipps in Strided District number 10. Ellie Hines in Breednill 14. And Sinead Thomas in Carmarthen number 20. So brilliant stuff from ladies class 8s. We nearly got through them. 4 races, we got 1 rerun. I'll take that, that's not too bad. So 1 rerun to come your way a little bit later on. But we've got ladies class 4 machinery down there on the line. So to take you through that, we've heard one Mr. Jones do class 4s this weekend. Here's over to the next Mr. Jones, it's Tim.
Thank you, Liam. Yeah, so here we go. Ladies class 4 then. Bit of a depleted lineup, but as they leave the line and head towards that all-important first turn, it's Gwen Reeves in Carmarthen 7 that leads the way on that inside line. Claire Compton in North Shropshire 4:34 runs second, not for long though, because through that inside comes Kelly Weatherick in IK 272 as once again round the top bottle of the circuit we go, ahead of the stock hatch of Radford 59. That's Michelle Petrie. As the other stock hatch that we got is Hereford 182, just running with the class 4s. That's Kelly Louise. But Commander 7, that's the class 4. That's Gwen Reeves, and she's the first one across the line. IK 272. Kelly Weatherick still running in second ahead of Claire Compton in North Shropshire 4:34. So down the far side, once again we go. Radford 59, H 182, and the other class 4, that was going to be Bethan Davis in time for 155. But 1 lap to go then, and a clear race leader then. Gwen Reeves in Carmarthen 7 from Kelly Weatherick in IK 272. Compton still running third in North Shropshire 4:34, ahead of the stock hatch. Radford 59, H 182, and Tyview 155 completes it all. There you go, 55 points and a good race win. Carmarthen 7 with Gwen Reeves. Kelly Weatherick in IK 272 ahead of North Shropshire 4:34 of Claire Compton. Radford 59, Michelle Petrie ahead of Kelly Louise in Hereford 182. And Bethan Davis will round it all out in Typhy 155. So short and sweet, but that's ladies class 4 and ladies stock hatches all done and dusted. Mutt Junkie, of course, is series sponsor for class 4, and SW Maddie and Son Garage Services, your meeting sponsor. So once again, big thanks to them. So down towards the line, we're going. So looking towards the line, we just had it confirmed, ladies class 10 it is. So to take you through that, who's there and who isn't, back over Liam.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. Ladies class 10s then, TM Factors, your sponsors. Only the 4 cars, but I'm sure they're going to make it a brilliant race. Jodie Pascal, Catherine Jones, Jill Grasby and Becky Faulkner. And it's Jill Grasby then the first one to show in each of 122. She leads them round, and Jill certainly looks like the name to beat in ladies class 10s this season, and showing its house on track this time as she leads them round once again. 122 it is. Jodie Pascal sits second in Hereford 250. Oh, I was just going to say she looks menacing in second, but she's gone and got it round. So she's gone from second to fourth, so that allows Becky Faulkner to move through to second with the Carmarthen 29 machine of Catherine Jones into third, and of course Jodie Pascal relegated to the 4th place position. So the first 2 then away and gone. A big gap between these 2 and the third and fourth place cars, but Jill Grasby not quite got it in the bag just yet. It's not over till it's over as 1:22 starts her final lap, but Becky Faulkner is just maybe making some ground in North Shropshire number 6 as they go down the far side for another time. Catherine Jones safe in third, and looks like Jodie Pascal with problems aboard in 250, but it's checkered flag. Becky Faulkner couldn't quite reel her in enough. Jill Grasby it is that takes the win in Evesham 1:22. North Shropshire number 6 takes second. Catherine Jones is going to come across in third in Carmarthen 29, and Jodie Pascal in Hereford 250 is going to come round complete ladies class 10s. Big thank you to TM Factors for their sponsorship, and of course ProLinks for their series. And not only does it complete ladies class 10s, it completes all of the ladies bar, which I think is only one rerun, which, would you believe it, is my rerun. So I think that's it. I'm not too sure if anyone else has got any reruns. I don't imagine they have. Because, no, there you go, everyone's saying no. I put the word out there just in hope that someone would say yes, but obviously not. So I've got a rerun still to come your way. But apart from that, we've come full circle because they are men's class 1s down there on the line and ready to go for their second round of qualifying. And they're already off the line, so look at that. As quick as they're on, they're off. So men's class 1s then are away for the second time of the first round of the BAStv. And I'll tell you what, it's a very messy start, isn't it? As they go into turn 1, as cones and tyres get absolutely scattered everywhere. But they managed to keep it going, and it's St. Neots 196 that leads. Connor Griffiths then slots into second in Typhy number 16 with the Robinson machine in third. But look at this, Connor Griffiths not one to settle for second. We've lost one over on the far side in the Armco, so I'm not too sure this is going to go much further. But at the moment they are. Look at that, the North Shropshire machine gets it going. And as all this goes on, there's a race at the front heating up. Connor Griffiths relegated back to second. Jordan Robinson still there in third, because Ollie Tilson it is that's got the bit between his teeth as he leads them down the far side for the another time. It's the penultimate time he's gone out wide, and Griffiths cuts back through in Typhy number 16. It's Yaris versus Micra as they're side by side as they start their final circuit. Tilson just drifting out wide, and that allows Connor Griffiths to just pull away a little bit. Jordan Robinson is not out of this yet either in Spalding 26 as they go into the farmyard bend for the final time. He had to work for it, but it was worth it in the end. Connor Griffiths takes the win in Typhy 16. Ollie Tilson second. Jordan Robinson takes third. Invicta Kent 430 from PAC 209 is Timothy Gardner. Then we go to the Penthouse 73 machine of Daniel Harris. PAC 35 of James Slater is the one who comes across and completes it all. So there we go then. Good stuff from your men's class 1s. You're probably wondering why you're hearing my voice. It's because Steve Langley is obviously off busy with other things. For those of you that know Steve, you know he doesn't stop for the 48-hour, well, even the Friday, so we can say the 72 hours of a BAStv round that we have. He just does not stop. And speak of the devil, he shall appear. So good job I was saying nice things then, wasn't it, eh? I didn't know he was that close. So there you go. You'll all be relieved to hear that Mr. Langley is back and ready to take you through Class 1s.
Thank you very much. So I honestly didn't hear what you said, but there we go. Thank you if it was nice. So here we go then. Start of the second round of qualifying. How are we doing? 2:15. That's all right. We're aiming sort of like for about 2 o'clock-ish, so we're not too bad at all. MJN Group and Cwmdu Motorsport are sponsors of Class 1 here at the Ovals, and our associated series sponsor TBR. So thank you very much to all of them. Right, Class 1 then, battling, of course, towards a place in a semi-final. 9 heats to come your way. First heat of those, or first race of those 9 in this second round of qualifying. We've got one heat winner from round 1, Ollie Tilson in St. Neots 196. Connor Griffiths in Tyby 16 had a second, so he's currently on 45 points. And we've got a couple of cars that picked up a 4, so they're both on 28 points. Daniel Harris in P73 and Dan Jones in IK 430. The rest of them with a bit to do, and even though we are looking for the top 16 for a semi-final, going to need a good run. Timothy Gardner in PAC 209, James Slater in PAC 35, Aidan Arrowsmith in North Shropshire 8, and Jordan Robinson in Spalding 26. So those are the cars that we've got, and we are expecting, as we were saying
talking to North Shropshire, as I think I heard one of my fellow commentators saying earlier on, then that is where we're all heading for round 3. Was it 3 weeks' time? I think they come thick and fast now. As North Shropshire 4:43, then it is. So this is race 2. That's it. Keep me on my toes and keeps me to look at the line. Right, Ben Gould, heat winner last time round in North Shropshire 4:43. And he's looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 as he goes down the far side. So race 1 has been held back, I think. Could well be because of that ladies rerun. So 4:43 though, the race leader. Running in second place then, Tivy 211, Connor Urquhart, currently on 36 points. He picked up a 3rd last time round, so he's running 1 better than this at the moment. Gwyn Reeves it is in Tivy 23, that's the back marker, but down that far side. And North Shropshire 4:43, Ben Gould has already established himself quite a lead, certainly by Class 1 standards, as the last lap flag goes out. 1 to go then. TA 211 runs second, North Wales 6, then Dylan Tyrrell it is in that 3rd place. There is a green flag there to somebody as the rest of the field come through to start their final circuit, but Ben Gould unchallenged. It's going to be 2 wins out of 2 for Ben, so 110 points at the end of day 1. You can do no better than that as he comes round for the checkered flag, and all a bit messy on the last turn. Connor Urquhart 211 in second, Dylan Tyrrell North Wales 6, then comes the Scarborough 49 car of Jim Bob Johnson. PhD 12 is Ashley Hutchins, TA 23 and WS 20 is Rich Parks, as I say, with a green flag thrown in there to somebody. But we do know that green flag wasn't to Ben Gould in North Shropshire 4:43. So he's looking good at the moment. It's his single-seaters on the line, so I think we're back to a rerun of ladies Class 8. So for that, it's going to be back over to Liam.
Yeah, thank you very much, Steve. So everyone get your brollies back out because the rain's appeared once again, but just like the first time, it won't last. And it's only going down to save the water bowser doing a trip around the track. That's all it is. It's saving some of the crew some work to do. So a sprinkle going down then on the track. We've got ladies Class 8s down there on the line. This is a rerun of race 2, where it became mating season going into turn 1. So not sure on any exclusions. I'm guessing there is because there's quite a few missing down there on the line. So who can we pick up? Abby J. Bennett is definitely down there in lane 8 in the Forestine number 8. Claire Cockerell's down there in North Shropshire 55, as is Nicole O'Brien in Mallow 48. Then I think we're missing Sharon Barker in Evesham 25, and I think we might have Dawn North down there. So that does look like Dawn in the South Somerset number 11, and I think we got Sue Nichols. So the ones we're going out is Sharon Barker and Taylor Jade Pascal, which would make sense because they were the 2 that came to grief in turn 1. So this is going to be interesting. As I said, the water going down on the track is a completely different surface to what it was about 5 minutes ago when they come out. But hey, I'm sure they'll cope. But anyway, Abby J. Bennett, she was the quickest out the first time. She's quickest out again, but is she the first one out of the corner? She is, because she's just about hit Claire Cockerell to that quickest line. So Forestine number 8 it is. That leads them round. Claire Cockerell runs in second in the North Shropshire 55. Sue Nichols runs third in number 7. Then it's Nicole O'Brien in Mallow 48. That runs there in 4th, and 5th is Dawn North in South Somerset number 11. But Abby J. Bennett having no problems whatsoever with the conditions at the moment. She throws the car sideways, slides it around that turn, and leads them round once more. Claire Cockerell then in North Shropshire 55. Of course, Claire, your national champion currently in ladies class 8s, and there isn't a lot she hasn't won. But running second at the moment, she's going to have to improve if she wants to win this race, because Abby J. Bennett it is that still leads them round, and she's going to be the first one to see that yellow flag with the black cross as its last lap flag this time round. Forestine number 8, Claire Cockerell in 55 runs in second. Sue Nichols in Yorkshire Dales number 7 in third. Nicole O'Brien in Mallow 48 fourth, and Dawn North in South Somerset number 11 still there in 5th. So no positional change as we make our way into the later stages of the race, but of course anything can happen as they go into that final turn. Abby J. Bennett then just cruising the car around, slides it round. Cockerell is looking for a way through. She won't get it, she's left it too late. So Abby J. Bennett takes the win. Claire Cockerell takes second. Then it's going to be Sue Nichols in Yorkshire Dale 7. She holds on to third from Nicole O'Brien in Mallow 48, and Dawn North in South Somerset, number 11, comes across to complete the race and complete the ladies racing, and of course complete your KLE building and refurbishment sponsored ladies class 8. So I believe we are all up together. That's all the first round of qualifying done and dusted and completed. So round 2 then, we are on it and we're going to carry on it. It's men's ones, it's back to Steve.
Thank you very much then, Liam. So yeah, looking up to the line, I think this is going to be race 3 as they make their way around, and just a little bit heavier rain comes down. Yeah, so one heat winner last time round out in this one, Jonathan Jones in tie B4. He's on 55 points. Jack Thomas in Hereford 24 had a second, but conditions very, very different now to what they were then, and Hereford 24 looks to be enjoying it as Jack Thomas goes through then on the inside. And the others then just switch into the outside there, and just thinking there might be a little bit more traction up there. I think the Stroud 31 car of Tom Herbert it is that's trying to get that little mini right round the outside of the Hereford car as your race leader. Sticking to the inside though, Tom Herbert on the outside. Which tactic is going to pay off? Hereford 24, I think it is Stroud 31. ARC 304, Luke Fairhurst runs in that third place, then Tivy 9, SR1. Also looking for the shorter way home, Wayne Price. Yeah, he'll know how much petrol costs nowadays. That's why he's going for the shorter way home. Problems for North Shropshire 159, Zach Bowers, as he pulls into the middle of the track. And we've got one up against the Armco here in front of us in commentary. But the race continues, and it continues with Hereford 24 as that race leader pulled away a little bit now from Stroud 31, ARC 304. That's the battle for second. Tivy 9, SR1, and Jonathan Jones in Tivy 4. Not enjoying these conditions like he did first time round. 21F gets going again. Toby Chamberlain, that's the car that was parked up against the Armco. But your race leader down the far side and coming back round towards us, Jack Thomas. That's a second and a first for Hereford 24. That'll do nicely. Running in second in this race is Lee Fairhurst in ARC 304. On the inside then Stroud 31. Then comes the Tivy 4 car, finishing just ahead of the Tivy 9 machine of Hugh Davis. Wayne Price in SR1, I think the last of the finishers in that heat of the Class 1s. So race 3 successfully completed. Race 4, I'm going to assume, is on the line. Ollie Hall in Scunthorpe 1, Katie Hobbs in South Somerset 101, Chris Dyer in Evesham 28, Carl Whitfield in Cambridge 295, Harry Witham in Spalding 14, Robert Hughes in North Wales 49, Cameron Phillips in Cwmdu 48, and Damien Goodman in Stroud 66. Those are the cars that we're expecting. I think that at least I got the right race looking at it, because I can see Ollie Hall there in lane 8 in Scunthorpe 1. No heat winners from the first round of qualifying out in this one. 2 second places, which was Ollie Hall in Scunthorpe 1 and Harry Witham in Spalding 14, but we will see what they make of these conditions, as it is looking blue around, but that's a fairly heavy downpour and will sort of like affected track conditions a fair amount. Having said that, as we saw earlier on, this track does dry out just so quickly that it's certainly not going to be with us for long when this short sharp shower does stop, which hopefully isn't going to be too far away as they get away from the line. And who gets the best of the start? Cameron Phillips in Cwmdu 48, one of the first ones to show, and got the inside line around that farmyard bend for the first time. But the first car that's going to come past us just, I think, on the outside is the Spalding 14 car of Harry Witham. He takes the field up towards that start line turn, but then somebody looking to go through. That's Ollie Hall in Scunthorpe 1. So the 2 second place cars from first time out are battling at the head of this one. Having said that, the Spalding car then just slots back a little bit as somebody looks to also come through, and we'll try and pick the number up this time round. But your race leader, Ollie Hall, it is in Scunthorpe 1. It's the Evesham 28 car of Chris Dyer that's battling through now up into that second place slot, running towards the back of the pack. North Wales 49, Stroud 66, and the South Somerset 101 of Katie Hobbs. And all sorts of problems there for Carl Dyke Whitfield in Cambridge 295. But no problems for Ollie Hall at the minute, as the last lap flag goes out to SC1. So he goes on to his final circuit. Coming through then just on the outside, just in second place. I think is the Spalding 14, Evesham 28 on the inside line. Cameron Phillips in Cwmdu 48 completes the leading quartet. These four quite a way clear then of Robert Hughes in North Wales 49. South Somerset 101. Katie Hobbs improved a couple of positions at the expense of Stroud 66 and also the Cambridge 295 car. But checker flag time it is, and it's going to go to the man coming out of that farmyard bend. Ollie Hall in Scunthorpe 1 takes a good win. Chris Dyer, Evesham 28 in second place. Spalding 14 it is in third. The Cwmdu 48 car then of Cameron Phillips comes in that fourth place slot. North Wales 49 is Robert Hughes. South Somerset 101 then comes across the line just ahead of Carl Dyke Whitfield in Cambridge 295, and completing all Damien Goodman in Stroud 66. That was race 4. Race 5 on the line. Rhys Edwards in North Wales 44, Tom Hawthorne in Radford 76, Daffyd Jones in Tivy 18, Tyrone Cusack in Mallow 25, Ian Jenkins in Wessex 17, Ross Holland in Hereford 184, Jordan Hancock in Athelston 46, and Alex Hill in St Neots 164. Heat winner last time round. He's on the outside grid. He's in lane 8. Rhys Edwards in North Wales 55. Couple of second place points. That's Daffyd Jones in Tivy 18 and Alex Hill in St Neots 164. One man with it all to do, Tom Hawthorne in Radford 76. Unfortunately, went and broke Radford 76 on the line, so he certainly needs a good run this time round. So Marshall's just moving the tyres back into position on that top bend. And as soon as they're happy with that, then we shall look round for track clearance, which is when the yellow flags go up, and then we'll look to turn 1 for the wind-up signal, and wind-up it is. So we're away from the line, and slow break. I think weather conditions certainly affecting the start line, but they're all up and running. That's the important thing. And from the inside, it's Alex Hill in St Neots 164 that is the first one to show into that farmyard bend as they splash towards us, is the only way I can describe it. And then on the inside then is the Mallow 25 car off Tyrone Cusack. Athelston 46, Jordan Hancock having a much better run this time round. One person that isn't is Ross Holland in Hereford 184. So very, very slow for Ross as unfortunately more and more rain comes down, and it's St Neots 164, Alex Hill, that comes round towards us out of the farmyard water splash. In second place is Mallow 25 still, North Wales 44, Tivy 18, Athelston 46 then trying to go through on the inside, Ian Jenkins in WS 17, and I think it's fair to say it's not Tom Hawthorne's weekend in Radford 76. But St Neots 164 certainly looking to try and make it his weekend as he comes round once again, and it's last lap flag, so 1 to go. Through in second place then is Mallow 25, North Wales 44 in that third place slot, Rhys Edwards. So that'll be a first and a third. So that's not a bad day's work at the end of day 1, particularly as we are looking for the top 16 to go through into tomorrow's semi-finals. And he's going to be on 100 points, is the race leader as he comes round, Alex Hill. It is then in St Neots 164, takes the checker flag, Mallow 25, North Wales 44, then comes the Tivy 18 car of Daffyd Jones, and Tom Hawthorne has a disconsolate look down in Radford 76 as the WS 17 car of Ian Jenkins also goes through and successfully completes. So looking to the line then, I think we're now on to race 6, so getting through these class 1s, and race 6 brings out Ollie Wrigglesworth in Scarborough 221, Mitchell Collins in PhD 48, Lee Deegan in Cambridge 48, Harry Parker in Ludlow 85, Paul Boland in Mallow 196, Chandon Watkins in Swansea 10, Tom Powell in Evesham 82 and Charlie Williams in Cambridge 42. Heat winner last time round, Tom Powell in Evesham 82. 3 drivers had a second place in run 1, Ollie Wrigglesworth, Lee Deegan and Paul Boland, and Charlie Williams had a 4th. They are the best of the point scorers that we've got currently sat on the line, and they'll be watching with some anticipation, I think, is the politest word I can think of to use, as the rain does continue to come down quite heavily in what the meteorological office would describe as a short, sharp shower. But yeah, it's been long enough and it's certainly been sharp enough, so we, yeah, can move on now, thank you. As we get away from the line then, and the car's still finding plenty of traction. That's the good news, as Evesham 82 goes down that far side. Tom Powell looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 as he comes round, and he is the first one to show. Somebody looking to make a move around the outside, but once you do get behind, obviously driving conditions very, very difficult. Ollie Wrigglesworth in Scarborough 221 was looking to make a move round, but just losing out then in that battle with Paul Boland in Mallow at 196. He had a second last time round, he's running second this time round, and the leading two then have pulled away from the rest of the field. Chandon Watkins not enjoying conditions in Swansea 10, but Evesham 82 comes round, then Tom Powell. I wouldn't say he's enjoying conditions, he might be, but he's certainly going to be enjoying the prospect of another 55 points as he leads the way going down that far side. He has pulled away now from Paul Boland in Mallow at 196, and a similar size gap back to Ollie Wrigglesworth in Scarborough 221 as the field gets quite spread out in these conditions. We've got one of the back markers just struggling then, but pulling up against the Armco. That's the PhD 48 machine, Mitchell Collins at the wheel of that one. But Evesham 82 motors on. Tom Powell onto his final circuit, being caught a little bit by Mallow 196, but not looking in any danger at the moment. Ollie Wrigglesworth looking safe and sound in third place in Scarborough 221 as the checker flag gets held aloft. So coming round for the final time, it is Tom Powell. 2 wins out of 2 for Tom in Evesham 82. Mallow 196 in that second place slot. Ollie Wrigglesworth comes third in Scarborough 221. Fourth place comes to the Cambridge 48 car of Lee Deegan, and then Ludlow 85 comes across the line. That's Harry Parker at the wheel of Ludlow 85. So race 6 completed. Race 7 up there on the line, and that's Andrew Owen in North Wales 397, Mark Stevenson in North Wales 164, Joshua Hodge in Penhow 2, Dean Smith in Ludlow 48, Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe 25, Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge 403, Michael Eichen in North Shropshire 192, and Rhys Phillips in Tivy 98. 2 heat winners last time round, so something's got to give. Dean Smith in Ludlow 48, Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe 25. I think Ian won the very first race of the day here. So those two coming out of lane 4 and 5. So both from the middle of the grid, and coming out of lane 2, Michael Eichen, who had a 36 points, equating to a third place in the first run. So hopefully looks like rain has desisted, and a little bit of lying water on the track, particularly coming out of that farmyard bend, but that will go very, very quickly, I can assure you. So I think we're just looking at radio change for marshals, just to keep communications in place with regards to marshals, to race control, etc., to make sure that any decisions from the middle of the track are correctly relayed across. Big thank you, as we say again, to TBR Race Engines, our associate Class 1 sponsor for the British Autograss series, as the marshals then just look to get themselves back in situ. And as soon as they are, we shall then be looking for track clearance for this race 7. As I presume race 1 is going to come at the end, and was held back. One imagines because of ladies rerun or some reason, but yeah, we haven't had race 1, so we shall see. But race 7 it is, and that's already up and running as they get away from the line. And Rhys Phillips In Tybee 98 it was on the inside, but we're looking for Ullathorne and Smith, Scunthorpe 25 and Ludlow 48 as they come out of the farmyard bend, and is in Ullathorne in Scunthorpe 25, but is the first one to show. Dean Smith in Ludlow 48 runs midfield, but SC 25 then takes the field round the start line turn once again, and down that far side, and already puts a few yards advantage between himself and the second place car as he already brings them out of the farmyard turn. So Ian Ullathorne it is in Scunthorpe 25, tucks into that second place slot then is the North Shropshire 192 car of Michael Aiken. Penhow 2, Josh Hodge runs in that third place slot. Then quite a few muddy cars coming past. Andrew Owen, the one with it all to do at the minute in North Wales 397. But Ian Ullathorne, long time Class 1 racer, of course, and he's looking to mean business here at Cwmdu this weekend as he comes round, taking that last lap flag already. SC 25 it is, North Shropshire 192, Penhow 2. Then comes the Cambridge 403 car. That's Kieran McKenzie at the wheel of that one. All the cars onto their final circuit, but no challenge on Ian Ullathorne at the moment as North Wales 390, Scunthorpe 25 comes round for the final time, takes the checkered flag and takes his second win of the day. Second place is going to go to the North Shropshire 192 car of Michael Aiken. Penhow 2. Then comes Kieran McKenzie in the Cambridge 403. Tybee 98 finishing just ahead of Mark Stevenson in North Wales 164. Andrew Owen in North Wales 397. The last of the finishers in that heat of the Class 1s. Race 8 on the line. Invicta Kent 611, Jake Hemsley. North Wales 52, Ryan Powell. Cwmdu 78, Greg Jenkins. Yorkshire 100, Phil McMahon. North Shropshire 172, Ryan Morehouse. North Shropshire 2, Josh Fowler. And Border Counties 37, Liam Morris. Heat winner, Jake Hemsley in IK 611. He's starting right out there in lane 8, which may not be a bad place to be starting in conditions like this, it has to be said. Next to him, Ryan Powell and Greg Jenkins, they both had fourths in the first run, as indeed did Josh Fowler in North Shropshire 2. Liam Morris went one better in Border Counties 37. He has 36 points to his name, so he came up third place in run 1. So those are the best of the point scorers, but as we've seen, anybody more than capable of getting there right in the mix. So Marshall's just sorting out tyres, I think, down there on that bottom bend. As soon as they are happy, then we shall be back up and racing. Obviously, conditions like this, track markers are very important, but equally very easy to hit is the only word we can think of to use. But we don't want that, because as you can see, Marshall's then having to put them all back in place and everything, which is not what's required. So what is required is to get the yellow flags, which we've got, and get underway in racing, which we have. So race 8, second round of qualifying of the men's Class 1s gets underway, and it's Josh Fowler in North Shropshire 2 that's just about the first one to show as they go into that farmyard bend. And still plenty of water lying there, but equally plenty of traction as NS2 comes through. Border Counties 37, Liam Morris in that second place slot. Jake Hemsley runs third in Invicta Kent 611. On the inside then, I think that was Ryan Morehouse in North Shropshire 172. But all of a sudden, Josh Fowler has opened up quite a commanding advantage in North Shropshire 2 as he comes back round towards us. Once again, another lap successfully completed. Closest race at the moment is very much for this second place. As going through then is IK 611, Border Counties 37 relegated back to third. Then comes North Wales 52. That's Ryan Powell racing just ahead of the North Shropshire machine. Then comes Phil McMahon in Yorkdale's 100 and Greg Jenkins in Cwmdu 78. But no challenge on Josh Fowler in North Shropshire 2. As he comes round, takes the last lap flag. One circuit to go for the man from North Shropshire, looking firmly established. Also in second place is Jake Hemsley in IK 611. Border Counties 37, Liam Morris in third, and North Wales 52, Ryan Powell. The closest battle is between the Yorkshire Dales machine there of Phil McMahon and Ryan Morehouse in North Shropshire 172. The major positions looking fairly self-assured as North Shropshire 2 comes around for the final time. It is a win for Josh Fowler, takes the victory. Second place is indeed, as it has been for most of the race, going to go to Jake Hemsley in IK 611. In third, it's going to be the Border Counties 37 of Liam Morris. North Wales 52 is Ryan Powell, and North Shropshire 172, Ryan Morehouse at the wheel of that one. So race 8 successfully completed. Race 9, I think it is, on the line then, and this one brings out heat winner last time round, Craig Bagley in C1, Jack Firth in Spalding 86, Jamie Hussey, Scarborough 223, Dan Keddy in Hereford 20, I think was a non-finisher last time round, Dave Owen in North Wales 97, Sean Emmett in Border Counties 48, and Ollie Stevens in Ludlow 19. Those are the 7 cars that we're expecting. I say the one heat winner coming out of lane 7, and we can see the car there is Craig Bagley in Cwmdu 1. So just waiting for the machine to take off the Ludlow 48 car then, and I think we're just about sorted on that one, and we're away racing. And it's a fairly level break, but it is the Mini. I think that's Dan Keddy in Hereford 20 that is the first one to show. On the outside then is Craig Bagley in Cwmdu 1, but Dan Keddy is going to bring the field past us for the first time. Hereford 20 it is. C1 runs in second place. On the inside is the Owen machine, that's Dave Owen in North Wales 97. He's looking to go through and up into that second place slot. Sean Emmett's the one with a bit to do at the moment in Border Counties 48, but Dan Keddy looking to make up for the first heat in Hereford 20 as he storms away from the rest of the field and back round towards us already at the halfway stage of this race. Couple of laps down, couple of laps to go. Hereford 20, then it is Craig Bagley back up into second in C1. The North Wales car then of Dave Owen runs third. And BC 48 running towards the back of the pack, but race leader down the far side as he comes round once again. Dan Keddy not under any challenge as that last lap flag gets made ready, and unfortunately another one of these short sharp showers decides to come down. Hereford 20 it is that comes past onto his final circuit. Craig Bagley in Cwmdu 1, North Wales 97, there's a car under there, Honest, and there's probably one under there as well. That's a Scarborough one on the second one, Jamie Hussey, and Jack Firth is the one running just behind him in Spalding 86. But Dan Keddy it is that's going to come round, take the checker flag, take the good win in Hereford 20. So 55 points for Dan. That was what he needed from that one. Craig Bagley, he's going to end the day on 100 points. That's all right in C1. North Wales 97, Dave Owen comes across the line in third. That's the Ludlow car. Then Scarborough 223. Then comes Spalding 86 and Sean Emmett in Border Counties 48. So there we go. That's race 9 successfully completed. Yes, I think so, yes. Round of applause for my fellow commentators. Straight through, no problems. See, that's it. Right, Ram Developments and Phil Priest Transport are sponsors of Class 3s. Don't go anywhere, fellow commentators. We need to play Spot the Car on this one, because I just have a feeling we're going to have a load of brown cars with unreadable numbers as they power their way around this circuit. So Gareth, I think lap score is doing an absolutely super job, but obviously very difficult to identify cars. We do have the car identification expert here with us, so Gareth, I think, will be looking at scribbling down some numbers and everything as well. So, which I have to say, when he was helping lap score in junior specials, but you'd have never known because he was commentating on them as well. So there we go. Right, here we go. Let's see what a mess I can make of this. As the first heat of the second round of qualifying of the men's class 3s gets away from the line. And as they come round for the first time, then it is the North Shropshire 293 that's the first one to show. Biff Cole in Carmarthen 4. There's a car under there somewhere. TA22, then comes the Tybee 1. Mick Sumner's in Rafford 169. and the Penhow 11 is just at the back. So I think it was Jamie Lee in North Wales 10 was the one that there was one under there somewhere. So we'll see what we can pick up this time round. So race leader, there is no doubt about that race leader. Leon Dorset in North Shropshire 293, Viv Cole in Carmarthen 4. Then there's somebody else, then TA11 and TA22 racing together. Mick Sumner's in the Radford 169 and the P11. So it's just the doubt as to who is running in third place. Gareth has got North Wales 10. Hopefully he's not based that on what I said. Looks like some of them are deciding discretion is the better part of valour and are pulling off. So we've got 4 of them still running. North Shropshire 293, Leon Dorset. Viv Cole in Carmarthen 4. There's Jamie Lee in North Wales 10, and Tivy 11 is Nigel Edwards. So those are the only 4 that we've got still going, and fair play to them for doing just that, as hopefully the rain is easing off, if not stopping. But Leon Dorset, 28 points from the first run. Heat win this time round, that's all right. North Shropshire 293 takes the checker flag, takes the win. Viv Cole, Carmarthen 4 in second place. Third place will go to Jamie Lee in North Wales 10, and in fourth place will be Nigel Edwards in Tivy 11. Those were the only ones, unfortunately, that did finish. Right, race 2 then brings out, let's get names while we can. Warren Beattie in North Wales 40, Tony Goodsir in Scunthorpe 307, Rupert Lomax in North Wales 99, Cash Yeardley in Sturton 96, Richard Northway in Scunthorpe 306, Phil Holloway in Evesham 34, John Price in Penhow 119, and Jed Power in Yorkdale's 99. Absolutely everything to play for in this heat. There's only one driver that, according to my sheet, picked up points by finishing in the first 4 last time round, and he did finish 4th, was John Price in Penhow 119. Everybody else then needs plenty of points, and it's going to give an opportunity for somebody, it may be John Price, to actually pick up 55 qualifying points. So here we go then, as they get away from the line, and got most of them out there, to be fair. Some of them might just have decided. I think we've got 5, actually, having said that. Phil Holloway in Evesham 34 as 2 of them head towards the fence, but it is Phil Holloway that's the first one to show as he comes past us. Scunthorpe 306 by Richard Northway then on the inside, then from Scunthorpe 307 Tony Goodsir. North Wales 99 is the next one through, and there was something then just towards the back of the pack that we'll pick up next time round. But race leader going down that far side, I think we've got to change, because Phil Holloway in Evesham 34 is now being headed, and he throws it sideways and just overcooks it. So your race leader then, Richard Northway in Scunthorpe 306, Phil Holloway in 34 comes through in second, Tony Goodsir Scunthorpe 307, and then going through is Rupert Lomax, I think it is, in North Wales 99. And under that one is Sturton 96. That's Cash Yeardley at the wheel of that one. So I think we've identified all of them at least. As our race leader comes round, Richard Northway in Scunthorpe 306, one of the old experienced hands of Class 3 racing. You can see it's a wise head on no shoulders as he comes past us once again. Evesham at 34, Phil Holloway through in second place. Tony Goodsir in 307, North Wales 99. Is Rupert Lomax. So I think we're down to 4 still running. It looks like we have lost Cash Yeardley in Sturton at 96. Very well spread out this field, which is what you tend to see in conditions such as this. But Richard Northway in Scunthorpe 306 doing all he can do, and he's going to take 55 points. Nicely driven, that man. Second place Phil Holloway in Evesham at 34. Third place goes to 307 Tony Goodsir. And in fourth place it is North Wales 99, Rupert Lomax at the wheel of that one. So races 1 and 2 successfully completed. So with 8 Class 1s went straight through, 2 Class 3s so far, that's 10 in a row. So there I think we ought to build up now. I'm only suggesting this now, of course. We ought to build up the biggest accumulator of races without having one stopped. So I'm going to open the bidding at the minute at 10. Put that red flag away, Jones. Put that red flag away, Jones. Absolutely. So there we go. So yeah, well, I'm on. What should we have? A fiver on it, folks? No, shall we? No, no. Hey, we've all got a bit pale in here, I'll tell you.
Chief Marshal, can we
St. John's. So race 3 it is on the line. Stuart Moore in Ludlow 9, Callum Allenson in Yorkshire 34, Adrian Davis in Tybee 1, Tom Hall in St Neots 12, Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71, Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700, Michael Bailey in TA 31, and heat winner last time round Martin Gould in North Shropshire 343. Those are the cars that we are expecting, and 6 of the 8 have braved it. One heat winner, a couple of seconds, Stuart Moore and Steve Woodruff. So let's see if we can identify him at least on the first lap, which is embarrassing if you can't do it first time round. Goldie on the outside in 343. On the inside is Scunthorpe 700. Tucked into that third place is the Yorkshire Dales 34 car. That's Callum Allenson. I think it was Steve Woodruff then coming through. Yes, it is, in the White Rose 700 car. Oh, sorry, White Rose 71 car as they go down that far side. The reason we say 700 is that is your race leader. Rich Lee in the SC 700 comes round. Martin Gould runs in second place in North Shropshire 343. Callum Allenson then having a battle. Going through on the inside is the Ludlow 9 car of Stuart Moore, and he gets the better of that battle. Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71, and then it's Tom Hall in the St Neots 12 car. Problems for Callum Allenson as the Yorkshire Dales 34 pulls to the outside of the circuit, but no such problems for Rich Lee in SC 100 as he comes round for the last lap flag. One to go then for Rich Lee. Martin Gould still runs second in 343. Ludlow 9 it is Stuart Moore in that third place slot. In that fourth place Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71, and coming around he'll pick up 5th place points as he comes across the line. Here's Tom Hall in St Neots 12. So all the cars onto their final circuit, but I think it is going to be Rich Lee in SC 700 that's going to come round, take the checkered flag and take a good win. 36 points first time, 55 points second time. Martin Gould, NS343 here, I'm sure will be quite pleased with the second place. Stuart Moore, Ludlow 9 comes across the line in third. Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71 in fourth, and I think that's going to be about the loss. We obviously lost Tom Hall somewhere out there. So that's 11. So on the line then is number 12, or as we know it, Class 3 Race 4. Brings out Ryan Power in Yorkshire Dales 98, Gary Wickham in IK 13, Keith Kelly in Mallow 247, Ed Lloyd in C85, Lee Almond in North Wales 27, Chris Allenson in Yorkshire Dales 86, and Aaron Mackenzie in Cambridge 401. By Jove, these lot have got a plethora of points after the first run, haven't they? Just only one heat winner though, and that is Keith Kelly in Mallow 247. So I've got Keith Kelly out there, I've got Ryan Power out there. Yeah, right. So no, they'll be good. They'll be good. So we're on up for race 12 in a row. As they go down that. Because they go down that. Now Keith Kelly won't let me down. It'll be all right. So here we go then. It's Ryan Power in Yorkshire Dales 98. That is the first one to show into that all-important farmyard bend. And tucked into second place, Aaron Mackenzie in Cambridge 401. On the outside, I reckon that's going to be Ed Lloyd in Cwmdu 85. And the Mallow 247 of Keith Kelly comes through in third place. It was Ed Lloyd on the outside. Gary Wickham on the inside then in Invicta Kent 13. But Yorkshire Dales 98, Ryan Power down that far side as the race leader from Aaron Mackenzie. I think it is in Cambridge 401. So looks like we've lost Ed Lloyd. He's up against the Armco on the top part of the circuit. But Yorkshire Dales 98 comes round once again. Cambridge 401 in that second place slot. And that's, I've no idea who's in third, is an honest answer. Lee Almond in North Wales 27, actually having said that, in that third place slot. Running in fifth then is Gary Wickham in IK 13. Keith Kelly fourth in Mallow 247. Ed Lloyd has got it up and running again in C85 after his very wide excursion on the top part of the circuit. But Ryan Power comes round, YD98, takes the lap flag. Cambridge 401 in that second place slot. The Almond machine comes across the line then in third. Keith Kelly is fourth in Mallow at 2:47. So then comes the Invicta Kent 13 car, Gary Wickham, at the wheel of that one. Ed Lloyd is still going round, so will pick up his points over there on the far side, but looking to pick up maximum points is Ryan Power in Yorkshire Dales at 98. As they come round, takes the checkered flag, takes a good win. Cambridge 401, Aaron McKenzie in second place. Lee Almond third in the North Wales machine. Keith Kelly fourth in Mallow at 2:47. Ed Lloyd then will be credited with fifth place points in Cwmdu 85. So race 5 on the line, and full lineup. 3 heat winners in this one. Adam Saint in Cambridge 1, Simon Farrer in Yorkshire Dales 24, and Paul Evans in North Shropshire 50. They're joined by Neil Corbett in Evesham 56, Russ Tinker in York 4, Pete Robinson, who was a non-finisher last time round, in North Wales 72, and Trevor Cusack in CK 25. Can't see Pete Robinson, unfortunately, on the line in North Wales 72, so I have a sneaky feeling and a horrible feeling that his weekend may well be over in the NW 72 machine. And we can very much pick out the distinctive Russ Tinker York 4 machine, and we can also see Simon Farrer in Yorkshire Dales 24. And Neil Corbett, I think, is up there in lane 7. So there we go. Oh, this is a fuller lineup than I thought. They were hiding behind the barriers. So we got 6 of them out there, but Pete Robinson unfortunately isn't one of them. So yeah, he's so I think his weekend is over. A couple of them heading towards the Armco as our race leader comes round. That race leader is the CK25 car of Trevor Cusack. Neil Corbett, Evesham 56, coming on the inside of Farrer in Yorkshire Dales 24. Russ Tinker then in York 4. Adam Saint in Cambridge 1, and the North Shropshire 50, Paul Evans. So 2 of the heat winners from the first time round having a few problems on lap 1 as we go down that far side. It is the man from Cork, Trevor Cusack, in CK25 that comes round as the race leader. Got quite an advantage over the rest of the field. Running in second place then still Neil Corbett in Evesham 56. Simon Farrer in Yorkshire Dales 24 comes through in third. Russ Tinker in York 4. Adam Saint in Cambridge 1. Then comes the North Shropshire 50 car, Paul Evans at the wheel of that one. I think that's all we've got running at the moment, but your race leader coming out of the farmyard turn once again and back round towards us is Trevor Cusack in CK25. Onto his last lap he goes. 1 circuit to go. Neil Corbett holding on to second place. Simon Farrer still there third in Yorkshire Dales 24, under strong challenge from Adam Saint in Cambridge 1. Then Russ Tinker in the York 4 machine. They just get a little bit tangled up on that top bend. Paul Evans comes through in North Shropshire 50 as everybody sorts themselves out, but coming round for the final time and taking checkered flag, taking a good win, is the man from across the water. It is CK25, Trevor Cusack. It's going to be Neil Corbett in Evesham 56. Second place, in third place goes to Adam Saint in Cambridge 1. Fourth place is going to be Russ Tinker in York 4. Simon Farrer going to be fifth in YD24, finishing just ahead of Paul Evans in North Shropshire 50. Not sure what happened to men's class 1 race 1, but ladies and gentlemen and fellow commentators, I've run out of races. So there we go. I am declaring myself 14 not out. It's over to Mickey B for class 5s.
In the words of Bruce Forsyth, didn't he do well? So here we go. Now let's go with Class 5s. Heat 2, Race 1. They're all coming out. They're a hearty bunch, these 5s. LorryInsurance.com, our series sponsor. MDMX Off-Road, our weekend sponsors. Tom Ellis, Ian Jones, Liam Wallina, Adam Brown, Riley Diaper, Evian Griffiths and Mark Ucker. Mark Ucker had the win earlier this morning in better conditions, I hasten to add. Let's see how we get on with that there. I'm sure if I miss any numbers, the lads will be on cue. But PhD 20, Mark Ucker it is that takes them down into that turn one. Adam Brown goes with it as well. How appropriate. That's quite a good name, isn't it? as they come round and, oh, dear me, there are a couple of spinners out there. But it is that PhD 20. Adam Brown then goes into it. A couple of brown ones come through. And another brown one. And well done to PAC 38. Kept your number there. And always that Wessex 255 Riley Diaper. So round we go again. PhD 20. Mark Ucker it is then. He's going to look to make it 2 wins out of 2. Might do some cleaning tonight. Or just leave it out in the rain. He's leading the way through from Adam Brown in Mallow 184. From that, I'm going to try and pick out that. It is Tom Ellis, in that brown car. That's normally not brown. Cwmdu 31, Ian Jones is in the red machine, who's running in, I think he's up in the 3rd place, because I think we've got Ellis that has pushed out wide, but it's still leading this way. Mark Ucker, PhD 20. And I tell you what, they're keeping a pace on there, aren't they, as they come through. Adam Brown is totally brown. Cwmdu 31, Ian Jones in that 3rd place as they come through. Billy No Mates on his own. The Mallow 184 it is Adam Brown, who was running a bit higher up the pack but had a problem. But coming down that opening straight into turn one for the final time. PhD 20, Mark Ucker. Can you hold on to it, Mark? Can you protect that line? It's checker flag at the ready. And it is PhD 20, Mark Ucker. Oh, no, it's not. I tell you what, we've swapped and changed that one because Ellis has come through to take it from Ucker. Cwmdu 31, Ian Jones. Then it's Adam Brown in the Mallow 184 from the next machine coming across, which I think was the Typhoon 19. There he is, Typhoon 19 there, Evian Griffiths. And that's final place going over to the... coming across the line now is that PAC 98, Liam Wallina. Now, I must say, I know it's difficult for you to watch. It's also difficult for us to commentate on them as well, because we normally pick them up straight away by the colour of the car and their numbers and their automatic triggers. But unfortunately, this second heat is going to be a little bit more challenging for us. But off the line there, Ryan Jones picked up a second in his first race. He takes it into turn 2 and puts the power down as best he can and fires it up there. Kieran Cobb in the Invicta Kent 75 up into that 3rd place. Ludlow 24, Severn Valley 67, Tony Holland. Then we go down into the Gloucester and District machine as they bring it round again. And that is that Penny Smith in the Gloucester and District 119. But eyes back front, still leading the way. Cwmdu 3, Ryan Jones, 45 points this morning. Is he going to add 55? Kieran Cobb goes with as well in that IK 75. Ludlow 24, still holding 3rd. Jordan Powell then. And Jordan, he's probably got the best of it, as is Severn Valley 67 of Tony Holland, because they've all spread themselves out because they don't want to get any more mud in their face. Penny Smith then just holding off that Scunthorpe 94 of Barry Miles. But it's last lap flag, 1 lap to go. Cwmdu 3, Ryan Jones going. Thank God for that. As they go through, it's Kieran Cobb, IK 75 still in that 2nd place. Ludlow 24, Jordan Powell 3rd. Then we have to wait a little bit for that rather muddy Severn Valley 67, but Tony Holland is easing it round as he does, followed by Penny Smith and Gloucester District 119. And we've got a last lap flag and the checker flag. So checker flag goes to Cwmdu 3, Ryan Jones. The 94 Barry Miles is a lap down on that. Kieran Cobb picks up 2nd, IK 75. Well done, Kieran. Ludlow 24, Jordan Powell. A 3rd that I think he'll be happy with when he looks back on how difficult those track conditions were. 4th place coming across is the Severn Valley 67, Tony Holland. Then we're coming across with Penny Smith in the Gloucester and District 119. And that back marker said, I've had enough. I'm going back into the pits. So we move into race 3. Baxter Pargetter, Nottingham 45, picked up a win. He's coming out of lane 8. Lee Cox had a third out of lane 7 in the Forest of Dean 2. Lawrence Blaban, Matt Thompson, Ian Thorndike, John Gaffney, the gaffer, picked up a third. He's coming out of grid 2. And he's going to be facing a little bit of flicked up dust as he looks to find the gap through and move up into second place, which he does as they bring it round. A little bit of a tip-tap top, and it's John Gaffney. Gaffney then from Thorndike, from Baxter Pargetter. There's your 3. I've lost one. He's gone out to wave to the crowd near the Armco. There he is, and it is Lee Cox, Forest of Dean 2. Now, all I know, Lee, is that you won't get any mud flicks in your face because you've got no one in front of you for a little while. But we go back to the front, and it is 3 of them all bunching up here. And it is John Gaffney, the gaffer, who had a third. He's going to be under pressure as he leaves the door open a little bit, and they come through, both of them. But can he fight his way back? We shall wait and see. Thorndike it was that I think has spun out there. Gaffney's gone towards the Armco. Oh dear, the magnets were on. It sucked him in, but he's still second. Come on, Johnny boy, get that car going as they bring it round. And that lead car, it is Baxter Pargetter. He can't believe his luck. He said, I won this morning, Mickey, and now I'm winning again in the mud. Look at me, slopping round that turn 3 and turn 4. It's all got a little bit Lionel. Yes, messy. John Gaffney still in that second place, and Lee Cox has moved up into third. Oh, well done, Lee. That's a sterling effort there. So last lap flag going down to Thorndike, but taking a win. 2 wins out of 2. It goes to Baxter Pargetter, Nottingham 45. And he'll be happy with that, wouldn't it? Oh, we got a little bit of a wait, but am I seeing Lee Cox coming through in a second place? Hey, that's a fair effort, Lee, because you were all the way right down at the back, and he's done a sterling effort there. North Shropshire 1, John Gaffney makes it a pair of 3s, and in a pair of poker, then you might get a win out of that. But we still got a crawler. A curb crawler on that far side. The marshals are going over there on the quad saying, look, just give up the ghost. We'll tow you back into the pits. And, right, okay. And just a little bit of a public service announcement. This is just to let anyone know that do not cross over and move or touch the speaker system, please. If anyone is identified stepping over there, it's causing problems to the system, then unfortunately you'll be asked to leave the field, and you won't get invited back. So, hands off the speakers. Here we go then. We are moving into race 4. Neil Jones, Chris Tudgay, Chris Winnall, Paul Preston, Brian Neal, Colin Hadley, Adrian Hathaway. They're your runners and riders in this one. Brian Neal, PAC 16, picks up a win this morning. Can he make it 2 out of 2? Chris Tudgay had a second. Chris Winnall, which is one of the great names in it for racing, had a third as well. The rest of them could do with some big points, but the one thing they will be collecting is mud. I'm looking behind me, by the way, and I can see blue sky. So that means that the good weather's on its way. We are off and racing as they bring it down into that turn 1. 7 Valley 247 is Mr. Hadley having a little bit of a go there. PAC 16, where are you? And it's Wessex 15 that takes up that second place from the Hadley machine, who said, whoa, clear track in front of me, no mud in my eyes, I'm going to go and chase down 55 points. As the worst of the weather seems to have just passed us for a while, so hopefully if this track dries out as quick as what it did this morning, we should be back to some fast racing very soon. So Colin Hadley then from the Wessex 15, Chris Tudgay, oh dear me, I can't put, it's Winnall in there. Then we go to Breedon 55, Breedon 44, and then that's at PAC 16. Oh, Brian Neal had maximum points this morning, and he's finding these conditions extremely difficult as he goes out wide. But Colin Hadley says, oh, I like all this. I'm off and running with last lap flag being shown. Chris Tudgay. Colin Hadley's got a black flag. Oh, that's a bit harsh, isn't it, in these conditions? The Breeden Hill 44, Breeden Hill 55. So the 44, Adrian Hathaway. The 55 is Paul Preston. But let's go eyes back front. Severn Valley 247, Colin Hadley. You say he got... he's going to get a black flag. He's won it and got a black flag. Oh, no, that means that Chris Tudgay who takes the win from that Chris Winnell in the Breeden Hill 66. So third place then. Who's coming third? Oh, Breeden Hill 44. And that's Adrian Hathaway. And that means that Paul Preston, Breeden Hill 55, is the final one across the line. But he does get a little bit more extra points because of Colin Hadley's black flag. Not sure what the black flag was for, but he has been excluded from the points on that one. That brings out race 5. Right, we've got Jaber Smith, Ludlow 8, coming out of lane 1. He picks up a win. We've got two of them on seconds, John Wild and Charlie Holloway. And then the Italian stallion, Typhy 451, Lewis Richards, would have been coming out of lane 3, but he doesn't want to mess his hair up. So he's left it in the pits. He's well groomed, that fella. When I first saw him, I thought, you're a good-looking man, you are, you know. And then he did tell me, right, this was at York, by the way, but then he told me, he said that he was half Italian. And at that point, Italian stallion, and that's sticking with him for the rest of his life. He ate...
Until he moves to class 9.
Yeah, that's it. He's going to change class, isn't he? I'm going into class 1. Mickey don't commentate on him. So there we go. We're just waiting for track clearance. We've got that. The Welsh flag points to the sky. We are off and racing. And it is Jaber Smith, Ludlow 8, who flies it down that opening straight into turn 1. Can he get it round that crown of the bend into turn 2? Yes, he does. Look at that. I think that's a good line to take. I think he might look at that. Holloway follows him in the Evesham 9. Then we go down to the Gloucester and District 21. Then Wild's in there as well. And then the border count is Machine that takes it through. Andy Shepherd it is in that final place. Shepherd goes out wide. Is he looking for a dry line? You won't find one out there, my son, as they bring it back down. Ludlow 8, Jaber Smith it is then. He's had a win this morning. Can he make it 2 out of 2? Is he on a mission this weekend? As he's followed by Charlie Holloway there in that Evesham 9 Machine. Charlie had a second, and he's been consistent as these top 2 cars. John Wild now up to that third place in that CY7. From the border count is 21, Andy Shepherd, and the Gloucester and District 21 Machine, Robert Brethany in that final place. But last lap flag, one more lap to go. Jaber Smith it is, Ludlow 8 from Charlie Holloway, Evesham 9. There's your 1 and 2. Both, we had Jaber Smith had a win this morning. That's going to make him 2 wins out of 2. Charlie Holloway had a second this morning and a second now, so that's consistency as there's a battle going on for the third place as border count is 21. That makes a move up into that third place. Andy Shepherd then looking for some bigger points, but it is checker flag. Jaber Smith, Ludlow 8 takes the win. Second, Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway. And then we've just got a little bit of a wait before we get down into third. And I think it will be border counters 21 who managed to get his nose in front. And he does indeed come across, followed by John Wild in the CY7. And then the final place goes to the Gloucester and District 21. And that is Robert Brethany. So well done there. That's race 5 done and dusted of the lorryinsurance.com series sponsored MDMX Off-Road, our weekend sponsors. We move into race 6. And it brings out Danny Lodge and Dan Godfrey. Both had wins this morning. Colin Chilvers, the man who had to touch but shaved it off to make himself look younger. And he is the one that sets the pace down into turn 1. And they follow him round. Can he hold on to it? I think there's a bit of a drying line, believe it or not, on that inside. Colin Chilvers then takes the run in there from Lodgy in the 2-1-2. Then there's a battle on for the Breeden Hill 11, James Mason, and then Dan Godfrey chasing him and looking for a gap up the inside. Godfrey then looking to get the grip down if he can. He does. He moves up into that third place, but eyes back front. It is Colin Chilvers then. Round turn 2 again. Another lap under his belt, being chased down hard by Lodgy. And Lodge has not been beaten thus far in this BAS campaign. He had 3 wins down at South Wales and won the final. He's had a win this morning. Can he get past Colin Chilvers? Can Colin Chilvers hold off the charge down that opening straight into turn 1 for the penultimate time? Because as they come round this time, it's going to be last lap flag. One more lap to go on this one then. Yorkshire Dales 46, the man who had the touch but shaved to make himself look younger, still leads it. 1 to go on this one from Lodgy in the Scunthorpe 2-1-2. Round into that turn 3, up the hill they go for the final time as they move it round. Chilvers still gone the charge down that opening straight. Can he be caught? Lodgy puts the power down. He's starting to close the gap, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it. 2 to go for Chilvers. 1 converted, 2 converted. Checker flag at the ready. Colin Chilvers takes it. Yorkshire Dales 46 from Danny Lodge in the Scunthorpe 2-1-2. Third goes to Dan Godfrey in the Cambridge 10. Well done, lads. Here's your 1, 2, 3. Fourth then. Who's coming fourth? And it is the Breeden Hill 11 machine that comes across the line. James Mason's from Patrick Daly. And then it is going to be the South Somerset 10. Dev North here to finish off the Class 5s. And for the first time ever, after 2 rounds of men's Class 5s, not a single red flag in sight. I feel so proud and chuffed. Maybe I'll be in the New Year's honours list. Arise, Mickey. 2 full sets of Class 5s without a red flag is a miracle. Thank you, Your Honour. Oh, that's when I'm in court, sorry. So we are going to go to Super Saloons then. Men's Class 7, and as I thought, there's a few gaps appearing up there. Max Sport, our series sponsor. Ian Jones Tyres, our weekend sponsors. And let's have a look at this first grid. Mike Barrett, Tom Lewis, Phil Barliman, Liam Roach, Tom Boardman, Martin Dunmo, Richard Rees and Dan Johnson. They're the ones that should be out in there. Looking up at the top, well, we've definitely got Mike Barrett there. Tom Lewis is there. He had a 2nd this morning. Phil Barliman's out. He had a 3rd this morning. And Liam Roach had a 3rd as well. So they're all ready to pick up their main points. Alongside that, I think Tom Boardman's come back out to play as well. Oh, I think the sun's coming out. So that's good. And you can see that there is a drying line that is starting to appear on this track as looking at where they're adjusting the tyres and the cones. They're looking to try and dry the track out as much as they can. So get these rear wheel boys like slipping and sliding round, and then that will make the circuit really good. Just been onto the Met office, and they've said that, Mickey, no more rain today. It's going to be dry. So just sit back, enjoy the racing. And I'm sure the Class 8 boys are looking up at the sky and saying, thank you, God. They've been in the pits praying on their knees, haven't they, going, I don't want to take one of my open wheel specials out in this stuff, because it takes it long enough to clean them as it is, but we're full of mud, just makes it a bit harder. So, yeah, Super Saloons on the line then. Martin Dunmo coming out of lane 3, needs some points. PAC 700, Rich Rees. Dan Johnson. So I think Dan Johnson, is just hiding behind the tyres. He's not anymore because he is off and running and down into turn 1. Can he make it stick? Can he get round? Oh, you don't want to do that, as Harry Enfield will say. Here we go up there, and it is the 383 and the Causeway 160. And it is. Yes, Dan Johnson. You need the points, Dan. So you hold that position. And the Carlo 160, Liam Roach, had a 3rd this morning. A second. Oh, hold on a minute. So we're going flying over the tyres. They couldn't see the tyres, could they? Oh, he's just been avoided contact. So, yes, the 160, Roachy then just gets avoided contact. Barleyman into that 2nd place. And there he goes then. That's Carlo Liam Roach. Well, led by another brown car. Oh, it's 66. Tom Lewis running down the pack. And then you got the York 12, Mike Barrett in that back marker position. One more lap to go on this one then. And here's Scunthorpe 383. Dan Johnson then being chased down by Barliman up into that second place. The Carlo 160, Liam Roach in third. Oh, who wants fourth? Huh? 277. That's Tom Boardman. And then Mike Barrett in the 12 following up there as well. But checker flag already. Scunthorpe 383. Dan Johnson takes the win. Barliman's going to come round in the Pennine 23 to take second from the Carlo 160, Liam Roach. And we think it's the 277, yes?
Not anymore.
Not anymore? Oh, Barrett's taken him. Oh, well done, Mikey Barrett. And then border count is 66 of Tom Lewis. Does that mean Tom Boardman then dropped to the back of the pack? He did. Oh. He's kicking himself. You know, he was probably just thinking of the champagne in the beer tent later to celebrate, and he's gone from nearly hero to zero. So, yes. Yeah, I think we'll all have a shower tonight. I'm not all together, by the way. So, right. Let's have a look at this one. Well, there's three winners coming out in this. Carl Mosley, Liam Evans, Cameron Mills. OMG. That's all I'm saying. So Carl Mosley coming out of lane 8. Liam Evans out of lane 7. Alongside them is J. Rand Lewis, PAC 47. I don't think Andy Graney is pulled up to the line. There's a bit of a gap there. Then we go down to Darrell Heath Bayard in the Stroud District 103. Aaron Long had a third this morning, the West Waterford 192. Alan Jenkins, Typhy 32 out of lane 2. He's there. And then Cameron Mills, Cwmdu 9. What a flying machine he had this morning. Are these conditions going to test him? Because he took a really wide line this morning. And I wouldn't advise that now, because it is like a mini paddling pool just as you come round turn 2. If you come a little bit too wide, then you will be guaranteed to be kissing that Armco quite hard, and you don't particularly want to do that. I think, as you can see, the inside line is where you want to be, right? Who's got the grip? And it is Mills. He's got a flying start coming out of turn 1. Evans goes with him as well. Where's Mosley? Mosley got a little bit of contact. I think there's a bit of steam coming out of the back of the car. Mosley looks for the cut back up there. Whoa, we've got one sliding round. 2 sliding round, 3 sliding round. Can they get the cars going? Yes, they can. We've got one square wheeled going into turn 2. Oh, he's got it going. Get those red flags down here. We don't want red flags. Yes, we're off and running as we go back round to that lead car, Cwmdu 9 then. It's Cameron Mills leading the way from Liam Evans there as they take it down past commentary. Oh, we do a bit of Strictly Come Dancing in third place, by the way, as it is that Scunthorpe 82. It is the Carl Mosley machine. And then we go down to the PAC 47, J. Rand Lewis. That's your 4th. Who's in 5th place then as they come round? And it is that Typhy 37 machine as they come round. And is Cameron Mills still leading that charge down from Liam Evans in that 2nd place. 3rd is still going to be Carl Mosley. They're all got themselves spread out there. I'm not sure how the lap scorers are dealing with this one, but I know that Voice of an Angel's on song at the moment as he brings round. Checker flag, Cameron Mills, 2 out of 2. And Liam Evans makes it a win and a 2nd. And well done, Liam. We've got 3rd place is going to be Carl Mosley in the Scunthorpe 82. Well done, Carl. You've done difficult conditions. Stroud and District 103, PAC 47 have come across. So that's Stroud and District 103, Darrell Heath Bayard, the 47, J. Rand Lewis. Then we're going to move down into that Typhy 32 machine, Alan Jenkins. And then that final machine that comes across is the West Waterford 192. That's quite appropriate, West Waterford, isn't it? But hey, we're drying out. I can see the young lady next to me outside sunbathing. Hey, look at it. Oh, you're having a fag. All right. It's like Wayne and Waynetta in it. I'm having a fag. So, right, where am I? Come on, Michael. Get your life sorted. That's it. Right. So we're moving into men's Class 7, Heat 2, Race 3. So who's the... Darren Adams. Border count is 26, had a win this morning. Craig Bagley, Cwmdu 2, had a second. Jake Roberts, PhD 72, had a second as well. They're out in this one. Anthony Booth, ARC 99. Jake Lee, Scunthorpe 12. Barry Leach in down 120. Ayrton Ellison, York 14, out of lane 1. Clive Williams as well, Typhy 113. So they're your runners and riders, and just keep an eye out. We've got lane 6, Jake Roberts, lane 4, Craig Bagley, lane 2, Darren Adams. So they're your highest points scorers from this morning, and they'll be looking down on this track and going, do you know what? It's changed in the last 5 minutes. Really, you can start to see that you've definitely got a race line that is forming definitely on that inside, and it's probably about 3 or 4 cars length wide now, definitely coming out of turn 2 up into turn 3 as we start to climb the hill. It looks to narrow down a little bit. You can see where most of the cars are really trying to cut in tight towards those tyres and the cone. But that if this weather keeps like it is, we know that in a short space of time we will be back to full pace racing as we go down into that turn 1. Who's going to come and show it? I think Darren Adams in the 26, but has he had push on there? And it's the down 120. Barry Leach takes up the running then from Lee, from Ellison, from the Roberts machine. There's your top 4. As the next one, I think that's Typhy 113. Clive Williams got up close to the Armco. Anthony Booth at the back of the pack, covered in mud, but as most of them have been, as we bring it back round into turn 2 again. The down machine, Barry Leach is pushing hard, but it had taken up the running now. It's Jake Lee from the down 120, and Ellison York 14 in 3rd. Then it is Jake Roberts, PhD 72 in 4th. Little bit of a gap before we get down to that border count is 26. So that was an early leader there. Darren Adams, he's dropped back down. And also Boothie still, he's made up a place because we've got now that final machine at the back. And it's the Typhy 1-1. It's Williams, isn't it? As we go, last lap flag, and look at this now. It's starting to heat up there. The Scunthorpe 12 machine. Jake Lee under pressure there from Barry Leach. Leach has a look up the inside. Leach finds a gap and gets his way through as they come down there. Jake Lee's going to come back at him as they bring it down into turn 1 for the final time. Lee, can he find it? Oh, Lee square-wheeled it. He's scrubbed all of his pace. He's dropped from that second place. Down 120 takes it. Barry Leach. Second's going to Ayrton Ellison. Oh, dear me. Lee and Roberts across that line, side by side. Border count is 26. Darren Adams in that 5th place. And then we go Anthony Booth, ARC 99. And that final one will be Typhy 113, Clive Williams. So, yeah, great stuff there from the Class 7 boys. We're doing okay. Don't prompt it, Mike, will you? No, I won't. No. Max Sport, our series sponsor. Ian Jones Tyres, our weekend sponsors. So we move it into race 4. And race 4 brings out Paul Johnson. Scunthorpe 41 had a win this morning. Howard Thomas had a 3rd. Lewis Woodruff, the young lad, had a 3rd as well. Well done, Lewis. Mark Evans, Matt Manning, Jack Houlihan, Kerry Pope and Jake Lockwood. They are your runners and riders, and looking down there, up at 8, Lockwood's... Oh, he blew the engine. I know, I'm looking up on the line, and I'm thinking there's someone in grid 8, and he's down on my sheet as being in grid 8, so... oh, interesting. Unless they're bringing out a different race. Oh, I tell you what, Mickey's... Get your... It is Woodruff down there, isn't it? Yeah, so it is race 4, and someone's in lane 8. They're not. Oh, hold on a minute. That's a good camera shot. That we look up at on the screen now. We've got this TV screen in commentary, and the grid 8 is missing from here on the angle. it looks like it is being filled. So it's Kerry Pope then in the Spalding 82 that's out of lane 7. But coming out of it, Paul Johnson then, Scunthorpe 41, had a win this morning. And he's looking to make it back-to-back. 110 points. That would be a nice tally to go into the beer tent tonight and boast with, cutting some tunes and shapes. Here we go then. Johnson then from the down 26, Howard Thomas. We go to Lewis Woodruff then. Then we go to that Yayton Sobry 57. That's Mark Evans. As they bring around Evans, just keeping himself a little bit wide and protecting his race line. That means that we've got a breakdown. Oh dear. No, oh no, good. Keep it going. Yes. Oh, yes. No red flags for me, Mickey. Come on. Howard Thomas then up the running then from Paul Johnson. Oh, we've got spinners. And the third place is Lewis Woodruff still holding that as Yayton Sobry 57, Mark Evans a little bit out of shape this way and that way, as I would call it, a little bit wibbly wobbly. Spalding 82 then, Kerry Pope into that fifth place. As we look back to the front and it's last lap flag, one more lap to go on this one. Down 26, Howard Thomas. He had a third this morning, putting a 55 points to that. That makes a nice 91. But Paul Johnson, can you do anything? You're on your last lap. Lewis Woodruff still in that third place as they bring it down that opening straight. The light in the back wheels up at the down 26, flicking the dirt up in the direction of Paul Johnson. They've got the final two to come round. I think we are going to see Howard Thomas down 26, taking maximum points. Well done, Howard. Second goes to Paul Johnson in Scunthorpe 41. A win and a second, that's not bad, 100 points. You can still boast in the beer tent later. Here we go then. Into that third is Lewis Woodruff, White Rose 72. Spalding 82 makes a place up, Kerry Pope. And that final place goes to Yayton Sobry 57, Mark Evans. Yeah, back-to-back wins for the Irish. I'll tell you what, it's well worth the ferry fee, as we say. Right, here we go. We're into race 5. And it's Brendan Ellison, York 219. Looking up on the... oh, no, we've got some missing spaces up there. No Brendan Ellison. I don't think any Steve Wilson. But it brings out Archie Bentley, Border County 7. And he's there, isn't he? Oh, he's got in front of Mr. Holtby. Holtby says, no, let me come through. And he does. Andy Holtby then takes up the running. Had a win this morning from Archie Bentley from the Gouldy machine. Then we go down into the Evesham 555 of Matt Richards. Richards holding that to fourth place. And then the 69 machine of Alan Green from Radford, who's got work to do from the back. But Andy Holtby, clear track. Oh, Andy, you've gone through the sloppy stuff. Hey, has that allowed Archie Bentley to close the gap? Maybe a little bit as we bring it up past commentary. Couple more to go on this one then. Andy Holtby then, your reigning national champion. Oh, he's over the tyres as well. Lifted the front wheels up, but he keeps it running. A bit of steam coming off the back of the engine after going through that sloppy mud. But look, he slowed it down this time. He said, I'm not doing that again, Mickey. Hey, Holtby then. One more lap to go for him. Scunthorpe 61 from Archie Bentley, Border County 730. Is that North Shropshire 34, Sam Gould. Then the Evesham 555, Matt Richards. And then he's going for a little bit of a swim, a little bit of a slip slidey. And it's that Radford 69, Alan Green. He should be Alan Brown, really, shouldn't he? As he comes past as we go from last lap to checker flag. And here we go. It's Andy Holtby, Scunthorpe 61, 2 wins out of 2. Archie Bentley, Border County 7 second. North Shropshire 34, Sam Gould in third. So Archie picking up his second of the day. As we go across the line. Evesham 555, Matt Richards. And then that final place will go to the Radford 69. And that is Alan Green. So well done there to race 5. We move it into race 6. So Tom Page coming out of grid 8. He is there. He had a win this morning. Colin Reid, okay, in that he had a third this morning. He was leading that one, if you remember, but dropped back down to third. And Simon Hawthorne, Radford 176, had a second. So Simon, you're coming out of lane 2. Colin Reid out of lane 6. Tom Page out of 8. Kieran Smith coming out of lane 7 in the down 82. Bill Bradford, Border Counties 15, lane 4. Hugh Jones, North Wales 35, lane 3. And Jordan Lord in Cwmdu 24 out of lane 1. But as you can see, there is a little bit of a gap. So not everyone has headed out, as they say. And I'm thinking, where we go? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think it might be. Yeah, I think Bill Bradford hasn't showed. Simon Hawthorne, though, he's got the grip and he's down into turn 1 he goes. Who's going to go with him? Well, we'll wait and see as they sort themselves out. A couple have gone swimming. Simon Hawthorne, though, trying to lift the front wheels up from Colin Reid. Autograss, Central Scotland 21 from the Mallow, Bill Bradford, I think, isn't it? No, it wasn't Bill Bradford. Third. Who's it? NW35, Hugh Jones. Hey, it's drying out as well, and I'm now starting to struggle. That's mad, isn't it? So Simon Hawthorne then says, oh, yes. I've watched all my fellow competitors go out in the sloppy stuff, and now look at this track. It's starting to speed up. Colin Reid still holding that second place. Hey, we've got a swap through there. Tom Page has found his way up into that third place as they go round from that North Wales 35. Hugh Jones, the down 82 as well. That's Kieran Smith. As last lap flag been shown already. One more to go. Radford 176, Simon Hawthorne at a second this morning. So that would be good. 100 points after your day's work. Central Scotland 21. He had a third and he's getting a second. So that's an improvement. Tom Page, Scunthorpe 19. He had a win this morning. So a third wouldn't be too bad, would it? The North Wales 35, Hugh Jones, and then down 82 of Kieran Smith. So well done. Checker flag. Radford 176, Simon Hawthorne takes the win. 100 points for your work so far. And down here at the second round of the British Series, Central Scotland 21, Autograss, Colin Reid in second. Third goes to Tom Page in Scunthorpe 19. We're then going down to North Wales 35, Hugh Jones. And down 82. And that is Kieran Smith. So that is race 6 done and dusted. I now move into race 7 of the 7s. Max Sports Series sponsor Ian Jones Tyres. We can mention tyres in our weekend sponsors. Who's coming out on this one? Ian Stevenson. And it is right on cue. As I mentioned his name, he's off and running. He had a second this morning and he'll be looking to add to that and pick up maximum points. But with this track drying out, it will get faster and he'll have some competition as Alfie Smith goes winning Ludlow 23 from the Ashmore machine. And then we go down into that Border Counties 2, Will Caulfield. So Caulfield looking to make a place up. He does as well because we've got push on there from that Ali Ashmore, Scunthorpe 514. But no mistake who's leading this one. It is Steve-O and the White Rose 20. And putting down the power. Oh, we've got a donut going on behind us. The Ludlow 23, Alfie Smith holding that second place. It's Border Counties 2, Will Caulfield. He did a 360 and still holding third place. Ali Ashmore then. And then we go down into that North Wales 76, Gareth Roberts. But round we go. One more lap to go as Ian Stevenson, White Rose 20, up into the trade stand turn up there. We go into the Cwmdu curve and down the opening straight. White Rose 20 then. Ian Stevenson is going to make it 100 points for the day's work on the first Saturday down here at the British Series round 2. And good second's going to go to Alfie Smith as well. So we are. Stevenson takes the win. Alfie Smith, Ludlow 23 in second. Third is going to go to our Border Counties 2, Will Caulfield. Well done, Will. Then we're going Ali Ashmore in the Scunthorpe 514. And I think the rest have said, that's enough. And do you know what? I am going in the New Year's honours list because that is my Class 7s done and dusted without incident. Happy days. Right, so that means that we're going to go to open wheel specials. It is men's Class 9s, and I'm going to hand you over to the scaffolder who doesn't know how to handle tubes, Archie.
Cheers, thank you very much, Mickey. And as I say, indeed. Right, so men's Class 9s are the ones down on the line. And as I say, the track, wow, you wouldn't have thought it, would you, from that sort of downpour and the hailstones that we had not so long ago. But the sun is indeed starting to shine, and track is already drying out down on the bottom corner. But your X-Trax is your series sponsor, and your Page family is your weekend sponsor. So that Mackenzie machine is getting away off the circuit, and by the looks of it, the Marshall's just pushing out the cones and tyres. So let's take you through who's in race 1. In lane 8, Thomas Lloyd in Typhy 42. Sean Power, Yorkshire Dales 97, taking a win in the first one. Archie Rose, Strand District 22. Russ Ademan in York number 6. Phil Cooper in ARC number 5. Chris Colgate, North Wales 19, and Lee Seagraves in ARC number 3. And I'll tell you what a lineup that is for your first race of heat number 2 for your men's class 9s. I think that brings out 3, or could be, 3 of your race 1 winners. So Bungee's away. Seagrave's got a good start, but so's Power in Yorkshire Dales 97. So all the contenders are there already. Power's into the lead, and Cooper runs there in second in ARC number 5 for the minute in time. But Yorkshire Dales 97 it is. ARC 5, ARC 3. So your top 3 then. This is going to be interesting, isn't it? Power and Cooper come together, and Seagraves, as Cooper just pushes Seagraves round, but I think that might bring out reds. But we carry on racing, and someone's taking up the early lead. I think that could be the Thomas Lloyd machine, but indeed then the red flags are indeed flying on this one. And wow, that was just carnage, wasn't it, from your top 3. And I think the Power car was just a little overcooking it or so, and Cooper was just a little bit eager. And then I say the Seagraves machine just had nowhere to go in ARC number 3. But they get pushed away, pushed apart. I think Seagraves has sustained some damage to the front end of his car, where it looks like the shocker is hanging off the bottom. So the JCB then just going to help him off the circuit, and he is obviously going to need repair time. With I couldn't see right, he won't be out in the rerun, but what we will see is what is down to the marshal discretion, and by the sounds of it, there's a lot of chatter over the radio. So that's going to be interesting with the names that were involved. Obviously, Cooper, he is your top BAS point scorer at the moment. Last weekend, not last weekend, I should say, the last BAS round, he went unbeaten. And that'll be interesting with Seagraves and Power both taking wins as well, I think, in the first race. So that'll be interesting to see. We'll let you know as soon as we know. But we're moving on then to race number 2 for your men's class 9s. Who does this bring out, you may ask? It brings out Jason Richardson, comes out of lane number 2, and Pennine number 5. Sam Middleton in Trent number 9. He comes out of lane 3. As Ian Stead lines up next to him in your Border Counties 34. He comes out of lane 4. North Wales 88 of Adam Robinson comes out of 5. Phil Rogers, Billy, he comes out of lane number 6. He didn't have the first race that he was certainly wanting, so he is definitely going to be out here on an absolute mission to try and claw some valuable championship points in PhD number 2. Andrew Hawthorne, he's coming out of lane 7 in New York 78. And your last one, I say, for the Irish, the West Waterford 40, Dermot Kelly. He is coming out of lane number 8. So the marshals are just doing their final little touches to the repositioning of the cones and tyres. By the looks of it, we are on the line. We are short of grid number 1, which there was no one meant to be in grid number 1. And Dermot Kelly, we don't think we'll see him out either, as that looks like it is empty. So I don't think we're going to be too far away as the yellow flags are indeed flying. The sun is all coming out, isn't it? And I think the wind helps quite a lot when you look towards the flags in the centre of the field. That wind is indeed helping drying the field out, but Bungie's away and we're already away. Was that the Robinson machine that's got a good start in North Wales 88? Billy's there as well in PhD number 2. So Billy runs there second. Richardson just collecting the back of Billy, but he keeps it going. But it's the instead machine of Border County's 34. Then comes Billy, then comes Middleton and Hawthorne. The tall climbing cars as they go as Middleton then has got cones and tyres on the centre of his view. That was a bit peculiar where they landed, but they carry on racing then. It's Billy that leads in PhD number 2. He instead runs there in second in Border County's 34 with Middleton in Trent number 9. I think that is who it is, but it's Hawthorne. In York 78 then comes Stead, and I'm going to guess that is the Richardson machine in Pennine number 5. But at the front though, it is still your race leader, PhD number 2 then of Phil Rogers. He takes him down into Farmyard Bend for another time then, but Hawthorne, isn't he on a charge in York 78? The gap seems to be closing, but cones and tyres are splattered everywhere around this raceway. But on to the final circuit he goes. It's Billy from Hawthorne, goes in, Stead runs there in third, with Richardson who runs back there in about 4th position. Then we go to Robinson machine, and I'm going to say that's Sam Middleton at the rear end of the field, but Billy it is. That comes down and certainly out of the bottom turn for the final time. And 55 points, PhD number 2 it is. And where's Hawthorne going? He's gone really wide in York 78. That's allowing he instead. Oh, and your Richardson machine up to third. He goes. Hawthorne's demoted back to 4th. Adam Robinson it is in North Wales 88. And Sam Middleton in Trent number 9 will come through to round out your second run then of men's class 9. Rex Track sponsored and Page Families sponsored men's class 9. So just as the marshals have a job of sorting out the cones and tyres, and say down this bottom they look to just be obliterated really out of turn 2. But they are certainly going to adjust them, and say they are doing a superb job, aren't they? And say with them being out there earlier in the rain, you do have to feel sorry for them, but they are doing a superb job. So we thank them for all their hard work. They are certainly doing this weekend, and say thanks to all the club members as well that are out there and certainly doing everything new. So then, just to say, we just remember, if you are racing tomorrow and signing on is indeed open, but the signing on place is now in hospitality, which is next to the commentary box down here, say by the finish flag. That is where we are, and I say they have moved into hospitality. And I presume that would be just due to the weather. But if you are wanting to race tomorrow and you have obviously finished both races and want to go and sign on, just nip down and say in the hospitality tent. So don't forget to do that. And say then we'll be all set and you will be organised for tomorrow. But here we go. Welsh Dragons in the air, Bungie's flying. And here we go then. So who's got a good start from the inside? Aileen Llewellyn it is in PhD number 9. Someone's on a flyer with him. Aldridge is in the mix as well in your Stroudon District 27, but someone's gone awfully wide. I think that's the Llewellyn machine, and who it is then? It's going to be your punch machine that takes him in, and I'm not quite sure who that's going to be, but Aldridge it is that runs back there in third as they come around the top bend. But the North Shropshire number 10 it is then, Joe Pipe, who goes down the far side, and I think that could be Stuart Taylor, I was going to guess, for the Invicta Kent 121 machine then. But Pipey it is in North Shropshire, number 10. Then comes Invicta Kent 121 of Stuart Taylor. He runs back there in second. Then comes Aldridge in Stroud District 27. Then Waldron in Forest number 4 with Matt Page in Cwmdu 25, and I think that's Aileen Llewellyn in PhD number 9 at the rear of the field, but Pipey it is in North Shropshire number 10 out of the bottom corner, and Cwmdu tyres are scattered about. It's a bit of the same story once again, but North Shropshire number 10 then it is, onto his final lap, the Victor Kent 121, and then comes Lee Waldron in your Forest number 4 with Aldridge just struggling in Stroud District 27 with Pipey. He looks to be on a mission, and only 4 left running, and I say Joe Pipe then, your race leader, soon to come race winner, and 55 points. Number 10 takes it. Who's it going to be for second? And I think it's going to be Stuart Taylor in Victor Kent 121, but Waldron is then just that one is possible. Then comes the Victor Kent 121, and here then comes Aldridge in Stroud District 27. So that the water and the track then just certainly a factor, especially for us here in commentary. And once we try and get them once they come round just off the line. I think that's where then memory has to do you well. But when they go in and they go into the big puddle that is down there on the corner, and they do get covered, it is quite hard to pick out and say it. And so it is always good fun to have a guess who it is and whereabouts they are. But they're sorting out the cones and tyres. So race number 4 we are on to. And who's this bring out? Andy Pipe then, North Shropshire 205. Reese Wetherick in the Victor Kent 99. Martin Jones in Hereford 55. Mark Baker, Evesham 26. Alan Roberts, North Wales 4. Jenny Shepherd in South Somerset 22. And Laura Blaber in Atterston number 12. So that's your runners and riders for the moment. The marshals and track team then just sorting out that bottom corner once again. So these marshals in turn 3 and 4 then, they've been quite lucky in respect of cones and tyres, haven't they, with your men's class 9s. And they seem to be all intact. It's right down the bottom that they seem to be struggling, but they'll get it sorted. And with them pushing it in and out, it's obviously creating a dry line across the field and across the track, which obviously allows for better racing, trying to develop that track and get it back into superb condition, what it was in earlier. You certainly wouldn't have thought that a track could take that much sort of weather and come this quick and come good at that, which it will indeed. The track team, they are superb at what they do around here, and being on home soil, we thank them for exactly that. So we want more of the same from your men's class 9s. We've got 2 more to go, so here we go then. These are waiting for the Welsh Dragon to fly, which indeed it does this time. Bungees away. Who's fast? Who's going to be it? Blaber's got a good start, but Pipe it is in 205. Martin Jones goes with him in Hereford 55. And North Wales 4 then was the one that just getting all out of shape on the start gate turn, but it's Pipe that leads in 205. Then comes Hereford 55, Evesham 26, Atherton 12, Jenny Shepherd runs there in South Somerset 22, and North Wales number 4 at the rear end of the field, as there is a spinner then in turn 3, but down the far side. North Shropshire 205 it is, and Pipe it is of Andy Pipe that goes in to Farmyard Bend. It's the 205 machine, the only white machine out there, and certainly the front end of that then is as clean as it started. So 205 it is, Blaber it is in Atherton 12, then comes Jenny Shepherd in South Somerset 22, Martin Jones in Hereford 55, and Alan Roberts in your North Wales number 4 with Baker in Evesham 26 playing catch up. But Andy Pipe it is, North Shropshire 205, on to his final circuit this time. And Blaber it is that runs back there in second in Atherton at number 12. Then comes Jenny Shepherd in South Somerset 22. That's how you 1, 2, 3 run, but look at Andy Pipe, he's on a mission, and he's certainly putting a statement out there. Jenny Shepherd then just going to allow wide. Will that allow the North Wales 4 machine to close in, but checker flag flies. Andy Pipe it is, North Shropshire 205. Moves out in Blaber it is going to come through for second in Atherton at 12. Then comes Jenny Shepherd, South Somerset 22. Then comes Mike Jones, Hereford 55. North Wales number 4. I think that's going to be with your Mark Baker and Evesham 26. I think that was to round out race number 4 of your men's class 9s. So they are showing their speed. They're certainly showing what they're capable of. And they say it certainly evens the playing field, doesn't it, with a little bit of rain, and certainly shows where the drivers are. But out to this one then, who may you ask? Dave Palmer, ARC 31, he's your national champion, so don't write him off in ARC 31. Tony Wilson, Spalding, number 10. Tom Powell, Evesham, 92. Then comes Steve Lindsay in PhD, number 1. Carl White-Whitfield and Jimmy Smith in your Ludlow 80. He's a name that you don't want to write off in men's class 9, but Palmer it is in ARC 31. And say someone's getting a tap and someone's in a spinner. I think that could be your Spalding number 10 of Tony Wilson, but it's Palmer then in it. Then comes Jimmy Smith and Rinny Level in Type 84 with Lindsay runs there in PhD number 1 with Evesham in 92 of Tom Powell then. So I thought we might get through, but no. So, men's class 9s. Say, didn't quite have the luck Mickey B had, but say, someone that's going to need the luck will be Gareth. So, we'll pass it on and say, take through your junior saloons. Over to Gareth.
Yeah, thank you very much, Archie. We're going to go straight into the second round of qualifying of the juniors and junior sponsors here this weekend, and the series sponsors for the juniors are Shropshire Designs. We're hearing Jimmy Smith in the last run of the class 9s is going to be excluded from the rerun, so race 5 will come up later on, obviously excluding the driver of Lud 80. Junior saloons are sponsored this weekend by Collier's MOT and MOT Centre and Garage, and as always, big thank you goes out to all the sponsors that are continuing their support of both the local clubs and the British Autograss Series throughout the season. Race 1 of 5 is up there on the line, but not for long because we're already up and we're racing with the first scheduled race of this second round of qualifying. Ludlow 19 is Meg Parsons. I think she picked up a 6th in her first round of qualifying, and she's the one that's going to lead into turn 1, and she's going to pop out on that dry inside line of turn 2. Jack Mosley in PhD 4 slots into that second position, and your top 3 is rounded out by Thomas Creed in Breeden Hill number 40. And on that note, Lexi Owen in TA211 just goes through into that third position, but the weight of that slurry like mud just slows down that timing machine. But Jack Mosley certainly on a charge, and he's reeling in that boot lid of the Ludlow 19 Nissan Micra. Meg Parsons is going to come under some serious pressure before too long. Lexi Owen still there in third in TA211. Hereford 28 is Kieran Ross, and he now rounds out your top 4 ahead of Thomas Creed and Breeden Hill 40, and Mallow 126 is Jack McCarthy with the IK 430 machine of Jay Jones at the tail end of the field. But we've got a change at the head of affairs as Jack Mosley now starts his final circuit in PhD number 4. Meg Parsons unfortunately succumbs to the pressure. She's there in that second position in Ludlow 19 from Lexi Owen in TA211, who continues to race in that strong third position. Hereford 28 is Kieran Ross. He's still there in that 4th spot, but he's slowly but surely reeling in the timing machine in third. Somebody gets it all wrong in 5th. I think that's the Mallow 146 machine of Jack McCarthy. And your winner then is Jack Mosley in PhD 4. Ludlow 19 takes 2nd. Hereford 28 is Kieran Ross. He's going to take 3rd, as Lexi Owen, unfortunately, in TA211 just comes unstuck on the final bend. But she's going to get back, pointing in the right direction. She's going to get that 5th spot as Mallow 126 just undoes a lap on the TA211 machine from Thomas Creed in Breeden Hill number 40. And IK 430 then is Jay Jones. He rounds out race 1 of the 5 that are coming your way in this second round of qualifying. Like I said, Collier's Garage and MOT Centre are your sponsors for junior saloons here this weekend. Shropshire Designs are your sponsors for the British Autograss Series across all 5 rounds. Race 2 is up there on the line. We've got track clearance. The Welsh Dragon is shown and we go racing. And it is race 2 that leave the line. A fair mixture of minis and different shaped saloons in this one, but it's the 2 minis that hit the fore as Mallow 37, Emma O'Rourke, just leads the way through turn 1 and 2. She's being chased down by her fellow Southern Ireland League member. That's Neil Tivey in West Waterford 144, who's just cut across 2 of the tyres and cones there and loses that second position to the man that went all the way around them, the way that he's meant to go, and that's Bob Chamberlain in 22F. Rhys Davis is there in the TA9 machine, back in that 4th spot with Severn Valley 29 of William Hall and Severn Valley 147 of Hannah Hadley towards the tail end of the field. But there's certainly no change in your 1, 2 and 3 as Emma O'Rourke, Neil Tivey and Bo Chamberlain continue to lead the way. From Rhys Davis in TA number 9, seem to have lost one of these juniors as Hannah Hadley in Severn Valley 147 continues to make her way through the farmyard turn. Oh, just a little bit of contact there as the back marker comes into play, but as Emma O'Rourke leads on to the final circuit from Neil Tivey in West Waterford 144, Bo Chamberlain in Forest 22, Rhys Davis in TA9 and Hannah Hadley in Severn Valley 147 now at the tail end of the field. But looking back on your screens, it's still Emma O'Rourke that makes her way down into that farmyard turn for the final time in the Mallow 37 machine. Doesn't look like too much is going to change as Emma exits turn 2 for the final time. Mallow 37 takes the win. Neil Tivey second in West Waterford 144. Bo Chamberlain takes third in Forest 22 from Rhys Davis in TA number 9. And Hannah Hadley then will round out the race order for race 5 in Severn Valley 147. Unfortunately, William Hall in Severn Valley 29, he is making his way back to the pits under his own steam, but unfortunately will pick up a DNF in this second round of qualifying. So race number 2 then. Runners and riders make their way back to the pits. The quads and the track team here look to have been out to collect a fair amount of new cones to use as we continue to progress through the second round of qualifying. And of course we've got a busy day coming up tomorrow as well, with the third and final round of qualifying, as well as the semi-finals in classes 1, 2, 7, 8 and junior specials. And once those semi-finals and that third round of qualifying will be done, then we'll be looking towards the class finals for this weekend's event. Race 3 of your second round of qualifying of the junior saloons are up there on the line. If you're watching via the live stream, then once again you've got that view up that start line straight, and you'll be able to see that grids 1 and 5 are empty. So that means that Will Hadley in Severn Valley 107 isn't there. Well, he is, but he started in the wrong grid. But away we go. And who's going to make the break this time round? It's TA15, it's Iestyn Jones. But on his inside shoulder, it's the Ludlow 1 machine that's just going to carry a little bit of momentum through turn 1 and 2. It's Rhys Tipton then that takes up the running. Iestyn Jones leads the chase in TA15. Cwmdu 133 is there in that third spot. That's Gareth White, and he's just left the door open for his fellow West Midland League member to move through and take up that third spot. That is the Severn Valley 107 machine of Will Hadley, who's there in third. He's racing ahead of the TA29 machine of Stefan Davis, who's just applied a little bit of pressure to that inside back panel of the 107 machine, but eases off the accelerator and maintains that fourth spot, because a fourth is better than a green flag. Cwmdu 133 is Gareth White, he's back in fifth, and the car at the tail end of the field is Lucas Salis in Ludlow 202 and Toby Jenkins in Cwmdu number 70. No change at the head of affairs as your race leader moves on to his final circuit. It's Ludlow number 1 then, with 1 lap to go of this long-established Ovals Raceway. Iestyn Jones still there in a very strong second position from the South Wales League, the Tivey Club, TA15 there, just closing in on the race leader, but I don't think he's got the the legs to make it count this time round, but still a second place from round 2 of qualifying and 2 seconds I think from day 1 will do Iestyn just fine. It's checkered flag time. Rhys Tipton takes the win in Lidler number 1. TA15 holds on to second from Sun Valley 107. Stefan Davis takes 4th in TA29 from Gareth White in Cwmdu 133. Then it's the Lidlow 202 machine that's going to cross the line in that 5th or 6th spot. That's Lucas Salis. And Cwmdu 70 is going to round out that race order for race 3. That's Toby Jenkins behind the wheel of the Nissan Micra that fly in the traditional Cwmdu Car Club colours. So as we look to the line then, we move on to the penultimate scheduled race in this second round of qualifying of the Junior Saloons. We have 2 winners from this morning's first round of qualifying. We have 2 drivers that picked up a second as well, so this is going to be a competitive lineup. And looking at your screens, it looks like grid 3 is the first one that's going to be occupied. So Amber Powell is not there, so North Wales 52 has been left in the pits for this second round of qualifying. Somebody that is certainly there is Miles Collins. That's the yellow machine that starts in grid number 4. On his inside line will be Lewis Middleton in White Rose 21. And coming from the middle of the grid is going to be Pip Melly in Swansea number 2. Harry Berman is going to be there in Scarborough number 1. Jack Owens is there in TA5. And Lily Chapman in Forest number 10 is the one that started out in grid number 8. But it's already a very staggered start. But it's Lewis Middleton in White Rose 21 that's going to lead towards us for the first time. Jack Owen slots into that second spot in TA number 5. Lily Chapman takes up the running in that 3rd position in Forest number 10. As Pip Melly just finds himself demoted to the tail end of the field in Swansea number 2. And unfortunately, Miles Collins in PhD 48 facing oncoming traffic. So it looks like the marshals are going to wave those yellow flags as Miles gets going again. But it is Lewis Middleton, White Rose 21, that continues to lead the way. Jack Owens about 8 to 10 car lengths down in the TA number 5 machine from Lily Chapman in Forest number 10. That's your 1, 2 and 3. Scarborough number 1 is Harry Brimman, and he's there in that 4th spot, rounding out your top 4 ahead of Pip Melly in Swansea number 2. And it's already last lap flag time. Lewis Middleton, White Rose 21, moves on to his final circuit from Jack Owens in TA number 5. The gap isn't increasing at all, so Jack doing his utmost to keep up with the White Rose 21 machine driver and managing to do so as they all go on to their final circuit. The first 4 then make their way down that start line straight for the final time, but Lewis Middleton's going to hold on and take 55 points from round 2. White Rose 21 is your winner. TA5, Jack Owens takes second. 3rd place is going to go to Lily Chapman in Forest number 10 from Harry Brimman in Scarborough number 1, and Pip Melly in Swansea 2 will then round out the race order for race 4, and they'll make their way back to the pits. As we look to the line, we've got the last scheduled race of this second round of qualifying of the Collier's Garage and MOT Centre sponsored Junior Saloons. Shropshire Designs, your series sponsors across all 5 rounds. Haven't got the time to give you a full rundown of the runners and riders in this one, but we had 2 winners from this morning's first round of qualifying, and they're the 2 that lead the way into the farmyard turn for the first time. Will Evans on the inside in TA number 7 and Bo Bennett on the outside in Breeden Hill 33, and you can really see that the Breeden Hill machine is closing in on the Will Evans machine as they pass us for the first time. They both gain the advantage as they are there on the top part of the circuit. Somebody's going to pick up a black flag as they make their way down that far straight, but it's Bo Bennett rather in Breeden Hill 33 that was turning left halfway down the straight as they passed us for the first time. Will Evans is there in TA7 in that second position, and it looks like we've got a black flag shown to Bo Bennett, who leaves the track, but it's we got red flags as probably the black flag that has been received by the Breeden Hill 33 machine possibly caused some damage towards the front end and the steering arms of the Tivy machine of Will Evans, and unfortunately as a consequence then Will Evans just couldn't continue to race in that first run of the Junior Saloons. So to give him a fair chance of a decent result, then he'll have time to repair before he's back out in the rerun. We're looking to the line. We're going to go back to Class 9s, and we're going to go back to Mr. Archie Lewis.
Yes, indeed, then. Thank you very much, Gareth. And as I say, men's Class 9s are the ones down on the line. We got 2 reruns of your men's Class 9s, but before we can go racing with you two, so you're stuck with me for a little bit longer. And as I say, this one, by the looks of it, is the Lee Seagraves, is the rerun down there on the line. He comes out of grid 8, so we're going to see him. We're going to see Power. And the only other one that is a question mark is Phil Cooper in ARC number 5. But we are looking down on the line. Who should be next to Power, you ask? Archie Rose is the one that should be next to him. Then it should be Russ Aderman, which we can't see. Then it should be Phil Cooper, who I don't think is down there. And then Chris Colgate, North Wales 19, and Lee Seagraves. So I think that means we won't see Phil Cooper. Russ Aderman we won't see either in York number 6. Bungie's away, Bungie's flying, Revs are racing. So it is then a familiar story. So how the first one started, Sean Power it is. In Yorkshire Dales number 97 is your early race leader, and he's going to set his sights on pulling away. So it's 97 from Seagraves in number 3. Thomas is running there in 3rd in Typhy 42. As I think that could be the Colgate machine back there, or is it with Archie Rose at the tail end of the field? But it's Sean Power that leads in your Yorkshire Dales 97. And we go to Seagraves in ARC number 3. Thomas Lloyd in Typhy 42. That's how you 1, 2, 3 run. So Archie Rose over on the far side, and it is your Chris Colgate in your North Wales number 19. He rounds out your top 4. Archie Rose then is your back marker. He's certainly going to come into play. Oh, this is going to allow the field right to bunch up behind him with Sean Power and Seagraves. Seagraves certainly experienced in your men's Class 9s in ARC number 3. So what can Power do in New Yorkshire Dales 97? He's certainly going to have to drive defensive, but they're already on to their final lap. Checker flag is being ready and being waved for Sean Power in Yorkshire Dales 97. It is. It takes 2 out of 2 for him, and that's a win with Saundersfield. Seagraves takes 2nd, Thomas Lloyd takes 3rd in Typhy 42. Then comes Archie Rose, which is a lap down in Stroud District 22. Chris Colgate in North Wales 19. We'll round out your field for your rerun. So 1 more to go for your men's Class 9s rerun. And as I say, your X-Tracks is your men's Class 9 sponsors. So what do we got down there? What do we got racing? We've got your men's Class 2s. And as I say, men's 2s, fierce. They are competitive, and they are certainly impressive with the people and the names we've got down there. And as I say, let's have a look who we got in the first run then. We've got Ben Griffiths, Simon Chadbourne, Darren Aiken, Dan Heath, Liam Morris, Brad Ellison, Kieran Griffiths, and the Dermal Machine in Aston 99. So Griffiths has got a good start, but so's Ellison in York 16. Griffiths is on the inside in Severn Valley number 8, but that's Ellison that leads in York 16. Then we go to Ben Griffiths in your Severn Valley number 8. As someone's climbing, but it's Ellison that leads in York 16. Ben Griffiths runs there. Aiken runs there in 3rd. Then comes Griffiths in Severn Valley 4. Aston 99. Then comes Heath in Penheim 85. That's how you top about 6 run for the minute. Aiken's going to get swallowed up by Griffiths in a minute in Severn Valley number 4. But North Shropshire 4 it is. That just about holds off for that 3rd place. And all the meanwhile, Ellison it is. That's out front and pulling away in York 16. Then comes Ben Griffiths. And Aiken's all over the back of him with Kieran Griffiths in Severn Valley number 4. So it's a 3-way battle with Aiken. He's in the Griffiths sandwich for the minute, but he's almost pushing Ben Griffiths down the far side. In North Shropshire number 4, what's Aiken got in the locker for this time? Ben Griffiths is he's just pushed on wide. Aiken's found a gap from absolutely nowhere in North Shropshire number 4. It's York 16 onto his final lap. Aiken, he knows Griffiths is going to have another go. Here Griffiths certainly isn't going to like that in Severn Valley number 8. What's Kieran got in Severn Valley 4? Dan Heath runs back there in about 5th position in Penn Penheim 85. So that's how your top 5 runs. So Ellison it is. He's been away and gone from the word go, and that's the win. Aiken it is. I think it's going to hold off from Ben Griffiths in North Shropshire number 4. Then comes Severn Valley number 8, Severn Valley 4, Penheim 89. And Aston 99 with your Chadbourne in your White Rose 17 machine. Then that rounds out your first run of men's class 2s. And as they say, it doesn't matter what race, where they are, men's class 2s is interesting. And they certainly put on a performance, and they do every time. So on to the next run of men's class 2s. Just as they sort them out. Who's it bringing out, you may ask? Jack Hodgson in Yorkshire Dales 104 is coming out of lane 1. Mark Mosley in Radford number 3 out of lane number 2. Daniel Robinson in St Neots 34. He took a second in his first one, but he is very fast in St Neots 34. Andrew Wild in North Wales 171. He is coming out of lane 4. Will Empford in Penhout 13. Jack Stevens, Ashton 16. David Evans and Dan Owen in that North Shropshire 15. The green machine over there on the far side. But they just sort out then some more cones and tyres from your men's class 2s. And as I say, they sort those out before we can get going racing with your Fleet Care sponsored series sponsors. And I say is your series sponsors. So it is over on the. So then let's have a look now. Jack Hodgson is looking fast, isn't he? Daniel Robbins, he is also going to be fast, is in this one. So there's a few to watch out for, and say it is Autograss, so it is the motorsport, and certainly anything can happen when that pin goes. And we go into the first corner. It's either going to be carnage or it is going to be spectacular, but Dan Owen it is on the far side, but Hodgson it is in 104. He had a grid number 1. Where is Robinson? He's buried in about 3rd position, but scrap that. He's up to 2nd. In St Neots 34, it's Hodgson that leads in 104 though for the moment. St Neots 34, North Wales 171, and there comes Mosley in your Radford number 3, just muscles his way through. Dan Owen in North Shropshire 15, but Hodgson, what's he doing? He's gone awfully wide in 104. Robinson sideways in that St Neots 34. Where's Empford come from? In Penhout 13, but you know he's up to 2nd now. But it's St Neots 34 of Dan Robbins. He's the one at the front, and he would come through that in style. In St Neots 34, then we go Penhout 13, and in North Wales 171, Hodgson, he's buried in the pack. Oh, as he just say that though, he's overcooked it, but Dan Owens pushed him back the other way in North Shropshire 15. Oh, he just clips the cones and tyres up the far side, but Owen it is, then up to 4th he goes, but Dan Robbins it is in St Neots 34, onto his final lap he goes. It's Penhout 13, Wild runs back there in 3rd, then comes Dan Owen in North Shropshire 15, with Ratson 16, Mark Mosley in Bradford 3, and Evans in Penhout 40, who's struggling at the rear end of the field as Mosley goes spewed sideways into turn 3. A checkered flag then, he flies. It's St Neots 34. It comes Robbins to take a win in a second, so he started his campaign just right in St Neots 34. Enford's going to take 2nd in Penhout 13. Wild comes through for 3rd in 171. Aston 16. Dan Owen in North Shropshire 15. Evans in Penhout 40. And Mark Mosley in Radford number 3 will round out your men's class 2's race number 2 for the minute in time. But we're going still with your men's class 2s. Such a strong showing from your men's class 2s. We are certainly not complaining about that, are we? Especially when the racing is this tight. And say, when you're at this sort of level with your the British Championships, I would say it is always spectacular. And say, the 5 rounds of your British Autograss, as I say, Obviously, the next one is at the North Shropshire venue, and while if you was there last year, that was certainly spectacular, wasn't it? Absolutely roasting hot down there last year, and the North Shropshire Club, wow, they put on an absolute superb meeting. So we're excited to go down there for round number 3, but this is round 2. We're sticking with race number 3, and coming out then is Adam Pickersgill in Scunny 109, Gareth Stokes in Penheim 87, Josh Woodward, Aston 182, Ashley Linton, Rob Wilkins, Aidan O'Neill, Matthew Sawyer and Will Duggan is your runners and riders in this time around. So the marshals still not quite happy with something up in between turn 3 and turn 4 as they make their way down back to the centre of the field before we can get going and racing then. So let's have a look through this one. Who was about there? Matthew Sawyer, he was looking quick, isn't he, in the first one. And so was Matthew Sawyer. Aidan O'Neill, he was there and thereabouts for the Irish. It is the Ashley Lillington machine in South Somerset 38. But someone's on a flyer on the inside, and also on the far side, I think that is the Gareth Stokes machine who runs there in 3rd. But Lillington it is in South Somerset 38. Then Pickergill it is in 109. Then comes Stokes, then comes Mallow 30 for the Irish, and Will Duggan in your 190. So that rounds out about your top 5. But Stokes is through, and so is the Aidan O'Neill. Where's Sawyer come from? He's come from about 7-4. He's just made contact with the Aidan O'Neill machine. That's a spinner, and he's collected someone as well over on the far side. But we stay racing with your Lillington, or is it there's more contact at the front? This is what men's class 2 is all about. It's Lillington in 38, then Penheim 87, 109, and Sawyer in 23. That's how you 1, 2, 3, 4 run from an in time. It's Aston 182, Wessex 44. With is that going to be the Will Duggan machine? Indeed it is then, with Aidan O'Neill in Mallow 30 at the rear end. But it's the Ashley Linton, it's South Somerset 38. Then comes Gareth Stokes, Burton all over the back, and then this Pickersgill in your 109 for the moment in time as they go into turn 3 for another time. Sawyer's onto his final circuit this time as well, but we stick with you in this position for second as Stoke it is. That's just holding off as we switch to your race leader then. In South Somerset 38 then, Ashley Lillington it is. He's going to hold on, he's going to take the win. And a fine drive also for Ashley Lillington in South Somerset 38. Gareth Stokes it is going to hold on for second in Penheim 87. Then comes 109, then comes Matthew Sawyer in your PAC 23. Then comes through Aston 182, Wessex 44 of Rob Wilkins. And then comes Will Duggan in company 190. Then Aidan O'Neill in Mallow 30. So, race 3 done dusted of your men's class 2s, your Fleet Care sponsored. So many thanks to those for their series sponsors. And as I say, that top corner, it certainly is coming along, isn't it? There's certainly a dry line on the inside, but these marshals are trying their hardest to get these cars out and get them off that dry line. Try and get the top of that. That's what is it? Mush and sludge and not the nice stuff what you want to be in there racing. But unfortunately, someone's got to do it. And by the looks of it, these men's class 2s, and it certainly adds to the drama, doesn't it, for your men's class 2s. If there isn't enough drama in your men's class 2s, as it is, as I say, they on the line. And who's down there on the line as we go into race number 4? Stephen Heath, Penheim at 65. Ian Harvey in Cwmdu 63. Graham Holmes in your North Shropshire at 93. Darren Williams in Carmarthen at number 6. Ash Rigworth in Scarborough, treble 2. Jordan Hancock, Craig Conway in Scunny 126. And Shane Sproul in North Shropshire 391. So, as I say, listening through those names and rattling a few off then, you can't mistake the name of Craig Conway. Scunny 126. Had a few reruns in his first one, and say, unfortunately, I had to go race for that one. But he took a win in his first one off one of the reruns that he had, and as I say, always there and thereabouts, isn't Conway in your 126. And who else? Ian Harvey, Cwmdu 63. in the Mighty Nova. Say he's always quick is Ian Harvey. Graham Holmes in your North Shropshire 93 showed good pace throughout the year so far, and just didn't quite have the good first run that he wanted. But no doubt this is race 2, anything can happen, and as I say, we're getting through these nice and quickly, aren't we? The track team are doing a superb job, and as I say, you can't thank them enough for keeping this racing as entertaining as ever, and as entertaining as it certainly has been, hasn't it? And as I say, moving on. So men's twos, and say I've got 1-9 rerun to come your way, but I'm not sure what the hold up is now for the marshals. And as I say, they are just dragging a few cones of tyres by the looks of it out of the way and back into the infield. Right then, so Heat 2, Race 4, Men's Class 2s, they're away, and Heath it is on the far side, but Conway's got a good start as well, in your 126, and the familiar sight of the Craig Conway that's up front for the moment in time. Heath runs there in second, in your Pennine 65, then comes Aston 48, then comes Holmes in 93, Marvin 6, Scarborough 222, and North Shropshire 391. But it's Conway it is. But meanwhile, the battle in the fields for third for the moment in time. But Graham Holmes comes out victorious on that one in North Shropshire 93. North Shropshire 931. I should say 391 it is in fourth, but Conway it is in Scunny 126. Then comes down I should say the Stephen Heath machine in Pennine 65. North Shropshire 93, North Shropshire 391. That's how your top 4 run. Then comes Ash Woodruff in Scarborough 222. Carmarthen number 6 I should say, is the Darren Williams machine, who rounds out about your top 5 for the moment. But Conway it is on his final circuit. He's going to try and make it to L2. Stephen Heath still runs back there in second with Graham Holmes. Firing out your top 3 in North Shropshire 93. As then it comes Shane Sprout in your North Shropshire 391. Then Carmarthen 6 and Scarborough 222 still battling it out on for the minor positions. But Craig Conway it is. It's going to come out of start line bend for the final time today and take a checker flag. Make it 2 out of 2. It's going to 126. Heath it is in Pennine 65. Graham Holmes in North Shropshire 93 takes third. North Shropshire 391. Shane Sprout. Then comes along the Carmarthen number 6 and Ash Woodruff in Scarborough 222. So that rounds out race number 4 of your men's class 2s. Coming at you thick and fast is men's 2s. And moving on then, we got race 5. Who does this bring out? Ollie Stevens in Ludlow 15. He comes out of grid number 1. And wow. Isn't that a sight that you didn't think you'd see here about an hour or so ago? Is the Bowser. He's making his way onto the circuit on the far side. But let's take you back through who we've got then. Ollie Stevens led 15. Nigel Bishop in Radford 80 comes out of lane 2. Jamie Lane in Radford 941 comes out of lane number 3. George Craswell in your Scunny 127. He took a win in his first one. And he had a few fast ones in his one, so he's certainly got some fast names in this one also. Ashley Farrow in Scarborough 294. Ashley Robinson in Spalding 43. Rick Julian in Mallow number 2. And Simon Overty in Scarborough Scunny 18. So if I'm reading now. Oh, I was that one. It was race 5, so indeed we are. So it is. There's a race for you, isn't there? As I say, just trying to find what race you're on. Race 5 it is, and note South then. So it is race 5, and certainly there's some names for you in that one. So there's going to be a few. This is going to be fast, and certainly interesting. There's a few coming in this, and there's certainly Ashley Robinson. He's leading your BASS Championship in your men's class 2s. Ashley Farrow, Scarborough 249. He is in a top 5, I'm going to say, in the BASS Championship. And George Craswell, well, he took a win in his first one as well, isn't he? So he's certainly showing what pace he has in his Scunny 127. Ollie Stevens, he was taking second in his race number 1. So Ollie then showing good pace And being from the West Midlands League myself, and see Ollie racing for national qualifying points as well. I'm pretty sure he's qualified for your men's class 2s. So that's also good to see, and certainly congrats to him. And mostly all the qualifiers are done this year now, aren't they? So we'll know who is going to be at that superb meeting at the towards the end of the year. And so it is at the YD track then. So that will certainly be interesting and also good to see. So the Bowser's out, and we look forward to that meeting at the end of the year. Bowser's out, Bowser's back in, and by the looks of it, he just give a little bit of soaking to the inside of the track. And if I'm totally honest, we look up towards the sky, that was probably not the right time that we wanted to see the Bowser. But when he makes his decision, whether he wants to stay in the middle or if he wants to go out, then we will go racing. So we just wait for the dust settling solution machine to make his way off the circuit, which looks like he's doing this time. And he is off, and he is into the safe position. So red flags are in this time around. And we wait for the marshals to be happy. So yellow flags. The yellow flags are indeed flying in. Welsh Dragon is to go. And bungees away then. Ash Robinson it is from the grid 6. He's got a good start this time. It's Spalding 43. And it's about 4 abreast into turn 1 with your Farah machine in your Scarborough 249. Runs back there in second. But it's Ash Robinson. It's Spalding 43. Oh, here we go. It's 43 from 249 from Jamie Lane from your Irish. In your Mallow number 2 of Rick Julian, who sorting themselves out still in turn number 3. But then we switch to your 2 leaders. Oh, we don't want to take our eyes off these leading 2 as Stevens comes together with someone over on the far side. They're still trying to sort themselves out. Oh, where's the Farah? He's dropped back to 3rd, and the Irish are up to 2nd in Mallow number 2. But Spalding 43, he's certainly away and gone. He's going to be able to catch this time. Mallow 2 of Rick Julian. He runs back there in 2nd, and then comes Farah in Scarborough 249, muscles his way through this time around. Then comes Jamie Lane in your Radford 941. And we look for the George Caswell. Where's he? He's buried in the pack in about 7th position for the minute. But Robinson's in his. There comes through. Then we look back then for Fire in 249, who looks to have settled in the groove this time. Then comes Mallow number 2. Then comes Jamie Lane. So we look for Lud 15, it's Scunny 127. Rigel Bishop in Radford number 80. It is, I think that is the Scunny 18 machine, the red machine over on the far side, but Jamie Lane wants a bit of the action as well in 941 at the rear, or at the top 4 of the minute, but it's Robinson it is, on to his final circuit he goes in Spalding 43, Farah it is, and Rick Julian just holding off the charging Jamie Lane in 941. But cones and tyres are certainly come into play as I say that loose, and the slop on the top is over on the far side in Scarborough 249, then just dropping back to 3rd. But Jamie Lane moving up to 2nd, but Robinson it is that takes the win and makes it 2 out of 2 in Spalding 43. But the real question, who's up for 2nd? Jamie Lane I think has just done enough in 941. Then comes Scarborough 249. Mallow number 2 of Rick Julian. Then comes Craswell in Scunny 127. Scunny 18. Bradford 80 and Nigel Bishop, and Ollie Stevens in Ludlow 15. Right, so that was certainly superb, wasn't it, from the men's class 2s. So race number 6 for your Fleet Care Services sponsored men's class 2s. So we look down onto the sheet then. So this is 7 runners are in this one, but by the looks of it, there is only 6, because if you join us on BAStv, and say on the live stream, you do get that superb look straight down the start gate turn. And as I say, even if you are with us in the field and you do tune in, because I say a lot of people then are tuning in as when they have to sit up in the pits, and you can still watch the racing, still hear the racing, and say commentary sometimes is not something you can hear when you're up in the pits, depending obviously where the pits are. And say here at the oval circuit, the pits are in a perfect position, aren't they? You can still see the racing, certainly where we're parked. You can stand in the lorry, have a look down, and you can still see the circuit. But say over on the hill, if you're still braving the weather with us down here on the side of the circuit, say you see the gazebos, see the umbrellas, and certainly you are fighting the weather, aren't you? And say with us, we are delivering with some superb racing. And as I say, it's Gareth and Mickey B. Then they sort of named the hill earlier, didn't they? And say we don't think we've had any suggestions for what we should think it's called, but it's Cwmdu. It is the Cwmdu Camber, so that's what the name is for the moment. But we are still just waiting for marshals, as I say, and looking down to the line. Right, so what should we have? We should have 3 races, including the one on the line for men's class 2s. Then we should have a 9 rerun down there also. Men's class 4s I can see down in the holding lane. And who else is also down there? There should be the 6s are starting to line up. So, as I say, Tim will take you through those a little bit later after. And say, that will be good, but we're away racing. Men's 2s are away, and say, who's it going to be? Is it the Scarborough car of JD Farrer? No, it's not. Someone's emerged from the middle. I think that's the PAC 29 of Adam Smith then. So Smith, he's looking good for the championship as well. He's about 5th, I think he's joined 5th in PAC 29. JD Farrer though, and Tom Stevens in Lud 15. He's up the inside and moves up to 2nd. He goes. So your top 3. It's Smith, or is it because Ludlow 55 is Tom Stevens. He takes up the running this time around. So Tom then, he is certainly a young gun out in your men's class 2s and certainly pulling in the mix. In that Lud 55, Smith runs there in 2nd. JD Farrer, he's going to try and use that inside line just as Stevens did, but overcooks it ever so slightly in Scarborough 17 as Smith is out there in the loose, and you're not going to progress over on the far side, sir. So get over onto the racing line, but at least Tom Stevens it is this time around. In Ludlow 55, JD Farrer still runs there in 2nd. In Scarborough 17 with a pull of the tear-offs, pull of the rip and rolls to say, and they are certainly keeping them in business this weekend with the weather we've had. But JD Farrer it is that just settles into 2nd as Tom Stevens should say in Lud 55 takes him down into Farmyard Bend then. So checker flag is out flying. So Lud 55 it is that takes the win this time around. JD Farrer it is in Scarborough 17. Then comes your North Wales 38. Then we look back for your Aston 83, Gosling District 5, and Smith then, unfortunately, going to round out your race number 6 then, who took that really impressive start, didn't he? And looked like it was his race to lose, really. Unfortunately, he did over in Startgate Bend, just trying to carry the momentum. And say, once a car comes by you, it sort of unsettles you, doesn't it? When you're out in the lead and someone comes by you, you sort of get a little bit unsettled and sort of lose your rhythm, don't you, when you're in the driving seat out front. But that is unfortunate, and say he comes in with a 7th, or a 6th, I should say. So 2 races more to go. And say we look down to race number 2, who's already away and gone. Lillington it is. It's got a good start, but someone's on a flyer. I think that's the Jack Bromley machine over on the far side in the Victor Kent 130. But Lillington it is that's keeping him honest in the inside. As Bromley it is that's going to try and move right round the outside in the Victor Kent machine. But Lillington it is that's up the inside in South Somerset 45. It's South Somerset 45, IK 130. That's how you 1-2-3 run for them. North Wales want to run rounds there in 3rd, and then is at the Typhoon machine back there in about 4th position, who looks to be going up into 3rd of Carl Urquhart in 2-1-2. So he moves up there. The battle is still going on for the front with Bromley and Lillington, but they swap positions this time as they come out of turn 2. It's Bromley at the front now in IK 130. Lillington and South Somerset 45. North Wales 1-2. Urquhart's there as well in your 2-1-2, and in Twig in Typhy 2-2. Then up to 3rd he goes. So the field battle there is your 1 and 2 that's already battling, but we stick with the rest of the best, with Typhy 202 is back there in third, but Lillington still trying to find a move up the inside in South Somerset 45, but Jack Bromley it is in Victor Kent 130, South Somerset 45, Scunny 159, then comes Typhy 202, North Wales 1 of the Rich Owen machine it is that's climbing his way up through the pack. He's up to 4 for the minute. Urquhart's at the tail end, but these two still locked side by side as Lillington it is goes deep on the brakes as your Bromley machine trying to muscle his way through for this win, but I think Jamie Lillington in South Somerset 45 has done enough. Digs a win this time, and what a win that was going to get. 130 takes second, South Somerset 156, Rich Owen North Wales 101, 202, 101, and Urquhart in 212. Well, round out race number 7 for your men's class 2s. And as I say, Fleet Care Services is your men's class 2s. And say thanks to all the sponsors for this weekend. And say the Cwmdu tyre has been pulled right in this time, haven't they, for your last run of men's class 2s. And so the line and track, certainly, we are certainly nearly there, aren't we? And not quite sure what we're doing for time, but I think we're doing pretty well, aren't we, for men's class 2s. And the round number 2, I say, for Cwmdu. They certainly are pulling the work, haven't we? So, and it's certainly showing off, which is always nice to see. And we're hoping you're all enjoying the racing, and to say from a race perspective, hopefully you're enjoying the track. But we're away racing then, as cool it is in Scunny 227, and it's got a best of the start. Bradley Thomas is in the mix as well in a Victor Kent 55, and Doddridge is in there as well in 515. So that's how your top 3 runner is for the minute in time. But it's your Chris Hall in 227, a Victor Kent 55, and Brad Thomas runs there in second with Doddridge, who's having a tussle with Ben Foster in that machine, and Tim Arbor's in there as well in Seven Valley 25. There's a name you haven't seen in men's class 2s for years, but he runs back there in about 5th position. But Chris Hall, it is in 227, a Victor Kent 55 of Thomas it is that runs back there in second, and I think Hall had a problem in his first race, or picked up a flag, I couldn't quite remember off from memory, but he's certainly trying to claim some points back in 227. But Brad Thomas, he didn't have the best of the first runs either, so he's not going to be content with second. And then comes Harbour in 25, and Doddridge in 515. Ben Foster it is that runs back there in your Victor Kent machine with Radford 22 of Paul Morgan. So final lap then Chris Hall, he's still got his work cut out in 227 with Brad Thomas in 55, then comes Harbour in 25, and Foster it is. Doddridge is slipping back through the field in 515 with Paul Morgan still at the rear end of the field. Then Thomas it is that's coming together with Harbour for second position. That gives Chris Hall a little bit of breathing room in your Scunny 227. Then a Victor Kent 55 still runs back there in second. Harbour in Seven Valley 25 at 55 points, and a race number win for Chris Hall in 227. Brad Thomas holds off from Tim Harbour in Seven Valley 25. Foster it is from 515, Radford at 22. So, what is this down the line? I'm going to say it's a men's class 9s rerun for the final rerun to come your way. And say this should bring out Jimmy Smith. Oh no, it shouldn't actually. This is the one where Jimmy Smith picked up a black flag for the contact, I believe. Calder Whitfield in Hereford 150. And by the looks of it, as we look down the live stream, who can be the only ones we can pick out? It is going to be the Tom Powell machine, is it, in Evesham at 92. Ridian Evans, is he going to be out there in Typhy 84? I think so. And Dave Palmer, as Palmer looks to have the cleanest machine out there. Someone's got a flyer as they go into turn 1. Is that going to be the Spolder machine, or is that going to be the Tom Powell? We'll certainly catch them as they come round. Palmer, I know that's for second for sure, but it's Lindsay. So one that we didn't even mention in PhD number 1, ARC 31, Ridian Evans it is. Runs back there with Tom Powell and Evesham 92. So there your 4 runners, there your 4 riders with for the moment in time. But it's Lindsay in PhD number 1 down the far side. Palmer runs there in second in ARC 31 as Ridian Evans in your Typhy 84 machine. as running back there in third, with the Tom Powell rounding it all out. But it is Steve PhD number 1, ARC 31, Typhoon 84, Evesham 92. And oh, how the track has changed from how they went out bus before they had their rerun. And by the looks of it, is it starting to split? I'm not quite sure. And as I said, I think it is though. So. But the track is certainly over and holding up. But this time around, Steve Lindsay takes the last lap flag in PhD number 1. What Palmer got? Has he got an answer in ARC 31? But he looks quite content with second for a minute in time. But someone who isn't is Ridian Evans in Typhoon 84 as he looks to try and carry the momentum, but just pushing on wide in Typhoon 84. Or is he going to carry the momentum down the far straight and close that gap to Dave Palmer, as Palmer needs to shut the door in ARC 31. But it's Steve Lindsay in PhD number 1 that's going to come out of turn number 2. See the checker flag. Ridian Evans is up the inside of Dave Palmer. There's a move on the last lap. And PhD 1 it is. Typhoon 84, ARC 31, Evesham 82 of Tom Powell. So that is all my reruns. No reruns in the Class 2s this time, which is a shock. Yeah, and a miracle, yeah. So what is that? Junior Saloons. So that is over to the man himself, over to Gareth Jones.
Yeah, thanks very much, Archie. We're going to go straight into the rerun of race 5 of the second round of qualifying of your Junior Saloons. Shropshire Designs, your sponsors throughout the 5 rounds of this year's championship. And your local sponsors here for Junior Saloons, Collier's Garage and MOT Centre. This is a rerun that is going to go excluding Bo Bennett in Breeden Hill 33. We have yellow flags waving around this ovals venue, and we're up and we're racing. And it is Will Evans in TA7 that once again leads down into the farmyard turn for the first time. He's followed in through turn 1 and 2 by Dexter Price, flying the flag for the home league in Hereford number 6. Evesham 146 is Molly Bubb. She started all the way out in the slurry in lane 8, but she's there in that 3rd position, and she's racing just ahead of the Alex Seal Hereford 36 machine, but unfortunately losing a position or 2 there on the far straight. Cambridge 142 is Grace Williams. She's there in that 4th spot, and the car at the tail end of the field is Molly Mosley in PhD number 8. But it's not a matter for your race leader, who is going to round out another circuit, and he's going to race on that very tight inside line through the start gate turn in TA number 7. It is Will Evans. That's got about 10-12 car lengths clear now of Dexter Price in Hereford number 6, and once again he's hugging those cones, hugging those tyres, and just exiting turn 2 a little bit wider to get on the grippy stuff. But it is Will that's going to start his last lap in the TA7 machine from Dexter Price in Hereford number 6. Alex Seal still there rounding out your top 3 in Hereford 36. Molly Mosley's made it up from 6th to 4th in PhD 58. And that means that Grace Williams in Cambridge 142 is back there in that 5th spot, and Molly Burb at the tail end of the field in Evesham 146. But everybody is safely on to their final circuit, and to round out the second round of qualifying of the Junior Saloons, it is going to be Will Evans. TA7 takes the win. Dexter Price in Hereford 6 takes 2nd. 3rd place is going to be Alex Seal in Hereford 36. 4th place is going to go to Molly Mosley from the PhD Club in the South Wales League in PhD 58. Cambridge 142, Grace Williams takes 5th, flying the flag for the East Anglian League. And Molly Bubb in Evesham 146, flying the flag for the MAP League, then rounds out your second round of qualifying of the Collier's Garage and MOT Centre sponsored Junior Saloons. We look to the line, we can see minis, imps, pickups, we can see a lot of things, but most importantly, we can hear the voice of Mr. Tim Jones.
Thank you, Gareth. Yeah, so here we go then. Heat 2 of qualifying of men's Class 4. Hereford Clutch Clinic is your very kind sponsor, and Mutt Junkie is your series sponsor. No time to mention who's in race 1 then, as they leave the line. All will be a bit scrappily as the rain once again starts to come down, but into the first turn is Ben Golding. Goldie leads the way, had a win this morning. North Shropshire 434 finding a bit of grip from somewhere, as so does Jumbo Williams. Williams. Richard Williams, Border County 25, just moving through into that second place slot, just past the I think who's that in that one? I think that must be Joseph Cameron in the CW54, but down the far side still Goldie Lees, North Shropshire 4:34 from Jumbo Williams in Border County is 25. Ross Fisher then runs in that fourth place slot as they just try and find a little bit of grip out there. As then Ross Fisher then moving through, a bit of contact is the CW machine, and Richard Williams just comes to grief in Border County 25, and TA 155 of Colin Davis is the other car we got running. Typhy 28 going through. That's the imp of Stephen Morris, and penalty for Daniel Jones rounds it all out, but no problems for the Class 6 National Champ Ben Gould, North Shropshire 4:34. Back round towards the end, 1 lap to go. So clear race leader Ross Fisher running second in Penau number 1, IK 272 from CW54, and I think that's Richard Williams of Border Counties 25, and Typhy 155 it is. That just about completes it, because Stephen Morris comes through in Typhy 28, but taking a win, and 2 totally different conditions as well, but he'll take that 2 out of 2 after day 1. Will Ben Gould, North Shropshire 4:34. Then comes Ross Fisher in Penau at number 1, was sitting 5th over from the first round of qualifying. CW 154, that's Joseph Cameron. IK 272 and Border Counties 25, and Typhy 155, that's Colin Davis, and Typhy 28, Stephen Morris does complete, because we've lost Daniel Jones, who's called it a day in Penau number 4. So that's heat 1 done and dusted. As I say, the rain just starting to get heavier. It's such a shame. The track was really starting to dry out very, very nicely. But we look down towards the line, and the last of the heats in Class 4. So they should see Aidan Murphy in CW 346, Ajan Lewis in PAC 71, Dan Grasby in Eacham 220, Jamie Williams in Melton 58, Graham Whittingham SR 61, Mike Jones Hofer 31, Hugh Jones CM7, and Andy Whittingham in SR 50. Already off the line and into the farmyard bend we go for the first time. Mikey Jones absolutely flat out sideways in the Class 4, but Hugh Jones it is that comes through to take up the running. Command 7 it is from Hayes 31. Then comes Mountain 58 of Jamie Williams, who runs in that third place slot just ahead of, I think that's Andy Whittingham in SR 50. So the top 4 once again down the far side, as CM7 of Hugh Jones once again tries to hug the tyres and find what little grip there is out there, as another lap gone as your race leader. Mike Jones there for 31, then comes Mountain at 58, SR 50 going through PAC 71 of Ajan Lewis, and the CW 346 of Aidan Murphy. Dan Grasby in Eacham 220, not liking conditions at 1 bit ahead of SR 61 of Graham Whittingham. But once again, back around towards us with the yellow flag, with the black cross then that goes out. With Hugh Jones, 1 lap to go, Commander 7, Mike Jones, Hereford 31. Then Mountain 58 of Jamie Williams, SR 50 of Andy Whittingham. Then comes the PAC 71 of Ajan Lewis, and the CW 247 machine just going through. Dan Grasby in 220, and SR 61 will complete the race order, but looking nice to the front. It's going to be a win, another one with 2 wins out of 2. Commander 7, Hugh Jones takes the win. Mike Jones in Hereford 31. Mountain 58 then comes through to complete. Jamie Williams ahead of PAC 71, and I think the CW machine of Aidan Murphy just ahead of Andy Whittingham in SR 50. And the last two round 2 complete. That's Dan Grasby. Was 7th in this morning in Eacham 220, and completing it all, that will be Graham Whittingham in SR 61. So tricky conditions for the class 4 boys. So let's see, as we step up a class, we go to men's class 6s. So a second round of qualifying, as we look down towards the line there. Race 1, Darren Rees in Typhi 95, Richard Jones in Cwmdu 279, Phil Olsen in Carmarthen 47, Glyn Bailey in Scunthorpe 33, Bryn Jones in Swansea 35, Stu Thompson in White Rose 3, and Mickey Manning, who starts right towards the inside in Evesham 5. SGS Gas is, of course, your very kind series sponsor, and the sponsor for the actual for the meeting is MGN Group, Cwmdu Motorsport. So again, all the details in the programs and obviously on the website and all that sort of thing. So once again, big thanks to everybody involved. Okay, away we go then. First run of Heat 2, men's class 6s. I'll be a bit slowly away from the line as into turn 1 we go. Olsen's in there somewhere in Carmarthen at 47, just being passed by Richard Jones in Cwmdu at 279 as Phil's slowed on them and the car's cut out or it cut out of gear or something, but he's got it back going. But once again, Pius very, very slowly. Richard Jones, 279, is the race leader. Mickey Manning running in second, Evesham 5. Then comes Olsen back up to third in Carmarthen 47. So that's the 1, 2, and the 3. Then comes, I think that's Darren Rees in Typhi 95. As once again down the far side we go. So we're not no Glyn Bailey in this one in the Scunthorpe 33, but we have got Richard Jones 279 as he's still your race leader. Manning runs second, and Olsen in Carmarthen 47. Just the slightest contact as they come by us. So as I think it's Tomo in White Rose 3 when we didn't mention, as Mickey Manning pulls into the middle, obviously problems on board the Evesham 5 machine. Looks like front suspension's broke or something by the looks of it. So also Phil Olsen stranded as well in Carmarthen 47. So a bit of a race of attrition for these Class 6 boys. But Richard Jones will come back round once again and start the final circuit. So the second place machine then, as they come back round towards us, that's going to be Tomo, White Rose 3 from Darren Rees in Typhi at 95. So, as I say, bit of a race of attrition. Class 6s and water don't tend to mix, I must admit. But there we go, back round towards us. And the race leader will become race winner, Richard Jones, Cwmdu 279. So then a bit of a gap back to the second place machine. That's going to be Tomo, Stu Thompson in White Rose 3. Picks up a good second. And Darren Rees in Typhi 95. So, say a bit of a race of attrition. Obviously, we're going to need recovery for Mickey Manning in Evesham 5 and Phil Olsen in Carmarthen 47. Such a shame. He had a good first run. Also, Nicola had a good run in the ladies earlier on. So, hopefully, nothing too serious. They can get that fixed and sorted. So, while we let that the recovery teams do their job, let's see who's in race 2 of men's 6s. That brings out then Jay Colgate in North Wales 20, Billy Roberts in PAC 12, Simon Morgan in Severn Valley 62, Andy Johnson in Scarborough 16, Kai Williams in Typhi 121, Andy Lewis in PhD 85, and Janesy, Marlin Janes, starts towards the inside of the grid in lane 1 in Yorkshire Dales 10. So that's the lineup for race 2. Obviously, Corbag also needed for Glyn Bailey, who didn't make it off the start line. So hopefully, once again, nothing too serious, and he can get that car sorted. And hopefully, you'll see that back out in the ladies a little bit later on. So looks like we're about sorted. So as I say, if you're watching on BAStv, then a very good afternoon to you. I hope you're enjoying all the action, all the commentary, and everything that's coming your way. So I think we've got the ambulance just coming on. I think Mickey may have just taken a bit of a knock on the in the Class 6 machine, but I'm sure it's only precautionary. He's made a stern stuff is Mickey Manning. So obviously, well, that's just needs to be sorted out. Once again, thanks to all the sponsors, and I know we're not there yet, but thanks to all the team for keeping you entertained throughout the day. I know we've got a bit more to do yet, but just getting a quick thank you. Yeah, yes, Liam, you've got a fair bit to go out there, mate. It's got to be said, but no, always appreciated. So, as I say, those of you who are actually here at trackside, then of course all the catering facilities are here, and if you're camping, then I'm sure the bar is open, or it will be open very shortly if it isn't. So get yourself a lemonade or something perhaps a bit stronger. I don't know if there's any disco tonight or anything. Anybody know? No.
Bluey's doing the disco.
Ah, Bluey's doing the disco. I've just been told tonight, so that'll be a cracking night. Ah, right, okay. And also we've got a bit of live singing as well. So if you're staying on site and you fancy a bit of entertainment tonight, then I'm sure Bluey's always does a good disco. It's got to be said. So that'll be worth hanging about for and getting down the beer tent a little bit later on. So as I say, plenty of keep yourself fed and watered. And those of you staying over, then as I say, I'm sure we're in for a good weekend. Weather. We've had a few showers and a few bits and pieces, but I'm sure we'll get that sorted. So looks like the. Yes, thank you, Gareth. So yeah, just had another message as well. Don't forget to sign on after your second heat. There is no signing on tomorrow. So if you're not signed on by tonight, then unfortunately you ain't racing tomorrow. It's as simple as that. So once you've done your second heat, then just go down to the sign-on tent, which is the big marquee just to the left of us in commentary. Can't miss it, right in the middle of the spectator bit. So yeah, get yourself down there, get it sorted, get signed on, and then you ain't got to worry about signing on, because as I say, there's no signing on no signing on tomorrow. So say get it done, and then you're going to relax in the evening. So I think they've sorted whatever problem was out. So the tractor just attached to Mickey Manning's Evesham 5 machine. I think Mickey is back into the car, so hopefully it doesn't look anything too serious. So he'll be moved then out of harm's way, and we'll get on with race 2. So just give you a quick reminder, Jake Holgate in North Wales 20, another one who had a win this morning. So Billy Roberts also will be there in PAC 12. Simon Morgan in Severn Valley 62. Andy Johnson in Scarborough 16. Kai Williams in Typhy 121. Andy Lewis, PhD 85. And Marley James in Yorkshire Dales 10. So, as I say, the only one heat winner then in this one. There is a couple more to go head-to-head in race 3. Dalt Thomas and Jordan Hampson. So, say plenty to play for. Still loads and loads of points up for grabs as we look to get the second race underway. So, Mickey Manning's car, as I say, just about pulled out of harm's way. Back to the pits. So we're going to be looking for track clearance very shortly. Welsh flag is raised, and we go racing. Men's 6s are away from the line, right from grid 1. It's Marlon Jamesy, Yorkshire Dales 10, that just about leads into turn 1 with, I think that's Jake Holgate, first round winner in North Wales 20. That comes back round towards us. Then Scarborough 16, Andy Johnson in that third place, PhD 85 going through. That's Andy Lewis from Simon Morgan in Severn Valley 62, and completing all then that will be Kai Williams in Typhy 121. So back down the far side, we've lost one of them. That's Billy Roberts in PAC 12, but we haven't lost Marley James in Yorkshire Dales at number 10, who's once again back round towards us, just blipping that throttle, trying to find a bit of grip and a bit of drive. But he leads the way. North Wales 20, Colgate runs second then ahead of Andy Johnson in Scarborough 16, PhD 85, Andy Lewis from Simon Morgan in Severn Valley at 62. And Typhy 121, Kai Williams just really is struggling to find a bit of grip, but he goes through and starts another lap. 1 lap to go then for Jamesy, Yorkshire Dales 10, as once again the Nova comes back round towards us. One to go. Colgate runs second in North Wales 20, Andy Johnson in Scarborough 16. Then a bit of a gap back to Andy Lewis, but he's still there and still running in PhD 85 More problems for Kai in Type V121. Simon Morgan in Severn Valley 62 also starts his final circuit, but coming back round and taking a good win. And 55 points for Jamesy, Yorkshire Dales 10 from North Wales 20 of Jay Colgate. Scarborough 16 and Andy Johnson will come through as well. Then a bit of a gap back to Andy Lewis in PhD AC5. So as Andy comes across to complete, and Simon Morgan in Severn Valley 62. And the last car then to come round and complete race 2. That will be Kai Williams in Type V 121. So 2 races done and dusted. So as we look once again down to the line, race 3 already assembled and waiting to go. Michael Keogh, you're one of your series sport race sponsors in Cwmdu 433. Dalt Thomas, horse solo win this morning in Carmarthen number 8. Stephen Parsonage, another quick class 6 driver, also somewhere there. North Wales 146. Jordan Hampson, another first round winner or first heat winner in Pennine 70. Andy Russell, Aaron Smith and Anthony Conway complete the order. Away we go as once again we lead into the farmyard bend for the first time. Parsonage it is on the outside as somebody looking to come through. Dalt Thomas in Carmarthen number 8, but it's Hampson that's found a super line somewhere in Pennine 70, and he's already just starting to pull away in Pennine 70 as Dalt Thomas then looks through and moves through to second in Carmarthen number 8. Then comes Russell in IK 64 as they go down the far side. Conway making ground as well in Scunthorpe number 91 as once again back round towards as they come. Hampson still your leader in Pennine 70. Then comes Dalt Thomas in Carmarthen 8. Russell runs in third in 64. Parsonage in 146. Conway in 91. Then comes Aaron Smith in SR 71. And completing it all then Michael Keogh in Cwmdu 433. But once again, down the far side and into the farmyard bend. And once again, it is Jordan Hampson that's looking to make this 2 wins from 2 as the last lap flag goes out. Pennine 70 that motors on. Dalt Thomas in Carmarthen 8. Then comes Andy Russell, IK 64. Andy sitting in at a 7th this morning. So he's the 2nd this morning. He's joined 7th overnight. So we all look to get big points. Somebody picking up the green flag as well. I think that may be Aaron Smith in SR 71. But while this is all happening, your race leader is about to come race winner, and another 55 points on the board and another 2 wins from 2. Pennine 70 will take Andy Russell in IK 64. It's Dalt Thomas in Carmarthen 8. Stephen Parsonage in North Wales 146. Then comes Conway in Scunthorpe 91. Michael Keogh in Cwmdu 433. And I think that's about all we're going to finish. No, there he is. He will come across, pick up a few points, and I think had a green flag to boot as well. Aaron Smith in SR 71. So action-packed race 3 of men's class 6s. So would you expect anything less from the 6 boys as we look down to race 4? So that brings out Jordan Tinker in York 35. Another first heat winner, James Sinnott in CW 174. Ollie Soul in St Neots 668. Carl Proctor in York 77. Tom Pipe also will be there in North Shropshire 5. Joe Grayson in Scarborough 96. And Adrian Lewis will complete it all in lane 1 in PAC 7. So that's your runners and riders for race 4. So James Sinnott, another very, very quick machine, also had a win this morning, so he'll be looking to make it 2 wins out of 2, same as Hampson as we get underway. Pipes quick away in North Shropshire 5 as Lewis goes with him now in PAC number 7 as they all bunch up into the first turn. Where's Sinnott? He switches right to the outside trying to get more speed. It hasn't really worked, but he's moved through into 30 in CW 174. Proctor also in as well in York 77 and Tinker in 35. As once again they all come by us for the first time, but Tom Pipe is your race leader. Once again, North Wales number 5 it is. It leads down the far side from Adrian Lewis in PAC number 7. Sinnott running third in the CW 174. That's your top 3 as once again back round towards us, and another lap successfully in the book. North Wales 5. Sinnott moves through CW 174, PAC 7, York 77. Then comes Tinker in York 35. Then there's, I think that's Ollie Soul. It's in at 668. And at Scarborough 96, Joe Grayson rounds it all out in the Class 6 race 4. But once again, into the farmyard bend we go. Yellow flag with a black cross time already. Tom Pike, North Shropshire 5, 1 to go. Sinnott running second in at 174. Then comes Adrian Lewis in DC 77, York 35 of the Tinker machine of Jordan Tinker. And PAC, the last of the runners and riders then is at the Scarborough 96 of Joe Grayson, but looking to get a bag full of points, and 55 points then on the board, and the race win. Pikey wins it. North Shropshire 5, James Sinnott in CW 174. PAC number 7 will take Adrian Lewis, takes third from York 77, York 35, Ollie Soul in Sydney at 668. And the last one to complete then will be Joe Grayson in Scarborough 96. So that's race 4 done and dusted. So once again, onwards and upwards we go. Looks a bit of a depleted grid for race 5, but we'll see who definitely is there. Is Darren Bryan, of course, your national champ, starts right towards the outside in Scarborough 41. So there should be Aaron Murray in C8. I don't think Aaron's down there, but I may be wrong. But Ollie Hadley should also down be there in Sem Valley 701. Darren Thomas in Typhy 66. Adrian Brown, PAC 37. Another one had a win this morning, Ben Gasby in Pennine 7, and Jordan Copeland in Scunthorpe 15. So that's provisionally who we should have. So we're just having a quick look on the TV screen. And Dan Bryan is actually there, and Ben Gasby is there, and we think the other person may be Jordan Copeland in Scunthorpe 15. No? So, quick double check on the TV screen and put my glasses on. It's Adrian Brown in PAC 37 that actually we think is there. So Gareth confirms it as well. So if he says so, then he's got better eyes than I have. So it's got to be right. So that's race. You line up for race 5, and he's younger than me as well. So. Right, so race 5 then, as I say, bit of a depleted lineup, but once we get underway, it is from the outside of the grid, Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41 that does indeed lead the way from Ben Gasby in Pennine 7, and it is indeed Adrian Brown in PAC 37. So yeah, just the 3 cars in race 5, so say no Aaron Murray, Ollie Hadley, Darren Thomas or Jordan Copeland. But we have got Scarborough 41, Darren Bryan, because he's still your clear race leader, as back round towards us again, gets it absolutely flat out sideways, and back round towards us he comes though, but still a clear race leader, Scarborough 41, penalty 7 of Ben Gasby, and Adrian Bryan and PAC at 37. So field fairly well spread out, no challenge anywhere on track, but it is Darren Bryan who once again leads them into the bottom bend for the penultimate time already. On to the last lap, Scarborough 41. Penalty 7 of Ben Gasby and Adrian Bryan in PAC 37. So once again, no change in the race order as we look towards the bottom bend once more, and a second this morning did Darren Bryan, so a win in the second, that'll do very nicely after day 1. Engasby in Pennine 7 also had a win this morning, so set for another one with first and a second. And PAC at 37 of Adrian Brown then picks up some good decent points, and that'll see him in good stead for tomorrow. As I say, another one who had a second this morning, so another load of points to carry forward for tomorrow. So race 5, so the last of the provisional races then. Race 6 of men's sixes are already assembled on the line once again. Looks a bit of a depleted grid, but Paul Bailey is certainly there in Hereford 99 as he starts towards the outside of the grid. So Alan Bolger in CW 143 should be there. Dane Clompen in Scunthorpe 36. Neil Reid in Typhy 221. Paul Melly, another one, had a win this morning. I certainly see Paul's distinctive machine down there in Swansea 1. And Ted Preedy in Radford 190. Also, I think I can see Ted's car there. Starts right towards the inside of the grid in lane 1. So that's provisionally your runners and riders for this one. So the just the recovery team just back into possession into the centre of the Ovals Raceway, and then we'll get to the last race of Heat 2 qualifying the men's sixes. Once again away from the line, and it's Melly who's quickest away in Swansea 1, and once again into the first turn is your race leader. Also Neil Reid also in there as well in Typhy 221 in the Mini Traveller in that second place slot. Then comes the Irish Machine CW 143 from Ted Preedy in Radford 190 and Paul Bailey in Hereford 99. So we're missing Dane Copeland in Scunny 36, but we're not missing the race leader because that's still Paul Melly in Swansea 1. Another one looking to make it 2 wins from 2, and he's certainly going the right way about it. As once again back around towards us, there's a certainly dry line there as he looks to hook it up and get around the top part of the circuit. Is your race leader Toby 221 CW 143. Then comes Ted Preedy and Paul Bailey having their own battle towards the back of the field, but Paul gains a place, now up to 4th, as once again down the far side they go, and already last lap flag time. So back round towards us, 1 to go, Swansea 1, Paul Melly from Neil Reid in Typhy 221. Then comes the CW 143 of Alan Bolger from Paul Bailey in Hereford 99 and Ted Preedy in Radford 190. So once again, no change anywhere on the field, fairly well spread out, but another one, I think he's going to make this then at 2 wins then out of 2 after day 1, and another 55 points on the board. Paul Melly takes it as your race winner. It's Typhy 221 from Neil Reid, CW 143. Then comes Paul Bailey in H99, and completing it all then Ted Preedy in Radford 190. So that 6 is done and dusted. So next time we'll see them will be the 3rd round of qualifying, which obviously will be tomorrow. So moving onwards and ever upwards onto the stock hatches. 2 heats of them this morning, and 2 heats we've still got. MJ Powell and Son is your very kind sponsor. And of course, the meeting sponsor, the series sponsor rather, is SGS Gases. So once again, big thanks to all involved. Race 1 then should bring out Stuart Powell in C95, Paul Lickley in Yorkshire Dales 95. You heard him on the mic earlier. You'll certainly see him on track. That's Archie Lewis in Cwmdu 241. As he's joined by Leon Cook in the Scarborough 65, Jonah Cosby in Melton 4, Justin Hardy in South Somerset 8, Martin Murray in Cwmdu 88, and Martin Phillips in Cwmdu 50. As once again, already away and racing. So the Justin Hardy machine it is that leads the way from Melton number 4 of John and Cosby. So That's the race order as they once again come back round towards us. It's South Somerset 8 that leads away. Cosby running second in Mountain number 4. Then comes Yorkshire 95 of Paul Lickley. Then comes Cwmdu 50 of Martin Phillips. Stuart Powell in C95. Martin Murray in C88. Archie Lewis down the order this time though in Cwmdu 241. And Leon Cook in Scarborough 65. But once again, back round towards us, still hugging those cones, hugging that dry line. That's South Somerset number 8 of Justin Hardy, as he was at 4th this morning, so a win will do very, very nicely. As Mountain 4 then looks to give chase, and down the far side, Jono took a second this morning, so we're looking at another second will just do very, very nicely. As they look to come back round towards us. Then a bit of a scrappy run this one, but that won't matter to Justin Hardy in South Somerset 8. Mountain number 4 then takes second. Then comes Yorkshire 95 of Paul Lickley. Martin Phillips in Cwmdu 50. Then we're going to be dashed to the line. Stuart Powell in C95. Cwmdu 241 of Archie Lewis from Martin Murray in C88. And completing the first heat then, Scarborough 65 will be Leon Cook. Right, a bit of a scrappy first heat, so let's see if we can do any better with race 2. So, race 2, Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64, John Petrie in Radford 59, Ross Holland in Hereford 182, Jason Holland in Hereford 183, Sam Smith in Sun Valley 99, Cian Vernals in C76, James Williams in Border Counties 225, and starting towards the inside of the grid, James Holmes in North Shropshire 391. So that's your lineup for race 2 of the stock hatches. So best of the bunch then. James Holmes took a win this morning, so he'll be looking to certainly do the same once again. As quad bikes, I think, make their way off the track, or they've got one stuck before the exit gate, so just needs a little bit of assistance required. So I think that's maybe Leon Cook in Scarborough 65 that just may need a little bit of assistance off the track. So I just need the telehandler. I think it's gone up to just try and move the car off the circuit, but I think they've got it sorted. So quad bikes then will go back into the centre of the Overalls Raceway, and race 2 hopefully will be underway very, very shortly. James Holmes, James Williams, Cian Vernal, Sam Smith, Jason Holland, Ross Holland, John Petrie and Chris Patterson. That's who we've got as they once again leave the line. Sam Smith a bit slow away in Sun Valley 99, but it's the car from the inside of the grid. First round winner James Holmes that looks to lead them into turn 1 and turn 2. North Shropshire 391 it is that leads the way from James Williams, Border Counties 225. Then comes Ross Holland in Hereford 182. That's the 1-2 and the 3. Then comes John Petrie in Radford 59. Oh, that's the top 4 as they go once again down that far side, but still your race leader is still James Holmes, North Shropshire 391. Once again, very tight line round the farmyard bend once again, and still your race leader from James Williams, Border Counties 225, Hereford 182. Then comes Hereford 183. That's going to be Jason Holland from Scarborough 64, Chris Patterson, John Petrie, Radford 59, and Sam Smith will complete it all in Sun Valley 99. So once again, no change anywhere on track, but your race leader, if anything, just starting to pull a little bit of daylight between himself and the chasing 2 as the last lap flag goes out. 931, 225, 182. That's still your 1-2 and the 3. Then comes Jason Holland in Hereford 182, Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64, and John Petrie in Radford 59. as I think we've lost somebody, but we haven't lost the race leader, as once again back round towards us. Checkers then at the ready. It's going to be 2 wins out of 2. James Holmes, North Shropshire 931, takes it from Border Counties 225 of James Williams. From Ross Holland, Hereford 182, Hereford 183. That's going to be Jason Holland. Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64. And John Petrie in Radford 59. And I thought we lost somebody, because that's Sam Smith, who's come to grief down the bottom part of the circuit in Severn Valley 99. So that completes Stock Hatches for their second round of qualifying. Next time we'll see them is tomorrow for their third and final run. But looking down towards the line, it's the men's Class 8 second round of qualifying. 10 races hopefully to come your way. So to take you through the first race, who's there, who's not, who's done what, it's over to Mr. Liam Williams.
Yeah, 10 races scheduled. Probably about 30 to come your way. We'll wait and see. So men's Class 8's then down there on the line. Raider 4x4, your very kind sponsors for the weekend. Of course, Beresford Chassis and Components, your sponsors over the course of the series. And race 1 down there on the line. Start as you mean to go on, because I tell you what, this is a very competitive heat that is ready to come out. 2 heat winners then. Tom Lewis in Border Counties 55, picked up 55 points in heat 1, as did Ash Howard in PhD 21. Both of those are down there on the line. They're joined by Cwmdu Thomas in Carmarthen 26. He had a second. Russ Shepherd also had a second. In South Somerset number 3, Colin Lynon is also down there. Matt Middleton, Katie Phipps and Daz Mullen are the ones that's going to join. Daz Mullen, of course, high up in the points tally, but didn't have the best of runs, had no points in heat 1, so he's looking to improve. But it's Russ Shepherd, the first one that pops out in South Somerset number 3. Tom Lewis then runs second in Border Counties 55, but running on a wide line as Mullen looks up the inside, as Shepherd left a gap, not at the inside, but Tom Lewis goes right round the outside in 55, takes up the running and takes him down the far side for another time. It's 55 from number 3 from 37. There you 1, 2, 3 as they come past us. It's Tom Lewis, Ash Howard up to 4th with the South Somerset machine running in 5th. Colin Lynon in Mallow 13. Towards the back, we got a change at the front. Shepherd fights back up the inside in South Somerset number 3. Cwmdu Thomas well down the order now in the Carmarthen machine with a lot of work to do, but we're going to keep our attention at the front. It's last lap flag. It's Russ Shepherd with 1 more to go. Can Tom Lewis find a way past him as he's in the early stages in BC 55? We got to change to 3rd as Ash Howard now moves up the inside of Daz Mullen, but look at the race for 1st and 2nd as Lewis is trying to find the wide line round the outside, but switches to the inside. Is he going to make it work? It looks like he is. He pushes on and Russ is going to fight back. It's a dash to the line. It's Russ Shepherd from Tom Lewis, Ash Howard, Colin Lynon. Then we go to Daz Mullen, Matt Middleton in South Somerset number 80. And Cwmdu Thomas, well, I'll tell you what, he had a second in heat 1, but doing his points tally no good as he finishes towards the tail end in heat 2. But what did I say? Start as you mean to go on. Well, if that's the case, then those Class 8 boys have certainly set the standard with that first race. Russ Shepherd just about claiming victory from Tom Lewis as they come across the checkered flag. So Tom Lewis then a 1st and a 2nd, Russ Shepherd a 1st and a 2nd, Ash Howard a 1st and a 3rd at the end of day 1. So it's all mixing up at the top of the points. Race 2 brings out another heat winner. Lee Talbot, Sturton 187, should be down there. Graham Moss, Aaron Cavigan, Paul Lockwood, Owen Lloydell, Chris Pope, Gaz Edwards and Wes Hathaway. Popey had a 2nd, so he'll be one to keep your eye on as well. But Wes Hathaway it is that gets the best of the breaks in the Breed Nail machine as he leads him into turn 1, runs out wide. Pope's in the mix in the middle. We got Gaz Edwards facing the wrong way, but it's Paul Lockwood that comes out on top just momentarily though as he gets relegated back to 2nd as Hathaway takes up the running once again in Breed Nail number 1. The ones who came to grief at the back have got it going again, but at the front, Wes Hathaway it is. That motor's on. Paul Lockwood runs in 2nd in 92. Popey runs 3rd in Spalding number 8. These 3 pulling away now from the rest of the pack, especially your race leader. Oh, Lockwood has done too much as he goes from 2nd down to 5th. So it's Hathaway from Pope. That's now your 1 and 2. as they start another circuit. Aaron Cavigan runs third, Graham Moss runs fourth. Lockwood's having an absolute nightmare at the back in the Scunthorpe machine. So only 4 of them left running, but there are 2 at the back steadily trying to get it going again. Paul Lockwood's one of them. Don't ask me who the other one is because I can't make it out. But at the front, it's definitely Wes Hathaway who moves on to his final circuit. Breedale number 1 it is. Chris Pope still runs there in second. And looks like he's going to end day 1 on 2 seconds. The race on for third, Aaron Cavigan takes up the third place position from Graham Moss in the White Rose number 1 machine. He runs fourth. Paul Lockwood running in fifth in the 92 machine and struggling after his earlier problems in that one. But it's going to be checkered flag. Wes Hathaway, well, he's made it look easy, no problems whatsoever. So Breedale number 1 it is, takes the win. Chris Pope 2 seconds then for Chris, so 90 points rather at the end of day 1. Graham Moss takes third in White Rose number 1. So Aaron Cavigan's going to be the next one across in the Yorkshdales number 5. And Paul Lockwood is going to be your final finisher in Scunthorpe 92. So Gaz Edwards then we've seen come to grief early in stages. Owen Lloydall I think was the one parked up in the middle, so those 2 then not having it the best of luck. And as I said, Lee Tolbert, the race winner in the first round of qualifying, nowhere to be seen in Heat 2. So the points are certainly going to get shaken up in men's Class 8. We're going to move on to race 3. No heat winners coming out in this one, but 3 drivers tied on 36 points who all picked up third places. Tom Chadwick in North Shropshire 151, Rich Cooper in Evesham number 2, and Martin Brown in Mallow 318. They all picked up third places. 2 fourth places then, Chris Juggins, Scunthorpe 50, and Gethin Lewis in BC 40. They're also going to be down there on the line. They're joined by Jim Pinches in Radford 53, Justin Thomas in North Shropshire 40, and Troy Pritchard in Cwmdu 34. So that's the lineup for race 3. And as I said, the points already in the first 2 races, you can see they are going to get shaken up from what happened in Heat 1. Of course, that is what happens when the conditions are trickier, when the weather changes. It provides different drivers with different lines, and that, of course, provides different results, which we're seeing in the early stages of a Heat 2. With Urea, the 4x4 sponsored at men's Class 8. So not too sure what we're waiting on. Looking around the circuit, it looks like we've got track clearance, but I'm obviously missing something. I think it's marshals on the start line that aren't ready for the cars to make their way off. They probably want to get as far out the way as possible so they don't get covered in mud when the Class 8 boys decide to lift their wheels. There we go, the bungee's out. Race 3 then is off the line, and someone got a great start. Gethin Lewis, I think it is, in BC 40. They got the best of the brakes from one of the inside grids, and tell you what, stormed out from grid 1 and has ended up in about grid 7 as they come through turn 1. But it's still 40 that leads, or is it? Juggins up the inside. It's Scunthorpe number 50. But I'll tell you what, these conditions are going to test these Class 8 driving standards to the limit. And it's Chris Juggins that leads the way. Rich Cooper slots into second. I think Gethin Lewis is still there in third in Border Counties 40. But as I say that, he looks for a way up the inside. Cooper leaves the door open in Evesham number 2. So as they come past us, it's going to be the brown one from the brown one from another brown one. It's going to be Chris Juggins that leads the way. Gethin Lewis, I think, in second. Chadwick looks to be up to third in the 151 machine as they go down that into that hillside bend for another time. The race on for third. Chadwick just running out wide in 151. I ain't got a clue who's coming up the inside, but we'll try and pick them up as they come past us once again. Chadwick's got it round, we know that for sure, in 151. But at the front, Chris Juggins it is in Scunthorpe 50 from Gethin Lewis. There you're 1 and 2 as they come past us. Rich Cooper is running in fourth. He's on the inside line in Evesham number 2, but can't quite get up into that third place, struggling now with the wet conditions. Chadwick is having problems, and Troy Pritchard in Cwmdu 34 is your back marker as it stands, but it's checkered flag. And at the front then, Chris Juggins it is. Once he got in front, he wasn't touchable, so he takes the win. Gethin Lewis takes second. Third is anyone's guess. Fourth is Rich Cooper. Fifth is Tommy Chadwick in 151. Then Troy Pritchard is definitely going to be the final of the finishers. So the ones we missed was Martin Brown and Jim Pinches. And I'm going to look to my left and to my right for support here. Does Does anyone know? So, those of you that are watching on BAStv, try and bear with us, because if you look to the line now, the cars are nice and shiny, nice and bright. They look brand new, but they ain't going to look like that when they get around turn 1. Race 4, anyway, is off the line. Dan McKenzie, Stu Whitehouse, Sean Wright, Matt Owen, Michael Tinker-Abbott, Jack Sharp, Dexter North, and Anthony Ross are the ones that are coming out. So Sean Wright, then, is the heat winner, but I don't even think that's the right race. So they threw something in, or is it? It is, because McKenzie's in there in Cambridge 44, and it's McKenzie that leads them round for the first time as they go into that top turn, as Matt Owen it is on the outside. Then in Cwmdu 115, looking to try and find some grip, but can't quite find it at the moment. So McKenzie it is that still leads him. Rossi runs third in Sturton 77, having a better run this time as he looks up the inside and tries to gain that second place advantage, but it's 44 from 77. Matt Owen in 115 is there in third. Jack Sharp's round at the back in York 96. He's got to get it going again. I think he's going to, but well down the order. But Dan McKenzie it is, Cambridge 44, a second in Heat 1. Looking to go one better in Heat 2 and add 55 points to his tally. But Anthony Ross is there in second. Anthony will race in any conditions and still try and find a win, but he's dropping back as McKenzie starts his final circuit. Rossi still runs second and Owen still runs third in 115. That's the order as they come past us. I think it might be Stuart Whitehouse who runs in fourth in the Trent 5 machine. But as I say that, making his move up the inside, and they go down the far side and into the barnyard turn for the final time. Dan McKenzie it is in Cambridge 44. That's unmistakable as he takes the win. 55 points to the tally. Rossi takes second. Third, I think, is Stuart Whitehouse, judging by the colour scheme. Michael Tinker-Abbott is the next one across. Then that's Sean Wright in Scunthorpe 71. Jack Sharp in York 96 then is the final one to finish, I think, because it looks like we lost Matt Owen in the middle. Presumably that is Matt Owen, as the C115 machine, indeed it is, that comes across then and completes it all after a strong showing in the early stages. Didn't end up the way he wanted it to. So race 4 concluded, and race 5 then should be down there on the line. 2 more heat winners coming out in race 5. Tim Russell in Victor Kent 19 and Jeff Beresford in North Shropshire 55. Now, Jeff did win his heat in fairly damp conditions, if you remember, because he was keeping the tight line the whole way round. So Jeff could have an advantage in this race, knowing what it's like racing on this track when it has had the bit of natural rainwater go down on it. But, of course, Tim Russell, as I said, another heat winner, certainly not to be excluded in this one. He's going to be joined by Dan Ray in Yorkshire Dales 52. He had a third in the first round of qualifying, so he'll be looking to try and improve on that. Peter Bilbley in York Treble 8 is also down there. Mark Barker in Evesham 25. Matt Doddridge in the Forest of Dean at 51. And Colm Wagner in the Carlo 19 machine. So that should be the runners and riders, and to be fair, it does look like we've got the runners down there, as they all seem to be coming out, and they get away from the line. The Carlo car, well, I was going to say the Carlo car's had a good start, but he's ended up facing the wrong way and he gets collected. So that's only going to end in tears. Beresford is then, that's going to lead the round. How long that's going to last, I don't know. Not long, there we go, because red flags are out on men's class 8s. So race 5 unfortunately comes to a premature halt, as the Carlo 19 machine, it was, like I said, was going to say he's had a brilliant start, but as he went into turn 1 he just got the car a little bit sideways, and I think it was the Doddridge machine that collected him in Forest of Dean at 51. So unfortunately those two come to grief as they go into that farmyard turn. So the marshals then out in attendance to get the cars separated and get them taken into the pits. And of course race 5 will go into the rerun lane for your men's class 8s. We nearly made it halfway through. So 10 races scheduled, that was the 5th. Not quite a 50% record as of yet, but we get there, Liam. Think positive. So that one goes into the rerun lane. Race 6 then, I'm sure this one can do us justice. Race 6 brings out another 2 heat winners. So there's a bit of a pattern going on with your men's class 8s in heat 2. So the 2 heat winners in this one then, Jake Herdman, probably had race of the day so far, in my opinion, in the Typhy 57 machine. certainly had the closest finish of the day as they come across the line side by side in Jake's race, but the result was given to him. I literally think it was by I was going to say by a tyre then, but I better not mention that. So by a wheel, we're saying. So he must have won by a wheel, we're saying. So a brilliant race. Hopefully we can see the same. Just because the conditions are bad doesn't mean that we're not getting good racing, because there are still lines around this track. There's plenty of grip underneath. We've seen that throughout the day. As it has rained, as quick as it's come down, it's dried out. So we certainly know this track can handle it. So who else is coming out then? Jake Herdman, the other heat winner. Liam Nichols, Yorkshire number 7. Liam had a storming win in the first round of qualifying. He's coming out of grid 8 in this one, so that's probably not the one he would have chose. If it was this morning, then that probably was the one he would have chose, but different conditions now. So grid 8 for him. They're joined by Spencer Mills. Spencer, no points, unfortunately, in the first round of qualifying. Dan Talbot, your newly crowned Map Open champion in Solway number 6. Again, didn't have the best of runs, and proven by the fact he's not coming out in Heat 2. He did actually go up in the air at one point in his first run, so unfortunately he's not there. Kenny Smith is certainly there in Striding District 41, and I think Carl Burns is also down there as he's come out in that second place as they go into turn 1. So Jerdman it is then. That's going to lead them round. Can he make it 2 wins out of 2 in 2 completely different conditions? He leads the way. Steve Mills in Cwmdu number 10 is also down there. He's the one we didn't get a chance to mention before they got off the line, but he is most certainly down there and certainly running with the best of them. He runs second at the moment, but your race leader is absolutely clear as he goes into that farmyard turn. He's turned to a Welsh club, changed his club, and now he's the master of wet conditions. That can't be a coincidence. Jake Herdman it is then. That leads the way. Steve Mills runs second in Cwmdu number 10. Then we go to, I think it was the Striding District machine. Ludlow 5 of Spencer Mills is there as well from Liam Nichols in Yorkshire number 7. So Liam, a heat winner, and now running at the tail end of the field with a lot of work to do. But not a lot of work to do for Jake Herdman. All he's got to do is keep it clear for one more lap as he starts his final circuit in TA 57. Carl Burns has got problems in Breednill 18. Steve Mills is running second, but Kenny Smith is looking round the outside in Striding District 41, but pushing on big time as he goes into that straight stand turn with Spencer Mills now looking to close the gap and Liam Nichols still in YD7. But is this the easiest it's looked in the wet? I think it might be. So Jake Herdman it is in Typhy 57. 2 wins out of 2 for him, and I'm sure he'll be absolutely over the moon at the end of day 1. Steve Mills takes second, Cwmdu number 10. Not a bad first day for him. Kenny Smith fought back to take third from Spencer Mills in Ludlow number 5. He takes 4th, and Liam Nichols in Yorkshire number 7 is going to complete it all, because the one coming round is Jake Herdman once again. So we might be able to excuse him for doing us an extra lap, because something tells me there might be a little bit of mud in his eyes that might block his vision. So we're giving the benefit of the doubt, I think. Although I don't know how there is mud in his eyes. He was in front for the whole race, so he can't say anyone was in front of him kicking it up. So there we go then. Race 6 of Ureda 4x4 sponsored at men's class 8s are complete. Race 7 is down there on the line, but there's not a lot of them. So who's coming out? I think then, as we look to the line, this is going to be fun. I think Adam Jones might be one of them down there. So we're just going to have a look. I'm going to say Adam Jones, because that looks fairly pink over on the far side for me. We think we got one in grid 1, Fergus Reynolds. He's certainly down there because he's come out of the gate, and we're going to pick the last one up as they get away. But it could be Stephen O'Neill in Cork number 9, because he had a heat win, so I can't see him not coming out after his good result. But at the front then, it's undeniably Adam Jones, Border County 69, had a second in his first run. As I said, Stephen O'Neill had a first, and he runs second, so these two will be tied on points if it stays the same. Fergus Reynolds has come to grief, but gets it going again in PhD 16. I think he picked up a black flag in the first round of qualifying, but if he keeps it going, he can get third place points here, and could certainly do a lot worse than that. But Jonesy it is in that Border County 69 machine. His grand return to Class 8, and he's making it very grand indeed. as he leads them round once more. 69 it is. Stephen O'Neill in cork number 9. After his earlier win, I'm sure he'll take a second in that one. Fergus Reynolds is climbing onto the Armco, but the yellow flags are going to come out, not the dreaded red ones, so we're going to keep it going. There's only one more lap to go, and there's only 2 cars in it, so Adam Jones it is that moves on to his final circuit. Stephen O'Neill still there in second. As long as these two can keep it going for 3/4 of a lap, then they're going to get first and second points. Fergus Reynolds has managed to get the car going, but sends himself into early retirement in PhD 16 as he finds himself square-wheeled in the middle of the track. But it's going to be 100 points at the end of day 1 for Adam Jones in Border County 69, and it's also going to be 100 points at the end of day 1 for Stephen O'Neill in cork number 9, a first and a second respectively for the pair of them throughout their 2 heats. So they find themselves matched on points as they go into the pits for the final time today, and of course we look forward to seeing them tomorrow. So down on the line, race 8 is ready to go, and it looks like we've got more of them coming out in this one. So race 8 then, can't tell you who's in it because they're already off the line, but Mitch Wells is certainly going to get the best of the breaks, or is he? Well, there you go. Speak too soon, Liam. Matt Stratton come from absolutely nowhere in Evesham 15 and takes up the running, goes out wide. Is Wells going to cut back through? Yes, he is. 3:56, takes up the running. We lost one right in front of commentary as the dust, and dust. There's no dust on that track, Liam. That's mud. So the mud gets kicked up in front of us. But at the front then, it's Mitch Wells. That's going to lead them round once more. 3:56, the race on the second. As Stratton goes out wide, and Sam Matthews makes the dash up the inside in 2:47 and takes up second place. But Wells is away and gone. Matthews now slots into second. Problems for Matt Stratton as he's dropping back, so Zach Yeardley now moves up to third. I think Matthews given up in this one. Problems with the car maybe in Evesham 15. Harry Liversidge is in there in Yorkdale's 90. And your back marker after earlier problems is a brown car. That's about as far as I know. So Mitch Wells then, one more lap to go for Mitch in Invicta Kent 3:56. Second is still Sam Matthews in the 2:47, and third is still Zach Yeardley in Sturton 6:91. There your top 3, very spread out as they go down the far side for another time as the Yorkdale's 90 of Harry Liversidge starts his final circuit. It's going to be checkered flag for your winner, Mitch Wells it is, in Invicta Kent 3:56. That takes a win and adds that onto his second place in Heat 1. Sam Matthews takes second in 2:47. Third is Zach Yeardley in Sturton 6:91. Then the next one across is going to be Harry Liversidge in Yorkshire Dales number 90. So Callum Barker, I presume, is the one that just come across. So there we go. Callum making it hard for us to pick him up. So hopefully Mickey's not in charge of car washing because he won't be happy with that. So that's another one complete from your men's Class 8. Unfortunately, lost one over on the far side, but as I said, another one done and dusted. 2 more scheduled to come your way. And race 9 then is down there on the line. Again, a bit of a depleted field, but there's still, I think, 6 of them down there ready to go. So the ones that are definitely down there, Jordan Candy, he's coming out of lane 8 in Stratton District 17. Daniel Stead, Border County 6, is in lane 7. Kate Lockwood in lane 6 in Scunny 191. Matt Bishop, of course, he's down there. He had a win in Yate and Sudbury 73. He's coming out of lane 5. Connor Jones isn't down there by the looks of things in lane 4, so that leaves Wes Green in lane 2, and unfortunately no Phil Goodenough either in Stratton District number 7. But the one to keep your eye on in this race is Matt Bishop. He had a brilliant win in the first round of qualifying, and he's going to lead them into turn 1 as well in the 73 machine. Kate Lockwood won second in 191 from Wes Green in Scarborough number 3. He's the one who runs there in third. Then the battle at the back between Jordan Candy and Daniel Stead, and that's the way it is at the moment. Candy runs 4th with Stead running 5th, but at the front it's Matt Bishop. I'll tell you what, no matter what the conditions on this track, Matt Bishop looks quick and could certainly be one of the names to watch tomorrow as they approach the semi-finals as he leads the way. Kate Lockwood it is that runs second. Wes Green, Jordan Candy and Dan Stead are the ones that are behind as the race could heat up. If it does, it's going to be for at least second because no one's getting near your race leader and Matt Bishop doesn't make mistakes. So don't expect to see one as the last lap flag goes out. Yaton Sobry 73 it is with one more lap to go. Kate Lockwood had a third earlier on, running second but running very wide. So can she hold on to that second place? Wes Green is waiting for her to go out too wide so he can capitalise, but it's not working at the moment. Jordan Candy is still there in fourth and Daniel Stead in fifth in Boulder County's number 6. But as I said, no matter the conditions, he seems to be quick. He certainly proved it. A quarter of a lap win virtually. Matt Bishop it is that takes the win. Kate Lockwood then a second and a third for Kate. I'm sure she'll take that at the end of day one as she comes across in second. Wes Green in Scarborough 3, Jordan Candy in Striding District 17 and Daniel Stead in Boulder County's number 6 is your final finisher in men's class 8. And that leaves us with one more grid down there on the line and ready to go. And down there on the line then, we've got no heat winners, so this could shake things up a bit as we look to get someone higher up in the points. So coming out in this one then, James Dorset, he's your highest point scorer in North Shropshire 292, and I believe he is on that inside line, but just looking, and I think he's there, but then there is a bit of a gap. There is a bit of a gap then in lane 2, so I don't think Tyler Heath Bayard's there, and I can't see Emily Gill either, but we will wait and see. Dan Smith is down there in Ludlow 44. That's totally unmissable car. That is the bright orange machine. Tyler Priest in Cwmdu 27 is down there, and I think Bryn Powell in Ludlow 4. I'm just trying to see if that is Emily Gill coming out in the lane 5. I think it might be. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars. So James Dorset, Emily Gill, Dan Smith, Tyler Priest, Bryn Powell and Mark Pascal. They should be the ones that are scheduled to come out. We will certainly pick them up as we get away from the line, which is going to be right this second as the flag goes up and the Class 8s get away. Who's going to be the first one to show? It's Bayard, so the one who I thought was missing is actually winning. So Bayard it is then. That leads him into turn 1. Oh, we got contact, cars facing the wrong way. 4 cars square-wheeled, and Powell it is though that emerges as your race leader, but only momentarily as the Bayard machine fights back. Tyler Priest, James Dorset runs in 3rd and 4th. Emily Gill runs in 5th, and the one that's behind is the Dan Smith machine, Ludlow 44. But at the front, let's see if these two can make a race of it. It's Bayard that leads the way in Striding District 102, but drifting out wide. Where's the grip on this circuit? They're all looking for it, and Bryn Powell might just have found it at the inside in Ludlow number 4 as he slips through and makes his move on that race lead. But what's he going to do going into that top turn as Bayard looks to fight back? These two in a league of their own and away and gone from the rest of the chasing pack. So we're going to stick with them because the last lap flag's going out and it's still tight, but Bayard's pushed on. He's gone, he's out of it. That's allowed Bryn Powell to just motor on in Ludlow number 4. Bayard's really got to put the work in just to get second as he's heading for the Armco. It's all gone wrong. Striding District 102 gets it all out of shape. Emily Gill now is coming to grief as well in Scunthorpe number 20, but at the front, Bryn Powell it is in Ludlow number 4. No problems whatsoever. He had a bit of luck on his side as well, but sometimes that's what you need. Ludlow 4 it is that comes across the line and takes the win. Then a big wait until we get to second after earlier problems. Second is James Dorset in North Shropshire 292. Third is Emily Gill in Scunthorpe number 20. Adam Smith in Ludlow 44 is the next one across, with Tyler Heath Bayard in Striding District 102. So I think Tyler Priest then was the one who had problems in Cwmdu 27. So, well, say what you want about the conditions, it's worked in my favour because I've improved on my first round of qualifying because I've only got one rerun to come your way of men's Class 8. So that's the secret. If you want to get through Class 8 successfully, have rain. Gareth did mention it before we started. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to prematurely excite myself and make sure that it didn't happen, but it has. So only the one rerun to come your way. So big thank you to Raider 4x4 and of course Beresford Chassis and Components for their sponsorship of Men's Class 8s. The one rerun to come your way a little bit later on, but we're going to move to the F600s, which are now on and off the line. And into turn one they go. 4 cars we got, and who's going to be the first one to show? Jamie Smith looks quick up the inside, but not quick enough because Harrison Barnbrook it is in Sturton 45. That takes up the running. Trevor Frost coming to say hello to everyone in commentary, I think, as he gets the car towards the Armco. That's put him in last, or fourth, whatever way you look at it. It's 28 points, put it that way. So things could be worse for Trevor. So at the front then, Harrison Barnbrook it is in the Sturton machine. That's going to motor on to another lap in 45. Second is going to be the Ludlow 16 machine of Ashley Bamford, and that's because Jamie Smith comes to grief on that turn, so he finds himself third, and Trevor Frost really not enjoying the conditions in White Rose 400 as he finds himself still playing catch up with the rest of the pack. But at the front, Harrison Barnbrook, no problems whatsoever, and is very much clear now from the chasing pack. In Sturton 45, he seemed to have found the right line around this circuit as he moves on to his final lap. Ludlow 8 at 16 then of Ashley Bamford still there in second, with Jamie Smith in YD 103 and Trevor Frost in White Rose 400 still the one at the tail end of the field. But there isn't going to be a change for the lead. I think he could afford to spin it and do a full 360 and still claim the win because he's that far clear in front. Sturton 45, Harrison Barnbrook is. That takes a win in the F600s. Then we're going to go to Ludlow 16 of Ashley Bamford, York Stars 103 of Jamie Smith, and Trevor Frost in White Rose 400 comes across to complete it all. So a very big thank you to Harrison Redding for their sponsorship of F600s. We are moving on to the big boys then, men's class 10s down there on the line. So big thank you to our sponsors in men's class 10s, of course ProLinks, your very kind sponsors for the series, and your sponsors for the weekend, SJ Lewis and Sons Limited. So big thank you to them. Race 1 then, down there on the line, Marcus Lewis, Carl Morgan, Darren Grasby, Leon Parnell, Kerwin Thomas, Robert Evans and Tony Jones. That's the lineup that we're expecting, and we got Kerwin Thomas, I think, climbing cars off the start line, so someone's come to grief at the back, and I'll tell you what, someone's giving it big sense at the front, aren't they? But it's not done them any favours whatsoever as they end up in the puddle. We got Tony Jones in the Armco. Everything has changed in the space of half a lap as Kerwin Thomas it is that takes up the running down the far side, and down the far side he goes for another time, and unchallenged at the moment because no one else can seem to get close to him. So into the farmyard bend he goes. We're going to pick the rest up as they come past us, as they're all caked in mud, but still trying to put on a show at least. It's Carmarthen 29 then Kerwin Thomas that leads from Tony Jones in the Pennine machine, Typhoon 91. Robert Evans is the one tucked in just behind him, and the one at the tail end of the field is the one I can't make out, but I'm going to take a guess and say it looks like Leon Parnell's car, but that isn't 100%. That's just me having a little quick guess. But at the front, it is last lap flag Kerwin Thomas. We know that for certain. He's your race leader. He hasn't got his goggles on, so I don't know how he can see. Tony Jones it is that runs in second. Typhoon 91 is the next one across. We've got problems then for another driver as they struggle with the conditions. That's Darren Grasby in Evesham 122, but Darren still runs in fourth and looking like he's going to pick up 28 points as long as he can get that car to limp over the line in one way or another. It's going to be checkered flag. Kerwin Thomas it is. Well, look at that. Is that the biggest celebration of the weekend so far? I think it might be. Kerwin Thomas takes the win. Tony Jones takes second in the Star Machine. Typhoon 91 of Robert Evans is going to be the next one across, and Darren Grasby, Evesham 122, is going to be your final finisher. Who says the weather has to put a dampen on spirits? Because I'll tell you what, Cwmdu Thomas might be the happiest man in the field at the moment. For those of you that didn't see it, if you was watching on BAStv and didn't quite pick it up, or if you were trackside, he must have done about 50 fist pumps as he come across the line. So fair play to him. I would be too if I just won a Class 10 heat at a BAS round. So fair play, Cwmdu Thomas, then your race winner for the first race of men's Class 10s. Who's going to take race 2? Because I'll tell you what, it's a brilliant lineup. Luke Bennett, heat winner in North Wales 62, and he won it in the wet. Can he do it again? Liam Evans had a second. Wes Tinker's down there. He had a black flag, so he's got work to do. Andy Bishop, Phil Peake, Gary Morris and Sam Burbage should be the ones joining in. We're going to see which ones are out there once they come past us. Gary Morris it is. That's going to lead them round for the first time, and it's virtually 3 abreast. Liam Evans and Wes Tinker are right in the mix. At the front, we got contact towards the back. Luke Bennett then runs in 4th in 62, and Yorkshire 63 is the one behind him, a Phil Peake. So someone we've lost into the Armco, but they've got to go it again, and it's Sam Burbage in Sturton, number 40. But at the front, we've got to change a race leader. It's Liam Evans. That's going to lead them round. Or is it Tinker again from nowhere? He's got a habit of doing that, but this time it's done him no favours in York number 40. As he goes from 1st to 3rd, climbs onto the infield, gets it back on track, but nowhere near the front now, as he's got work to do. It's Liam Evans from Gary Morris. There you 1 and 2. As they go down the far side, Wes Tinker from Luke Bennett in 3rd and 4th, with the Yorkshire Dales machine and Sam Burbage towards the tail end of the field. It's last lap flag this time, and Liam Evans mastering the conditions in Yorkshire number 3. Second is still Gary Morris, a wily old fox in Class 10, but I don't think he's got enough to get past Liam Evans in these conditions. As they go down the far side, Wes Tinker still runs 3rd. Luke Bennett lonely in 4th with nobody around him in North Wales 62. But if he needs taking 28 points, then I'm sure we're settled. As it's checkered flag this time, Liam Evans it is. That takes the win. I'll tell you what, Tinker's going to get second, is he? Yes. York 40 snatches it from Gary Morris in Cwmdu 28. Luke Bennett takes 4th in North Wales 62. Then we're going to go to Phil Peake in Yorkshire 63. He's the next one across. And just about avoiding the Armco by the looks of things is Sam Burbage in Sturton, number 40. And I tell you what, if I didn't know Sam Burbage was in that race, there's no way I would do that with Sam Burbage as he come across the line. Apart from the one blue bar I could pick up on the rear end of his car. So he's got to get the cleaning products out, put it that way. So he makes his way into the pits. But I'll tell you what, that was actually a very good race from men's Class 10s. And Wes Tinker, of course, getting involved, took up the lead, run back to 3rd, come back to 2nd. It allowed Liam Evans, though, to storm to victory in the North Shropshire machine. So 1st and 2nd at the end of day 1. Race 3 brings out Lee Seagraves then. He's a heat winner. And he'll be one to keep your eye on. Phil Young is also coming out. Phil Young, last time we seen him, he was on his roof. Next time we see him, he's leading the race. So there you go. That goes to show how quick things can change. And Seagraves is towards the tail end. We've lost one going into turn 1. But it's going to be Phil Young that leads him round. Holroyd's going with him. Vinny runs there in 3rd, with Lee Seagraves running 4th in ARC number 1. Then a drop down to Rhys Griffiths in Radford 202, and we've lost one, unfortunately, parked up in that puddle that we've unfortunately got to the right-hand side of commentary. But at the front, Phil Young it is in Evesham 23. That leads him round once again. Holroyd still runs 2nd in North Shropshire number 9. Vinnie Gibbons 3rd, with Lee Seagraves in 4th in ARC number 1. So Lee's got work to do. As I said, a heat winner earlier on, but not having it his way this time. Rhys Griffiths still there in 5th. And obviously your back marker, so completely unchallenged in Radford 202. The one we lost was your map and North England champion. It's Alex Fretwell. He had a 2nd, but certainly not going to plan this time. But Phil Young is looking to bounce back from the rollover he took earlier on. He was given 3rd place points in that first round of qualifying, but he's looking to add a 1st place onto that. So I'll tell you what, considering he was on his roof, that's not going to be a bad way to end the first day of the British Autograss series, as he's going to bring it into that bottom corner for the final time. 23 it is. That's going to take the win. Phil Young, Vinnie Gibbons snatches 2nd, moved up in 170. Lee Seagraves got 3rd in ARC number 1. So Holroyd went from 2nd down to 4th in North Shropshire 9. And Fretwell, your last one to finish. So we lost Rhys Griffiths as well, partway through in the 202 machine. So race 3 is done with. One more race scheduled to come your way of men's class 10s, and the final race brings out 2 heat winners from the first round of qualifying. Andy Hornshaw flying in his first heat in York number 7. Might have to slow the pace down this time. Likewise with Nige Beard in Gloucester in District 87. He also had a win. But I tell you what, these two won't slow down no matter the conditions, as Nige Beard takes up the running and Hornshaw slots in the second. So running to the form book as they go into turn 1. Beard goes out wide, but he's got the grip as he brings it past us. Barry Seal runs in third. Oh, well, this is in the Armco in South Somerset 6. It's all gone wrong. Lee Dodden is in 5th with the Scunny 45 of Matt Barnbrook at the tail end of the field. But Nigel Beard looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 in Gloucester in District 87. Into the farmyard turn he goes, forward another time. Hornshaw, no answer to him at the moment, but looking up the inside in York 7, he's found the gap, he's found the speed as well. So Hornshaw looked like he was a bit too far back, but he got it. But Beard's back up the inside as Hornshaw slams the door in his face in York number 7. Down the far side they go. Andy Hornshaw, the more experienced racer out of the 2, but doesn't necessarily mean he can hold off the challenge, as Nige Beard is going to pressure him the whole way round for the final lap. It's number 7 from 87. Barry Seal, after accumulating no points in round 1, is running there in 3rd with Lee Dodd in 4th in the North Wales machine. And unfortunately Chris Ellis and Matt Barnbrook, the ones struggling towards the tail end, but at the front it's Andy Hornshaw that leads him round and holds on to see the checkered flag. York 7, Nige Beard takes 2nd in Gloucester in District 87. 3rd is going to go to Barry Seal in Hereford 254. 4th is going to go to Lee Dodd in North Wales number 18 as he brings the car around. Then it's a race between Chris Ellis and Matt Barnbrook, but it's going to be Chris Ellis that's the next one across, with Matt Barnbrook behind in Scunthorpe 45. Which does conclude your men's class 10s for the first day of the second round at the Kent Cams and Simpsons sponsored British Autograss Series. Big thank you to SJ Lewis and Sons Limited for their sponsorships over the course of the weekend, and of course big thank you to ProLinks for their sponsors over the course of the series. Chris Ellis giving us an extra lap in South Somerset number 6, doing his bit to try and dry the track out, that's all it is. So Chris Ellis comes past, and as I said, it rounds off class 10s for their second round of qualifying. So we've got, or I've got, I should say, 1 rerun to come your way. Yeah, that's right, you heard me correctly. I've got 1 rerun. Not 15, not 12, nothing like that. Just the 1 out of the 14 races I had scheduled. So that probably means the 1 rerun I got on the line is going to be rerun another 13 times, just to make the average, just to make it right. So the 1 rerun then down there on the line. It's a rerun of race 5 of your men's class 8. Raider 4x4 and Beresford Chassis and Components, your sponsors. Only 3 cars coming out, but I'll tell you what, we could see a brilliant race with these 3 cars, because you never know what's going to happen. GB then, the first one to show in North Shropshire 55. He's looking to take his 2nd win of the day. As I said, done it in the wet conditions, so he's got no excuse to not do it again. Dan Ray runs 2nd and Tim Russell runs 3rd. So I'll tell you what, if he was only going to have a 3-car race, these 3 isn't a bad pick to have. As Jeff Beresford it is then, the most experienced one in the pack. That leads the way. Dan Ray, the slower of the 52 machines, as Josie quite rightly showed him earlier when she took a win, but he's running 2nd, so Dan's doing his bit. He's got a bit of improvement in order to catch up with Jeff Beresford, but he's doing well to hold off Tim Russell in Invicta Kent 19. He runs there in 3rd. Tim, of course, had a win in the first round of qualifying, so 1st and a 3rd isn't bad, but we all know how tight Class 8 racing can be. Dan Ray had a 3rd, a 2nd to add to that is also not bad, but it don't get no better than Jeff Beresford, because he's looking to make it 2 out of 2 and 110 points at the end of day 1, and he can certainly do no better than that. And depending on the conditions tomorrow, he can certainly be one to watch, because he's certainly showed he's a master of the wet and damp conditions on this circuit, and he's showing it once again as he goes down the far side into the farmyard turn for the final time. 2 wins out of 2, maximum points at the end of day one for Jeff Beresford in North Shropshire 55. Dan Ray takes second in YD 52, and Tim Russell takes third in IK 19. And I'll tell you what, if those three can get decent runs tomorrow, then all three of those should get into the semis. But I'll tell you what, tomorrow is a completely different day. You never know what the weather's going to do, what the conditions will be like, or who you're going to get in your heats. So that concludes then Raider 4x4 and Beresford Chassis and Components sponsored 8. We've got specials, they're juniors, and it's over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, Liam. Yeah, we're going to go straight into the second round of qualifying of the junior specials, and race 1 then gets away from the line, and I think it's Kirsten Bartlett in South Somerset, number 2, that's going to lead the way past us for the first time. Hereford 50 slots into that second spot. Ellie Brown is there in third, racing ahead of Dare Thomas in down Autograss, number 27 from the Ludlow 40 machine, and the one at the back of the pack then is, I think it's the Pennine 83 machine of Callum Fowles. But we continue racing, and it's Kirsten Bartlett that makes her way through the farmyard turn for the second time of asking. That South Somerset 2 machine continues to lead the way. In Hereford number 50 is Sky Pascal. She's still there in third ahead of Dare Thomas, and Ellie Brown in CM 49, who's there in that fourth position. It looks like we've just got the 5 remaining to run, and it is the Fowles machine at the tail end of the field. That's the Pennine 83 machine of Callum Fowles, as your race leader comes back towards us. South Somerset 2, Kirsten Bartlett continues to lead the way. From Hereford number 50 is Sky Pascal, still there in that second position. Down Autograss 27 is Dare Thomas. He's still there in third ahead of Ellie Brown in Carmarthen at 49. And I think we've lost another one, or at least the front runners have put themselves a lap ahead, because Kirsten Bartlett, South Somerset 2, exits that farmyard turn and takes 55 points from round 2 of qualifying. Hereford 50, Sky Pascal takes second, and she's really chuffed to that. Third place will go to Dare Thomas in down Autograss 27, ahead of Ellie Brown in CM 49, and checkered on the same lap is going to be the Pennine 83 machine of Callum Fowles, and he concludes your first race in the second round of qualifying of the Junior Specials. Junior Specials sponsored throughout the season by Diggett Plant Hire, and your Junior Special sponsor here this weekend is SJ Lewis and Sons Roofing. So, as we look to the line then, we have 7 scheduled races. Race 2 is up there. This one brings out Cian Lewis in Border Counties 39 from lane 8. Lewis Middleton in White Rose 37 is there, should start in lane 7. Rio Sheehan, PAC 44, starts in lane 6. Harry Russell, IK 65, is there, starting in the middle of the pack in lane 5, next to Iago Evans in TA number 6. Rosie Russell, IK 165, is that the one that's not there? Possibly. Alfie Ross in Sturton 717 starts in lane 2, and then occupying lane 1 is going to be Finn Emerson in Scunthorpe 197. And as we look then on what you're seeing, if you're joining us on the live stream at home, then lane 3 is unoccupied, and that means that probably we're going to go without Rosie Russell in IK 165 in this second round of qualifying. So once again, one of the drivers from the Junior Specials, the first run, and I think that was going to be Glenn Hodgkins in Ludlow 40, just getting a little bit of attention and a little bit of a lift to leave the tyres and the track markers where they should be. So he'll make his way off the circuit back to the pits. We'll see him tomorrow in the Junior Specials third and final round of qualifying. But meanwhile, we're going to go back to race 2. The quads and the telehandler make their way back to the centre of the track and the compound over there on the far side of the circuit. And we get yellow flags waving on this near side straight. So we're away and we're racing with race number 2. And it looks like a very quick start for Finn Emerson in Scunthorpe 197. They're the one then that leads in through turn 1, and they exit turn 2 and lead past us for the first time. Alfie Ross in Sturton 717 is there in that second spot from Lewis Middleton in White Rose 37, who's there in that third spot. Then comes Rio Sheehan in PAC 44. We're going to have red flags as Cian Lewis in BC 39 just comes unstuck on the exit of the farmyard turn, and that's going to mean that we're probably going to have a rerun excluding Cian in BC 39. So a discussion from the marshals, and I think that we're going to go with a rerun excluding Cian Lewis then in BC 39, and that rerun obviously will come a little bit later on. But race 3 is up there on the line. Race 3 should have 7 drivers, and as we look at the screen to our left, then we can see that we have in fact got those 7 drivers up there on the line. So starting in lane 8 in the black and Dalo yellow machine is Jesse Jones in Swansea number 6. Tom Ayres starts in lane 7 in York 23. Brandon Young, Evesham 223, starts in lane 6. Lane 5 is the empty grid that you can see right there in the middle, right where that where they exit the turn, and just that dry line seems to finish right ahead of grid 5, doesn't it? Lane 5 is occupied by Lewis Farrar in Yorkshire Dales 42. He starts next to Archie Carter in Scunthorpe 17, who starts in lane 3. Lane 2 is occupied by Aaron Richardson in Pennine number 1, and then Harvey Evans, who had a really good result this morning, starts in the North Shropshire 16 from grid number 1. So BC 39 then, Cian Lewis gets pulled into the centre of the ovals here at Lions Hall. We're away and we're racing with race 3 of the junior specials. As away from the line then, it is Archie Carter in Scunthorpe 17 that it is your first to show. He's the one that's probably got about 5-6 car lengths clear already over the Lewis Farrar machine. That's the YD 42 machine. Then comes the North Shropshire machine, followed by the Pennine machine, and Evesham 223 is there towards the tail end of the field ahead of Jesse Jones in Swansea 6. And York 23 then is Tom Ayres, your current back marker, but it is Archie Carter that continues to lead this one in the Scunthorpe 17 machine, and he comes back towards us to round out his first full circuit from Lewis Farrar in Yorkshire Dales 42. There's a good battle on for third between Pennine 1 and North Shropshire 16 as they continue to race ahead of the Evesham machine of Brandon Young and Jesse Jones, with your back marker still the York 23 machine of Tom Ayres. But it is last lap flag time, and Archie Carter moves on to his final circuit from Lewis Farrar in Yorkshire Dales 42. Pennine 1 now has made that third spot his own, and Brandon Young in Evesham 223 moves through to occupy that fourth spot ahead of Jesse Jones in Swansea number 6. And who's that going back against them? I think it's the North Shropshire 16 machine, but it is checkered flag time this time round, and SC 17 takes the win ahead of Yorkshire Dales 42. Third place goes to Pennine number 1 ahead of Evesham 223. The next to cross the line, I think, is a lap down, so that's the North Shropshire 16 machine and Y23. And then it is the Swansea 6 machine of Jesse Jones then that crosses the line right up the tail end of the field. But I think that the North Shropshire 16 machine was a lap down on them. So that concludes race number 3 out of 7. And race 4 brings out Alex Hines in Breeden Hill number 5. Troy Holtby's there in Scunthorpe 161. Dale Hodgkins in Ludlow 39. Sean Bradford in BC 117. Max Holtby in Scunthorpe 6. Tom Williams in TA 44. And Levi Phipps is the one that started in grid number 1. But we're already up and we're racing with race number 4, and it is Tom Williams then in TA 44 that leads his way past us from the Scunthorpe number 6 machine. Alex Hines is there in third in Breeden Hill number 5 as they sort themselves out then, and the one at the tail end of the field is the Ludlow 39 machine And that's Dale Hodgkins behind the wheel of that one. Sean Bradford is there in that 5th spot in BC 117, and he's racing just ahead, I think, of his fellow league member, but it's still Tom Williams in TA44 that continues to lead from Troy Holtby. No, it's not from Troy Holtby, it's Max Holtby in that 2nd position, with Max just a little bit further down the order in the 161 machine. But no change at your head of affairs, because it's still Tom Williams in TA44 that continues to lead, ahead of Max Holtby, who's still there in that 2nd position in Scunthorpe, number 6. That's the 1 and 2 as they start their final circuit from Breeden Hill, number 5. Border County's number 117 is through now up into that 4th spot, racing ahead of the Scunthorpe 161 machine of Troy Holtby, who's your last running driver at the moment, as the 5 cars safely on to their final circuit. But exiting that farmyard turn for the final time and taking his first, I think, British Autograss Series win, or is he? Is going to be Tom Williams. He takes the win from the Scunthorpe 6 machine of Max Holtby. Alex Hines takes 3rd from the Sean Bradford machine. 117 takes that 4th spot, and then Max Holtby Troy Holtby rather, in Scunthorpe 161 rounds it all out for race 4 out of 7 of this 2nd round of qualifying of the Junior Specials. SJ Lewis, your sponsors here this weekend at round 2, and your overall season sponsors are Diggett Plant Hire. Race 5 of the 7 scheduled races is up there on the line. Don't forget, we've got one rerun to come a little bit later on. That's the rerun of race number 2. But we're away and we're racing, and race 5 leaves the line, and it looks like it's going to be Border County's 115 from the inside line that's going to lead them down into the farmyard turn for the first time. Who's going to follow him through into that 2nd position? We'll pick him out as they lead passes for the first time. It is the Donovan machine that's there in that 2nd spot. There is the Evesham 80 machine racing ahead of Tom Cosgrove in ARC 25. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4. The rest of the field, and we'll make out as they just sort themselves out. But it is the Will Bradford machine that continues to hold on in BC number 115, and he rounds out his first full circuit here. IK 71 is Harvey Donovan. He's racing ahead of a new name to me, Aaron Smith in Evesham number 80. He rounds out your top 3. And it's the York 22 machine of Ben Ayres. That's your current back marker. Also there in about that 5th spot is Archie Bennett in 162, and already it's last lap flag time, because it is 1 to go for the 115 machine of Will Bradford. 71 and 25 go through respectively ahead of Aaron Smith in Evesham number 80. Then comes the North Wales 162 machine of Archie Bennett racing ahead of the number 5 machine, that's number 2 rather, that's Lucy Hines, and they all start their final circuit. But it is checkered flag time, and BC 115 of Will Bradford takes the win ahead of Harvey Donovan in IK 71. 25 from the ARC club comes in 3rd from Evesham 80. North Wales 162 then takes that 5th spot, racing ahead and finishing ahead of the Breeden Hill number 2 machine of Lucy Hines. And that brings to a close then your 5th race out of 7. So BC 115, your winner of race 5, Harvey Donovan in IK 71 finishing 2nd. Tom Cosgrove took 3rd in ARC 25 ahead of Aaron Smith in Evesham 80. Archie Bennett, he started in lane 7. He finished in the 5th position. And then Lucy Hines in Breeden Hill number 2 rounded it all out. Oh, and we've just been handed a credit card, and Jordan Tinker, it might be in your favour to make your way over to the commentary point as soon as you can. Yeah. So Jordan Tinker, we got something that belongs to you here in commentary, and if somebody in Spectator Land can hear us and pass the message on to him, it would be greatly appreciated, and I'm sure he might even buy you a pint tonight. Race 6 of 7 is up there on the line, but have we got a problem? Because it looks like somebody is just being put out of position. but race 6 should bring out Reese Fowles in Pennine 85. Also, we should have Riley Lindsay there in PhD number 8. Sid Lomax in North Wales 199 certainly is there, starting in lane number 6. He starts on the outside of BC 116, who's Owen Bradford, and also of their Neil Tivey in West Waterford 142, Aideen Fuller in West Waterford 499, and Denver Whitehouse in Trent number 6. So I think we are going to go with a full grid, or at least we're going to go with the initial 7 starters that we should have. And the problematic machine is there in grid number 8. So Reese Fowles is being put back in position. Marshals leave towards the Armco. We are under starters orders, the bungee lifts, and away we go. Race 6 of the second round of qualifying of the junior specials leaves the line, and it is Denver Whitehouse in Trent number 6 then that led into turn 1, but through on the inside it's going to be Neil Tivey in West Waterford 142 that's going to lead them past us for the first time. Sid Lomax in North Wales 199 slots into that second spot, racing ahead of the West Waterford, a 499 machine of Aideen Fuller, and Aideen races ahead of Riley Lindsay in PhD number 8 as they sort themselves out. Down that far straight they go for the second time, and it is the Trent 6 machine that just comes through, but it's 42 of Neil Tivey that's got that inside line as they go through the start gate turn for the first time from Sid Lomax in the North Wales 199 machine. Good battle on the field for third position, as if you're watching the live stream then we're focusing at the ones at the head of affairs, and it is the West Waterford 142 machine that leads past us then from Sid Lomax in 199. Third place is the BC 116 machine of Owen Bradford racing ahead of the Pennine 85 machine of Reese Fowles. We're going to have red flags because you've got 3 cars that are facing oncoming traffic. Another one pulls into the infield. So just a few cars remain running in this one. And it's checkered flag time, and he's led pretty much from turn 2 onwards. But West Waterford 142 takes the win. Second place is going to go to the BC 116 machine ahead of 199. That's Sid Lomax who takes third. And Pennine 85 rounds it all out then. That's Reese Fowles. West Waterford 499 is checkered across the line, but not sure if they're a few laps down. But it would be interesting to hear the discussions taking place on that one, and from the marshal's viewpoint, because all cars have got going again under their own steam, and I think it's PhD 8 that just went across the line there. Riley Lindsay right at the back of the pack, but not sure whether that's going to be rerun or not, but we'll have to wait and see what happens as regards to what happens to race number 6. The race was run to completion, but it did get very messy there on the exit of the farmyard turn for the penultimate time. So again, we will wait for any decisions before we pass that message on to you. As we look to the line then, it is the last scheduled race of this second round of qualifying, and your junior specials, race 7 competitors leave the line. Corey Mumford, that machine is unmissable, isn't it? And he's the one that's going to lead past us for the first time. Forest number 161 it is. West Waterford 299 slots into that second spot, racing ahead of 2 MAP League cars. They are the Grasby and the Tilly Clark machine, Evesham 120 and Tilly Clark in Radford 210. They spread themselves out down the far side. They go. Lily Rose Pratt is there in that 5th spot, and a good battle on at the tail end of the field between Joshua Mason. But at the head of affairs, it's that 161 machine from the Forest Club. It is Corey Mumford that continues to lead the way from the West Waterford 299 machine of Lauren Fuller. That's her in that second position. Liam Grasby in Evesham 121 now claims that 3rd spot in the first of the MAP League cars. 4th spot is occupied by Tilly Clark in Radford 210 from Lily Rose Pratt in the York 76 machine. Then in that 6th position towards the tail end of the field, it is another Grasby machine. It is the 120 D machine of Dylan Grasby, and he races ahead of Joshua Mason in the Breeden Hill number 10 machine. But it is checkered flag time. Corey Mumford takes the win in Forest 161. West Woodruff 299 holds on to that second spot from Evesham 121. Tilly Clark takes fourth in Radford 210 ahead of Lily Rose Pratt in York 76. Then comes Dylan Grasby in York 121, Evesham 121, and Joshua Mason in Breeden Hill 10 then rounds it all out for your junior specials. I think we got a rerun of race 2 up there on the line, and if so, then I'll be sticking with you to take you through that one. But just clarifying and waiting on any decision from race 6. So I'm not sure what's going to happen with that one. That could possibly be a rerun a little bit later on. So we better put a question mark next to my paperwork on race 6. Race 7 though is clear, I think. And I think we're going to have a rerun of race number 2 up there on the line. And they are junior specials. They leave the line. Who's going to make the break this time? It's the Sturton 717 machine of Alfie Ross that's going to lead into turn 1. Is he going to pop out of turn 2 on top and lead the way past us? Indeed he is. Iago Evans is there, slotting into that third spot behind Finn Emerson in Scunthorpe 197. Then comes Harry Russell in IK 65 with the Dare Thomas machine. No, it's not Dare Thomas at all. It's the White Rose 37 machine of Lewis Middleton back towards the tail end of the field. But Iago Evans finds a turn of speed, and he's the one now that leads the chase. On your early race leader, that's still Alfie Ross in Sturton 717, but there's nothing to split the first 4 as they passed us. I say 197 just about had his nose in front of Iago Evans for the second position from Harry Russell in IK 65, who's back there in that 4th spot. And as you're watching the live stream, then these 4 cars now get pretty well spread out as they make their way down the far side. Emerson looking towards the outside of the Alfie Ross machine as they go through the farmyard turn with 1 lap to go. Who's going to make the break as they pass us? It's 197 that continues to lead then from 7176. 37 now up in the mix. That's the Lewis Middleton machine, and he's demoted Harry Russell back to 5th in IK 65, and the one at the tail end of the field will try and make out as they pass us is the PAC 44 machine of Rio Sheehan. But it is check and flag time this time round, and Finn Emerson in Scunthorpe 197 takes the win from 717, 637 and 65 with Rio Sheehan in PAC 44. Then he'll come round to collect 6th place in the rerun of race number 2, and that will bring to a close your second round of qualifying of the SJ Lewis sponsored junior specials this weekend, and Diggett Plant Hire, your sponsor for the 5 rounds of the British Autograss Series in 2022. We've got ladies class 1 machines up there on the line, so it's going to be over very shortly to Mr. Steve Langley, or we'll try and find some paperwork, and it can be Archie or myself to take you through the first race. So race 1 then of the second round of qualifying of ladies class 1 gets away from the line, and it is going to be the Cwmdu machine that's going to lead her way through the start gate turn for the first time. Good battle on between one of the Tilson machines. States they need 16. But the 2 minis then come unstuck as Nia Jones and Ludlow 202 just have a little bit of a coming together, and we are going to race under yellow flags because that yellow flag waves as Cwmdu number 1 makes her way past us then for the second time of asking. Already got about a quarter of a lap of an advantage over the rest of the field, and it is the Cwmdu machine then of Imogen Morris that just makes her way past the start line. Once again, St. Neot 16 is Maddie Tilson. She's there holding on to a strong second position from Swansea number 10 of Tia Morgan. That's your 1, 2 and 3. 4th place is occupied by Lucy Caulfield in BC number 12, and she races ahead of Tracy Short in Ludlow 200, and Tina Rose in Ludlow 202 just rejoins the pack at the tail end of the field. But Imogen Morris moves on to her final circuit. There's been a change for second because Tia Morgan in Swansea 10 moves through to take that second position from Maddie Tilson in St. Neots 16. That's your 1, 2 and 3 as everybody else make their way on to their last lap, but exiting the farmyard turn for the final time. Cwmdu 1, Imogen Morris takes 55 points from round 2 of qualifying. She'll say thank you very much from the Swansea number 10 machine of Tia Morgan, who claims second. Third place will go to Maddie Tilson in St. Neots number 16 from the BC number 12 machine of Lucy Caulfield. And Ludlow 200 of Tracy Short rounds it all out for race number 1 as Nia Jones in TA 352 and Tina Rose in Ludlow 202, just the 2 minis that didn't finish. Race 2 is up there on the line. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we're going to continue with race number 2 of the second round of qualifying. Laurie Davis is there in TA2. She starts on the outside in lane 8. Claire Compton, North Shropshire 951, starts in lane 7. Lane 6 is Lodi Fionn-Jones. Kerry Bennett's there. No, Lodi Fionn-Jones doesn't look to be there. So Kerry Bennett is the one that occupies lane 5 with the orange Igo with the black bonnet, and Lucy Wickham's there starting in lane 4 in Penhow 27. Sarah Lovett is there. She starts in lane 3. On her inside shoulder will be Rebecca Owen in North Wales 397 and Stacey Mills in Leewood 146, and it is Stacey Mills and the little mini that is unmissable. The Dayglow pink machine, the fluorescent pink machine, is the one that leads through the farmyard turn for the first time, and she's left a bit of the door open, but at the moment the rest of the field can't capitalise on it. So as they pass this for the first time, there's contact there between Sarah Lovett and I think it's Rebecca Owen in North Wales 397, but they get going once again under their own steam. It matters not at the moment to Stacey Mills, who continues to lead her way down into the farmyard turn for the second time in Leewood 146 from Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951. That's your 1 and 2. There's a mini there in that third position, and that is the Lodi Davis machine, the TA2 machine that rounds out your top 3 ahead of Lucy Wickham, who's there in your 4th spot in Penhow 27, with Kerry Bennett back in 5th in Cambridge 48, Sarah Lovett in IK 37, and Rebecca Owen in North Wales 397. But this time round, the Leewood machine of Stacey Mills is going to pass that yellow flag with a black cross, and she'll move on to her final circuit. Look at the daylight she's got now between herself and Lodi Davis in that second position. It's probably about 15 car lengths. And even more possibly as they get back onto that start line straight. From Claire Compton, who's still there in 3rd in North Shropshire 951, just racing ahead of Lucy Wickham in Penhow 27, side by side between Lovett and Owen at the tail end of the field. But Stacey Mills takes a win in Leewood 146. Second place will go to Lodi Davis in TA2. Third place goes to Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951 from Lucy Wickham in Penhow 27. Fifth place will go to Kerry Bennett in Cambridge 48, and then the final finishers to exit and cross the line will be Rebecca Owen in North Wales 397 and Sarah Lovett in IK 37, and that will bring to a close race 2 of 4 in the second round of qualifying of ladies class 1. Race 3 brings out Jade Dyke Whitfield in Cambridge 295. She's definitely up there, starting in lane 8. Jasmine Cusack in Mallow 5 starts in lane 7. Emily Polly, Cambridge 136, going to start in lane number 6. The bungee's broken and away we go, so we're going to have to pick up the rest of the field, but it's the Athelston 2 machine of Sophie Lewis that's going to lead down into turn 1. Who's that's going to follow through into that second position? I think it's Fiona Thomas in TA16, and she's going to look towards the outside and trying to put the pedal to the metal and claim that second spot. She's just got her nose in front of Jasmine Cusack in Mallow number 5, who's there racing on the drier inside line. But there isn't really a dry line around the circuit at the moment, but nothing to split the first 3 as they make their way then down that far straight for the second time. Athelston number 2 continues to lead the way from Fiona Thomas in TA16, who's still looking to go right round the outside, but she's in the slippy slidey stuff and she's going to lose all the momentum that she had. But Sophie Lewis has lost it as well, and that hands race control to Jasmine Cusack in Mallow number 5. She takes up the run in then as they go across the top part of the circuit past the start gate turn. Emily Polly in Cambridge 136. She's come from about 5th to 2nd, and she's there leading the chase down that far straight ahead of Taylor Jade Pascal in Scunthorpe number 1. Hannah Lewis, no, Hannah Lewis is Sophie Lewis there in 4th. She's finding a turn of speed again behind the wheel of the Athelston 2 machine from Fiona Thomas, and the car at the tail end of the field is Victoria Tilson in the St. Neots 269 machine, and the Jade Dyke Whitfield Cambridge 295. But it is going to be another Southern Irish win, because with just under half a circuit to go, it's Mallow number 5 that's going to go into the farmyard turn for the final time, and Jasmine Gusak is going to take a fine victory in ladies class 1 second round of qualifying. Mallow 5 takes the win. Emily Polly takes second in Cambridge 136 from the Scunthorpe 1 machine of Taylor Jade Pascal. 4th place will go to Sophie Lewis in Athelston 2 ahead of Fiona Thomas in TA 16. Victoria Tilson, St. Neots 296, takes about the 6th spot, and the last of the finishers then Jade Dyke Whitfield in Cambridge 295. So race 3 make their way back. It's been a long day. Race 3 makes their way back towards the pits, and we look to the line. We can see race 4 up there, and this one brings out Emma Tobin in West Waterford 96. She'll be hoping for a better result this time round than what happened to her in the first round of qualifying. She's joined up there on the start line by Kelly Holland in Hereford 184, Nicole Kingsley in IK 90. She picked up a black flag in her first round of qualifying. She'll be looking to pick up some points this time round. Emily Lodge in Scunthorpe 213 will start from the middle of the pack, but unfortunately she joins the race at the tail end of the field, because once again it's a very staggered start, and they're all pretty well spread out as they go through turn 1. Who is going to lead the way though? It looks like it's going to be the Scarborough machine of Emily Grayson. She picked up a win, I think, in this morning's first round of qualifying. She'll be looking to do the same. Oh, there's contact, and unfortunately Emma Tobin in West Waterford 96 just comes unstuck again, and Seven Valley 147 of Rachel Hadley just gets going again under her own steam. But it is the Wessex number 20 machine that looks to move along the inside and pick up the pieces this time in Wessex number 20, and there's contact once again further downfield between the drivers that were in 3rd and 4th. It's getting a little bit messy heat in this second round of qualifying of ladies class 1, but the race very much on at the head of affairs between Scarborough 95 and Wessex number 20. It's Grayson on the inside, Hart on the outside, and at the moment the Southern League machine just has her nose in front as they make it up past that start line and onto that far side straight. And the IK number 90 machine of Nicole Kingsley there in that 3rd position. Emma Tobin gets going in West Waterford 96 from Seven Valley 147 of Rachel Hadley, and the car that's currently running at the tail end of the field is the Scunthorpe 213 machine of Emily Lodge. But it is another lap complete for your race leader. Charlotte Hart moves on to her final circuit, still holding off the challenge of Emily Grayson in Scarborough 95. That's your 1 and 2 away and gone really from Nicole Kingsley from the Kent League in IK number 90 from Emma Tobin in West Waterford 96, and then the Sun Valley 147 machine and Scunthorpe 213 car at the tail end of the field. But going to take a fine win in very tricky conditions is Charlotte Hart. Wessex 20 takes the win. 2nd place is going to go to Emily Grayson in Scarborough 95. Just getting back and pointing her nose in the right direction, it's going to be Nicole Kingsley that crosses the line in that 3rd position in IK 90 ahead of Emma Tobin in West Waterford 96 from the Seven Valley 147 machine of Rachel Hadley, and she loses out to that position right at the end as Emily Lodge in Scunthorpe 213 just gains that final position. And I think it's Cwmdu 70 or Kelly Holland in Hereford 184 that just didn't finish there in that last scheduled race of ladies class 1s. So their 4 races are done and dusted. We've got 2 races of ladies class 3 to come before we move on back to ladies class 5. So it'll be back to Mickey B to take you through them in just a few races time. But race 1 of your ladies class 3s up there on the line. Now Ram Developments are your season sponsors for both men's and ladies class 3, and we will very, very soon look for a sponsor of ladies class 3 for this weekend, And your ladies class 3 sponsor this weekend is Brian Dennis and Son of the Old Forge Garage in Llanigon, near Hay-on-Wye. We've got yellow flags waving on this near side straight. We've got the Welsh Dragon about to breathe fire on the far side of the circuit, and we've got the bungee lifting on the ladies class 3s, and it is Jade Russell in Yorkshire Dales 86 then. That's going to be the first one to show, about 3-4 car lengths clear of the Erin Almond North Wales 27 machine. She's the one that leads the chase, but she's going to leave the door open, I think, because through on the inside it looks like Becky Shaw in treble 1 is now going to lead the chase on your early race leader. That is still Jade Russell in Yorkshire Dales 86. She slows right down to keep a nice and tight inside line as she goes through the start gate turn. She's racing on the drier part of the circuit, and there isn't much of a dry line at the moment, but it's 86 from treble 1, and Erin Almond still there in that third spot in the North Wales 27 machine. Commander number 3 is Catherine Bainan. She's rubbing the armco there on the far side of the circuit, but it's another lap complete for your race leader. It's Yorkshire Dales 86 with about 2 laps to go from Becky Shaw in BC treble 1 and Erin Almond in North Wales 27. They all are away and gone from the Leanne Hushka and Catherine Bainan machines, who were just pushing on the exit of the start gate of the farmyard turn. But this time around, your race leader is going to start her final circuit. She's going to see that yellow flag with the black cross, and Jade Russell is going to start her last lap behind the wheel of the Yorkshire Dales 86 machine. Becky Shaw in BC treble 1 is there. She's still continuing to lead the chase in the 111 machine. In that second position from Erin Almond in North Wales 27. Leanne Hushka, I think, is going to call it a day in North Wales number 10. She pulls back to the pits, so Catherine Bainan will pick up 4th in Commander number 3. But the checkered flag waves, and Jade Russell takes the win in Yorkshire Dales 86. Becky Shaw takes 2nd in BC treble 1. 3rd place will go to Erin Almond in North Wales 27, and Catherine Bainan takes 4th in Commander number 3. So that's race 1 of the Old Forge Garage sponsored ladies class 3 done. The lineup for race 2 is up there on the start line, and this one will bring out North Shropshire 343 of Becky Smith. Also there should be Claire Horner in Yorkshire Dales 24, Naomi Davis in TA1, Nicola McKenzie in IK 13, and Donna Brown in Carmarthen number 4. So Catherine Bainan in CM3 makes her way back towards the pits and makes her way off the circuit after her second round of qualifying, and as soon as she's off, then we assume that we will get track clearance. We'll get going with race 2 of the second round of qualifying of ladies class 3, and it looks like Donna Brown looks to make a quick start in Carmarthen number 4. She's followed into turn 1 by Becky Smith in the North Shropshire 343 machine. Becky's controlling the pace there. She's slowed right down, but she's got that inside line, and she's followed through into that second position by Nicola McKenzie in IK 13. But Donna Brown looking towards the outside, looking towards a bit of grip, but she's pushing on the apex of that start gate turn. So it's Smith that continues to lead as they make their way back onto that start line straight for the second time from the McKenzie machine. IK 13 still there in second, away and gone really from Donna Brown, who's under some serious pressure now on the outside by Naomi Davis in TA1, who's just come through that, thrown it sideways, and looks to be in some decent shape behind the wheel of the TA1 machine. And very, very uncharacteristically at the tail end of the field is Claire Horner in Yorkshire Dales 24. She can just about pilot anything, but she's finding these conditions really, really tricky. But we've got a new race leader, and that new race leader is Nicola McKenzie. IK 13 moves on to her final circuit, so she's going to see that yellow flag with the black cross, and she's got 440 yards on the ovals to go from Becky Smith in North Shropshire 343. Donna Brown back up to 3rd in Carmarthen number 4, racing ahead of Naomi Davis, who's still there in that 4th spot in TA number 1, and Claire Horner just not making up any ground at all in the possibly overpowered Yorkshire Dales 24 machine. But all 5 cars are safely onto the final circuit. Naomi Davis unfortunately does a little pirouette for those drivers up there on the start line, but Nicola McKenzie takes the win in IK 13. Second place will go to Becky Smith in North Shropshire 343 from Donna Brown in Carmarthen number 4. 4th place is going to go to Claire Horner, I think, in Yorkshire Dales 24, but it might even be a dash. Oh, who's gonna make it? It's gonna be Claire Horner in Yorkshire Dales 24, and I think Naomi Davis is gonna come unstuck there in TA1 and possibly pick up a DNF from this second round of qualifying. Wow, that looks like a bit of a depleted field, Mr. Mickey B, but we got ladies class 5s, and it's back over to you to take you through the second round of qualifying.
Yeah, thanks very much. The voice of an angel. We are going into ladies class 5. Laurie Insurance, Clonmar series sponsor, and BWG Garages, our weekend sponsor. Yes, I count 4, and the 4 I count are Nicola Jesse, Sandra Jones, Michelle Ellis, and Lynn Olsen. So 4 hearty, bravey souls that are going to take on the conditions. And hasn't it been a real topsy-turvy day, really? We've had a brilliant track to start off with. Rain came down, and within probably an hour it was back to its best. And then we've just been blighted with a number of downpours that have kept this track pretty tricky. I've just been up to see my lad who races 8. So first season in 8, and he had a brilliant start down into turn 1, and come round turn 2, and then he just got filled in by someone with a load of mud. Couldn't see a thing. Spun it round, but ended up coming back to 5th. But do you know what? As long as he's got a smile on his face, he's enjoyed it. He's absolutely covered in it. But, you know, that's what it's about. As long as, we've always said that, guys, as long as he's got a smile on his face, then it's worth doing. When he stops enjoying it, then that's when I'll cash in and go and retire. No. I've told the missus she can have beans on toast for a year, because I'm not saying that we went over budget on the build, but you know how it is. So, yeah, we've got rain still coming down there. Well done to all the marshals, by the way, and obviously the man up on the podium here. We've stood out looking at, thinking, you know, where he's wearing his tracky bottoms, you know, or his overalls there. He's absolutely drenched, isn't he? He's got his white Adidas trainers on. It looks more like he should be at Wimbledon, shouldn't he? Deuce. That's it, yeah. Advantage lap scorer. And this is the time when we think we've got the best seat in the house, and it is. Do you know why? Because it's the driest. We've got each other. Stop holding me hand. So there we are. We've had that last of the class 3s just pulled back off the slippery surface. And there we are. There's a marshal over there with a brolly, you know, and do you know what, in football terms, I'll come back to it, by the way, but Wally with a brolly, that's what came into my mind there. Ellis then off the line and down into turn 1. That's Sandra Jones, Cwmdu 31, up there, Nicola Jesse. Oh, is she going to be forced out wide? You want to go, don't get into the sloppy stuff. What do you mean? It's all sloppy, Mickey. I know, but they're going. And it is Michelle Ellis then from Sandra Jones, from Nicola Jesse, and then that's Breed Nil 27 of Lynn Olsen, as they ease their way round 3 up the hill and down that opening straight as well. I'm looking over at the sky. It does look angry, and that's gone away from us. So looking behind us, it's still the same colour. Oh dear, it's not going to stop, is it? Here we go then, Michelle Ellis filling up Sandra Jones with a face full of mud. And Sandra there's thinking, I normally get this kind of mud pack when I go down to Beauty Place, not on a racetrack. But she's holding that second place and doing well. Nicola Jesse tucked into that third place. And hold on a minute, she's going to go for it. Sandra Jones, has she got can't see? Well, she's left the door open. Nicola Jesse said, right, I'm coming through. Let me come through. But she pushes on a little bit. Sandra Jones comes back at her. Maybe she's just thought she was in a comfortable position. Oh, Lynn Olsen square-wheeled it, come in out of turn 2. Go on, Lynn, get it out of the way. Well done. We were on our last lap for that Lynn Olsen machine. Then we're going to switch from last lap to checkered flag. And well done, Michelle Ellis. Stroudon District 33 is going to come round with a clean front end of the car and take maximum points. Second is going to go to Sandra Jones, Cwmdu 31. Who's got her goggles off, can't see, and then third place goes to Nicola Jesse, York 44. Fair play to you girls for coming out and taking on the conditions. Fourth place, round she comes after that little bit of a square wheeling incident. But it's Breed Nil 27, and it's Lynn Olsen taking 4th place. So we then look up to the line and we go to race 2. Now, looking up there, we're coming out on grid. Oh, we're grid 1 to 5. Seems to be well supported. So Kirsty Godfrey, Jess Bradley, Amanda Mason, Sarah Chilvers, the daughter of the man who had the tash but shaved on it himself, look younger, and I think Rhiannon Smith, South Somerset 36. Not coming out Becca Joyce or Natasha Gibbs. So are they sensible or just want to give others a chance? Well, I don't know, but we are grid 1 to 5. And we are ready. I understand that we are running up to odds tonight, and then that means that we're going to be 8:30 start again in the morning, and I do believe that that I can have a lie in, because if I can, fingers crossed, if I can get through ladies 5s and 7s, I can stay up and watch a late film, have a glass of wine. I've got some pickled onion, Space Invaders, those Crispies. Oh, you can't beat some of them. Oh, yes. Yeah, so that's what I've got to look forward to tonight. We're off and running. Come on, Mickey. Rhiannon Smith then on the outside, but she can't get the grip. She got a good start. Kirsty Godfrey kind of going there as well. And come on, who's going to pop out? They're all fighting for it. 3 abreast. And Godfrey's got the back end round onto the grass, over the tyres. Rhiannon Smith then from Sarah Chilvers. Oh, Ludlow 24 getting sucked into the Armco. Jess Bradley, but she keeps it going. Kirsty Godfrey then. Oh, hold on. You spin me right round, baby. Breeding Hill 11 then is Amanda Mason, but she's got it facing the right way and she's back going. Come on, Amanda. And she said, well, it's all right, Mickey. I'm not going to get any mud flicked up in my face, but look at this. This is a charge going on. Sarah Chilvers up the inside of Rhiannon Smith then. But Rhiannon Smith just keeps on the power and she squeezes it round, coming up the hill. Down out of that start gate turn, down the opening straight. Rhiannon Smith, South Somerset 36, Yorkshire Dales 46, Sarah Chilvers, Cambridge 10, Kirsty Godfrey. And then that Breeding Hill 11, Amanda Mason. And she's struggling a little bit as the Lud 24, Jess Bradley. But here we go, last lap flag already. Come on! South Somerset 36 then, Rhiannon Smith from Sarah Chilvers, Yorkshire Dales 46 still. That Cambridge 10 holding third, Ludlow 24, Jess Bradley. And then that is that Breeding Hill 11, Amanda Mason. All on their last lap. Down the opening straight into turn 1 for the final time. Nice and steady. And it is that South Somerset 36, Rhiannon Smith, who's going to take maximum points. Well done, Rhiannon. Second is Yorkshire Dales 46, and that's Sarah Chilvers. Third is Kirsty Godfrey in Cambridge 10. Fourth goes to Ludlow 24, Jess Bradley. And last not but least, Breeding Hill 11, Amanda Mason. So ladies class 5s done and dusted for today. That means that we are going Super Saloons. Weekend sponsors Quality Care Homes, and our series sponsor Max Sport Tyres. Saying nothing. Here we go then, race 1. Oh, looking up on the line, we don't seem to have grid 8 filled. So that Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho, Radford 176, Lee Wynn, Nicola Gibbs, Kesney Adams, Emily McKenzie, Kim Jenkins. No, I don't think Kim Jenkins is out there, or Kate Thomas. So, yeah, there's a couple missing, but we've got 2, 4, 6 out there. Oh, that's a good effort, isn't it? So lane 3 to 8 are coming out, and I say keep your eye on Julie Hawthorne. Fernio came into this weekend leading the points for the ladies. Fernie Ho. Did I say Fernie Ho? Oh, good grief. No, Michael. Here we go then. It's Nicola Gibbs, Hereford 44. She likes these conditions then because she's into the lead and brings it round. Nice line as well. That should be okay. But she's going to have company because it is that Kesney Adams machine. The border count is 26. That looks to take up that running. Nicola Gibbs said, get away, I'm back at it. And she's into that lead again, coming out of that start gate turn. And down that opening straight as Kesney Adams says, all right, I'll let you have a little bit of good fortune. Oh, running at the back is that Pennine 37, Lindsay Allen. And the CK8 as well, Lee Wynn. but it is the Gibbs machine from Kesney Adams from the Julie Hawthorne Fernie Ho in third place as they bring it round again. You've got some back markers there, but your lead car, oh, hold on a minute, we've got a little bit of a push on, which means that Julie Hawthorne Fernie Ho moves herself up into that second place. Coming round to pick up the last lap flag will be the Hereford 44. So Nicola Gibson from Julie Hawthorne Fernie Ho. And hold on, there's a back marker there. Is that going to come into play? Because Julie might be able to catch up the back of Gibbs. Cambridge 10 is there in running in third place. And that's Emily McKenzie, who's quietly gone about her business and looks to pick up some reasonable points. That Pennine 37 and Lindsay Allen across as well. But we are switching to checkered flag. And checkered flag goes to that Nicola Gibbs machine. Hereford 44, Julie Hawthorne Fernie Ho in that Radford 176. Then it's going to be the Emily McKenzie Cambridge 12 in third place. So there's your 1, 2, 3. Fourth place coming round, and it's Lindsay Allen in the Pennine 37, which means that the CK8 Lee Wynn went back into the pits. Whether or not, no, she won't pick any points up, will she? If you'd only stay down there just for that little split second longer. But we move into Heat 2, Race 2. It brings out, let's have a look up on the screen. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 again. So we're missing grid 8. It looks like Shamel Clayton may be missing. I think Ellie Lockwood was coming out of 7. I think she'll be there. Then I think we're missing York.
York 12 and Shamel is there.
Ah, right. Oh, they've just rejigged themselves, haven't they?
Grids 5 and 7 are missing.
Ah, right. So Kelly Murray and Ellie Lockwood seem to be missing. Here we go. Alice Bevans then got a flying start out of lane 1. Can she slow it down? Well, hold on a minute. Someone's going into the sloppy stuff. Ooh, it's got Alice Bevans then, PAC 53 from the Spalding 31 coming through there. Shamel Clayton in that mini shell. Here she goes up the hill. Can she hold on to it? Yes, she can. She's doing well as the rest of them come chasing down. I think that's Samantha Graney in the Pennine 8 that has made her way up into that second place. As that car, commentator's curse, she square-wheeled it. Alice Bevans still leads this one from Shamel Clayton from that York 57 machine. York 12, Michelle Barrett. The 57 of Sue Erdman running in that third place as we go through. PhD 6 running in the back. Ella John in really challenging conditions, by the way. But PAC 53, Alice Bevans round that turn 2 for the penultimate time. One more lap to go. She's up into turn 3. She's going to climb the hill with a bit of a grunt. And then it's Shamel Clayton. Yeah, Michelle Barrett's up in that third place, York 12. Oh, who's going for fourth then? And I think it's Sue Erdman from that Samantha Graney machine in the Pennine 8. And that final car is PhD 6, is Ella John. But well done, led it from the start right through to the finish. PAC 53, Alice Bevans. Second, Spalding 31, Shamel Clayton, well done. But on her tail, whoa, York 12, Michelle Barrett in third place. Fourth is going to go to Sue Erdman in the York 57. Then we go down to Samantha Graney in the Pennine 8. And that final place, and finishing off my work for today, it is the PhD 6, Ella John. So I can say that my men's 5.7s and ladies' 5.7s went through without incident and a clean sweep. I am on the Queen's Honours list. So up on the line, we are going open wheel specials, which means that we are going, well, they can't be class 2s. They're class 9s. Over to Archie.
Cheers, thank you there, Mickey. And indeed, yep, so XC Works is your sponsor for the series. Someone's gone spinning and into the Armco, but it is then your PhD number 1, Sadie Lindsay, that shows in the low round. Clay Richards is running back there in second, and Wetherick it is that runs back there in third. Not quite sure who that's going to be in that one. It's either going to be York number 6, I'm going to guess, or the Seagraves machine, but by the looks of it, I'm going to say that is the Katie Ademan machine, but we'll see if we can try and get who that is. But it is, and Sadie Lindsay for the final time, and trying to get out of the way is the back marker with that broken bottom arm, and Sharon Barker then in Evesham 26, that was the early spinner, and the one that was broke. So it is PhD number 1 for the final time as she brings them round down the far side. Sadie Lindsay, and certainly a careful drive this is going to be to bring this one home. The field is starting to spread out, and they've all got their sort of into their groove and sort of into their positions. But Sadie Lindsay it is, and final lap with Richardson. Then comes Wetherick. Wetherick seems to be the closest out of all of them to possibly make a move and move up into that second position. But Chloe Richardson just puts a little bit of breathing room between herself and Wetherick as they go down the far side then. So for the final time in your ladies class 9s and final race today, it's going to be Sadie Lindsay that's going to come through to take the win in race number 2 for your ladies class 9s. Chloe Richardson's going to come through for in Penheim number 5, then Kelly Wetherick and Victor Kent 99. And well, I don't know quite where she came from. This one come from in ARC number 3 of Hayley Seagraves. So she finishes it off with Sharon Barker, which is indeed the non-finisher. So that's us done with Med Ladies Class 9s. This is us done for the day. And say thank you very much. And we'll hopefully see you tomorrow. Hopefully the weather's on our side. And say hopefully we'll see you trackside. If not, we'll see you on BASS Live. And just a quick one then. So if you are wanting to race tomorrow, signing on is shut in at 7:30. So please get yourself down and signed on just to the tent next to us here in commentary. So then that's it. That's us done. And no doubt see a few of you later on, and have a good evening. And we'll see you trackside first thing tomorrow.
Yeah, and I just want to say thank you to everyone that's tuned in and watched us on BASS TV today. Hope you've enjoyed some of the racing. There we go. We're having a little wave to everyone at home. I bet you're a little bit warmer. I bet you've had the eating on, haven't you? And yeah, sat there nibbling away on your crumpets or quality streets. They're always good to watch telly with. But yeah, it's been a bit of a challenging day. Been some great racing though, I must admit. And again, all these drivers are tested. They have to drive to all of the conditions. But that's Autograss. So thank you very much for tuning in. We will be back on air tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. So set your alarm, get yourself trackside, get yourself in the living room, get your cup of coffee, tea on the go, and enjoy another day's racing down here at Cwmdu for the second round of the British Series 2022. So from all of us in commentary, all of the marshals, officials, good night, have a good one, and we'll see you in the morning.